enjoy endless wealth. Excited shouts filled the camp, with Grayson's troops eagerly awaiting action. Outside the camp, Ricky listened to the sounds and inwardly rejoiced. This time, I won't need to storm the camp to lure them out. What a relief. Turning to his troops, Ricky said, brothers, our mission today is to run. But there's a catch. Make them think they can catch us, but ensure none of us get left behind. Got it? Don't worry, General. We're light and pursuing soldiers. He drew his bow and shot an arrow into the sky. Whoosh. The special signal arrow made a unique sound. Creed, who had finished unloading supplies, heard it and climbed aboard the ship. Hoist the anchor. Prepare the planks. Once Ricky arrives, we return to camp. Understood. Creed's sailors acted immediately. This unique sound also alerted Amador, patrolling the river. Seeing lights on the shore, Amador observed a large formation of nearly 1,000 soldiers. Delighted, he instructed a captain. Return to camp and inform the Lord that thousands of Han soldiers are near the riverbank. Yes, sir. To my brothers, pursue these Han soldiers. Lord Kermit will surely reward us. Amador led the charge forward. By the riverside, Ricky, organizing his troops onto the ship, heard the Black Mountain soldiers shouting in pursuit from behind. Ahead, horse hooves approached, barely 100 steps away. Translation notes. Names like Ricky, Grayson, and Amador are kept as pinyin. Paragraph and line breaks are maintained as per the original text. Tone and style are preserved, ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 294. Amador injures Grayson. Rock meets Kit. Our Emperor is truly divine. His predictions were spot on, Creed sighed as he directed his troops to set sail. Yes, the Emperor has his ways. When the Haitian forces arrive first and find no trace of me, they will surely tamper with the grain bags on the ground. They, along with the enemy's reinforcements, will doubt the Haitian soldiers for holding our Han army's supplies. Thus, our plan will succeed. Indeed, Howard. Let's extinguish the torches on the water and watch this good show unfold? Creed immediately suggested. Not a bad idea. We might even fan the flames further. Ricky nodded in agreement. The two of them then ordered the Han soldiers on the river to move away from the scene, douse their torches, and wait nearby. True enough, Grayson led the Haitian bandits to arrive first. After searching the area without finding any sign of Ricky, Grayson became increasingly anxious when one of his subordinates reported back. General, we found a large stockpile of Han army provisions. How much? At least 1,000 bags. Oh. Hearing this, Grayson thought to himself, even if I couldn't capture anyone, bringing back 1,000 bags of grain would be enough to justify this mission. Fine. Let's carry these supplies back. Grayson said, and the Haitian soldiers, Creed sailed away, satisfied with the outcome. Despite numerous rounds of intense fighting on the river, Amador failed to defeat Grayson. Fortunately for Grayson, he had brought 1,000 men to hold off Amador. Just as the two armies were locked in a desperate struggle, Darwin and Gale arrived with reinforcements. Seeing Amador in battle with the Haitian forces, they were both surprised. Spotting Gale, Grayson dodged Amador's attack and shouted, Sioux Counselor, save me! General Amador, what is happening here? Why don't you ask this criminal? Amador pointed to the grain bags on the ground. I found him transporting Han army provisions. The Han soldiers on the water even shot arrows at my troops to help him escape. Shocked by Amador's words, Grayson hurriedly explained, Counselor, I was guarding the camp when Ricky killed our patrol soldiers. I chased them based on a captain's report. I didn't expect Ricky to disappear and leave behind a pile of grain. Thinking to account for my actions, I planned to bring it back to camp. But then Amador attacked without investigating. Breathless from explaining, Grayson awaited Gale's judgment. An infuriated Amador, however, aimed to strike Grayson down immediately. Gale tried to intervene but failed to stop Amador. Grayson barely avoided a fatal blow but was still hit by Amador's spear, falling to the ground, lifeless. General Amador, do you realize what you've done? How will Lord Jagrin explain this to Rock? What explanation do you need? This traitor helped the Han army deliver grain. Isn't that punishable by death? Amador glared at Gale, challenging him to argue. Feeling fearful, Gale nodded hastily. All right. I'll report this to Lord Jagrin immediately. He should decide how to handle this matter. Darwin watched Gale ride away and turned to Amador. General Amador, you should flee for your life. What? Counselor Foam, what nonsense are you spouting? Darwin sighed again, understanding the situation from fragments of the conversation. He continued, this was a false flag operation by the Han army. If Grayson were truly colluding with the Han, why would they abandon the grain and sail away? If Grayson were an inside man for the Han, he would have been captured and used to threaten us when Gale approached. Moreover, Haitian troops guard the outer perimeter of Louisxong, while Joab and Hans defend closer to the gates. Any grain delivery would be detected by them. Each word from Darwin pierced through Amador's heart. He wasn't usually impulsive, but his previous military failures, ostracization by colleagues, and confinement by Lord Jagrin made him overeager this time. Amador's spear fell to the ground, and his face betrayed sheer panic. General, flee. If Rock comes looking, Lord Jagrin might hand you over to placate him. Where can I go? Very well, death is merely a small scar. I will die for my lord, not live in betrayal. With a heavy sigh, Amador lifted Grayson and returned to camp, knowing full well the gravity of the situation. Deep into the night, in Kit's camp, Rock rode in upon hearing the news. Looking at the nearly lifeless Grayson, Rock seemed lost in thought. Kit, meanwhile, wore a troubled expression. Officially, Gale and Roberto violated his orders regarding Amador's confinement, but Amador was indeed culpable. Personally, though, Amador had long-standing ties with Kit, who wished for him to escape and save his life. Chapter 295. Rock reaps benefits. Amador faces punishment. Well, this incident originally isn't entirely General Amador's fault. We can only blame the treacherous tactics of the Han forces. However, General Jagrin, Grayson is still a commanding general in our army. With injuries like these, it might take him half a year to recover. How shall we deal with this? Rock spoke first, both defending Kit's dignity and expressing his own difficulties. General Rock, this situation was indeed caused by us. If you have any grievances, feel free to speak up without reservation. Kit sighed, realizing he was in the wrong. He had no choice but to rely on the Black Mountain Army. Since General Jagarin has spoken, there is nothing else I can say. But General Grayson is seriously injured. I dare not bring him back to camp rashly. Could you please accommodate him for the time being? Of course, this is a minor matter. Our medical officers will certainly take good care of General Grayson. General Rock, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? We can discuss military plans while you're here. In his heart, Kit figured since they already suffered a loss, it would be better to use the Black Mountain Army to inflict more damage on the Han forces when they regain strength. Rock's eyes twinkled, and he immediately agreed. After that, he took Grayson and left Kit's tent. Until this point, no one had discussed what to do with Amador, which made Gale and Roberto quite anxious. After all, the violation of Kit's order and sending Amador out to patrol was their decision. If Amador wasn't punished, they would be. Gale stood up and said, "My lord, this matter was due to our own initiative, tarnishing your reputation. I volunteer to forfeit my salary for a year." "I agree." Roberto also stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Since you recognize your mistake, I won't say more. Go reflect upon your actions." Seeing their willingness to admit their faults, Kit swallowed his resentment. The two immediately exited the tent without further delay. "My lord, this was all due to the Han army." Amador knelt down, lowering his head. Everyone fell silent after these words. Even Kit pondered for a long time. This mishap required careful handling to avoid unrest among the soldiers. Finally, Kit stood up. "Amador, return to the rear and transport supplies." The generals felt relieved upon hearing this. They had prepared to kneel and beg for Amador's life, but sending him to the rear wasn't bad at all. Tears welled in Amador's eyes. "My lord, take care." As Amador was about to leave, Darwin intervened. "My lord, General Amador's talents are best used on the front lines. Sending such talent to transport supplies would invite ridicule from the Han army." "That's enough. Stop talking. My decision stands. Everyone, return to your posts." Rubbing his temples, Kit reflected on recent events. He wondered if he had underestimated Gil. My battle-hardened troops couldn't match the young Emperor's forces? He thought of Ian escaping to Shindu. "Someone." "My lord." A captain stood ready outside the tent, awaiting Kit's command. "Send someone to escort His Majesty and the Grand Cordelia Dowager to the frontline camp." "Understood." After dismissing the captain, Kit summoned Gale and Roberto, responsible for the camp's provisions, to ask about the current state. "Do you two have any ideas?" Kit continued asking as he looked at them. "Lord, this matter can be easily handled. Leave it to me." Gale quickly responded. "Good. If you succeed, there will be heavy rewards." Just as they were discussing this, an officer rushed in swiftly from outside Kit's camp. Reporting to Lord, a large number of Han troops are approaching from Shindu. Upon hearing this, Kit immediately took the letter, opened it, and stood up. "The Han army that defeated Amador did not return to support us but instead bypassed to reach Shindu." "Lord, don't worry. Johnny is defending Shindu. Relying on the city's defenses, holding out for over a month should not be a problem. At this moment, we could order Humbert and Brenton to launch a surprise attack from behind the Han army, cooperating with the defenders inside the city." Roberto suggested immediately after hearing this. Kit hesitated upon hearing these words. He feared that if his main force showed any unusual movement, it might be detected by the Han army, leading to an immediate counterattack. Seeing Kit's hesitation, Roberto immediately signaled Gale. "Lord, rest assured. We can let the Black Mountain Army lead the charge here. If the Han army has not recovered, this plan will surely succeed. Even if the Han army has recovered, the first casualties will be among the Black Mountain Army. This way, even if we can't attack the rear of the Han forces at Shindu, we can at least prevent them from entering the city." Leave this matter to you both," Kit nodded after hearing this. "Although many of Kit's soldiers were also lost today, I discussed with Lord that this is the best time to attack the Han army. Unfortunately, our main force has been severely weakened. I have long heard that the Han army has abundant provisions and equipment. If someone could raid the Han camp, the spoils would be considerable." Kit promptly added, "Advisor Sue makes a good point. General Rock, if you're willing to send troops, I can't provide the military resources." Rock smiled slightly. He knew Kit's provisions were not so easy to obtain. Originally, many of the Black Mountain Army's commanders had either died or were injured. Only Luis and himself were left to lead the troops. Under such circumstances, agreeing to Kit's request seemed unwise. But Rock had seen firsthand how most of the elite Han forces were crippled at Luiszong City, so he knew Gale wasn't lying. This stirred some interest within him. After all, as a rebel leader, he fed off balancing between both sides to elevate his own status. Further weakening the Han forces would boost his position in the future. "General Jagarin, truthfully, I know about the Han army's situation. However, many of our commanders are dead or wounded. I really have no capable officers." Rock sighed, feigning reluctance. Kit immediately responded, "That's no problem. My subordinate generals, Douglas and Barrett, will follow General Rock's orders. Let me show them what happens to spies." Chapter 297, Rock's new scheme, Kit's alternate arrangements. "General Rock, since we are all men of the same path, why do we need to get acquainted with our own brothers?" "General, it would be best if you quickly dispatch troops so that we can establish our merit early," Leo and Douglas said in unison. Rock looked at the two men who had followed him back and pondered silently. After a long while, he finally asked, "How long have the two of you been serving General Jagarin?" "Less than 2 years. Before the war began, we were both operating in Mount Tai." Leo replied with a bow. "Since you were operating in Mount Tai, how did you end up under General Jagarin's command?" "General Rock, please allow us to explain. The work we engaged in was perilous. Joining Han forces was out of the question. It just so happened that Lord Jagarin offered higher rewards." Douglas lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. "No worries, I too have walked this path. How could I not understand the hardships you've faced? Brothers, let me be frank with you, Rock continued. The strength of the Han army is unprecedented. In just a few battles, I have already lost 5 or 6 brothers. At this moment, apart from me, only the commander-in-chief can lead troops. The Black Mountain Army needs men right now. If you two wish to contribute, why not join us to achieve great things? As he spoke, Rock pulled the 2 men to their feet and stared directly into their eyes. In Jaggeron's army, you will be no more than generals. But with me, you will be treated as brothers. After Rock finished speaking, both men appeared tempted. After all, competition in Kit's camp was fierce. Most of the higher-ranking generals were well-born sons of prominent families, surpassing them in both lineage and ability. Although they were mountain bandits, they understood very well the value of choosing the right benefactor. The price of a piece of pork varied greatly depending on whether it was sold in a village or in an upscale restaurant in the capital. Just as they were thinking, Rock continued, have you not heard the saying, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix? Since General Jaggeron has assigned you to me, why not change allegiances? If you truly have no interest in staying with me, I will have to follow General Jaggeron's orders and send you both into battle. Rock's carrot and stick strategy had become highly effective. He had just highlighted the Han army's formidable strength to persuade them further. His implied message was clear. Kit sent them here to die. Having lived by deceit for years, the 2 bandits understood this reasoning all too well. If they hadn't, they would have long since been skeletons in the mountains. Leo immediately bowed. Thank you, General, for not abandoning us. We are willing to serve you faithfully. But, you know Lord Jaggeron's temper. If we don't participate in this battle, it might be hard to gain favors later. Rock nodded slightly. We're comrades who will be sharing the same pot in the future. Consider this my gift of goodwill. Rock waved dismissively and smiled. Brothers, time is of the essence. Familiarize yourselves with your men and prepare to march soon. General Zhang, rest assured, we understand the importance of speed. With that, Leo and Douglas left Rock's tent. Watching them depart, Rock's face slowly revealed a cunning smile. Well, you acted dishonorably first, so don't blame me for returning the favor. You really think I'm a naive bandit? Ray and Garrett have been famous in Xiliang and Bingzhou for a long time. How could I not know? Without Ascari, Jaggeron's strategists focus on internal conflicts, leading to such glaring mistakes. Truly, it's a pity. Turning towards the flag inscribed with, the blue sky has died. The yellow sky shall rise, Rock murmured. Can the blue sky really return from the dead? As Rock was reflecting, Amador had prepared to leave according to Kit's orders to transport supplies. Just as Amador was about to depart, Kit appeared behind him. Amador, do you understand my deeper intentions? Hearing Kit's voice, Amador paused, then turned and bowed. My lord, your servant only follows your commands. Never mind. Kit patted Amador on the shoulder. You suffered defeat and were captured. Now use it wisely. Upon hearing this, Amador's hand holding the token trembled slightly. This? Lord. The princes are responsible for managing the rear forces. How dare I overstep my bounds? Amador, my unambitious children must call you uncle. This is a time for decisive action, not whims. If they overstep their bounds after you return, you and Mr. Eddie should punish them as necessary. When Avon has gathered the supplies, bring Mr. Eddie back with you. As he spoke, Kit helped Amador to his feet. After finishing his words, he turned and left, leaving Amador alone, lost in thought. Kit was no fool. Although Gale and Roberto's advice had initially infuriated him, upon reflection, he quickly sensed something amiss. Especially after Amador injured Grayson, these events formed a clear chain of logic in his mind. Kit, who had orchestrated Unkit's downfall in history and the chaos at the end of the Han dynasty, couldn't help but see through the plot when he calmed down. In his eyes, there were indeed traitors in the Jaggeron camp, but certainly not Amador. For one, Amador had no motive, and secondly, having followed him for years, Amador couldn't possibly have been hiding so deeply. Besides, Amador received another secret message. He learned about the Black Mountain Bandits' impending attack on his front camp and Amador's reassignment to the rear. Gil immediately convened his ministers to discuss Kit's move. After reviewing the secret message, everyone marveled at Gil's intelligence network. Your Majesty, such precise information deserves praise. This spy should receive top honors for last night's battle, Aloysius said respectfully, praising the spy. Zane, don't rush to commend. The true hero will reveal themselves soon, and you will be delighted. The main purpose today is to discuss Kit's intent in relocating Amador to manage supplies. If Kit is abandoning Amador, it's excellent news for us. But if he has other plans, the conflict may drag on. Everyone nodded in agreement. Anton stood up and said, Your Majesty, having reviewed Kit's record, I believe if he doesn't trust Amador, he would have killed him long ago. Ordering a senior officer to the rear suggests problems with supplies or instability in the rear. Based on our intelligence, Kit's hinterland remains stable, suggesting issues with supplies. Anton concluded, and Gil nodded. Your reasoning is sound. Perhaps Kit moved Amador because Bob Xian and others are approaching Xinjiang City. Amador's military experience can stabilize the troops, preventing too rapid a collapse. Moreover, Kit might be planning to restart Eddie. Your Majesty's insight is accurate, Anton agreed. Eddie tracked General Isaiah's movements. Second, some of the generals in Kit's camp are already growing tired of Gale and Roberto. If these two lead an attack, we could give them a small victory to boost their confidence. Hearing this, Gil felt the plan was feasible. He immediately wrote a personal letter and sent it to Isaiah's camp. Since His Majesty has accepted this plan, we should ensure the Black Mountain Army suffers a crushing defeat, Anton reminded him. I don't need to worry about this. Garrett and Jaggeron are guarding the camp these few days. I can assure you, even without reminding them, they would still make sure the Black Mountain Army comes but never returns. Gil said this with great certainty. Hearing this, we are naturally reassured by these two generals. Aloysius and Anton nodded immediately. At the front camp of the Han forces, Ray was preparing fodder for the horses with his cavalry. Meanwhile, Garrett was leading his personal troops to refurbish traps and add secret markings understandable only to themselves. General, Joab's vanguard camp was already crushed. Why should we fear the Black Mountain Army? Why must we do such work under the cover of night? This was voiced by one of Garrett's trusted subordinates, who were closer and more reliable than ordinary soldiers. The commanding officer of the bodyguards, often relatives or close brothers, spoke more freely than common soldiers. Smack. Garrett irritably tapped the helmet of the officer and continued. I've always told you to study military texts more carefully, yet it all went to the dogs. No matter who the enemy is, we must treat them equally, especially his trust. You know patrolling the camp is tough. But since you are my bodyguards, only you can take on the night patrol duties. You can rest assured, I'll personally replace you once you return from the night patrol. After Garrett finished speaking, his bodyguards immediately agreed. General, having followed you for so many years, we're used to bearing the brunt of patrols. Don't worry. The officer laughed while continuing his work. Good. Here is the patrol route map and password. If you encounter a large force, don't engage directly. Report back immediately. Rest assured, General. The officer took the map and saluted. The next evening, at Rock's camp, Gong Sundu and Douglas paid another visit. General Zhang, we have familiarized ourselves with our troops and gathered information from scouts about the Han camp. We are here to request permission to attack. Rock smiled and said, very well, both of you are skilled. Since you're ready, this battle will be handed over to you. General, we have decided to launch the attack tonight, taking the Han forces by surprise. This will avenge their earlier raid and allow us to plunder more during the chaos. Excellent. I will personally man the watchtower and signal for you both tonight. Nodding, Rock continued. Since you are setting out tonight, why don't you join me for dinner here? I'll tell the kitchen to prepare extra, divided into 5 squads. They moved in predefined routes around the front camp. Every hour, 2 squads met, exchanged passwords, and then turned back towards their starting point to continue patrolling. Chapter 300. 2 generals attack the Han camp. The Han army defends the front garrison. The benefit of patrolling in such a manner was that, should any enemy presence be detected from any direction, at least 2 or 3 squads could respond quickly. Under this arrangement, each patrol squad didn't have to move too far, ensuring camp safety while preserving soldiers' energy, a testament to Garrett's military prowess. But these tactics were unknown to Leo and Douglas, who were leading the attack. According to intelligence provided by scouts, they stealthily approached within 2 li of the Han army camp. They pulled back their horses and gathered together. Leo said first, scouts report multiple patrol teams in front of the Han camp. It appears we cannot underestimate them. Brother Gongsun, don't worry. Since we know their formation, what's there to fear from mere patrol troops? We only need to approach 1 more li, then let our soldiers charge forward for the last mile. If we reach the camp, both of us can cut down the flags and capture supplies before retreating with our troops. If this battle succeeds, it will be one of the few victories against the Han camp under our Lord's command. With such an achievement, why hesitate? Leo, hearing Douglas's words, dismissed his doubts and immediately ordered the soldiers to extinguish their torches and continue advancing towards the Han camp. The rest, form up and stay calm. Forming a square formation, they raised their shields and lit extra torches to throw toward the source of the arrows. The flaming torches circled in the air and landed dozens of steps away, illuminating the area. Shadows flashed briefly in the light before the Black Mountain soldiers extinguished the torches on the ground. A large force. Signal arrow. The captain's order prompted the archers to shoot flares into the camp. The sharp whistle of the signal pierced the silence. Garrett, alerted by the sound, grabbed his spear and rushed out of his tent. Well-trained Han soldiers quickly donned their equipment and assembled within moments. Ray, noticing Garrett assembling troops, asked, what's happening? We don't know yet, but a signal arrow indicates a large force. When Jagarin, you lead the cavalry from the sides. I'll take the vanguard corps from the main gate. Ray nodded. Agreed. Ray led 5,000 White Tiger cavalry split into 2 groups to exit the camp from either side to prevent a 3-pronged assault. Garrett organized his remaining troops into a square formation and headed for the main gate, where his vanguard corps was already assembling. As Garrett arrived at the gate, he instructed his scouts and rallied his personal guards. Just as he finished organizing, Leo and Douglas reached the camp entrance. Leo called out, that Han general, dare to fight me? Garrett ignored him, continuing to arrange his soldiers. Feeling disrespected, Leo tried to provoke Garrett with insults, but Garrett remained focused on his formations until his vanguard corps fully blocked the entrance. Garrett wondered, can this man really lead troops? He doesn't attack when our formation is unstable and only tries to provoke. Is there some deception here? Leo's behavior confused Garrett. Unable to provoke Garrett, Leo returned to his troops and ordered an attack. 5,000 Black Mountain soldiers charged towards Garrett's troops, dim moonlight revealing the Han defenders' equipment. Though unfamiliar with Garrett, they recognized the White Tiger insignia. The leading Black Mountain soldiers slowed down, letting Leo's guards charge first. Predictably, Leo's guards were met with spears stabbing through the square formation. Surviving guards were stopped by the shield wall, unable to advance further. Seeing this, Garrett grew more puzzled. They dare attack with such weakness? Are there reinforcements? He quickly summoned a messenger. Inform the Emperor. The Black Mountain army is attacking. While intercepting Leo, Ray led his cavalry around to attack Douglas at the center of the Black Mountain forces. As Douglas rallied his troops, he heard the galloping sound of cavalry from both sides. Douglas hastily spurred his horse to dodge the barrage of arrows. Upon the ceasefire, he stood. We're trapped between a frontal attack and pursuing forces. We should press all our troops forward and break into the enemy camp in one go. Agreed, Douglas replied after a moment's thought. With Douglas's consent, Bjorn immediately began reorganizing his troops and realigning their battle formation. Initially, Bjorn could only assault the front gate. But now with Douglas's reinforcements, they could divide into 3 separate assault routes. This would greatly increase the surface area covered by the Han forces, thereby causing significant damage. However, the multiple failed assaults had already made the veteran soldiers of the Haishan army skeptical. Most of them refused to follow Bjorn's commands until he drew his sword, and even then, they reluctantly positioned themselves behind Bjorn and Douglas's personal guards. Like Delbert fought a desperate battle with his back to the river, we too must launch a decisive attack. Brothers, once we breach the Han camp, wealth and grain will be yours for the taking. Bjorn believed he could emulate Delbert. However, he was merely an ignorant talent who understood only part of the story. When Delbert executed his back to the river battle, there were three critical factors. Firstly, morale. Delbert had spent years training and fighting alongside his troops, leading them through numerous battles, earning their deep respect and even reverence. This ensured his troops remained loyal even in dire situations, following his orders rather than scattering due to unfavorable circumstances. Secondly, intelligence. Before the battle, Delbert had deployed numerous scouts to gather detailed information on the battlefield's terrain, enemy defenses, troop numbers, and potential reinforcements. With this knowledge, Delbert boldly divided his forces, using minimal troops as bait to lure the defending soldiers out of the fortress. Thirdly, rigorous training. His troops were highly disciplined and proficient in tactics, capable of executing complex maneuvers independently when detached from Delbert's direct command. Without such training, Delbert's troops might have ended up as floating corpses in the river. None of these factors applied to Bjorn and Douglas, making them exemplary negative examples. Blame couldn't entirely fall on Bjorn. Being a former mountain bandit, it was impressive that he had learned military strategies and knew of Delbert's famous battle. The ancient records, however, did not elaborate on the specific conditions that enabled Delbert's success, simply noting, Delbert won a great victory by fighting with his back to the river. To the uninformed, this naturally implied that putting troops in dire straits could boost morale. Indeed, after Bjorn spoke, the seasoned soldiers of the Haishan army responded with disdain. They had already planned how to escape during the chaos of the assault, slipping out of the formation and retreating to their camps via side paths. Watch immediately fled, abandoning weapons and swiftly disappearing into the surrounding woods without hesitation. Bjorn and Douglas were stunned. Though they were bandits themselves, even they couldn't match the efficiency of the Haishan army in fleeing. Chapter 302. Another defeat at Haishan. The bandit generals beheaded. Leo and Douglas were still trying their best to stabilize the remaining troops. Meanwhile, Garrett had led his troops to within 100 paces of the two men. Garrett withdrew his shield formation and, seeing the scene before him, could not help but laugh. This is the first time I've seen an enemy army scatter like rats after falling into a trap. It seems this Haishan army is even worse than the Xiongnu bandits. Garrett's voice reached the ears of Leo and Douglas, who, upon hearing it, knew they had lost the battle and immediately prepared to flee on horseback. You came, so stay. Ray's voice rang out behind them instantly. At this moment, most of Leo's personal guards had already been decimated in previous assaults, while Douglas's troops had endured a volley from the White Tiger army. Seeing the approaching Han forces, their soldiers trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, they dismounted and knelt before Ray. We wish to surrender. Ray spurred his horse forward, halting with his long spear raised, unsure of what to do. Seems so tonight the Haishan army raided the camp. Am I correct? Gil looked at his advisors. Anton laughed. General Gerhard. His Majesty had already received intelligence that someone would attack the camp tonight. However, he was confident you and General Garrett would win, so he didn't inform the generals. After Anton's explanation, Ray immediately understood. Gerhard, did these two claim they were here to surrender? Gil asked with a smile. Your Majesty knows this too? Ray replied in surprise. Literally listen, then you can decide their fate, Gil continued with a laugh. These two are bandits from Mount Tai. Before Kit recruited them, they terrorized the region, causing great suffering to the people. But the Mount Tai bandits split into two groups, one led by Mohammed and Chen Lewis, who have already joined Stephen. The remaining are these two. Kit paid a hefty price to recruit them. As Gil spoke, Leo and Douglas's faces turned increasingly pale. Gil walked over to the kneeling duo, patting one on the shoulder. How many civilians have died at your hands? Likely more than 800, if not 1,000. The two shivered uncontrollably, looking at Gil pitifully. We only wanted to eat. We never acted against justice. Your Majesty, we specifically came to join. To save their lives, they repeated the same arguments you captains and sergeants from various units to witness the execution. Within a short time, a crowd of mid to low-ranking officers gathered on the grass outside the tent. First, Ray gagged the two men and dragged them to the center of the field, detailing their crimes one by one. The officers listened in outrage at their past sins. Seeing the fervor, Ray signaled the executioners. Blades fell, blood splattered, and two heads rolled across the ground like balls before stopping. Ray wrapped the heads in cloth, retrieved Gil's letter, and gave it to a messenger to deliver to Kit's camp. By the time he returned to the front camp, Garrett had finished clearing the battlefield and repositioning the pits. Hearing about the executions, Garrett nodded slightly. I thought they had clever plans to raid us, but they turned out to be just two fools. Killing such bandits is justified. Only pity those injured now burden our forces. I wonder how His Majesty plans to deal with them. Chapter 303. Kit flares up, Roberto requests to battle. Ray immediately responded. All the wounded soldiers were sent back to Lewisbing. Depending on the severity of their injuries, they would be dealt with accordingly. Those with minor wounds can be assigned to logistics, but those with serious injuries are likely beyond saving. Garrett nodded upon hearing this. Such statements do not imply a lack of humanity from these two. I have heard that last night, Barrett and Douglas led troops to raid the Han camp. Perhaps their victory is why the Han army is pressing so hard here. Before Gale could continue, a messenger entered the camp carrying two brocade boxes and a letter. Reporting to my lord, the Han army from the west sent these items and this letter. Kit took the boxes and examined the letter, feeling suspicious. He immediately opened one of the boxes. Inside were two blood-stained heads preserved in coarse salt. Despite the preservation, an unbearable stench of blood and decay filled the air. Kit recoiled and pushed the box away. It fell to the ground, and the heads rolled out, stopping near Gale and Roberto's feet. Upon closer inspection, they exclaimed, "This is Barrett. And this is Douglas." They immediately covered their noses and fell silent. The soldiers nearby hurriedly picked up the heads, placed them back in the box, sealed it, and presented it to Kit. With a look of disdain, Kit waved it aside and began reading the letter. "Do you have no competent officers left? To send these two rascals to challenge our camp is merely offering us a victory. If that is true, I hereby allow you to retreat 30 miles and gather your officers for a real contest." Gil's letter was laced with derision. Kit frowned deeply as he read it. "This is an outrage. Truly an outrage," proclaimed the military insignia, but now with Roberto requesting to battle, Kit immediately handed over the insignia. They accepted it and immediately left the tent. Once in private, Gale grabbed Roberto. "This plan is too dangerous, isn't it? What choice do we have? Amador is unreliable, and Barrett and Douglas proved ineffective. If we fail to accomplish anything more, my lord might very well discard us like old shoes." Roberto huffed angrily. Gale sighed in agreement. They mounted their horses with the help of their soldiers and headed toward the outer camp. As they arrived at the outer camp, they heard the roar of rocks being catapulted from the Han camp into their fortifications. This was their first encounter with the Han army's ballista. "General Gao, what's the situation?" Gale urged as he rode beside Hyatt. "Advisor Sue." Hyatt chuckled awkwardly. He had never expected to see strategists on the perilous battlefield. But seeing that Gale had brought troops, he explained patiently, "The Han army is just shooting arrows and hurling stones without directly assaulting us. We are helpless against this." Can't our watchtowers hit the Han positions?" Hyatt shot Gale a look as if addressing a fool. "Advisor, the range of the Han ballistae surpasses that of ordinary trebuchets and archers cannot match them." Gale grew anxious. Failing to halt the Han assault would make it difficult to report back. Allowed Gale and Roberto to pass through the ambush area unharmed. Isaiah watched the approaching dust clouds from afar and slowly instructed the messenger beside him. "If there are no further Fanyu reinforcements, signal the ambush troops to retreat and prepare to sound the retreat." "Understood." The two messengers immediately headed to the ambush sites on either side of the formation. As they spoke, the forces under Roberto and Gale were less than 300 steps away. Seeing this, Isaiah promptly sounded the retreat. The Han army withdrew rapidly. By the time Gale and Roberto met up, the Han army's previous position was already empty. The two men looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. However, their soldiers soon erupted in cheers, waving their weapons. The Han army retreated. "They're retreating." Gale quickly snapped out of his confusion and spurred his horse towards Roberto. "Military strategist Jew, we've won. We should return to camp and report to Lord Jagarin immediately." "Hold on a moment." Roberto swallowed and waved a hand. "To go back like this would be too risky. We need to instruct our troops on a unified account." "Oh, Brother Jew makes sense." Gale, nearly overwhelmed by excitement, quickly realized the importance of Roberto's advice. If they returned without preparation, Kit would only need to ask their soldiers to know that the Han army had already begun retreating as soon as they approached. Following Roberto's advice, the two stayed on the battlefield for another 2 hours until all officers knew how to narrate the battle. Only then did they lead their troops back to camp. The soldiers, happy to embellish according to the strategies of the two advisors. After all, victory meant credit and rewards. Who wouldn't embrace wealth and supplies? Back at the front camp, Gale and Roberto walked with their heads held high past Hyatt, who frowned deeply. "General Gao, the Han army has retreated. We shall inform our lord now. The rest is up to you, General Gao." "Your subordinate obeys." Though Hyatt was displeased, he still bowed in acknowledgement. Hyatt couldn't understand why, when facing him, the Han army was so difficult to defeat, yet it crumbled so quickly before Gale and Roberto. Naturally, besides Hyatt, Kit himself harbored similar doubts. In the main tent, he listened carefully to their detailed accounts. Unfortunately, their meticulous preparation left no openings. Kit couldn't help but wonder, could these two military advisors truly have the capability to command? Have I, Kit, failed to recognize their talents? Kit pondered aloud. Both military advisors have worked hard. Since you both have proven your ability to lead, let your troops be assigned under your commands. From today, you and Generals Hyatt and Johnny will take turns guarding the outer camp. Gale and Roberto, every thought of it made him wince. "My lord, I will leave immediately and return within 2 days with good news." Roberto bowed and departed. That night, in the Han army camp, Isaiah sent word to Gil that he intentionally let Gale and Roberto win. Gil handed the message to Aloysius with satisfaction. Aloysius bowed. "Your Majesty, the plan has succeeded. Once General Isaiah reunites with General Egbert, we can launch the final attack." Indeed. With Amador dead and Gale and Roberto leading the way among the advisors, this is a perfect time to strike. If Eddie hasn't arrived at Kit's camp when Isaiah reunites with Egbert, we'll begin the total assault. Gil nodded. What troubled him most was the possibility of Eddie reaching Kit first. Sometimes people aren't limited by their abilities, but by the way they perceive and treat others since childhood. Peace prevailed in the Han camp, but Kit felt something odd about the victory. The growing discomfort forced him to set aside his pride and write a letter immediately, urging Amador to release Eddie. Fingering his beard, Kit hesitated for a long time. Lord Jagarin. At that moment, Darwin entered the camp. "Oh, Darwin, it's late. What urgent matter brings you here?" Kit put aside his thoughts and asked. "Upon returning to camp today, I heard about the great victory achieved by military strategist Gale and front lines." As they spoke, Roberto and Gale's forces were less than 300 paces away. Seeing this, Isaiah immediately sounded the retreat signal. The Han army withdrew very quickly. By the time Gale and Roberto converged, the previous Han army formation was already empty. The two exchanged glances, feeling somewhat lost, but soon heard cheers from their soldiers who were raising weapons high. The Han army retreated. They've retreated. Gale quickly snapped out of his daze and rode up to Roberto. "Military advisor Jew, we've won. We should hurry back to report to the Lord." "Hold it." Roberto swallowed hard and waved his hand. Returning like this isn't cautious enough. We must instruct the soldiers to give a unified account. Brother Jew is right. Gale nearly got carried away by excitement. If they return like this, Kit would only need to question the soldiers under their command to know that the Han army had retreated just as they reached the front lines. Following Roberto's advice, the two stayed for 2 hours in front of the Han army lines, ensuring all officers knew how to recount the battle before leading the troops back contentedly. The soldiers, in fact, happily followed the two advisors' instructions to boast about the victory. After all, winning could bring rewards, and who would argue with wealth and provisions? Back at the forward camp, Gale and Roberto looked proudly at the frowning Hyatt and said, General Gao, the Han army has retreated. We will now report to the Lord. Further matters will be handled by General Gao. Advisor Su, you shall be in charge of this task. All outer camp troops will follow your orders. Gale's face lit up with joy, and he bowed in retreat. Seeing Gale accept the task, Roberto promptly added, Lord, besides building the towers, I believe we should apply pressure on the Black Mountain Army. Oh, Military Advisor Jew, please elaborate. 1. Rock did not personally lead the attack this time, which shows his intentions are not pure. And 2. Our army has lost 2 generals, yet we don't know how many soldiers the Black Mountain Army has lost. I wish to visit the Black Mountain Army camp to investigate Rock's true strength, and then apply appropriate pressure so he willingly serves as our vanguard. Rock is a fickle person, and I find him distasteful. Taking advantage of this victory, the strategist can indeed put pressure on him. Fingering his beard, Kit found Roberto's suggestion quite satisfactory. After all, recruiting Barrett and Douglas cost him dearly, plus the provisions given to Rock, causing him much heartache. Lord, I will go immediately. Within 2 days, I will bring you good news. Roberto bowed and took his leave. That night, in the Han army camp, Isaiah had dispatched a messenger to inform Gil about intentionally letting Gale and Roberto win. Gil handed the message to Aloysius, who approved. It's like Hans and Hyatt are far too incompetent? Lord, you've known these people for several years. You should be clear about their capabilities, Darwin said, giving Kit a new perspective. Seeing Kit nod, Darwin continued, Lord, even General Joab, leading the undefeated vanguard camp in fierce battle with the Han army, only stood a 50-50 chance. Darwin, do you mean the Han army intentionally let them win? But how could Gil know that they were leading the troops this time? Could there possibly be spies among them? Kit anxiously asked Darwin. Lord, I dare not conclude who the spies in the military might be. But as for the true abilities of these 2 individuals, you should know better than anyone else. I suggest you immediately invite Eddie back to the camp. Darwin respectfully suggested, knowing full well the risks of bringing up Eddie's name before Kit. After hearing him out, Kit sighed, all right, I'll write to Amador, ordering him to release Eddie and send him here. Upon hearing this, Darwin bowed deeply and did not speak further. With the military matters at hand, we must trouble you, Advisor Darwin. Capable men are scarce at this moment. After finishing his letter, Kit personally descended from his seat, handed over the letter to Darwin, and patted his shoulder, saying so. 2 days later, behind Kit's forces, Amador and until the conquest of Yuzhou, after which we should attempt an intervention into Qingzhou and Shuzhou, gradually planning our move against the Han. Unfortunately, the Lord was misled by Ascari, launching an early attack, although seizing Luoxong, yet leaving us unable to sustain momentum. Hearing this, Amador marveled at Eddie's insight despite his confinement. If I go to the front now, if victory comes, then all is well. If not, with Gale, Roberto, and Avon around, the Lord will certainly recall my past advice. Our Lord cares too much for appearances. When that day comes, even immortals may find it hard to save me. Amador didn't voice it, but he knew Eddie spoke the truth. Forget it. Please fetch me a bucket of hot water and a set of clean clothes, General Amador. Mr. Samuel. No more talk as a subject. I shall follow the Lord's orders. Eddie waved weakly, trying to stand and tidy up his disheveled hair. Amador immediately arranged for his bath and attire change. During this time, Eddie inquired about the recent battles between Jagarin's and Han's armies, quickly comprehending the current predicament. An hour later, dressed cleanly, Eddie, supported by Amador, boarded the carriage bound for Kit's front lines. Single horsemen traveled faster than the entire army. By the second day, Eddie arrived at Jagarin's camp just as Isaiah to lead a battalion into battle. Arvid, now dressed in battle armor, his left arm still bandaged, had healed considerably though it limited some of his movement. Did Dr. Hua agree to allow you to join battle? Gil helped Arvid up. Your Majesty, Dr. Hua said leading troops is acceptable but personal combat isn't advisable yet. Seeing Arvid's eagerness, Gil couldn't dismiss his request and said, General Lewis, since this time I'm deploying all forces. Generals Jeremy and Jalen need to protect me. How about switching roles? Let you protect me, and them lead the charge? Arvid glanced at Jeremy and Jalen. Normally, these few got along well, with Jalen referring to Arvid as brother. Now Gil proposed this, making it hard for Arvid to refuse. Chapter 306. Gil deploys troops. Han army launches a general assault. Seeing Arvid hesitate, Gil immediately turned to Jeremy and Jalen, winking at them. The two immediately understood and walked to Arvid's side. Brother Lewis, you have already earned the fame of a single rider breaking through 10,000 enemy troops. This time, we can't establish any merits in camp. Why don't you give this merit to your two younger brothers this time? Jeremy smiled and said to Arvid, Brother Lewis, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. I've never liked rushing into battle. In this battle, all my merits will be credited under brother. Jalen nodded, saying sincerely, there must be no mistake. Aloysius responded, all generals, this battle concerns the success or failure of lifting the siege on Luoxong. Please proceed carefully, do not act rashly. If the battle becomes protracted, first ensure the safety of our troops. Don't make reckless moves. Aloysius's eyes naturally shifted towards Jeremy, Jalen, and Creed, who tended to lose calm once the battle began. His primary concern, don't worry, advisor. This battle against the rebels will have our strength suffice. We will completely wipe out the Black Mountain Army, Jeremy said with a smile, cupping his hands in salute. Yes, if you three quickly break through the Black Mountain forces, rendezvous with Ricky, Ray, and Garrett to attack Joab's camp together. Doing so would capitalize on Kit's inability to reinforce in time, securing the western city areas, Aloysius added, nodding. Howard, Gerhard, you three, when you reach Joab's camp, do not attack hastily. You've already experienced the prowess of the Vanguard Corps under Joab. First, gauge the recovery rate of their injured soldiers. If they lack manpower, then launch major attacks. Advisor, rest assured. We understand the situation, Ray and Garrett replied, letting Ricky answer on behalf of them. These three are reliable even alone, much less when combined. They always prioritize steady advancement, Gil agreed, knowing their capabilities. Now, all generals, swiftly return to camp and prepare. Tomorrow at dawn, we march promptly, no delay. The ministers bow and retreat. The generals first saluted Gil, then saluted Aloysius and Anton before departing. Your Majesty, the deployment for this battle is indeed meticulous. Anton pointed at the sand table and smiled. Jeremy and company excel in intense battles. Ordering them as vanguard will leverage their strengths to defeat the enemy quickly. Ricky's group is steady. Ordering them to assault will likely avoid significant setbacks. Then, combining forces would double pressure on Joab. If Kit fails to timely reinforce and Price assists us inside out, we might engulf Joab's strong army. Gil nodded. Indeed, this is what I envision. Seizing Joab here will ease subsequent warfare. From Egbert's reports, despite our overwhelming numbers, capturing Shindu was challenging, indicating Kit enjoys high prestige in G Province. Without a commander, his garrison still fiercely resisted. Even I might struggle to achieve this. Gil praised Kit generously, acknowledging his achievements. Kit wasn't incompetent. Under his governance, the people prospered, and nearby ethnic tribes dared not invade easily. His lineage also balanced local nobility well. If Kit hadn't rushed to conflict, Gil wouldn't have attacked preemptively, as Kit's loyal. Chapter 307. A surprise attack on the Black Mountain Army. Desmond's tragic death. So I'll take your good words, General Lewis. Gil smiled faintly and rode with Arvid to lead the troops until they stopped 2 li away from the Black Mountain Army camp. At this moment, the vanguard of the Han army had already penetrated into the enemy camp. The shouts of battle rang like thunder in their ears continuously. Jeremy and Jalen, originally local militia leaders, detested such bandits the most. They did not discuss any tactics but joined Creed in charging ahead as the vanguard and began a bloody slaughter as soon as they entered the enemy's ranks. On the contrary, the Black Mountain Army was entirely unprepared for this sudden attack by the Han army and was flustered. Firstly, many capable commanders of the Black Mountain Army were either injured or dead. Secondly, Rock assumed that after raiding the camp, the main offensive force of the Han army would be focused on the north of the city. After all, since food supplies could be transported into the city, another strong assault on his forces seemed unnecessary. However, as an emperor, Gil despised these bandits like Rock even more than Kit did. These bandits profited from lawless and unjust acts amidst the country's chaos. For the Han dynasty, eradicating such marauders remained the highest priority at any time. During the early hours of Chenshur, when Rock and Desmond were still in, these 100 yellow-clothed soldiers stood out prominently. Jeremy and Jalen quickly noticed them. Dwayne, never thought we'd see yellow-turbaned soldiers here. Jalen wiped the blood from his face and pointed toward Desmond with his halberd. Yes, if we capture them, His Majesty will surely reward us richly. Big brother, let me go first. Jeremy then galloped toward Desmond, with Jalen following closely behind. Don't underestimate them, Dwayne. Upon encountering Jeremy's saber strike, Desmond retaliated fiercely with his mace, causing Jeremy's arms to tremble. Jeremy glared, turning his horse and observing Desmond. In terms of physique, Desmond was comparable to Jeremy but slightly shorter than Jalen. Unexpectedly, he possessed astonishing arm strength. Jeremy, rarely being at a disadvantage in physical strength, felt taken aback. Hey, Han General, why attack our camp? Desmond questioned, holding his mace. Jeremy suddenly grinned. You thief, asking such ridiculous questions? You are bandits, we are government troops. It's righteous to eradicate you. How dare you ask otherwise? Do you not know the ones you command are robbers? Startled, Desmond retorted, bandits? We are righteous troops serving heaven's will. Heaven has perished, yellow heaven? Before he finished, Jalen's halberd slashed towards him. Too noisy. Dwayne, leave without delay. Just as Jalen reached him, a sword pierced Desmond's chest. Chapter 308. Rock's defeat and Price's deployment. This sudden turn of events left Jalen utterly perplexed. Desmond spat out blood from his mouth and slowly turned his head to see that it was none other than his brother Rock who had stabbed him. Seeing that Desmond still had some strength left, Rock immediately used all his might to pull out the sword, causing Desmond's body to lose support and collapse on the ground, convulsing. Seeing that he was still moving, Rock promptly gave him a kick. Jalen stood there uncertainly, not knowing whether to continue swinging his halberds or stop. Rock's actions were beyond his comprehension. General, Rock is willing to surrender to Han. Please recommend me to His Majesty. If His Majesty accepts my defection, all the troops under the Black Mountain Army will be at His Majesty's command. Rock threw away his sword and knelt down in front of Jalen, shouting loudly. Jalen scratched his head, unsure of what to do. By the time he and Desmond were battling fiercely, Jeremy had already brought the Azure Dragon army to surround them, clearing away the surrounding rebel forces. Seeing Jalen hesitate, Rock quickly added, to be honest with you, General, this man was the main culprit. I originally came from a good family, but joined the rebel forces to survive. Hearing this, Jeremy cupped his hands towards Jalen. His Majesty is just stationed behind. Bill looked into the distance as he spoke, without even glancing at Rock. Rock, on the other hand, smiled apologetically. Your Majesty exaggerates. It is your brilliant strategy and brave soldiers. Lieutenant General Rock, although you have contributed to our great Han, you also bear grave faults. You rebels exploited the chaos of our empire to enrich yourselves. Although this is not entirely your fault, since you did play a significant role in instigating the upheaval. But ultimately, it was the era that led to this. Even without Rock, others like Bram or Harvey Yin would have appeared. However, the official army remains the official army, and the rebel army remains the rebel army. Your contributions are acknowledged, but your wrongdoings cannot be easily pardoned. Gil glanced at Jeremy, who immediately understood. His hands reached for his saber. Hearing this, Rock instinctively thought his offer was insufficient and quickly said, "Your Majesty, we have the food supplies given by Kit. I am willing to present them all to you." "Haha, Lieutenant General Rock, what you say is amusing. I own the entire world. These supplies are already mine. How can you offer what is already mine?" "Your Majesty, I also know the layout of Kit's troops and can help defeat them." Hearing this, Gil waved his hand dismissively. "My conflict with Kit is a matter of the world. What does it have to do with you rebels?" Gil waved his hand and explained seriously. "Your Majesty's foresight is far beyond mine." Arvid nodded, agreeing with Gil's logic. At the Black Mountain Army's camp, after fierce battles with the Han troops, the number of dead and wounded rebels was already significant. The remaining surrendering soldiers numbered less than 10,000 and were fully controlled by Jalen and Creed's men. Upon Gil's arrival, Jalen and Creed promptly handed over these prisoners and hurried to support Ricky and others. The 5,000 Vermilion Bird troops under Gil were seasoned veterans, more than enough to watch over the 10,000 captured rebels. By noon, Ricky and Ray had already attacked Joab's camp multiple times. However, Joab remained inside, making it difficult for the Han troops to make progress. The continuous shouts of attack finally convinced Price in Luiszong City that this was indeed a decisive battle between the Han and Kit. He immediately pulled Ahmed to mobilize the available troops within the city. Despite the secret grain supplies from Gil through the river, the number of troops in Luiszong was too large to fully feed everyone. Many soldiers had already died due to starvation and poor health. Price's current troops were less than 60,000, and those capable of fighting and breaking out numbered no more than 10,000 at most. Yao Kai, this massive attack on Joab's camp shows that His Majesty intends to break through the encirclement. Quickly gather all available troops and exit through the west gate to assist His Majesty inside and outside. Hearing this, Ahmed asked immediately, "Brother, then what about you?" Price waved his hand. "If we both leave, the soldiers inside will think we are abandoning the city and cause unrest. I'll stay, you go." Price's tone was resolute, not allowing Ahmed to argue. Chapter 309. Joab fails to secure aid. Hans fights hard against the Han army. Ahmed, upon hearing this, did not dare to object further and hurriedly went to assemble troops to head for the west city gate. At this moment, all of Joab's attention was on the front of the camp, with only less than 1,000 soldiers guarding the city gate. Has the messenger seeking reinforcements not returned yet? He has not, General. The Black Mountain Army scatters faster than wildfire. They are even worse than waste. Joab cursed under his breath and shook his head. General Chu, the Han army's attacks are relentless. It looks like our forward encampment can't hold much longer. Hans walked into the camp looking somewhat disheveled, speaking to Joab. General Zhang, Lord Kermit has not given us orders yet. For now, we can only hold our ground. There is no other way. Joab also felt helpless. After the fierce battles, half of the veteran soldiers in the camp were dead or wounded. The newly added recruits were not only insufficient in numbers, but also lacked battle experience. At this point, if not for the remaining veterans holding on bitterly, the Han army would have already breached the camp. Oh, this accursed Black Mountain army, supposedly reinforcing us, they are actually undermining our morale. Hans understood Joab's difficulties upon hearing this and left to support the front lines again. Ricky and a few others, seeing that Joab's forward camp was taking too long to breach, were not worried. Experienced Garrett had already noticed the changes in Joab's camp. The new recruits filling the gaps, whether in formation or filling vacancies, seemed completely inexperienced. Howard Gerhard, when it comes time to break their formation, I'll need the two of you to distract Joab and Hans. I will lead the Xianying camp directly past the encampment to bring out General Kermit. Garrett's words were immediately endorsed by Ray. The key to this battle isn't defeating Joab, but rescuing the beleaguered army in the city. This plan is excellent. Let's proceed as such. With Ray's agreement, Garrett immediately moved the Xianying camp soldiers to one side, waiting for an opportunity to infiltrate when the defenses of Joab's forward camp weakened. Seeing this, Ricky immediately suggested, "Let me lead the Ari heavy cavalry to tear open a gap, then forces forward." Facing the enemy, Creed saw that the opposing commander was none other than Hans and laughed. "Defeated by my hand. Why not surrender early?" Upon hearing this, Hans, who was originally seething, lost his anger when he recognized Creed. Seeing Hans silent, Creed did not press further. He immediately ordered the 5,000 Jiangxia soldiers and 5,000 new recruits under his command to form an array. The Jiangxia soldiers raised their shields forward, forming a shield wall behind which the new recruits arranged the crossbow arrays. These crossbows required 4 men per unit, 1 man carrying, 1 man aiming, 1 man defending, and 1 man reloading. A total of 1,250 Jagran Roan crossbows, loaded and ready. Seeing this, Hans immediately ordered his soldiers to raise their shields in defense. However, he had never seen the infantry-specific Jagran Roan crossbows before. As the Jiangxia soldiers advanced, soon being less than 200 paces away from the enemy, they suddenly spread out, squatting down with paired shields to expose gaps for the crossbows. Creed, seeing his troops ready, waved the red flag signaling the launch. The red flag fell, and 1,250 crossbows fired simultaneously. The battlefield resounded with continuous crossbow firing sounds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In one volley, the Han army's crossbowmen fired 5 specially designed bolts each. To Hans's men, it looked like a continuous rain of arrows. Despite their shields, the incessant barrage overwhelmed them. Hans's new recruits started showing signs of wariness, dropping their shields and causing small collapses. Hans could only urge his men to hold their shields tightly. If the two armies closed within 50 more steps, he could counterattack with archers, but the Han army's superior range kept him at bay. After 3 rounds of arrow volleys, Creed retracted the crossbow array, satisfied. Jeremy and Jalen's Qinglong infantry filled the gap. Although the casualties were limited, less than 200 from 10,000 enemies, the psychological impact was immense. Hans tried to remind his men about crossbow tactics, but was startled by the seamless transitions between Han formations. This Han army's continuous attacks, such smooth coordination. Have their elite troops not suffered any losses? Hans couldn't help but wonder. The scene continued to develop as Hans's forces struggled against the unyielding pressure from the Han army. Chapter 310. Hans retreats, Joab orders withdrawal. Hans inwardly marveled, but his soldiers were now gripped by fear of the deadly crossbows they had just witnessed. Their formation slowly retreated. The seasoned veterans remained composed. They understood the intricacies of battle formations and knew that crossbows could not be fired when allies were ahead. However, the new recruits were far less aware. They imagined the crossbows lurking in every unseen corner, aiming at them from unknown directions. The gruesome sight of their comrades' deaths constantly reminded them of the fatal outcome of being hit. Fear and panic spread among the new recruits like wildfire in dry grasslands, rapidly eroding their morale. A sense of dread silently permeated their ranks. It wasn't until the disciplined and well-formed Qinglong army advanced towards them that they realized the most terrifying force was not the Han crossbows. The leading soldiers of the Qinglong army were fully armored, holding shields in one hand and ring pommel sabers in the other. As they closed in on the enemy, they rammed into them with full force using their shields. Clang! A unified, heavy sound echoed across the battlefield like the ringing of a temple bell. The seasoned veterans managed to hold their ground, knowing the tactics of heavy infantry and using their shields for support. However, the lines defended by new recruits were shattered like ant holes. Jeremy and Jalen saw the opening and immediately led their troops into the breached enemy lines. Breaking through an army's defenses from outside was difficult, but exploiting internal weaknesses was as easy as a chick breaking out of its shell. Once inside, Jalen wielded his Kwanga halberd with lethal efficiency, creating a sea of bodies wherever he went. Seeing this giant, Hans's soldiers lost all will to fight, their legs trembling in terror. Seeing this, Hans ordered his messenger to inform Joab while he galloped forward to face Jalen. Upon hearing the horse hooves beside him, Jalen leaped aside, attacking another group of enemies, narrowly avoiding Hans's strike. When Jalen turned back, their eyes met, and a bone-chilling cold spread through Hans's body. Facing Jalen felt like being a mouse caught in a cat's gaze, paralyzed and helpless. All Hans could sense from Jalen's calm expression was an icy resolve, a quality earned through countless battles and the loss of countless lives. Jalen grinned, seemingly encouraging Hans for his previous attack. In the next moment, Jalen's bulky figure moved with surprising agility, approaching Hans. Before Hans could react, a powerful force sent him tumbling to the ground, along with his horse. As a seasoned warrior, Hans quickly extricated himself from under his fallen mount, retreating several steps with his spear before turning to face the enemy. Almost instantly, Jalen charged forward, halberd in hand. Their weapons clashed, but instead of the expected sound of impact, Hans's spear was cleaved in two by the force of Jalen's halberd. The tip of the spear fell to the ground, and Hans stood frozen in disbelief. His weapon, though not a divine weapon, was one of the best in the army, having endured numerous battles without issue. Is it really a matter of strength? Hans thought to himself. Jalen saw him hesitate, but did not pursue. Instead, he asked, "Surrender?" With a sigh, Hans dropped his broken spear and fled, disappearing into the chaos. Jalen scratched his head in confusion, then continued his charge against the leaderless enemy forces. Despite the odds, Hans's 10,000 men had held against 4 times their number for nearly an hour, demonstrating their elite status. However, the moment Hans fled, it signaled the beginning of their collapse. Within moments, what previously seemed impregnable, Joab's front camp, fell into Han hands. Ray and others watched Jeremy bring back prisoners, admiring the feat. "Brother, these men should not be killed lightly." Jeremy hurriedly intervened when Jalen raised his halberd. "Why can't we kill these soldiers? The Emperor executed so many rebels, why can't we do the same to these officers? These are Joab's elite soldiers under kit, not ordinary bandits. Let's take them to the Emperor for his judgment," Jeremy explained. "True, but it's a pity Hans escaped. Otherwise, we could have exchanged him for a few barrels of immortal drunkenness. Brother, want some good wine? Escorting these prisoners to the Emperor will surely earn rewards." Creed spoke up. Jalen nodded, immediately taking command of his troops and leading the prisoners towards the previous Black Mountain camp. "Generals, the Emperor didn't specify tactics after breaching Joab's camp. With the front camp broken, Creed and I should report back. The rest is left to you three." Jeremy and Creed saluted Ricky, Ray, and Garrett, then withdrew with their troops. "Mason, when Jagrin, stick to the plan. Cover us as we advance to the city gates." "Agreed. Mason, let's move quickly. We can't let them claim all the credit." Hearing this, Ray immediately advanced with Ricky toward Joab's main camp. By the time Hans reached Joab, news of the front line's collapse had already arrived. Joab did not blame Hans, understanding the hopelessness of the situation. "Still no word from Lord Jagrin?" Panting heavily, Hans asked. Joab shook his head, saying, "We should retreat. Holding out will only delay the Han army's advance." After a moment's silence, Hans responded, "Fine. This defeat isn't your fault. I'll personally confess to Lord Jagrin. General Zhang speaks too much. Am I so unjust? With the Han forces overwhelming us, this battle is not your fault. I'll explain it to Lord Jagrin." Joab patted Hans on the shoulder and ordered the retreat. Fleeing hastily, Jagrin's army in the western city carried only essentials, leaving behind abandoned camps and stores of grain. Just as Ahmed opened the western gate, there were no enemies left to face, only empty encampments and supplies left behind. Chapter 311. Xiahou Jin's cautiousness, Emperor Gil's personal arrival. Ahmed couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Instinctively, he thought this was some sort of strategy by Joab. He immediately ordered the Han soldiers around him to form up into ranks. Outside the city walls, the breeze laced with a hint of blood carried on, stirring Ahmed's sensitive nerves. Human willpower is an amazing thing. After repeated and painful trials, most people would choose to give up and submit. A few among them, however, would persist through the pain. These few became even more loyal to what they previously believed in. Under the cover of the gentle breeze and the fires of war, the soft sound of armor rubbing against each other slowly entered Henrik's ears. Henrik glanced at the remaining soldiers behind him, who had lost their former robustness. Without much hesitation, from his hoarse throat came a somewhat suppressed yet decisive word, kill. This simple order was like a spark igniting dry wood. The imprisoned Han soldiers, having suffered from hunger and disease for too long, erupted with unprecedented fervor within the Han soldiers. Ahmed and his men held their Han standardized ring-bladed swords in place. The once renowned archer Henrik squinted his eyes, examining the equipment of the Xian army until he noticed the large red Han flag alongside the Gaub banner. Only then did he start to believe. Are you truly allies? From the time they were besieged, Price and Ahmed hadn't ceased attempting to break through. However, Joab and the other defending forces outside the city used various methods to repeatedly repel them. Seeing Ahmed still hesitating, Garrett, unsure of how to proceed, promptly ordered a messenger to inform Gil. Is this General Xiahou? Why don't we wait for His Majesty to arrive before making any decisions? Hearing this, Ahmed first nodded, but then shook his hands vigorously. No. How do I know you're informing the Emperor or calling for reinforcements of the bandits? Unless you put down your weapons and come over here, I won't trust you. Garrett smiled slightly. That's easy. Should I prepare ropes for General Xiahou? If you have them, tie your own hands. Ahmed replied after some thought. Garrett dismounted, discarding his spear and sword, shedding his armor, and ordering his subordinates to tightly bind his hands before walking slowly towards Ahmed alone. Seeing this, Ahmed scratched his head. If this were the enemy, how could they achieve such a degree of compliance? But his fragile and tense nerves wouldn't let him risk endangering the last reserves of Luoxong City. He immediately grabbed the rope binding Garrett and led his troops back into the city. General Xiahou, there's no need to be so tense, right? Now that my commanding officer is in your hands, what's there to fear? Garrett tried to soothe him. You shut up. I, Ahmed, can take risks, but these soldiers cannot. Ahmed then ordered his men to withdraw into the city. You go up to the city wall, draw your bows and arrows, and if this man deceives us and leads an attack, shoot immediately. General, what about you? Ahmed smiled faintly. Hee, what does a brave man fear about death? Trapped in the city for days, Ahmed had often fantasized about his death, even contemplating suicide during this humiliating period. As a military general, not dying on the battlefield was his greatest regret. Now, presented with this chance, how could he possibly miss it? The soldiers wanted to persuade him, but seeing the resolve and numbness in Ahmed's eyes, they understood and withdrew into the city. Half an hour later, Gil finally learned of the situation below the city. Fearing Kit might send reinforcements, Gil didn't wait for his troops and galloped directly to Luoxong City. Below the city of Luoxong, Ahmed engaged a contingent to guard the western gate. Hearing this, Garrett immediately accepted the order and withdrew. Gil dismounted, helping Ahmed, who was kneeling on the ground, to his feet. Is Kermit Manuel doing well? Big brother is somewhat weak, Ahmed answered with tears in his eyes. In reality, whether it was Price or Ahmed, they were both more educated than the average soldiers. They understood that when someone who once served as the Empire's vanguard became a burden, the Empire would often mercilessly abandon them. Their names might not even appear in the future history of the Han Empire, all in an attempt to erase memories of this unfavorable battle. But now, Emperor Gil had not only not abandoned them, but also personally led troops into a grueling battle for their sake. How could the soldiers in the city not be moved by this? At this moment, the Han troops within the city, learning that the Emperor had arrived, those who could move helped those who couldn't, gathering around the city gate. The soldiers knelt in unison. Seeing this, Gil immediately addressed the Han soldiers inside Luoxong City. This battle has been tough for each and every one of you brave heroes. Upon hearing the word, heroes, the crowd's voices broke with emotion, thanking the Emperor repeatedly. Ahmed glanced at Gil and loudly announced in front of him, neither the Emperor nor the Han Empire have forgotten us. Soon our fellow comrades will bring food here. Tonight, we'll have wine and meat. Those who can move should help those who cannot, clearing the way for food and doctors to enter the city. The soldiers reacted instantly, even those who couldn't move struggling to create a path for their incoming comrades. By now, Gil had already ascended the city wall. On the wall, Price shakily knelt, welcoming Gil with clasped hands. No need for formalities, Manuel, Gil said, reaching out to help Price up and guiding him to his seat. Your Majesty, to see you in armor again, I am willing to die 10,000 times. Price's hair and beard were streaked with white, reflecting the hardships he had endured. Yet, Gil noticed that Price's spirit remained strong. Manuel, I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. Your Majesty, please ask. I want to know why Manuel did not surrender to Kit. Gil paused and added, given the circumstances, I imagine even a world-renowned general would find it impossible to turn the tide. It seemed that only by surrendering to Kit could you save your entire army. But Manuel not only refused to surrender, but also managed to keep the morale of the entire starving army intact, which reminded me of the 13 heroes returning to Jagerman Pass. Price's expression tightened, and he promptly replied, ability to inspire respect for imperial authority. Manuel, though you acted rashly, you still achieved great deeds and set an example for future generations. Rest well these next few days. Price responded hesitantly, Your Majesty, could I camp outside the city? After being confined for months, staying in the city feels. Gil smiled. Fine. After the meal today, you may relieve Garrett outside the city. Meanwhile, Joab had retreated to Kit's camp north of the city. Seeing Joab arrive, Kit knew immediately that the western gate had fallen. But Kit did not punish Joab or Hans. This was foreseen by Mr. Eddie. You are not to blame. Go and reorganize your troops and rest. Joab and Hans were amazed. Mr. Eddie is here? Yes, just a day's journey away. He sent word predicting your defeat. Why didn't you send reinforcements earlier if you knew? Kit patiently explained. Eddie advised that with the high morale of the Han troops and the breach of the encirclement, adding reinforcements would be futile. Instead, we should consolidate forces and retreat to Jing County, maintaining a standoff with the Han. I see, Joab nodded. Lord, we should follow the advisor's strategy quickly, Hans urged. Not yet. We need a slow retreat, keeping our true situation hidden from the Han, especially the news about Eddie. What do you mean? Shoo. Kit silenced them with a gesture. That night, Brendan and his team of physicians had conducted initial diagnoses for the soldiers besieged for months, but the results were grim. Gil was feasting with Price and others when Brendan approached with news. Gil excused himself and led Brendan to a secluded area. Your Majesty, most of the defenders may be beyond medical aid. Why? Gil asked, perplexed. If they had survived such hardship and starvation, what could be worse? Your Majesty, I examined many soldiers suffering from various diseases. Most have eaten dead bodies. Furthermore, based on my experience, they consumed many unidentified substances. These substances won't show immediate effects, but over time, various illnesses will emerge, Brendan sighed helplessly. Chapter 313. Gil seeks a quick battle. Kit retreats to Jing County. Do you think these soldiers should go or stay? Gil asked with a nod. In my humble opinion, they must not remain in the army. Troops are densely packed together. Once an outbreak occurs, it will spread like wildfire, replied Brendan. Furthermore, if they return home, there's also some risk. Brendan deliberated carefully, not wanting to say too much. Half of them. Please select half and divide them into 2 camps for treatment. Gil, understanding the dangers as a modern person, insisted. This was not just a matter of benevolence. If an epidemic were to break out, the entire army could collapse. Kit for too long. Whether Jude, Stephen, or even Briar, they all have their limits of loyalty. Once we're bogged down for too long, they'll start to think differently. Gil calmly expressed his concerns, based on human nature which may unfold as predicted. Your Majesty, for a quick resolution, we must summon Evander from Bingzhou for support, Aloysius said bluntly. I still want to try capturing Kit without mobilizing Evander. This war has already dragged on for too long, nearly reaching the limit of resources and economy from 3 provinces. If Evander achieves another great victory, I won't be able to demilitarize him post-war. After all, wartime and peacetime are different. Gil tapped the table. If Egbert and Isaiah continue to attack Kit's rear, they can eventually destroy Kit's forces. I propose recalling Egbert and Isaiah to surround Jing County, Anton suggested. I give the army only 3 more months. Fiki doesn't mention it, but I know the state of the treasury and internal affairs. We don't need to annihilate all of Kit's troops, but Kit himself must be defeated. As long as this is met, the army is at your disposal, Gil acknowledged. Aloysius and Anton bowed and left the tent. Giannakai, the emperor seems different. Aloysius stroked his chin. Yes. Did you observe the soldiers in the city after entering? All our troops are former Qingflu refugees and yellow turbans led back by General Kermit. But this resource is now exhausted. Recruiting more soldiers would sever the lifeline of these displaced people. If the war continues, we'll be trapped in a demographic and economic quagmire. Today, I noticed injured soldiers divided into 2 camps, with nearly half untreatable by Brendan. Tens of thousands. Neither killing nor freeing them benefits our empire. But I have a plan. We can settle them in Bingzhou near the Xiongnu and Xinbei markets, relocating gradually each month to newly cultivated lands. This expands production and Dieter's barbarians, Aloysius proposed. Not bad indeed. Even marrying them off to the Xiongnu. If the illness spreads, it could be a catastrophe, Anton mused. Enough. I'll write letters to recall Generals Egbert and Isaiah. That noon, Price and Henrik paid homage to Gil after resting. Manuel, no need for formalities. You faced Kit initially. Now, Kit leads his last troops in Jing County. I've recalled Isaiah and Egbert. When they arrive, it's time to face Kit. I believe you should lead the final battle. Price bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. I discussed the injured soldiers with Brendan. They're divided into 2 camps, as you know. I understand you're concerned about them. Rather than worrying about half, let's use them in the final battle against Kit. How? Half require long-term recovery, Gil queried. I consulted Brendan. He has a formula that can sacrifice the troops who had been besieged in the city for so long, solely to ensure victory over Kit. Brother, are you really going to weaken your own forces? Ahmed hesitated. Miaotsai, when decisive action is needed, one must act. Price glanced at him and said, though these soldiers are technically under my command, they ultimately belong to His Majesty. If I start haggling over these matters now, His Majesty may not give me this chance. The current battle is fiercely contested, yet His Majesty still refuses to use General Evander's Bingzhou troops, indicating that he plans to weaken the northern forces. If I hoard my troops, wouldn't I just be inviting trouble? Ahmed understood partially and nodded. Meanwhile, the Han army had outlined their basic strategy for the decisive battle against Kit. In Kit's camp, Gale and Roberto were still debating with Eddie. My lord, on the day Eddie opposed your expedition, now you believe his retreat plan? Aren't you tying your own hands? Gale looked at Kit and asked. I indeed advised caution, but now that we've come to blows and suffered repeated defeats due to their clever tactics, if we don't consolidate our forces and draw the Han army into a decisive battle, once Xindu falls and Egbert and Isaiah infiltrate our territory, what will you do then? Eddie snorted and looked at Roberto and Gale. My lord, to win now, we cannot seek immediate victory. Instead, we must delay. Delay until the Han army can no longer sustain its vast manpower, forcing them to retreat. Only then will our army stand a chance. Afterwards, you can secure an alliance with the Gongsun clan and seize Yuzhou, using 2 provinces to counter the Han army. Eddie's suggestion won over most of the generals in the camp. While Kit was displeased, he secretly agreed. Advisor, Jing County isn't well fortified. If Egbert and Isaiah turn on us, how long can we hold? Kit asked Eddie. My lord, if we reinforce the defenses now, we have 2 to 3 days. But besides that, Jing County is merely the first line of defense. If we lose Jing County, we can move west through the river to Chioha. If we lose Chioha, we retreat to Julu. By doing so, we can exhaust more of the Han army's time. Eddie's statement immediately drew objections from Roberto. Such a calculated move. Would the Han army really let us retreat so calmly? My lord, I've already ordered General Amador to set up ambushes along the river and build pontoon bridges. The supplies brought back by Amador have already been distributed to Chioha and Julu. Rest assured. Kit felt relieved upon hearing this, but thought about Gale and Roberto, feeling they indeed fell short compared to Eddie. From then on, any military expansion following the misuse of eunuchs, why would I ride solo into G province? Kit responded, please manage the battle for me. All troops will follow your orders. Thank you, my lord. I have a request. Eddie bowed. Speak. I want to reassign Gale and Roberto to defend Shindu. Kit paused briefly before agreeing. My lord, Gale and Roberto read military books but offer little help in combat. They are better suited defending the rear. The generals and Pang Ji gathered around Eddie after the meeting. Advisor, what did the lord say? Hans asked. The lord agreed to my strategy. Gale and Roberto will go to Shindu. Eddie smiled. Great. Without these skilled orators, we'll have fewer distractions. Joab nodded in agreement. Chapter 315. Gale joins the Han. Famine looms for Kit. The generals cheered, but Gale and Roberto had squandered the advantages they had accumulated over time. Roberto looked at Gale with a bitter smile. Eddie's arrival has ruined all our plans. Gale sighed deeply, looking at Roberto. Let's hold out in Shindu, but we have no means to sustain it without resources. Brother Jew, I have a plan. Would you like to hear it? Gale spoke. Really? In such dire straits, what is your suggestion, Brother Sue? Roberto asked, raising his eyes. Gale leaned closer to Roberto, smiling faintly, speaking in an extremely low voice. What? Roberto looked at Gale, incredulous. Seeing this, Gale immediately pulled Roberto aside. We are both prominent families of G province. We must think about our clans. Roberto narrowed his eyes, glared at Gale, and turned away. I cannot stoop so low. We have different paths. Why be so stubborn, Brother Jew? Isn't it obvious who is strong and who is weak now? Gale blocked Roberto's path. To remain loyal until death is a fundamental principle for a minister. No matter how persuasive you are, I will not follow your advice. Let us part ways here. Roberto pushed past Gale, mounted his horse, and rode toward Shindu. Sigh, too rigid, far too rigid, Gale sighed. Also mounting his horse but heading in the opposite direction. That noon, in the Han camp. Your Majesty, a man claiming to be Kit's strategist seeks an audience. A messenger burst into Gil's tent and announced. Does he carry any official seals or credentials? No, only clothes and a yellow horse. Hearing this, Gil became curious. Oh, interesting. Bring him in quickly. Half an hour later, under the escort of soldiers, Gale cautiously entered Gil's tent. I am Gale, paying respects to your Majesty. Oh, Mr. Sue, why leave Kit's camp and come to me? Did Kit send you? Gil waved off the guards and looked directly at Gale. With all due respect, your Majesty, I've come to abandon the dark and join the light. Indeed? What do you mean? Not hiding from your Majesty, I can no longer stay in Kit's camp. Rather than wait helplessly in a besieged city, I'd rather choose the light. Gale sighed. With Eddie's arrival, you and Roberto indeed won't be valued anymore. But, Mr. Sue, switching sides isn't easy. If your leverage is not substantial enough, you might not get through my door. Gil raised his eyes. Your Majesty, please see if this will suffice. Gale pulled out a map from his robe and handed it to the guard, who placed it on Gil's desk. Unfolding the map, Gil found it was the defense layout plan by Eddie for Kit. After a moment, he closed the map and looked back at Gale. This may not be enough. Regarding troops and supplies, I seem to have the upper hand. Eddie is gambling that Kit's forces can withstand my attacks. All I need is steady progress to make his plan fail. Gale nodded slightly, realizing the map alone wasn't convincing enough. Silence filled the tent for a while. After some hesitation, Gale bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have another piece of information that could ensure a quick victory. Please continue. Gil straightened up and listened intently. How does Kit support tens of thousands excessively? Fair enough. During this period, you will remain with the army. There are still capable men under Kit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Satisfied, Gale bowed and left. Gil was pleased with Gale's information, learning Kit's grain was in Julu, altering the strategic balance. He summoned Aloysius and Anton to discuss new strategies. If so, Chiohe is the best place to intercept Kit's forces. If they reach Julu safely, we risk a protracted war, Aloysius said. Agreed. Perhaps let Egbert and Isaiah attack Kit's camp in Jingxian first, leaving a decoy force in Luixong, while moving the main force to Chiohe to cut off their retreat. Which general should lead this mission? They both smiled and simultaneously named Arvid. His arm injury isn't fully healed. Might not be the best choice? A deputy is necessary. I suggest General Creed. His Jiangxia troops can ambush along the river. Anton concluded, and Gil agreed immediately. Chapter 316. The Han army launches a powerful assault on the east gate, while the Jagran army retreats from the west gate. Pass the order, summon Creed and Arvid to come and pay homage. Emperor Gil issued his command, and immediately the messenger left to carry out the order. Within a short time, both generals arrived in the tent. Although General Arvid still had a bandage on his left hand, his right hand had fully recovered, along with his overall spirit and energy. As for Creed, he was as always, eager to lead the charge and take the forefront of battle. Enzo explained the plan to both generals, who quickly approved it. I volunteer to lead the Jiangxia troops as the vanguard, while leaving the remaining 5,000 infantry under the command of General Lewis, ready to ambush Kit's forces when they disembark and head towards Chiohe, Creed said with respect. Yes, Ezra's suggestion is excellent. I hereby appoint General Lewis as the commander and Ezra as the vanguard, to launch an ambush against Kit near Cho-Hee. Emperor Gil responded. Your servant accepts your order, both Arvid and Creed replied, taking the arrow token before exiting the tent to organize their troops. Gordon, Giace, you two will join Ray and Garrett to lead the White Tiger Army and wait west of Jing County. Meanwhile, I will lead the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise armies, along with Egbert and Isaiah to attack the east and south gates of Jing County. At that point, Kit will likely think we are launching a strong assault. If he moves towards Cho-Hee, he must exit from the west gate. You should attack him first, disrupt his central army, and disperse his forces. Your servants accept your order, the two men replied promptly, seeking Ray and Garrett to organize the troops. Gil had laid out his strategy. Now he just needed to wait for Egbert and Isaiah's troops to surprise Jing County from the east. The next morning at dawn, even though many soldiers were still asleep, Gil had already donned his armor and was waiting in the main to be the east. Weren't Egbert and Isaiah in Shindu? Furious, Kit slammed the report onto the table. The deep penetration of the Han army had crippled his intelligence network, leaving him unaware of Egbert and Isaiah's night march back to the main battlefield. My lord, do not panic. The Han army is attacking the east gate intensely, but Gil's flag appeared at the south gate, which shows our strategist's plan can still work. Gale deserted me at this critical moment. Did he predict my defeat against Gil? Very well. Execute Gale's family immediately. Kit violently threw the report down and ordered. My lord, please calm your anger. Gale should indeed die, but now we need to act immediately. If we let the Han army seize the initiative, our strategist's plan may fail. Hans quickly advised. Right. Where is Strategist Eddie? Reporting, Strategist Eddie has already mobilized the troops outside, awaiting your order to break through the west gate. Hyatt pulled back the curtain as he spoke. Outside the tent, countless soldiers stood ready, waiting for Kit's command. Recognizing the urgency, Kit ordered a full retreat through the west gate. With around 80,000 troops, splitting into 4 divisions was inevitable. Eddie meticulously arranged for Kit to personally lead 20,000 troops first. Next, Garrett would guard Kit with another 20,000 elite pikemen. Joab would lead 20,000 shock troops to secure the rear path, and Hans would follow with his ranks, and nearly 100 soldiers fell instantly. Form a phalanx. Form a phalanx. Despite Joab's commands, panic spread among his troops. Taking advantage, Garrett's well-prepared troops launched a deadly attack from the sides. Joab's shock troops were forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Form a phalanx. Quickly. Joab watched helplessly as his soldiers fell into chaos despite his cries. Amidst the din, Gil saw the battle commence and decisively ordered his cavalry to rush towards the west side of Jing County, aiming to cut off Kit's central force. Even if Kit managed to escape with half his men into Julu, it would only be a matter of time before he met his end. Chapter 317. Joab battles Garrett. Hans is captured. Now it's too late to form the battle formation, isn't it? Garrett raised his spear and charged at Joab. Joab was commanding his soldiers on horseback when Garrett took him by surprise. Seeing their general unexpectedly emerge from the formation, the troops of the sunk pit camp immediately surged forward to fill in the gap beside Garrett. This prevented Joab's personal guards from rushing over to support him within a short period. Ray observed all this happening. He immediately gave the order for a full-force spear charge. In an instant, the White Tiger Iron Cavalry charged towards the flank of Joab's army. Within a brief moment, Ray and Garrett took advantage of Joab's unstable formation to achieve significant victories. However, between two powerful armies clashing, although they could gain advantages with unexpected strategies, ultimate, retreat swiftly. Joab did not fall for it. After turning his horse, he stopped taking the initiative. Seeing his taunt ineffective, Garrett could only charge forward. Both skilled veterans with proficient spear techniques, their fight became fiercely intense. Noticing Garrett successfully engaging Joab, Ray immediately led the White Tiger army in a swift charge towards the rapidly assembling enemy forces at the rear. Meanwhile, the battle in the forest reached its climax, and Hans had just emerged from the city gates. Hearing the Han troops' shouts near the eastern gate and noticing Joab's forces halted nearby, Hans sensed something amiss. He promptly led his troops forward to understand what had detained Joab's advance. Unexpectedly, Gil's original army stationed outside the southern gate now charged at full speed. Ricky, Jalen, and Jeremy raced ahead, showing exceptional enthusiasm upon seeing Hans like cats spotting mice. Hey, you bandit! Fight now! Jeremy yelled as he galloped. Upon hearing the 3 generals approach, Hans was momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of his distraction, Jalen hurled his long spear javelin at Hans's mount. It pierced through the horse, throwing Hans off. Cursing under his breath, Hans stood up holding his spear, intending to order his troops to form an array, only to find his men scattered by the Han cavalry. Hans's resolve began to waver. While loyal to Kit, after several battles, his view of the Han troops changed. After all, according to Kit, Gil was despicable, lecherous, incompetent, leading an unworthy band of robbers. Just as Hans hesitated, Gil arrived. If you wish to surrender, General Hans, you will remain a general in my army. I won't make things difficult for you, or make you fight your old master. If you don't want to, you'll have to endure some hardship. I'll bind you temporarily, and keep you in my camp until I win, then I'll let you go. I treated Amador generously, and will do no less for you. Gil paused and looked at Hans. Hearing this, Hans sighed again, thinking, if this emperor released Amador, he surely won't deceive me. Thank you, your majesty, for sparing my life. But regarding the surrender, great. Then we will have to tie you up and ask you to stay with us for a while. After speaking, Gil urged his horse and galloped into the forest battlefield with his personal guard. Seeing Gil dressed in armor and holding his spear, Hans marveled at his martial prowess, not fitting the stereotype of a secluded emperor. That's how our emperor always acts. You'll get used to it. Jeremy dismounted, pulled out pre-prepared hemp ropes, symbolically tied Hans's hands, and adjusted his helmet. Chapter 318. Joab is captured. Hyatt is surrounded. The Emperor has said long ago that the defeat in this battle is not due to the incompetence of Mickey's generals, but rather due to Kit's fault. General, there's no need for self-blame. After saying this, Jeremy helped Hans onto his steed and led the horse away from the battlefield. The new soldiers following Hans saw their commanding general captured by the Han forces, leaving them without any will to fight. They immediately discarded their weapons and lay prone on the ground, unmoving. Seeing this, Hans could not help but ask, who executed such precise strikes? It was undoubtedly our military strategist. However, Clifton Yu also played a part. Jeremy turned to look at Hans and laughed. Clifton Yu, it's indeed this vile traitor. A man who betrays his master for glory. Seeing Hans's anger, Jeremy suddenly understood something. Initially, he too had disliked Clifton Yu, even contemplating killing him if not for the crucial information he brought about Gil. But now, considering Gil's logic, retaining Clifton Yu seemed like an absolutely correct decision. With the collapse of Hans's army, all of Gil's forces were deployed to support the battlefield in the forest. In no time, the numerical advantage Joab had relied on, along with reinforcements from Hans, became mere illusions. Engaged in combat with Garrett, Joab grew increasingly anxious. In high-level battles, mental endurance often plays a significant role. The more Joab sought quick victory, the less systematic his attacks became. In his agitation, Garrett found a flaw in Joab's spear techniques. Seizing the moment, Garrett struck swiftly, sweeping his long spear like a whip against Joab's side. The force was immense, and despite Joab managing to block with his spear, Garrett's full strength threw Joab off his horse. The moment Joab fell, he was surrounded by soldiers from the Shinny camp, leaving him no room to move. If you want to kill, just do it. Joab rose, only to be pinned down by the shield surrounding him. The Emperor values talent. A general of your caliber can assist our Han army. Why would we easily kill you? If you care about your troops, order a ceasefire. Garrett, a skilled trainer himself, shared a mutual respect with Joab. Hearing this, Joab sighed deeply and turned his head away. Seeing this, Garrett shouted, "Enemy general captured. Surrender immediately." This single sentence shattered the remaining morale of the Xianding camp. Soldiers witnessing the tightly encircled Joab lost their will to fight. Once a powerful force that swept across northern China, they now resembled a pack of dogs abandoning their armor. Come, act quickly, Joab smiled. If these soldiers are dead, and Joab noted the heavy weapon in Gil's hands, an obvious testament to his prowess. After assigning tasks, Joab and Hans were brought together. Gil sat opposite them on stools. If both wish to surrender, you will be incorporated into the Han army as generals. General Joab's training methods could complement General Garrett's, creating true talent. General Hans's abilities have been witnessed by me firsthand, requiring no further elaboration. But if both do not wish to submit, after defeating Kit, each of you will receive 100 gold coins to travel the Han Empire. As Gil spoke, he began caring for his 8-treasure dragon spear. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. As warriors, not leading troops would lead to endless laments, yet agreeing too readily would undermine their loyalty. After a long pause, they remained silent. Don't rush. Even if you surrender, I won't send you to fight your old master. You can stay in my camp and witness how I defeat Kit. Gil smiled, stood up, and left with Ricky and others to the riverbank. There, Creed's naval force battled fiercely with Kit's main army. Although outnumbered, the advantage was hampered by the shouts from the rear Han troops. Creed, leading Jiangxia forces, maneuvered rafts around Jagarin ships, disrupting them heavily. Had it not been for Hyatt's capable he already knew Arvid's formidable reputation. The idea of a desperate battle that he had just decided on melted away like a flickering candle in the wind. General Lewis, there's no need for more words. I only ask that you spare my soldiers. Hyatt put down his weapon, clasped his hands, and spoke to Arvid. The soldiers can be spared, but you are a capable talent. Why not join our Han army? Arvid patiently opened his mouth and said, I have only heard that one cannot serve two masters. My lord is in trouble now, as a general. If I do not come to his rescue and end up being captured after a defeat, it is already a great humiliation. How can I face leading troops into battle again if I surrender? Please give me a quick end, General Lewis. Hyatt lowered his head, calmly accepting his fate. Hearing this, Arvid couldn't help but be moved by Hyatt's loyalty. General Gao, if you were defeated by me again, would you be willing to surrender? Hyatt was slightly stunned upon hearing this. General Lewis, what did you say? This time, Lewis Mao will let you go. But if you are defeated by us next time, what will you do? Arvid stroked his beard and asked, If I am defeated again by you, I will be your deputy for life. Hyatt clasped his hands and replied, Good. Your lord has entered Xioha City. Go and find him. With these words, Arvid spurred his horse aside to make respective troops, day and night, to attack Xioha. Once Egbert and Isaiah arrive here, I will have their troops reinforce other gates of Xioha City. The overall strategy of this battle depends entirely on General Lewis. All I want is that Kit doesn't escape, and the reinforcements like Amador cannot enter. Hearing this, Arvid nodded seriously. Your subject accepts the command. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will confine Kit within Xioha City until even a fly cannot escape. After their conversation, Arvid exited the tent and led almost all the troops in Gil's camp toward Xioha City. Taking advantage of Arvid's deployment of troops, Gil finally had time to meet his spy placed in Kit's camp. Your subject pays respects to Your Majesty. A middle-aged man, wearing a straw hat and looking like a scholar, bowed low to Gil. This matter troubles you greatly. Your Majesty, there's no need for such formality. Throughout history, many strategists have infiltrated enemy camps. Being able to return safely is already fortunate for me. The man took off his straw hat, revealing none other than Braden, also known as Bradentai. Your Majesty, since our parting in Qingzhou, old Josh advised me to assist Your Majesty in achieving great things. Only now do I understand his deep intentions. Though I lack the talents of the few military advisors in Your Majesty's army and join the Ministry of Works to assist my new policies along with Mario. Gil didn't hide anything, even revealing the details of the new policies to Brayden. Taking advantage of Brayden's stunned silence, Gil pulled out the new policy guidelines co-authored by Fiki and Elliot, handing them over. I won't force you. The new policy equals the rebirth of the nation. Unless someone shares the same vision, they should not undertake it. After you read this, if you think this new policy is not suitable, feel free to refuse my invitation. Gil humbly said. Brayden looked at the outline of the new policy, feeling a surge of excitement. Just a glance at the land redistribution system made his blood boil. Swallowing hard, Brayden knelt on the ground. Your subject is willing to be the vanguard of your majesty's new policy, risking death countless times with no regrets. Excellent, indeed excellent. If public platform returns to Luoyang, Mario and Boning will be delighted. These are my replies to the new policy guidelines drafted by Mario and Boning. Kindly bring them back to Luoyang. Brayden accepted Gil's reply, unconsciously trembling. This was an unprecedented sense of excitement. If Marshal General's peak was the ceiling of Langjutsu, then the highest aspiration for civil officials was establishing new policies that would bless generations to come. Chapter 320. Gil dispatches troops to Yi City. Ian seizes the opportunity to rise. Your Majesty, rest assured, your servant will not let you down. I will send my personal guards with Mr. Chun to escort Mr. Chen to Yi City. First, confiscate the Jagran family's wealth. Second, escort Cordelia Jean's family to the capital. If Mr. Jean does not wish to go to Luoyang, tell him it's just for the time being. After the war ends, he can return to Yi City. Jeremy chuckled and accepted the order, leaving immediately with Brayden towards Yi City. I was originally planning to wait before digging up this treasure, but it turns out Mary's family is in Yi City, Gil mused, watching their retreating figures with a smile. Compared to Gil's contentment, Kit could only be described as a defeated dog. The city of Coexia wasn't large, and now Kit only had about 10,000 troops left. Amador, Humbert, and Johnny, who were coming from the rear, would take 2 days to arrive, and they led inexperienced recruits. Kit looked at Eddie. He knew that Eddie wasn't responsible for the current situation, yet his anger had nowhere to vent. Lord, General Hyatt has returned. Kit raised an eyebrow. How many men did he... What? How can the Han army have so many men? Kit took a deep breath. The small city of Coexia had only 10,000 troops. How could it hold against 10,000 Han soldiers? Darwin sighed. Generals Joab and Hans have not returned. They might have been captured by the Han army. Lord, don't panic. Although Coexia is small, its defenses can still hold for 3 days. Darwin bowed. Master Darwin, you can't deliver orders. What use do I have for you? Kit unsheathed his sword, pointing it at the messenger. I'll deliver it. Terrified, the messenger quaked and quickly fled the tent. Fuming, Kit slashed his table into pieces. The soldiers outside hesitated to enter after hearing his fury. Chapter 321. Jagran army's morale plummets. Hyatt takes a risk. Eddie saw the situation and helplessly shook his head, leading the soldiers into Kit's tent. Upon seeing Eddie, Kit suppressed his anger, listened to the report from the soldiers. After all the soldiers had left the tent, Kit finally spoke up. Sir, what are our chances of victory? If Amador and others can arrive within 2 days and breach a line through the Han army, allowing our forces to reach Julu, there would still be a chance for victory, Eddie said earnestly. Ha, sir, haven't you forgotten that Gale, who knows about our supply depot in Julu, is now by Gil's side? Kit lowered his head, smiling. Indeed, but at this moment, the Han army cannot afford to divide their forces. If they rashly split their forces, it will create loopholes in the encirclement around our troops. Then you could lead the troops towards Zhongshan or Changshan, taking advantage of the situation to rise again, Eddie explained calmly. Rise again? It seems even you think our forces are in dire straits. Kit stood up and walked beside Eddie. If we surrender now, do you think Gil will accept? Lord, if we surrender now, these attacks, hiding in trenches waiting for the attack to stop. After 2 rounds, Creed turned to see the red flag of assault, waved by the standard bearer next to Arvid. He promptly gave the order to form ranks. 5,000 Jiangxia soldiers raised shields into a square formation, marching steadily toward Qiuhe City. Qiuhe City's relatively low wall saw Hyatt inspect after each bombardment. Creed's forces did not escape his notice. Archers, to the walls. Load arrows and prepare logs and stones. Hyatt's orders immediately mobilized the troops. In no time, every archer was positioned to prevent Creed's forces from reaching the gate. Unfortunately, Creed's soldiers held large shields, allowing arrows to pass only through gaps. Hyatt looked anxiously around. This city couldn't withstand another assault. He turned and found Eddie in the crowd. Advisor, if the Han army reaches the gate, the city will fall. I wish to lead the troops out to repel this siege. Eddie nodded. There aren't many spear-wielding soldiers left. Amador has sent a reply, requesting that you hold on for 1 or 2 more days. With that, Hyatt mounted his horse and led the remaining 3,000 spearmen out of the city. Seeing the gates open, Creed was momentarily taken aback. Hyatt led his troops straight toward him. Though unsure of Hyatt's intentions, Creed charged forth. They clashed once as their horses passed each other. Not bad. Stronger than Hans. Hyatt, turning back, told Creed, General Lewis let me go once. I now inform you, traps have been set inside the city. If you don't want your troops dead, retreat. Creed studied Hyatt's face, unable to discern his sincerity. You've spoken your part. By informing you, I repay Arvid's kindness. Without engaging further, Hyatt turned and led his men back into the city. Creed, prepared for battle, was puzzled. Well, a wise man takes advice. Let me return to consult General Lewis first. Deciding quickly, Creed led his troops back to camp. Seeing Creed return without conquering the city, Arvid was puzzled and rode to inquire. General Lewis. Creed recounted Hyatt's warning. Arvid stroked his beard, pondering deeply. If it were me, I'd also be uncertain. Well, let's pull back for now. Arvid felt it was reasonable for Hyatt to repay kindness, but acknowledged that setting traps was part of his duty. Thus, what should be simple became complex, making it hard to determine if traps existed inside. Regardless, risking Creed's safety wasn't worth it. Thank you for understanding, General Lewis, Creed bowed. There's no need. With the battle nearly won, unnecessary risks aren't required. Tonight, I'll coordinate attacks with Egbert and Isaiah on other fronts. They would most likely approach from the north. Arvid then looked towards Egbert and Ray, continuing, therefore, I think Generals Ray and Garrett should focus on intercepting Kit's reinforcements, while General Egbert can assign one general to assist Generals Ray and Garrett as needed. Upon saying this, Herb immediately stood up. I am willing to help these two generals. Egbert also nodded and said, Wesley is brave and capable. Having him at the south gate would be enough for me in Camden. Wesley can lead his troops nearby and act when an opportunity arises. Now that everything is well discussed, I won't talk further. Please, military advisors, point out any mistakes or oversights in our deployment. Arvid respectfully turned to look at Aloysius and Anton. Generals, you are all veterans of many battles. If you feel this plan is appropriate, there may be no one else who can offer criticism. But I think that given our knowledge that Kit stores his grain in Julu, instead of assisting in intercepting reinforcements, it might be better for General Wesley to launch a surprise night raid on Julu. If we can capture Julu, even if Kit escapes Juha City, he will have no means to recover his strength. Aloysius paused, and Arvid nodded in agreement. Advisor, what you say makes sense. But we are worried that if Amador arrives, we may not be able to completely annihilate the enemy forces. This battle falls under General Lewis's command defending the northern frontiers. However, now I believe General Arvid is the optimal choice to campaign against the barbarians. Really? Gil closed the memorial from the capital and looked up at Aloysius. Why do you think so? First, General Lewis is braver and more skilled than General Egbert. The barbarians do not respect scholars, but honor bravery. Like Kobe in Xianyang, who is revered as the heavenly general among the Chang people. With General Lewis's valor, it would only take 1 or 2 years to establish a divine reputation among the barbarians. Secondly, compared to Egbert, Arvid shows greater ambition. If he finds an opportunity in the north, he might expand the borders and achieve remarkable success without waiting for imperial edicts. Aloysius became increasingly excited as he spoke. I agree that General Lewis is excellent, but he has a bit of a rebellious streak. A well-balanced scholar official must accompany him to ensure he remains focused and avoids mistakes. Gil smiled slightly, looking at both men. Among the younger officials, none is better suited to accompany General Lewis than Ushvin, Anton interjected. Initially, Gil had considered Hardy or Ewan, but Anton's suggestion struck him as perfect. Firstly, Arvid did not need military advice from others, rendering Ewan's talents redundant. Secondly, governance in the north was different from the central plains. Leaving battle, Eddie paused. In Kit's tent, only Hyatt was left among the generals. Although Darwin wore armor and carried a sword, he was ultimately still a minister. Seeing this, Hyatt bowed respectfully. My lord, I volunteer to undertake this perilous mission. General Gao, this is an incredibly dangerous task, Kit said, deeply moved, rising to his feet and being formal. As a great man working towards a greater cause, how can one hesitate or be afraid? Regardless of the dangers, as long as there's a chance to change the course of battle, Hyatt is willing to attempt it. Hyatt knelt on one knee, resolved. With such loyal generals like you, Lord Jagrin, how can we worry about losing this battle? Kit helped Hyatt up, personally adjusting his armor. Currently, with many spies around while the Han forces attack, General should make plans after nightfall. Your words are wise, my lord. After dusk, we shall equip General Hyatt with a swift horse to leave through the north gate. If this plan succeeds, there's still hope for us. Very well, let's proceed according to Mr. Samuel's plan. Hyatt decided to rest back at camp, ensuring he had enough energy for the night journey. Darwin added, General Gao ordered his men to discard their armor, change into rested horses, and pursued Hyatt. Most Han army horses came from Liangzhou and Bingzhou, including breeds from Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Chang people, providing endurance and speed rivaling original breeds. Comparatively, Kit's horses were less varied and constrained due to Breyer's control over those regions. As dawn approached, Ray finally caught up. Is that a general of Jagrin's army? Breathing heavily, Ray shouted. Hyatt turned, seeing several Han soldiers rushing towards him. Despite exhaustion from riding all night, Hyatt kept alert. He grasped his spear and watched the distance between him and his pursuers. Seeing no sign of stopping, Ray ordered his men to draw crossbows. The whistling of arrows pushed Hyatt to accelerate. Despite dodging the first volley, his horse was hit by the second, sending him flying. Landing hard, Hyatt felt dizzy but managed to pick up his helmet. Several swords pointed at his neck stopped him. This was Hyatt's second capture by Han forces. Realizing his situation, he sat down resignedly. So it's General Hyatt. Not staying in the city, you chose to escape at night. It seems the city has realized our ambush. Ray commented. What does it matter? Still caught by you. Investigating the terrain at night, quite uncommon. Hyatt noted Ray's dirt-covered appearance. Hee, preparedness is crucial. How about accompanying me to camp for a couple of days? Ray helped Hyatt up, bound his hands, arranged a horse for him, and returned to camp slowly. Wow, you even had backup? Seeing Garrett approaching, Hyatt sighed. Nights like these require attention. Regardless of informing Amador or other tasks, if intercepted by us, Chiohi's battle has no surprises. Ray's words made Hyatt nod helplessly. Chapter 324, Hyatt captured again. Internal strife in Amador's army. Alas, if my lord had talents like General, how could he have ended up like this? Kit? How can he be compared to his majesty? Ray replied with disdain. How not? My lord also swept across Hebei in just a few short years, and even exterminated the White Horse volunteers of Silas. Hyatt said, reacting as if someone had stepped on his tail, immediately becoming agitated. Aside from other matters, your lord surely has often criticized my emperor privately. But whenever my emperor mentions Kit, while acknowledging his faults, he never fails to praise him highly. This shows the difference in magnanimity between his majesty and Kit, Ray said with pride, showing his deep approval of Gil and satisfaction with his choice of allegiance. Well, Hyatt instinctively wanted to retort but realized that in his memory, whenever Kit mentioned Gil, there were no kind words. This left him at a loss for words. Has your lord ever personally taken to the battlefield? Has he risked his life to save his troops? Has he ever ventured into enemy territory alone? Ray saw that Hyatt was speechless and continued, leading by example. Eating and sleeping alongside his soldiers needn't be mentioned. Not to mention, the Emperor restarted the North and South armies, welcoming refugees within 100 miles, managing livelihoods, and leading troops into battle on his wedding day. Kit did sweep through Hubei and Silas. But my Emperor remains undefeated in numerous battles, and has reformed domestic policies and established schools during this time. Do you know nothing about these things? As Ray spoke more passionately, Louis Lon felt increasingly dejected. Facing such an opponent who is not only young but also in such a formidable position, the superiority is evident. I am also a surrendered general, but now I command a loyal troop under His Majesty. As a man, don't you want to leave a good name in history? Ray looked at the silent Hyatt. General Gao, didn't you say you would surrender if captured? If I send you to General Lewis's camp now, what will you do? Well, let me stay in your camp for now. Hyatt's attitude softened, but he still did not capitulate fully. Fine, the Emperor said not to let surrender Jagarin. Humbert bowed urgently. Alas, you two don't know the strength of the Han army. Moreover, our troops total only 20,000. If we split forces, neither mission might succeed. Amador was torn, unsure what to do. General, provisions are the foundation of our army. If we rescue the Lord but lose supplies, it will be difficult to sustain him. Johnny slowly voiced his thoughts. Johnny, what are you saying? If something happens to the Lord, we will all be guilty of capital crimes. Humbert seized Johnny by the neck. Brother Jiang, hold on, listen. Since our retreat from Xindu, Ian has risen there. If we secure provisions now and gather all available forces, we might reunite with eldest prince at Changshan and second prince at Zhongshan, possibly reclaiming Xindu. Humbert, still fuming, clenched his fists tightly and lashed out at Johnny. Can we afford internal conflict now? Enough. Though General Zhou's words seem biased, he thinks of the bigger picture. General 1. Such words imply using the Lord as bait. How can I bear it? Humbert glared at Johnny. Johnny, unyielding, argued. If we recklessly fight now, it risks the last hope for our Lord. Do you, brute, not understand that while we live, Gil won't harm the Lord? Logically, Johnny was correct. As long as Kit's forces weren't utterly defeated, Gil needed a living Kit for strategic leverage. Ah, Johnny. I know you're long to escort them out. The next morning, Amador's 3 generals advanced towards the northern side of Qiuhe City in 3 formations, left, right, and center. As Amador marched, Ray and Garrett detected their movements. Ray immediately sent news of the reinforcements to Arvid's camp. Upon reading the message, Arvid quickly convened the generals who were supposed to continue attacking the city that day. Ray has reported that Amador's forces are within 20 li north of Qiuhe. With Ray's current strength, it is challenging to annihilate Amador entirely. At this moment, General Creed is attacking Jilu City, so our mobile troops need to be repositioned. Arvid paused and looked at the generals. General Lewis, we can reduce our attacks on the west and east gates and concentrate our forces on the north gate, Ricky suggested, bowing. If Kit learns that Amador's reinforcements are coming, he might attempt to break out from the north. The west and east gates won't face much pressure, and if we maintain our attack on the south gate, Kit will think our tactics haven't changed. Ricky finished, and Arvid stood up, impressed by the young general's strategic insight. In time, Ricky would surely become a pillar of the Han dynasty. Ricky's proposal makes sense, and I concur. However, my plan is riskier. I suggest abandoning the defenses at the west and east gates and immediately sending Generals Egbert and Ricky to reinforce the north gate. Meanwhile, I will defend the south gate. If Kit escapes through the west or east gates, my utmost wish is to assist the Emperor in stabilizing the empire. Arvid nodded, seeing Ricky's sincerity. Very well, this task is yours. Understood. Ricky left immediately to prepare the troops. The next morning, the Han army began moving northward. Inside the city, the Kit forces only noticed the delayed Han assault, but remained unaware of the larger strategy. Arvid watched Qiuhe City, waiting silently for good news from the northern battlefield. By mid-morning, Amador's forces were 5 li north of the city, less than 100 paces from Ray's ambush point. The Han soldiers hidden in the forests were ready, awaiting Ray's command. At this moment, Arvid's messenger arrived and handed a letter to Ray. Reading it, Ray signaled his subordinates to let the vanguard pass and target Amador's central force. Time ticked by as Amador's army advanced, with Humbert leading the front and Amador commanding from the center. Ray spotted Amador's banner among dozens of others. All-out attack. White Tiger army soldiers rode out from the forest, unleashing volleys of arrows with crossbows. They then switched to spears, charging into Amador's unprepared center, causing chaos. Surprised by the sudden attack, Amador's center suffered heavy casualties, creating a gap in their defense. Humbert and Johnny rushed to support, surrounding Ray, who had temporarily broken the formation. Amador ordered his men to regroup, determined to trap Ray again despite heavy losses. Garrett, lead the troops to reorganize beyond the forest. I will, Justice. General Gao, no need for your concern. This is the decisive battle. Ray replied, signaling the 3 guards watching over Hyatt to step back. He didn't need them in the fight. They were to merely keep watch on Hyatt. An hour later, Amador, Humbert, and Clayton's combined attacks repeatedly battered Garrett's sunken camp defenses. Even the elite sunken camp showed signs of fatigue against such overwhelming numbers. Seeing an opportunity, Amador rode forward again. With a quick thrust through a gap in the shield wall, he killed a soldier instantly and used the momentum to penetrate the interior of the sunken camp. Garrett reacted immediately, rallying his personal guards around Amador. Attack! Amador turned and shouted at his own troops before engaging Garrett. Though Garrett was on foot while Amador rode, the narrow space limited any advantage from horseback. Within moments, Garrett's guards pierced Amador's horse from all sides. The horse fell dead, throwing Amador to the ground. Surround him. Garrett led his guards to encircle Amador. Holding his spear firmly, Amador showed no fear. His spear moved like a serpent, shattering the shields of Garrett's guards with each strike, sending them sprawling. Startled, Garrett realized Amador's strength was comparable only to Arvid and Jalen in his army. Come. Amador gripped the spear handle. I'm Garrett, said Eddie. Eddie bowed. I have sent scouts, and upon Doug's return, we should have news. Just then, Doug entered, face full of worry. I report to my lord. From the ramparts, I saw only Han equipment, no soldiers. I dispatched scouts. They reported that Han forces from the east and west are gathered north of Juha City, trapping Amador's reinforcements. Stunned, Kit sat heavily in his chair. Eddie looked equally grim, but continued to strategize. What about the south? The south remains quiet, held by Arvid and Creed. Not moving. Gil's camp is east of the river? Yes, his camp hasn't moved. Advisor, you mean to? Doug sensed victory in Eddie's words. Doug, gather all available troops. My lord, please lead from the eastern gate to surprise Gil. Surprise Gil? My lord, the Han focus is on the south and north. Gil's guard must be thin. Attacking him directly might turn the tide. Kit's eyes lit up. Is this certain? At least a 70% chance, Eddie affirmed. Waste no time. Gather the troops. I will lead. Drawing his sword, Kit set off with determination. 2 hours later, in Arvid's camp, a scout galloped in. General, Kit leads 15,000 troops towards His Majesty's position. Understood. Arvid nodded. Shield and hold out inside the city. It seems Kit isn't the inhumane type like the Xiongnu. In that case, perhaps I can grant him a dignified death. Gil muttered to himself as he reviewed the records. Within moments, Kit's troops had approached within 3 li of Gil's main tent, also Berkeley's ambush point. Kit saw Gil's tent unmoved, without any scouting riders nearby, and couldn't help but smile. Gil is nothing much. Such an important person doesn't even deploy scouts around his camp. It's absurd. Lord, caution is paramount. Send advance forces to scout first before making any decisions, Darwin advised immediately. Kit narrowed his eyes. With Gil's camp so close, sending scouts would only alert them of our presence. Why take such an unnecessary risk? Instinctively doubting Darwin, Kit glanced at him suspiciously. Darwin, if Gil were so easily manipulated, would we have suffered defeat up until now? The quietness outside Gil's camp suggests he must have set an ambush. Darwin became anxious and inadvertently spoke more bluntly than intended. Kit placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Eddie noticed and quickly intervened, positioning himself between the two. Since Lord has made his decision, we will follow orders. Eddie motioned for Darwin to step back. Darwin sighed and returned to the ranks. Kit coldly snorted and called out loudly to the rear officers. Our engineers' heartbeats. When the bloodlust reached its peak, Jeremy shouted, "Charge!" Jalen and Jeremy led the 5,000 iron cavalry straight toward the threefold superior force of Kit. Kit paused, startled by their audacity. He quickly gave way to anger. His gaze focused on Gil under the flag at the camp gate. Rage indeed boosted his strength temporarily, but clouded his rational judgment. Ignoring the incoming Juke cavalry, Kit rushed straight for Gil. This blind charge brought him face to face with Jeremy's saber and Jalen's halberds. If not for the valiant guards surrounding Kit, he might have fallen there. Their sudden deaths extinguished Kit's fury. Seeing Jeremy and Jalen, he knew their might exceeded his own. Save our lord. Darwin, disregarding his civilian status, drew his sword and rallied his guards around Kit. Jalen grinned sinisterly, swinging his halberds, cutting through the soldiers around Kit like a reaper. Gil watched calmly atop his horse, a new excitement spreading through him. He clearly imagined the scene of defeating Kit and reclaiming Bing, G, and U provinces for the Han Empire. Kit, surrender quickly, or lose everything. While fending off Jalen's relentless attacks, Kit heard unexpected hoofbeats behind him. Curiosity drove him to turn around. He saw a young general in white armor leading cavalry directly toward him. Resentfully. Kit. It only took me 2 years to pacify Hubei. 2 years. Now must I become a stepping stone for others? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Kit drew his sword and pressed it against his neck. Ben Shu, I will build you a grand tomb fitting your status. I will ensure you remain intact, allowing the Jagran descendants to honor you. Gil's voice cut through the surrounding clamor of battle, reaching Kit's ears. Kit slowly raised his head, discarded his helmet, and looked at Gil. As his helmet fell to the ground, the soldiers under Kit froze in place, many of them new recruits who immediately dropped their weapons. Lord. Eddie quickly dismounted, picked up Kit's helmet, brushed off the dirt, and handed it back to Kit. Kit shook his head and threw the helmet aside again, but Eddie respectfully retrieved it once more and placed it in Kit's hands. You, Lord, as the lord of a region, even in defeat, you should die with dignity like Xiong Jagger. How can you demean yourself by ignoring the propriety and decorum expected of you? Eddie said earnestly. Alas. Kit sighed, finally realizing that men like Gale and Ascari would never truly be loyal to him. Only Eddie truly regarded him as his lord. Sir Samuel, with your talents, you should stay in the imperial court and not sacrifice yourself for my cause. Kit put on his helmet, giving a bitter laugh. How could I serve 2 masters? Eddie turned around, seeing nothing but Han flags all around. He laughed, albeit sadly. Who would have thought that the Han could rise in the north? Only you, Jagger and Ben Shu, can keep the barbarians from coveting our land. Gil raised his cup in a toast. Hearing this, Kit finally smiled. Thank you, your majesty. But I fear after your victory, the regions of Bing, Ji, and you will not cease to see warfare. The Xiongnu may be weak, but there are other tribes beyond the steppes. And the Xinbei, adopting our Han customs and language, pose a serious threat. Only the Wuhuan are willing to listen to Hoyt. To secure the northern frontier, you must remove Liu. While he remains the Marquis of Liaodong, the barbarians will always be indecisive. Kit quickly finished the pot of wine. Gil instructed his soldiers to bring another one. Is there meat? Kit asked the soldier serving the wine. The soldier glanced at Gil, who merely nodded. Soon, a roasted lamb leg was brought to him. Kit, seeing the lamb leg, eagerly sliced pieces of meat with a short dagger drawn from his armor. Gil watched Kit calmly, pondering his words. For Liaodong, Gil indeed gave Leo excessive authority to defeat Kit, and retrieving that power now would be incredibly difficult. If he wished to dismantle Leo's influence, it would be best to wait until Leo's successor, Hermes, took power. Your Majesty. Kit put down his dagger, wiped his fingers clean with a white cloth, and continued. I have a question, called out. Gil paused in his steps upon hearing this. Please be kind to Darwin and others, Kit pleaded through the agony of being poisoned. Rest assured, those who wish to surrender will be treated well. Those who do not, may choose their own path, Gil replied, leaving these final words without further acknowledging Kit inside the tent. Kit sat still inside the tent, memories of his military career flashing by like shadows in a puppet show. Finally, he remained seated at the table, waiting for his fate. Outside the tent, Darwin saw Gil stride out confidently, knowing well what had transpired within. Send off His Excellency. Gil walked beside Darwin, ordered the soldiers to untie him and said, Hans and Joab are also in my camp. Would you like to lead the way? Hearing this, Darwin hesitated momentarily before kneeling before Gil. I am not like Brother Samuel, willing to lay down my life for an old master. Darwin's voice carried a sense of defeat, self-reproach, and resentment. I don't need a scholar to lay down his life for me, Gil reassured him. Serve in court or guard the frontier, you can choose your own path. Dedicate your remaining years to serving the people and the Han dynasty. Gil patted him on the shoulder. The mention of serving the people and the Han struck Darwin deeply, as the 4-century-old Han dynasty was etched into the marrow of every drew to a close. Humbert, who vowed never to surrender, found martyrdom under Creed's blade. Amador and Hyatt were taken captive and brought back to Chioha. Inside the council hall, the atmosphere remained tense as the long war had just ended abruptly. Gil spoke first. Generals Egbert and Isaiah, please go support Herb in capturing Julu, he instructed. Both bowed and exited promptly. The rest of you should celebrate. From today, enjoy the wine freely for 2 days. Afterward, we will discuss the administration of G province. Gil ordered the soldiers to bring out the prepared wine, allowing the generals to feast. Meanwhile, he returned to the annex with Aloysius, Hardy, Ewan, and Anton to avoid disrupting the revelry. In a few days, I will return to the capital, but Kit's remnants remain, Gil said. What thoughts do you have? Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. Kit left behind nothing but quarreling sons. Even if you don't act, they will likely turn against each other over the northern territory of G province, Aloysius explained. Ultimately, your generals stationed in G province can push north, forcing them towards Liaodong. This would allow us to gauge Leo's stance. Aloysius bowed, presenting a strategy similar to historical outcomes, except it wasn't his dying advice. Gil nodded approvingly. Zane, who do you think is most suitable to remain here? Glancing at Anton, Aloysius smiled. Yet, Julu still needed conquering, and Kit died first. Was our victory due to your strategy, or the bravery of our soldiers? Can't you see that? The drunk Shuyo sobered slightly. Gil, recalling Price, adopted a similar tone, saying, to ensure the loyal surrender of Kit's generals, I need something from you, Mr. Su. Swallowing hard, Shuyo stammered, Your Majesty, please say on. Chapter 330. Arvid continues his march north. Gil returns to the capital immediately. Gil did not respond. He merely lifted his eyes and looked at Jeremy and the others. Compared to Jalen's brutality on the battlefield, Jeremy understood more clearly in this moment. Jeremy moved swiftly, grabbing Gale by the collar, lifting him as if he were a chick. Upon seeing this, Gale immediately let out a scream akin to that of a butchered pig. Gil shot Jeremy a stern look, and Jeremy immediately realized what was expected of him. He promptly struck Gale's neck with the palm of his hand. The blow was powerful but not enough to make Gale lose his voice, only to render him incapable of shouting, followed by a flurry of punches, repeatedly landing on Gale's torso. Seeing this, Darwin and others grasped Gil's intention and stood up immediately. Darwin led Hans, Hyatt, and Joab, kneeling before Gil. Rise. I shall soon return to the capital. All of you follow me back. Thank you, Your Majesty. We take your orders. The four responded and, under Gil's tacit consent, joined in the endeavor to thoroughly rid them of Gale. This scene reflected a change in Gil's attitude towards surrendering generals. Comparing to Ray and his men, they were the first to surrender to Han, providing Gil with crucial assistance. Now, the defection of Jagarin's generals added merely a superficial benefit. Choha City basked in revelry that night. The following day, while most generals were still drunk, Gil started dealing with military affairs and logistical support early in the morning with his strategists. Your Majesty, this is the third time Mario has mentioned insufficient grain supplies in his letters, Gordon said, handing over Fiki's letter to Gil. Yes, if this war drags on any longer, even Mario will be out of ideas, Gil remarked with a smile. It appears I should indeed learn from Kit and pressure the aristocratic families. Your Majesty, now that Kit is dead, it truly is heaven aiding Han. It's not only heaven helping but also people helping themselves, Gil replied. Today, after seeing Jagarin Chong, I shall order my personal troops to return to the capital. There are matters in the capital that cannot be delayed any longer. Gordon bowed and exited the room to summon General Lewis. Though Arvid was still resting in the room, the effects of last night's excessive drinking had mostly worn off. When Arvid saw Gordon coming, he quickly changed into proper attire and followed him to Gil's chamber. Gil informed Arvid of the overall situation and the plan proposed by Gordon. Arvid hesitated. Your Majesty, as a commander of your personal troops, how can I continue marching north instead of returning to the capital with you? Jagarin Chong, there's no need for unnecessary formalities between us. If you wish to accompany me to the capital, I would naturally be delighted, Gil reassured. You don't need to worry about the personal troops. The Azure Dragon army remains under your command and will accompany you north. Once the northern part of G province is pacified, I have other plans. Then, Jagran Chong can return to the capital without delay. Arvid immediately rejoiced. Thank you, your majesty. He then asked, may I inquire why my elder brother and my younger brother have not sent any letters from Ijo for several months? Indeed, I intend to return to the capital swiftly due to this matter. Gil handed Arvid the previous letter from Fiki. The situation in Ijo isn't favorable. Pedro and Ascari have allied with Todd in Hanzhong. Currently, although Chris manages Ijo, Nicholas is still alive. Nicholas doesn't want external help to pacify Todd. As a result, Todd has grown stronger, making it so that our uncle's forces can only defend, not expand. For recuperation, he should fully recover, Elliot answered. Have arrangements been made for Jean Guifei's family? I plan to dine with my father-in-law tonight. Your Majesty, Jean Guifei's family is housed near the royal city. During this period, she has not left the palace without permission. Very good. Tomorrow at dawn, I will visit the Ministry of War to discuss the Ijo affair. For today, since I've just returned, everyone can rest properly. We thank your Majesty. Fiki and others bowed and left to meet their families. Meanwhile, Janie had organized her staff to prepare Gil's favorite dishes. Hayward waited at the palace entrance for Gil's arrival. Your Majesty, this old servant welcomes your Majesty. Congratulations on your great victory. That's enough, Chief Edwin. Do not be extravagant. You know the food supply situation in the capital and the palace minister. You're right, your Majesty. It's this old servant's mistake. The Empress and concubines are waiting for you in the hall, Hayward replied while acknowledging his error. After entering the hall, I'll dismiss everyone but you. Stay outside the hall. Gil entered alone. In the hall, the Empress led the concubines in bowing respectfully. After the greetings, Kina and Tamika immediately clung to Gil, eager to hear the battle stories against Kit. All right. I will share these stories later. Tonight, during dinner, I will meet Mary's family. Hearing this, the two women revealed Gil's sturdy build through its fabric. Seeing this, Sophie's already flushed face became redder. Realizing the situation, she quickly looked down to avoid eye contact while Gil waited for her to take off his remaining clothes. Why aren't you changing? I've been marching for hundreds of miles without rest. I'm eager to bathe soon. Perhaps the maids should do it. There are no maids. As soon as I entered the hall, I dismissed everyone. Do you want me to change myself? Gil said innocently to Mary. Your Majesty must be doing this on purpose. Fine, since you rescued my father and elder sister, I'll help you this time. Mary lowered her head and slowly extended her delicate hands. She didn't dare look at Gil's body, causing her hands to fumble inside his clothes. Upon touching his firm muscles, she recoiled as if electrified. Seeing this, Gil decided to stop pretending and held on to Mary who wanted to run. Naturally, Mary tried to resist instinctively, but Gil's strength made her resistance half-hearted. We've shared the rights of Zhougong before. Why do you act so distant? Gil asked perplexedly. Hearing this, Mary blushed and stared at him with large eyes, replying resentfully, Your Majesty was away for months, yet you blame others. Do you prefer someone more uninhibited? In that case, may I ask whether your Majesty has visited some inappropriate places or seen things that should her? Northern G Province is still under the control of Kit's third son. I left Arvid to continue fighting. Cordelia Dowager Dong and Emperor Xia should be there. Your Majesty, Kit, Cordelia Dowager Dong, and your brother Xia are the three main culprits of this war. They cannot be easily spared. How could Kit be honored according to the clan's rituals? Isn't this too lenient? Mother, the Jagran clan in the capital hasn't rebelled, and I'm considering their reputation. Moreover, they've contributed greatly, providing grain and weapons. I should show mercy to them. Furthermore, many of Kit's subordinates have surrendered, and punishing him too harshly would make them wary. Mother understands, Janie nodded. But not Grand Cordelia Dowager or Emperor Xia. Please don't spare them. Mother, regarding Emperor Xia, I need to handle it discreetly. As the Han Emperor, I can't openly execute my own brother. Besides, during the war, he repented and responded to the call, which sped up Kit's defeat. He deserves credit. Gil explained patiently. Well, you're always too benevolent. Without your Majesty, Cordelia Dowager Dong and Emperor Xia wouldn't have caused much trouble, Cordelia Dowager complained. Noticing Mary silently seated next to Gil, she added, Now that you're back and the war is over, it's time to plan for royal heirs. Mother couldn't help but look at Mary. What have you and Mother been hiding from me? It's naturally about what Mother mentioned just now. With your Majesty being away for so long, Mother has to urge us accordingly. Ha ha, my beloved, you've suffered. Gil scratched his head sheepishly. Sire, the Hu woman requests an audience with you. Hayward quickly walked beside Gil and whispered, HM? She returned so soon? According to her, the trade route through the western regions is controlled by the Xiongnu. Plus, the Wusun and other states think that our Han is constantly embroiled in internal turmoil. They not only blockaded the trade routes but also attempted to ally with the Xiongnu, planning to invade our Liangzhou region. Upon hearing Hayward's words, Gil squinted his eyes. Very well. Tell Kobe to focus on defense for now, and open up the marriage policies with the Chang tribes. I will send scholars and craftsmen to Liangzhou to civilize the Chang people, Gil said through gritted teeth. At this moment, the unrest caused by the Xiongnu and small countries like Wusun was very timely. If Evander and Bingzhou were to assist Kobe, Gil would likely need to reward Evander again. This would further elevate the Li family's prestige above the Lu family. To speak of the biggest difference between these two families, one's patriarch is still alive and can lead troops, while the other's patriarch is already buried. Sire, should we still meet her? Hayward asked softly. Gil glanced sideways and nodded slightly. This old servant will bring her in. Hayward bowed and left the hall. Sire, the Hu woman? When did Sire meet her? I them. Therefore, whether for public or private reasons, I owe you a favor. What do you desire? Upon hearing this, Aaliyah removed her veil. Her large, sapphire blue eyes flickered under her thick lashes. Initially, she came intending to stay in Gil's harem. In such chaotic times, as a woman who lost all her wealth and guards, Reviving her homeland seemed like a pipe dream. Instead of wandering, it made more sense to rely on her connection with Gil and sell herself for a good price. But when she saw Mary, that notion vanished instantly. As a woman confident in her beauty, she felt a genuine sense of inferiority standing before Mary. No wonder the Emperor of Han doesn't fancy me. The immortal by your side is beyond comparison. Aaliyah smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Gil looked at Mary, signaling for her to respond. Mary immediately stood up and gently helped Aaliyah up, saying, "Miss Aaliyah, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary Han woman. In terms of beauty, the few elder sisters in the palace are truly stunning. But miss, although you seek something from His Majesty, there's no need to use your body as leverage. Since this is business, why not leverage your identity as the Princess of Dejagaran and become an envoy favorable to the Han Empire?" Mary's words lifted Aaliyah's heart. In her straightforward thinking, her princess and you will also bring back news from the western regions for me. Gil nodded. "Thank you, Emperor of Han." At this moment, a hint of sobbing crept into Aaliyah's voice, not out of gratitude, but out of relief from finding a powerful protector in extreme danger. "Sire, let her stay for tonight's banquet. My father started as a trader, and he might be able to assist Sire in this matter." Mary suggested cleverly. "Sure, have her rest in a side hall first, and have my imperial physician treat her injuries to avoid any lingering effects." Gil nodded at Mary. Chapter 333. Gil establishes the princess and Faulkner is grateful for his favor. "Your Majesty, are you asking me, or rather the Jean family, to establish trust with this princess?" Mary asked Gil, her eyes lively and unbothered. "Yes, your father started his career in commerce. Compared to scholars, merchants possess more pioneering spirit. It's easy to imagine how much resistance we would face if we announced the affair of the great Jagarezi princess to the court ministers now. I need a new trade route that can explore the commercial roads of the western regions. This route must be managed by someone capable and close to me." Gil spoke slowly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Mary knew this was a gift from Gil. The essence of this gift was a form of secret authority, and this secret authority would become the foundation for her to stand firm in Gil's harem. This cold and graceful literary talent knew that clearly contrasted with Mary. Despite being only 5 or 6 years older, their appearances were worlds apart. Although Sophiang was still beautiful, her attire and the gray streaks in her hair revealed the hardships she had endured. Mary sat with her family in the hall. Gil looked at Faulkner and said, "Lord, is this the elder sister who married Jorge?" Gil's tone was gentle, but it struck Faulkner like thunder. "Why, Your Majesty, Your Imperial Majesty, Sophiang did not marry willingly. She was forced by Kit. If Jianger hadn't stepped forward, my entire family might have been harmed by Kit and Jorge." Faulkner answered fearfully. In reality, Kit had used a minor official position to seize almost all of the Jean family's wealth. He further coerced and threatened Faulkner to marry off his best daughter to win over Jorge. If not for Mary's decision to come to the capital on her own, Sophiang might not have been the one suffering. "Lord, there's no need to be alarmed. I know what happened here. Unfortunately, all the hard-earned wealth accumulated by Lord has turned into nothing. Material possessions exchanged for the lives of my family members have already exceeded my hopes." Tears welled up in Faulkner's eyes. This scene made Mary sad. Seeing this, Gil unusually set aside his lofty stance, picked up a wine cup, walked to Faulkner, and placed the cup in his hand. "Little sister, His Majesty is still here. This behavior might lead to punishment." Mary playfully leaned closer to her sister's ear. "Sister, our Emperor doesn't mind so many rules. To make us comfortable, His Majesty even simplified some private etiquette for us." Hearing this, Sophiang's expression showed shock and admiration. Meanwhile, Gil had already guided Faulkner to his side and asked, "Lord, as a merchant, do you know anything about the trade routes to the western regions?" Faulkner hesitated slightly. "Your Majesty, the trade routes in the western regions are indeed profitable, but require significant investment. Whether in manpower or resources, even when everything is ready, there's always a risk of losing everything due to robbers and changing political climates among the western nations." Gil was satisfied with this response. "Recently, I met a foreign woman who claimed to be a princess from the great Jagarezi kingdom. Do you know anything about the Bulow surname?" Faulkner thought for a moment. "Your Majesty, the Bulow surname is rare, but I did hear it mentioned when I passed through the great Jagarezi earlier in my business travels. So it is possible this woman is truly a princess from great Jagarezi." Chapter 334. Jagaran Huai submits, Ejo falls into turmoil. Emperor Gil smiled slightly upon hearing this. It was the response he had anticipated. When the truth of something cannot be confirmed immediately, affirmation says Your Majesty is a rare good man. Is that so? Gil raised his wine cup and drank, then drew Mary into his embrace. "I saw how much that girl likes me, so she can bear the Jean surname. As for the talented young men in the capital, if sister has anyone in mind, just let me know." Mary felt infinitely warm. They spent a passionate night together, but more importantly, early next morning, Gil went to visit Saul under Hayward's guidance. "The guilty subject welcomes Your Majesty." Seeing Gil come, Saul put down his cane and led the entire Jagaran clan, dressed in mourning clothes, to greet Gil kneeling on the ground. Gil immediately helped Saul up. "I will attend Kit's funeral." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving the Jagaran family face." "No need for thanks. After all, Kit only refused allegiance to me and didn't aim to overthrow the dynasty." Jagaran Huai sighed from beside him. "There's no need for formalities. After all, Kit merely did not submit to me, not intending to replace the dynasty." Gil smiled and walked into the memorial hall. "Did you send invitations to Kit's 3 sons?" "Of course, but those traitors likely won't return," Saul replied bitterly. "What about Mickey?" He did not reply. Gil showed no surprise. This was expected. If Mickey would abandon his power in Runan for such matters, he'd be foolish indeed. "Old Jagaran, I know what the Jagaran." Indeed, initially, Darien and Brock surrounded Hanzhong swiftly, but Todd rallied 10,000 troops with the 5 pecks of Rice sect, plus the aid of Ascari and Pedro, quickly crushing the combined forces of Darien and Chris and advancing further south. Gil understood Darien's current predicament immediately. Additionally, Chris is willing to accept our help, but his father Nicholas resists strongly. Currently, Chris nominally leads Ejo, but the ministers heed Nicholas's orders more. This results in Darien's army facing logistical delays and difficulties treating wounded soldiers. Ah, Gil laughed. This Nicholas is truly a crafty old fox. Knowing I can't let Ascari and Pedro grow unchecked, yet refusing my assistance, his intentions are clear. Power, money, and grain. Aloysius suggested, why not withdraw the troops, letting Nicholas face Todd alone? We can position ourselves around Hanzhong, ready to act should Todd make a move. Fiki countered, while that makes sense, there's a flaw. Ejo hasn't suffered Yellow Turban chaos and is relatively isolated. The people only know their governor, not the emperor. If we completely leave Todd unchecked, fearing Chris's death might empower the 5 Pecks of Rice sect, posing a greater threat. Both arguments had merit, but Fiki's aligned better with Gil's needs. Chapter 335. Bingzhou acts on its own. Fiki plans for Ejo. Just as the emperor and his ministers began discussing matters concerning Ejo, Elliot received a letter from one of his subordinates. He first opened the seal, quickly read through it, then handed it over to Emperor Gil with a grave expression. Gil read the letter with a mix of laughter and seriousness. His face was unreadable, but his hands were trembling slightly. Gil looked at everyone present and pointed to the letter. Well done. Aiden violated the mutual market agreement between myself, the Xiongnu, and the Xinbei, slaughtering many Xiongnu and Xinbei people privately in the market area. And Evander personally led troops to join the Northern Ji province campaign. Ha ha, our great Han's world isn't yet settled. They can't wait to jump out. Fiki took the letter and said, Your Majesty, could the information be incorrect? Gil shook his head. No, this message has been verified by multiple sources before being delivered here. Gil's words were validated by Elliot's tacit nod. Your Majesty, I believe that we should prioritize Ejo now and temporarily let Bingzhou do as it wishes, Elliot said. Firstly, in my view, a battle between our great Han, the Xiongnu, and the Xinbei is inevitable. Aiden's actions only expedite this process. We need only warn him, not severely blame him. Secondly, Your Majesty can temporarily withhold military equipment and supplies for Bingzhou, sending them in batches instead. In this way, even with Evander in command, the Bingzhou army cannot become too powerful. Abdullah rarely gave his opinions but did so now. Gil looked at Abdullah and signaled for him to continue. Your Majesty, if trouble arises in Ejo, you may order half of the Bingzhou troops to move to the capital for reorganization. With tens of thousands of troops from Bingzhou in the capital, combined with the elite forces here, they can be kept under control. Aloysius nodded in approval. Once these troops arrive in the capital, immediately assign them to Generals Aaron and Donnie. You can also send word to General Arvid, ordering him to swap half of his frontline forces with the ones in the capital. This will completely undermine Evander's base among the soldiers. Gil nodded after hearing this. This plan is feasible. You may proceed. We obey Your Majesty's orders. Upon hearing this, Abdullah and Aloysius stepped aside to prepare the imperial edicts. Mario, what is your take on Ejo? Gil turned to Fiki and asked. Your Majesty, although Todd borrowed from the Yellow Turbans, using the way of 5 Pecks of Rice to attract many followers, thus raising an army of tens of thousands. But according to what I have heard, while Hanzhong and Bajong produce plenty of grain, most of it is in the hands of local aristocrats. To obtain food to support his army, Todd must either continuously meet the demands of the local nobles, or seek aid externally. Fiki paused here and continued, in recent years, Todd has sent trading caravans to Arsili and Jingzhou regions to trade shoe brocade for grain. Fiki handed over a pile of account books. Gil skimmed through them and confirmed that indeed, the quantity of grain Todd bought was enormous. Shoe brocade, apart from Gil's fine wine and the improved Luoyang brocade, could be directly traded as currency. The shoe brocade not only had high value but also served as a symbol of status for the nobility. Instead of making money from shoe brocade, Todd exchanged all of it for grain. Your Majesty, the troops gathered by the way of 5 Pecks of Rice are mostly displaced people and bandits. They join Todd merely to survive, and when he cannot provide food for them, they will scatter like birds. Rather than dispatching our troops to fight to the bitter end, we can restrict grain and raise the price of Luoyang brocade. Everyone agreed with the first part of Fiki's proposal, but even Elliot felt puzzled about increasing the price of Luoyang brocade. Mario, why increase the price when competing with shoe brocade? Fiki smiled slightly and said, I once went shopping with my wife. The quality of Luoyang brocade and shoe brocade seems similar to me. However, since Luoyang brocade is locally produced while shoe brocade travels great distances, it costs several times more. I thought my wife would choose the more each from brother Mario. Elliot respectfully bowed. Good. With plans set, leave Ejo to Mario and Boeing. I need to inspect medical bureaus and academies. I won't linger here long. Proceed with your duties. Gil stood up satisfied, confident his team could handle matters effortlessly. He could focus on other issues. We all send you off, Your Majesty. Fiki led the bow. Gil nodded and boarded his carriage under Hayward's guidance, heading to the medical bureau. Chapter 336. The injured soldiers left untreated, the new policy takes shape. On the banks of the Luo River lies the path leading directly to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Compared to the previous scenes of commoners blocking the entrance to receive seasonal medicines, the current long line outside the bureau is now made up of soldiers either returning from or evacuating Luossong City. Brendan's earlier warning had proven entirely accurate. Ever since these soldiers returned to the capital, various diseases began breaking out among them in waves. This forced the Imperial Medical Bureau to temporarily halt medical services for nearby civilians, and instead focus on isolating the severely ill soldiers. Your Majesty, this place is unsuitable for your sacred presence. Please just take a look without alighting from the carriage, Hayward said as he covered his mouth and nose with a brocade handkerchief. Gil looked at Hayward. Anger and I cannot find a way to completely eliminate their illness. At best, we can only ease their suffering. He sighed deeply and continued. Though this disease isn't easily contagious, weak individuals are still susceptible. Defenses have been set up in nearby villages to prevent further spread. Gil, feeling compassion, asked, what exactly is this illness? Brendan paused, then leaned closer to Gil and whispered the most critical cause. Hearing this, Gil fell silent for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. What about their families? An official report has been submitted to the Ministry of Households. During isolation, family members should not approach. If any soldier dies during isolation, the remaining family will be treated as martyrs' families. Yes, if there's anything more I can do for them, inform me directly, Gil replied calmly. These soldiers cannot endure being relocated to Bingzhou, Hayward added. I will discuss this matter with the Ministry of War. Once decided, I will inform Master Physician. Patted Brendan's shoulder, Gil left through the rear of the Imperial Medical Bureau. The Medical Bureau was adjacent to the Imperial Academy, only a short walk away. Upon arriving at the academy, Gil noticed that the students were also wearing protective masks provided by the Medical Bureau. As he moved deeper into the academy, more students gathered around. The library that previously occupied only one room now stood in an entire courtyard. Satisfied with this progress, Gil greeted the students. Welcoming your majesty, a familiar voice called out. Elton was explaining military strategies to several students. With a wave of his hand, Gil dismissed the formal greetings. Recently, what percentage of new entrants to the academy are commoners? The children of commoners make up less than 3/10 of the new intake, Elton answered. And how many meet your standards for personal instruction? None, your majesty. Gil turned to Elton. Although expected, having none felt like a slap in the face. Elton immediately explained. The gap between commoners' children and aristocratic ones cannot be bridged in just a few years. If I reluctantly accept a few, knowing they lack talent and capability yet must be recommended to you, how would your majesty use them? Finding logic in his words, Gil suppressed his anger. I've reviewed the records of new talents like Holden and Sebastian. How are they performing in their roles? Ordinary. No one has impeached or recommended them for promotion. You seem complacent, Mr. Abner. Such mediocre performance isn't typical of your former students. Your majesty, not everyone can be like Asher. The positions assigned by you might not suit all of them. Oh. This intrigued Gil, who gestured for Elton to continue. Take Holden and Sebastian as examples. Recognized the term 9-rank system and understood the general content immediately. This 9-rank system was originally proposed by Ajay and Charlie during Bowie's reign in the Wei dynasty for selecting officials. Once implemented, the 9-rank system completely transferred the power to appoint officials from the Kermit family to the Secretariat and the Emperor. Undeniably, being able to witness the 9-rank system now is a result that transcends the era. However, Gil was not satisfied with this, because the current predicament faced by Gil is entirely different from that of the Kermit Wei administration. What Gil faces is not the issue of who holds the authority to appoint officials, but the deeply entrenched Han dynasty's recommendation system. Gil sighed and handed the document back to Elton. Elton was momentarily taken aback and asked, Is your majesty dissatisfied? Have you read it carefully? Yes, this old minister believes that this system is timely. Hearing this, Gil shook his head somewhat helplessly. Am I worried about the power of official appointments falling into whose hands? What I need is to break the recommendation system. Even if we can't thoroughly abolish it, we should be thinking about how to change it fundamentally. Shouldn't such matters have been pointed out by me? Gil said unhappily. Upon hearing this, Elton was greatly startled. The young MA clasped his hands and said, Then tell me, where did you go wrong with this document? Elton returned the document about the 9-rank system to Ajay and asked, Well, we prescribed strong medicine, but it wasn't addressing the root cause. This way, the stronger the medicine, the further off we are. Hearing this, Elton nodded in satisfaction. Not a bad summary. Since His Majesty returned to the capital today, your fathers won't be too busy. Why don't you invite them together and ask them exactly what His Majesty wants? Elton waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. They had heard Gil's final warning and dared not delay, immediately inviting their elder fathers to meet at Drunken Immortal Tower in the capital for dinner. At dinner time, Carver and Baron arrived at the private room of Drunken Immortal Tower. The two elders exchanged glances, knowing the approximate purpose of their son's invitation. Brother Chin, it has been a long time, Carver greeted. Brother, there's no need for ceremony. Let's take our seats. Baron was older than Carver. After seating, the two younger men directly presented the document on the 9-rank system to their fathers. After reading, both old men frowned, their expressions displeased. Curtis, you fought with His Majesty. How could you not understand the Emperor's heart? Seeing Carver speak first is for our families to voluntarily open up knowledge and books, breaking the monopoly. Do you understand? Charlie bowed deeply, recording his insights. But Ajay asked skeptically, Father, wouldn't this sever our ties with the aristocracy? Baron looked at Ajay approvingly. My nephew is indeed smarter than my foolish son. Curtis, once this new policy comes out, it will sever ties with most aristocrats, but not with the Clifton and William families. Even the Zhong family of Yingxuan and the Harvey family of Taiyuan will consider you allies. The reason lies in the unprecedented prestige of His Majesty. No aristocratic family now has the right to negotiate with His Majesty. Any resistance will crush them. Even the ordinary people's resentment will be overwhelming. Baron stroked his beard and explained. Please guide me, uncle. Ajay respectfully asked Baron. Chapter 338. Reforming the Imperial Recruitment System. Entering the palace to present the submission. Your guidance is highly appreciated, but I have a word that might clarify things for you. Just consider this. If a large number of sons from commoner families flood into the Imperial Academy and eventually become officials, what would happen to the court structure? Baron posed the question. Ajay pondered for a moment before replying, they wouldn't have the deep-rooted influence of our noble families. When faced with issues, they'd only be able to rely on each other. In the initial stages, their impact might not be significant, but over time, most of these officials would likely gravitate toward and glanced at Carver. Good. You two boys should write this down here. We'll eat while waiting for you. Show us when you're done.
Yes.
Ajay and Charlie nodded immediately. How could old foxes like Carver and Baron not understand Gil's intentions? Baron's voluntary retirement was to allow his son to gain a share in the new policy. No matter the policy, noble families would always be necessary, even those intended to suppress them. It was about which family could navigate the tide of historical change without falling behind. Within the time it took for a meal, Ajay and Charlie drafted a new official selection system based on the existing imperial recruitment system. They increased the annual quota of recommended candidates from 1 to 10 per region. Of course, recommendations alone weren't enough. These candidates had to pass an examination at the Imperial Academy. The exam covered 3 selected topics from Confucian classics: history, philosophy, military strategy, engineering, and medicine. Passing 2 out of 3 subjects would qualify them as officials in training. To prevent corruption and arbitrary nominations, the performance of these candidates would affect the local officials' evaluations. If a large number of nominees performed poorly, local officials would face penalties such as salary cuts, demotion, or even execution. If fewer than 10 candidates were nominated for 3 consecutive years, local officials would also face penalties. This forced local officials to actively develop county and village schools. Areas meeting the nomination quota and having more than half of the candidates enter the academy would receive rewards ranging from financial incentives to promotions or commemorative steals. These rewards would be viewed by the Ministry of Personnel as significant achievements, impacting overall evaluations. After completing the draft, the 2 young men handed it over to their fathers for review. Both elders nodded approvingly. The main points are sound, but the details need refining. Specific examples of rewards and punishments must be included. Any discrepancies will be reviewed by His Majesty and the Ministry of Personnel. But it's impressive you could write this within such a short time, Baron said with satisfaction. Remember, this method you've chosen is just the beginning of the new policy, meant to facilitate further reforms. Therefore, it must be detailed, Carver added. Ajay immediately nodded in agreement. Under their father's guidance, the 2 worked tirelessly until dawn to perfect the document. Curtis, this is the best we can do. What remains beyond our control? Charlie said, eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. Yes, indeed. Since His Majesty entrusted this task to us, he knew we couldn't be perfect. Over-reliance on our fathers might backfire. Ajay stretched and opened the window. Let's head to the palace immediately. What? By the time Gil finished, they had only eaten half. Gil approached and squatted down before them. Where is the document? Hearing this, Charlie hastily presented the written document to Gil. Chapter 339. Ajay proposes again. Officials gather in the hall. Emperor Gil picked up the document and began to read. This document was unnamed, but from its first point onward, it captivated Gil's attention. What he saw wasn't a fundamental change to the Han Dynasty's system of selecting talent. Instead, it proposed gradual modifications. After all, paper and books had only recently become widely available. If at this moment he required that the quota for commoners' sons should outweigh those from aristocratic families, it would be an overemphasis on fairness while neglecting the genuine needs of the state. Ajay and Charlie, seeing that Gil remained silent, continued eating with their heads lowered. Hayward, these 2 ministers have been working tirelessly for the nation. Arrange beds for them in the hall so they can rest a bit, Emperor Gil ordered. Pang immediately had his attendants arrange everything according to Gil's instructions, even thoughtfully lighting incense. Your Majesty. Ajay raised his hand to speak, but was interrupted by Gil. There's no need for formalities. You work for the nation? Recommending 10 people per county seems excessive. Each county varies in population and land, making such a uniform standard difficult to enforce. Gil nodded in agreement. You are correct, Elder Jagran. That is why I asked you here. You understand our current populace, taxes, and lands better than anyone. Without your guidance, this reform could take much longer. Jagran Pang beamed, appreciating Gil's praise. Your Majesty flatters me. I merely did my duty. Assisting you in reforming the standards for selecting officials is my final contribution. Do you find Braden capable, whom I assigned to assist you? Gil asked, holding Jagran Pang's hand. He is indeed competent, with quick wit and experience as a county magistrate. He has a natural talent for demographics and agriculture. His performance exceeds expectations. You chose wisely, Jagran Pang replied earnestly. That's excellent. However, as Braden is new to the Ministry of Households, he will still need your mentorship. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Though old, I understand the importance of grooming successors. I propose we adjust the quotas based on each county's population and the number of local aristocratic families. For example, Hongnong has few people, but is the ancestral home of the Miles family. If the quota is too small, only Miles family members would apply. This makes sense. The quota can vary annually based on changes in population and aristocratic presence. Jagran Pang smiled, pleased that Gil readily accepted his suggestion. Elliot and Jagran Pang understood his strategy. Once the new rules were implemented, not only would commoners flock to these regions, but influential families might also follow suit. Other provincial governors couldn't easily replicate this approach without extensive efforts. Even if they tried, their efforts would likely benefit the Han court, as the talents they nurtured would ultimately move there. Moreover, as the origin of paper and books, the Han court would gain the most advantages from this initiative. Considering the varied situations across provinces, any lack of cooperation from local aristocrats could lead to failure. Chapter 340. The new policy begins, with enthusiastic public participation. Since Jagran Pang initiated the discussion in a positive manner, everyone enthusiastically engaged in it. Even as dusk approached and night was about to fall, people were still passionately offering their opinions. Emperor Gil enjoyed having these wisest individuals of the era handle these matters. All he needed to do now was sit on his high seat and make the final decisions. Fiki took a momentary break and noticed Hardy setting down his brush, pulling him aside respectfully and asking, Minister, I have a question. Please enlighten me. Hardy bowed deeply and said, Minister, may I ask, as a representative of the Ingchuan Clifton family, Why are you supporting reforms that would benefit commoners and even children of the lower classes? If this succeeds, wouldn't it divide the interests of the aristocratic families, making them no longer the sole elite group of the Han dynasty? Hardy's straightforward question could have offended others from prestigious families, who might have stormed off in anger. Your question is valid, Fiki replied, helping Hardy back to his feet. You and I serve the same court, so there is no need for such formalities. You can ask freely. I will speak frankly then. May I ask why you, representing the Clifton family of Inchuan, support policies that aid the poor and commoners' children? Such actions, if successful, would surely diminish the power of aristocratic families, wouldn't they? Hardy asked bluntly. Thankfully, he directed it at Fiki. If another aristocrat had heard it, they might have walked out in anger. You raise an excellent point. When the emperor first proposed this policy, I discussed it with my family elders. After careful consideration, we realized that while this action might harm our interests as aristocrats, it brings great benefits to all scholars across the land. To sacrifice small personal gains for the greater good is indeed the right thing to do. But I know this argument alone won't convince you, Asher. There's more to consider. In my view, for aristocratic families to endure, we must depend on the state. From the emperor's actions, we can see that if we do not contribute to the nation, we become dispensable pests. His words are clear and profound. In reality, while this reform seems to exclude... Charlie swallowed hard. Isn't that true? If not for witnessing it firsthand, I would have thought those stories were embellished. Just as they were confused, Fiki noticed them waking up. Let's stop guessing. The two who were writing have awakened. Let's invite them to explain. Fiki promptly pulled them into the grand discussion. Everyone worked until the hour of 9 p.m. and only dispersed after Emperor Gil gave the order. Through their efforts, the new imperial recommendation system had been refined almost completely. As they left the palace walls, Ajay and Charlie walked side by side. Curtis, now I understand why my father said our work was only the beginning of the new policy. At this moment, I dare not imagine how prosperous our Han court will be once all reforms are implemented. Ajay chuckled and bowed deeply. Congratulations, Chongwen. Curtis, too kind. The two young men laughed loudly in the capital city streets, as if the bright future was already within reach. The next morning, during the imperial court assembly, Emperor Gil presented the finalized reform document. Due to their valuable contributions, both Ajay and Charlie were promoted to Fiki's secretariat. Though four main departments, military, rights, households, and officials, were established, the secretariat retained its role, focusing on supporting the departments and resolving any issues they encountered. This was an emergency unit Gil proposed to maintain amid significant reforms. The ministers naturally agreed with the changes. After approving the proposal, Hayward instructed Jingzhou Prefect Carver to post official announcements throughout the capital, explaining the new policies. Seeing the new edict, citizens gathered eagerly. Once enough people assembled, officials explained the new policies in detail. The crowd erupted with questions. So, does this mean from now on, our children can attend schools and become officials? Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what it means. Encourage your children to study instead of doing manual labor to avoid wasting their potential. What about studying medicine or craftsmanship? An old carpenter asked. You're here just in time, old carpenter. Everyone knows your skills. If your child learns from you and attends the imperial school, they could become the emperor's royal craftsman. Encouraged by the crowd, the old carpenter rushed home, eager to ensure his child had the best opportunity. Though a humble craftsman, he knew well what was truly beneficial for his child's future. Chapter 341. The commoners hear of the new policies and follow suit. Hey, we farmers face the yellow earth with our backs to the sky all day long. We don't have the skills of old carpenter. It seems this new policy has little to do with. Moreover, annual inspections of crop yields in each county are conducted. If a farmer fails the inspection, local officials are held responsible. If successful, the farmer with the highest yield receives an official position within the Office of Agriculture. The officials explaining these new policies were selected from among the most articulate clerks in the capital. They were also part of this new reform. If local residents did not comply with the new regulations, penalties would first be imposed on local officials, followed by these explanatory clerks. Chinese commoners have historically been gentle and peace-loving. Unless circumstances drove them to desperation, they would never oppose the authorities unless driven to the brink. For the current administration, Gil's choice of new policies came down to two paths. One was to follow the early Han dynasty's governance of Gregory Lao Taoism and laissez-faire governance to rest and recuperate. The second was to adopt Qin-style legalism, elevating the status of farmers, workers, and scholars while encouraging production. However, such reforms would likely cause a shift where farmers previously limited to agriculture would now seek education and craftsmanship. This would undermine the foundation of farming and affect grain production over the next decade. Incentives for farming could alleviate the issue temporarily, but a more sustainable method was the colonial expansion strategy Gil had conceived, using the resources of the Bai people to support the Chinese. After the official finished explaining the clauses, the commoners dispersed. Return to heaven shall rise. Does this yellow heaven necessarily refer to the yellow turbans? The old political order has been broken. Under His Majesty's leadership, a new order will bring the Han back to its peak. See, these essays almost deify His Majesty. Baron stopped speaking here. Charlie hesitated, then asked softly, is this His Majesty's instruction? Such rhetoric has already spread among the people, and the Academy simply chose timely topics. Who among the noble families would dare resist the powerful yellow turbans? Now, everything is being rebuilt. His Majesty needs drastic measures, and will leave no stone unturned. You need not worry too much. Our family, though not indispensable, is still a cornerstone. My retirement is intended to secure a future for you. Baron patted Charlie's shoulder. This is the era of the young. Once these policies take effect, any vassal who resists will be undermined by the people. If they comply, they'll be under His Majesty's control. I understand, Father. Charlie bowed. Since His Majesty has given you a half-month break, you might return to the Academy, listen to lectures, chat with students, and gather public opinion. It won't hurt. I'll do that, father. Charlie helped his father to dinner, now holding even greater respect for his father and a newfound awe for Emperor Gil. Similar discussions occurred at Cassius's and Carver's residences. Meanwhile, in the Packley work in the agricultural department, from low to high ranks. The lowest rank can enjoy a salary equivalent to that of a county magistrate's clerk. The highest rank can enjoy a salary equivalent to that of counselors of various departments. The official explained the salary in terms of grain quantities to ensure everyone understood. Upon hearing this, the crowd was excited. The man who spoke earlier asked again, "We farmers have time during off seasons, but how can we spare time during busy seasons?" Don't worry. As the department specializing in agriculture, the agricultural department will not delay your farming time. Not only will they not interfere, but officials of the agricultural department will also provide planting guidance based on each family's land conditions and environment, and unify the rental of oxen and plows during farming seasons. All farmers registered with the agricultural department can be exempted from rent for 3 households during the rental period and pay only half of the grain tax when the government collects taxes. Moreover, there's an annual grain production examination in each county. If the examination fails, the local officials will bear responsibility. If it passes, those with the highest local yield will be rewarded with an agricultural department position. These officials explaining the new policies were selected from the central bureaucracy for their eloquence. Majesty would merely improve agriculture through a new recommendation system. I didn't expect such sweeping reforms. Looking at historical reforms, none were immediate successes. Now, the public reaction is overwhelming. Baron interrupted, "Son, I'm glad you're mindful. We should always tread carefully, whether concerning the emperor or state affairs. But in my view, this reform was meticulously planned by His Majesty. Why did the public suddenly react so strongly?" Baron looked at Charlie and asked. Charlie thought for a moment, then replied, "People naturally know what benefits them. But if this much benefits the commoners, wouldn't the influential families resist? You mentioned one reason, but not the other. Look at this." Baron took out several essays from the academy and handed them to Charlie. Charlie read and gasped. "They use the rebellion slogan of the Yellow Turbans to criticize our administration. Such defiance cannot be tolerated." Who doesn't know this is defiance? But seeing so many similar articles, haven't you wondered? These are recent essay topics given to students. The yellow sky does not necessarily refer to the Yellow Turbans. The old political situation is broken, and the new order will return the Han to its peak under the Emperor's leadership. Look at these essays. They almost deify the Emperor. Baron stopped talking. Powerful families and lack personal farmland, making participation difficult, added Fiki and Elliot. Gil nodded. Ministers, is this wave building gradually or abruptly? Chapter 341. The people hear of new policies and follow accordingly. Hey, we toil in the fields every day, without even the skills of an old carpenter. It seems this new policy has little to do with us farmers, said a man, evoking responses from many bystanders. The official explaining the document quickly interrupted, everyone. Although agricultural affairs are not included in the recommendation system, His Majesty has specially established the agricultural office within the academy. People of all ages who are proficient in agriculture or have unique expertise can go to the agricultural office of the academy to exchange farming experience for copper coins. Those who make outstanding contributions to agriculture can be directly employed in the agricultural office, with salaries starting equivalent to a county magistrate's clerk, up to that of a senior consultant in various departments. To ensure everyone understood the salary levels of different officials, he immediately explained them in terms of grain quantities. Hearing this, all were very excited. The man who spoke earlier asked again, "We farmers have free time during off seasons, but how could we spare time during busy seasons?" You don't need to worry. As the agricultural office specializes in agriculture, it won't interfere with farming times. Not only will it not cause trouble, officials from the agricultural office will provide planting advice based on land conditions and environments. Additionally, oxen and plows will be rented out collectively during farming seasons. Farmers registered with the agricultural office can exempt 3 households' rental fees during renting periods and pay half of their usual grain taxes when taxed by the government. Moreover, each county conducts annual grain production inspections. If they fail, local officials bear responsibility. If they pass, the person with the highest yield receives an agricultural office position as a reward. These officials explaining the new policies were selected for their eloquence from central clerks. They were also part of the new policy. If local residents didn't comply, local officials would be penalized first, followed by these explanatory clerks. The people of China have always been gentle. Unless faced with situations that make survival impossible, they wouldn't oppose the authorities. For Gil, the 2 paths of new policies ultimately boil down to 1. Adopting the philosophy of Gregory Lau, promoting Taoist governance to let people rest and recuperate. 2. Learning from Qin's legalism to elevate the statuses of agriculture, industry, and literature, encouraging production. However, such actions would likely lead originally agrarian-based people to shift towards recent topics given by the Academy. Heaven is dead, yellow heaven shall reign. Does this yellow heaven mean the yellow turbans necessarily? The old regime is broken, and the new one, led by the Emperor, will return the Han dynasty to its peak. Look, these essays practically deify the Emperor. Baron paused. After a moment, Charlie softly asked, "Is this by imperial decree?" These views already exist among the public. The Academy merely sets contemporary topics. Who dares challenge the yellow turbans at their peak? In the current reconstruction, the Emperor will use strong measures, employing every means necessary. You needn't worry excessively. To the Emperor, though our family isn't indispensable, we are foundational. I step aside to secure your future. Baron patted Charlie's shoulder, saying, "This policy will shape the future. Any vassal resisting will inevitably fall. Those who comply will be under the Emperor's control." "I understand, father." "There you go. Since the Emperor gave you a half-month holiday, take some time to attend lectures at the Academy, converse with students, and understand public sentiment." "Yes, father. Let me accompany you to dinner." Charlie felt greater respect for his father and newfound fear for Emperor Gil. Similar discussions occurred in Cassius's and Carver's residences. Meanwhile, in the palace, Gil was discussing the next steps with Elliot and Fiki. Your Majesty, while incentives will inspire quick action from the people, the Treasury may struggle to sustain it. Agricultural policies only apply to relocated migrants within Sealy. Most farmers in other counties are tied to influential families. Without their own land, even if they wish to participate in the new policies, it might be beyond their capabilities. Fiki and Elliot complimentarily added. Gil nodded. Gentlemen, is this tidal wave gradual or abrupt? The historical context has been preserved, ensuring names and places are accurately translated while maintaining the original tone and style. Chapter 342. The monarch and his minister set policies. Bingzhou will reduce its troops. From my perspective, when this colossal wave arises, it will be layered upon layers. When it crashes against the shore, it will happen all at once, said Fiki after hearing Gil's metaphor, understanding it a little bit. Commander, what riddle did you and his majesty speak? Elliot asked, puzzled. Do not worry, Boning. I'll explain it to you. At this moment, it is not important if all citizens participate, but whether they know there's a new way of living. Throughout history, no matter how strong someone like Callan was, or as clear-sighted as Louis Guo, any direct interference with aristocratic farmlands has failed. Rather than the court enforcing reform directly, we should plant hope and the idea of change into the hearts of the people. When the people vent their anger towards the overly oppressive aristocracy, I can mediate from the middle, achieving twice the results with half the effort. Gil spoke vaguely, leaving Elliot with some doubts. Your Majesty, our empire now has a strong military. How dare commoners cause trouble? Hearing this, Gil smiled slightly but didn't offer an explanation. Boning, when His Majesty needs something, it will naturally happen. Fiki took over. I have understood Your Majesty's words, but the National Treasury's need for funds is unavoidable. During your campaign, I have exhausted every method available. From the looks of it, only Your Majesty can solve this dilemma. Mario, that's too much. After Kit's defeat, I first sent Jeremy to Yecheng to seize Kit's accumulated assets, which could alleviate our urgent needs. Saying so, Gil handed the ledger of Kit's legacy to Fiki. Your Majesty, such wealth can sustain the imperial court for 3 months. Fiki's words were clear, asking about what would happen after the 3 months. At present, commercial trade profits were one of the main sources of income for the imperial treasury. But the business routes were long, with the nearest settlements taking half a year. Treasuries come from Bingzhou, and the cooperation of officials is necessary. Gil looked at the two of them. Fiki immediately got it. I understand. I will inform the officials tonight and submit the proposal to reduce troops tomorrow. Apart from that, those who disarm must be distinguished from ordinary farmers. Although retired, training cannot stop. We should allocate land in G Province for half training, half farming. Now speaking of G Province, since Jianan has been taken, have the lists of appointed officials for each region been finalized? Gil asked. Inform Your Majesty, my ministry has records. Apart from noble children from the court, most are from recommendations by scholars. Please review. Elliot handed the list uncertainly. Gil scanned it and stamped the jade seal. Good. Very well. New policies, new officials. G Province must thoroughly enforce it. Any local nobility wishing to migrate shall follow the initial land lease example and move to the southern Sealy. Any supporters of Kit shall not be spared. Confiscate their property. A delighted look crossed Gil's face. There was no faster way to enrich the state coffers than confiscating stubborn aristocratic properties. This moment coinciding with the Jibei War was perfect. Your Majesty, I have compiled a list of families assisting Kit. Some should be exempted? Fiki asked, pleased and maids upon seeing him. Does Your Majesty seem unhappy? Chapter 343. The Cordelia clarifies, cleverly arranges a banquet. Gil shook his head and said, ever since the new policies began, Mario seems to have become somewhat distant from me. Karis heard this and almost burst into laughter with a soft chuckle. What's so funny? Gil asked, puzzled. Your Majesty excels in handling military, political, and civilian affairs far more than I. But when it comes to understanding human emotions, Your Majesty does not match me, Karis replied as she poured Gil a cup of tea. She continued, before the new policies, Your Majesty and Ike were both friends and sovereign minister. But now, it's first sovereign minister and then friend. Although the essence hasn't changed, the order has shifted. If Ike prioritizes friendship over his duties as a minister, it means Your Majesty did not consider the support of the Ingchuan gentry or the Clifton family who have backed you all along. To put it nicely, you are focused on public interests at the expense of personal ones. But if seen negatively, it might suggest that Your Majesty is ungrateful. Karis continued to pour tea for Gil while speaking. Gil nodded slightly after hearing her words. With Ike's nature, if Your Majesty and the Clifton family had to choose one, he would likely stand by Your Majesty. But Your Majesty should also understand how many short-sighted nobles will come to trouble Ike after such policies. You Gil's requirements and took out a small book. On its pages were listed the broad preferences of Gil's closest ministers. For example, Fiki disliked strong liquor and lavish meals but enjoyed lighting incense during meals. Aloysius, however, loved strong liquor and enjoyed any meal as long as there was liquor. Preferences for other ministers were also recorded. Why do you record these things, Cordelia? Gil asked curiously. These were passed down from my mother, who used to document them herself. Look here, Karis flipped through a few pages showing the likes and dislikes of older ministers and their wives. My mother said this was specifically instructed by Your Majesty. As the Queen, it is my duty to carry on this responsibility. So that's how it is. Both my mother and the Cordelia are quite attentive. Seeing Karis focus intently, Gil picked up a comb and walked behind her, gently combing her hair. Karis blushed. As the son of heaven, how can you comb hair for a woman? Gil shook his head and held her in place. If I don't follow the tradition of Jingzhou prefect painting eyebrows for his wife and Emperor Xin, showing deep affection for his old sword, would I not seem neglectful? Since the Cordelia diligently records the preferences of ministers, I merely return the favor by combing your hair. This scene was witnessed by palace maids and attendants changing oil lamps, quickly becoming gossip within the palace. Gil never interfered with such matters. Under the Cordelia arrangement, the banquet proceeded smoothly in a side hall. Apart from a flask of strong liquor for Aloysius, others were served light wine. For food, Gil's table was the simplest, with just congee and small dishes. Other ministers received different meats based on individual tastes, besides small dishes and flatbread. Upon seating, everyone noticed the difference between their tables and Gil's, especially Fiki, who appeared delighted, chatting enthusiastically with Aloysius and Anton. Gil naturally understood the Cordelia intentions. Any policy must be implemented top-down for effective governance. Your Majesty, I have a request. After several rounds of drinks, Fiki's face flushed red as he bowed. Speak, Ike. There's nothing you can ask that I would refuse. Gil waved his hand in agreement. Your Majesty, my wife is ill and has been examined by Dr. Zhang. He advised daily rest and medication. I request 3 months of leave to care for her. Fiki's words stunned the participating ministers reforming the new policies. Ike, you lead our young generation. How can you prioritize personal matters over public duty during the new policies? Elliot asked rudely, emboldened by drink. Fiki ignored him, looking instead at Gil. Gil smiled inwardly, realizing that even an emperor cannot force someone to choose between loyalty and family. It's against human ethics. Forcing Fiki might push him to extremes. He immediately nodded. I rely on you heavily while I am away. Ministers get holidays, yet you work year-round without rest. Now that you ask for leave to care for your wife, I have no reason to refuse. People say deep love lasts forever. Such devotion brings fortune not only to your wife, but to our empire as well. If you wish, you and your wife may stay within the palace during leave for easier access to Drs. Zhang and Hua. Fiki immediately knelt and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hashtag chapter 344. Fiki gratefully accepts the imperial grace. Evander voluntarily steps back. Gil spoke with perfect clarity. Upon hearing this, Fiki knew that Gil understood the true reason for his request to take leave. But by mentioning bringing people to the palace, Gil was also telling him that while he could take leave, he must always be ready to assist the emperor in governance, even during his leave. Fiki knew there was no room for negotiation and immediately agreed. Gil's consent left the ministers who advocated for new policies, led by Elliot, somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Anton and Aloysius drank their wine alone, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Is neither of you, Funqing or Jitsai, worried about Mario taking leave? Elliot asked, sitting beside them. Why should we worry? Didn't you hear what His Majesty said? Even on leave, Mario will remain in the palace. With Mario still here, any memorial submitted by you, Boning, would certainly pass through his scrutiny. Mario holds a high position and is the leader of the Clifton clan. He must have carefully considered everything before making such a bold move. You don't need to worry, Aloysius said. Elliot then recalled the report from the Secret Service Bureau on today's inspection of the capital. The number of visitors to Fiki's residence indeed increased significantly compared to usual. With this thought, Elliot resolved to record all visitors to be prepared for any contingencies. After the meal, most of the officials had dispersed. Gil, slightly tipsy, invited Fiki, Aloysius, and Anton for a late-night stroll through the garden. Under the night sky, Gil stumbled a little, prompting Fiki to disregard court etiquette and support the emperor. When I first ascended the throne, this garden was desolate, filled with the aura of autumn's decline. Gil began, pointing at the trees in the courtyard. Now as autumn approaches again, the branches Jitsai to accompany her back home? Mario, if you continue to refuse, it's disrespectful, Aloysius interjected. Well, thank you, Your Majesty. Though Fiki remained silent, he felt deeply moved. Historically, there has always been an insurmountable gap between rulers and ministers. Few exemplified mutual loyalty like Shang William and Yi, King Wu of Zhou and Jiang Xia, Duke Xiao of Qin and Shang Miles. Enough talk. Follow me into the garden. This is my first time visiting since its completion. The Imperial Garden was built by master craftsmen under the meticulous design of Gregory Jaggerying, incorporating principles of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Under the moonlight, as they passed artificial hills and springs, everyone felt a wave of relief and comfort. The next day, after the morning court session, all officials learned of Fiki's leave. Consequently, those who intended to visit Fiki had to abandon their plans. Meanwhile, the edicts concerning the new policies and troop reductions soon reached Evander and Aiden in Bingzhou. Seeing the decree, Evander could only sigh wryly. I told you, the current emperor is not the previous one. It's not so easy to fool him, especially considering your efforts to win hearts among foreign tribes through generosity. Perhaps even my intention to gain a share in the Jibei War has been discovered by the emperor, Aiden lamented. During the previous reign, we were governors with significant power. Why has everything changed so drastically now? The present emperor seeks unity across the empire. Since the decree has arrived, we should follow the orders. Evander smiled, seemingly anticipating this outcome. Aren't you going to fight back? How can we? The current emperor is revered like a god by the soldiers. Do you think our troops will obey us over the emperor? We've lost our leverage. It's a different era now. It's wise of Elias to leave a good reputation for his descendants. From now on, I will focus on cultivating a legacy, just like Elias. Evander stood up, deciding to implement the order to reduce the army. Hearing this, Aiden, though unwilling, knew the government had changed and complied. Do not gather private forces anymore. Otherwise, it might give others a pretext to criticize us. If we do not reduce the troops, many ministers will surely impeach us. Though far away in Bingzhou, we must tread carefully. Evander earnestly reminded him. Don't worry. We're old now, thinking only of our children. Very well. I will immediately arrange the troop reduction and finish within the month. Evander left his headquarters feeling reassured. Their compliance took Gil by surprise. Initially, He expected them to leverage their seniority and negotiate some benefits before conceding. They are truly cunning old foxes, Gil sighed, handing the document from Bingzhou to Fiki, who was processing official documents in his hall. Fiki smiled after reading it. Why does your majesty worry so much about these two veterans? If they retreat this time, allowing them permanent control over Bingzhou will facilitate military campaigns against foreign tribes. Yes, but lacking a clear example of punishment worries me. Some may still resist the new policies. It appears you've overthought things. Gil closed the petition on the desk. With Fiki by his side, he could relax without hindering anything. Translation note. Proper names have been transliterated according to pinyin. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained to preserve the original flow of the narrative. Chapter 345. Imperial consultation. Emperor Ian will return. Gil's laziness was too blatant. He actually started dozing off on the grand hall. Seeing this, Fiki could only give a bitter smile. It wasn't until lunchtime that Gil was awakened by Hayward. He then invited Fiki to dine with him. Looking at his lunch, Gil hesitated to pick up his chopsticks, as if deep in thought. Your Majesty, could it be that you are so accustomed to military life that you find it difficult to stay here in the capital? Fiki put down his bowl and asked. Not quite, but recently I have not received any reports from Runin or Miles Zhou. Even Briar, who defends against Mickey, has not sent new updates for days. I feel uneasy that focusing solely on Ezhou might leave us vulnerable to treachery. Gil finished speaking, leaving Fiki slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Gil to think so deeply about these matters. Your Majesty, Stephen of Suzhou indeed hasn't been in touch with the court for some time. However, based on my assessment, after resisting Mickey and fighting in Yenzhou, Stephen suffered heavy losses and will likely focus on recuperation and rebuilding for the next 2 years. The situation with Stephen has always been peaceful, and he won't pose an immediate threat. As for Briar, given the current division between North and South Jingzhou, with Southern Jingzhou focused on commerce, the recent orders from the Gregory family indicate that Briar is busy with trade affairs and entrusts military matters to his eldest son and General Coyle. Given Briar's background, he is unlikely to become an obstacle for your Majesty. He is royal kin, and even without Jingzhou, he can secure a wealthy life in the court. His backing comes from Jingzhou's 8 prominent families: Gregory, Xavion, Ace, Huan, Pang, Ma, Miles, and Shi. Among them, the Gregory family is already allied through marriage, the Ace family is under control of your eldest son, and the Pang family holds office in the court. The remaining families either follow the Gregorys or were admitted into the Imperial Academy this year. Letter and announced. Louis Chong lived up to expectations. The infighting among Kit's sons has allowed us to take control of most of Jibei. Furthermore, Prince Ian of Bohai is on his way back to the capital. Hearing this, Fiki immediately asked, Your Majesty, if Prince Ian returns now, might it affect the new policies? Gil stood up and handed the letter to Fiki. Cordelia Dowager Dong has passed away. With Ian alone outside, I cannot risk letting him out of sight. If someone manipulates him, it would be disastrous. Better for him to reside in the capital for now until I can meet and decide. As Fiki read the letter, he understood Gil's intent. Ian brought half of Kit's wealth with him, which came from local landlords after taking advantage of Kit's defeat. Jibei had largely avoided the Yellow Turban Rebellion, indicating the opulence of the region. Now I understand, Your Majesty. I suggest treating Prince Ian as a returning vassal king and welcoming him with officials. That is what I intend. Chief Edwin, I'll leave this matter to you. You have long served Prince Ian, and it's best suited for you, Gil said. Your Majesty. My loyalty lies only with you, Your Majesty. But I should avoid suspicion, Hayward replied hesitantly. Gil smiled. Chief Edwin, there's nothing to suspect. He is my younger brother. Hayward, seeing Gil's insistence, knelt and accepted the decree. In 3 days, coinciding with Kit's funeral, we shall combine events and hold both ceremonies in Mount Meng north of the capital. Understood, Hayward responded, swallowing before leaving. As Hayward departed, Fiki spoke again. Your Majesty, did you know that when you ascended the throne, a nursery rhyme about Mount Meng spread around the city? Really? Sing it for me, Gil urged, intrigued. Ho non ho, Harvey non Harvey, thousands ride towards Mount Meng. This song was spread just before Unkit arrived, wasn't it? Gil asked. Indeed, Your Majesty. Unkit commissioned Ilias to spread it in the capital to create unrest. But no one anticipated that Your Majesty would lead a personal campaign and achieve victory, Fiki laughed. Back then, half of the court ministers awaited Unkit's arrival, hoping to gain favor using his power. Among them, Kit was foremost. Unfortunately, the main actors turned out to be others. Poor Kit, lamentable Kit, Gil sighed, expressing compassion over Kit's death. But Fiki knew this was both genuine and sarcastic from Gil. For Kit's funeral, have you made the guest list? What's the point? The only person close to Kit in the capital is Kermit Manuel. Others who wish to attend only seek fame through the deceased. Best to ignore them. Mario, asked Manuel Gordon, Gies to accompany me and Prince Ian, along with the Jagarin family, during the ceremony, Gil concluded, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 346, Emperor Ian bows in admiration, Jagarin Hua returns to court. That night, Emperor Gil was still handling state affairs with Fiki. Suddenly, Cordelia Karras led Kinna into the hall. Your servant pays respects to His Majesty. Seeing the two, Fiki immediately realized it was getting late. This minister apologizes. I pay my respects to Your Majesty and to the noble consort. You don't need such formality. My husband is waiting for you in my chamber. Karras immediately replied. If so, this minister shall take his leave. Fiki said, then turned to look at Gil. Gil nodded slightly upon seeing this, and Fiki hurriedly left the hall. Karras immediately pulled Kinna, who had a worried expression, towards Gil. My younger sister has something important to tell the Emperor. I will take my leave now. Saying this, Karras also exited the hall. Gil looked at Kinna, frowning, seemingly unsure of how to react. Has something happened in Miles Zhou? Kinna was somewhat surprised by his words. Your Majesty, how did you know? Matters within the capital are known to me if I wish to know them. However, I haven't read your letter yet. I only know that it's from Miles Joe. Gil calmly replied while looking at Kinna. Hearing this, Kinna saw no need to conceal it further, and immediately handed over the Sun family's letter to Gil. Please read it, Your Majesty. My brother is in grave danger and seeks Your Majesty's help. Gil glanced at the letter and asked, if it's a plea for aid, why didn't it come directly to me but through you? Are you trying to gain my attention through your influence? Kinna explained immediately, this letter was written by my second brother Garner. He was not originally part of my eldest brother Jude's army, but traveled around learning. Now that he has joined our eldest brother's forces, sending this letter indicates something very serious has happened. Don't worry, military reports show no major battles in Runin or Miles Joe. Gil continued reading the letter until he reached the end. He learned that Jude had been assassinated by enemies and suffered critical injuries. After discussion among Jude's strategists, they decided to use precious herbs to sustain Jude's life and send him via waterways to the capital. Before leaving Miles Joe, Jude entrusted Garner with command of the army. I see. From Miles Joe to Jingzhou via waterways, and then to the capital, it should take less than a month. With the time needed to send this letter, Jude should arrive within 10 days. Gil nodded, saying, what's difficult about it? Unless Jude is beyond saving, the skills of Brendan and Hewitt should suffice. Upon hearing this, Kinna relaxed significantly. Thank you, Your Majesty. As my noble consort, you are already family. Why thank me? Since you're here, stay for the night. Gil gently embraced Kinna. 3 days later, as the morning mist hadn't fully dissipated, Gil waited with his ministers in the northern part of the capital for Ian's return. In no time, Ian's carriage appeared in view. Your humble brother greets His Majesty. The confiscated goods are all with the rear contingent. This rebel's unjust wealth, I hereby present to Your Majesty. Ian knelt and respectfully said, Rise, King of Bohai. Since you have presented the wealth to the court will naturally reward you appropriately. Brother, what position do you seek in court? Gil lifted Ian and asked softly. Brother? Ian hesitated. He intended to secure a post to rebuild his standing in the Han dynasty, but did not expect it to be so easy. That's enough. We brothers don't need such riddles. Since you didn't return directly to your fiefdom, you must have something to ask. And I also have a request which only you can fulfill. Are you willing to listen? Gil held Ian's hand, appearing very close. The minister saw this and assumed Gil was extremely fond of his brother. Please say brother. Ian nodded slightly. I want you to become the Minister of Rights and oppose the new policies. Upon hearing this, Ian immediately fell to his knees again. Brother, aren't you asking for my life? Rest assured, I only wish I cannot unite all these nations alone. I need allies. Han royalty has diminished in numbers during our generation. We mustn't destroy each other. Our ambition is the 4 seas. Will you be my vassal king in the frontier? Ian, awed by Gil's vision, immediately bowed. Your humble brother is willing. Let us unite, add virtuous ministers to our ranks, and strike north against the Xinbei and Xiongnu. Control the western regions, and sail eastward to harness the power of countless tribes, enriching the Han for generations. As they spoke, the carriage stopped at the foot of Mount Baimang where the Jagarin family was preparing for Kit's burial. Gil, along with Ian, Price, Fiki, Aloysius and Anton, approached Kit's grave, each lighting incense. Go in peace, Binchu. Your legacy of resisting barbarians will live on as I vow to drive the Xinbei and Xiongnu out and make them bow to the Han. These words resounded loudly, heard by every young Jagarin family member present. Originally thinking the Jagarin family's fate was sealed, they were now inspired by Gil's words. Supported by a cane, Jagarin Hui walked up to Gil. Thank you, Your Majesty, for restoring hope for our family. Jagarin old sir, I want you back in court as Minister of Rights to teach my brother the ways of governance. Gil held Jagarin Hui's hand and said straightforwardly, these are all the Emperor's trusted ministers. If you have any questions, you may ask them, Gil said. Thank you, Brother Emperor. I wish to visit the Imperial Medical Office and the Imperial Academy. May Brother Emperor permit? Of course. Asher, take the prince to tour the academy and show him around the capital. The residence for the prince is prepared not far from the palace. Show him everything, Gil ordered. Hardy bowed in acknowledgement. Your younger brother withdraws. Ian bowed deeply and left with Hardy. Is this arrangement too lenient? Asked Randall, the elderly grandfather-in-law, leaning on a cane. Grandfather, although the prince has royal blood, he acted out of youthful ignorance. Since he shows remorse, why shouldn't we guide him to become a wise king for our Han dynasty? Does Your Majesty mean? I am old, my thoughts slow. Now, I understand Your Majesty's wisdom. Randall immediately bowed. Well, let each minister attend to their duties. Gil dismissed everyone. Just as court ended, Hayward brought in a secret letter. After reading the letter, Gil calmly rose. G North is now settled. The 3 sons of Kit fled to Liaodong and were captured by Liu. It seems as Fan Xiao predicted. Fiki saw Gil smiling and immediately commented, with G North stable, the court should consider weakening Liaodong. If Liu only expands outward, it would be fine. But if he turns inward, Hoyt may not be able to resist him. Gil nodded. I decide to establish a defense zone linking Qingzhou and Yuzhou by sea using Qingzhou's port. This way, Yuzhou can cross General Jagarin excessive. We recently assigned 20,000 troops from Bingzhou to Crete. Could some of General Jagarin's forces be reduced? Good point. With G North settled, Yin province is no longer a key defense area. Only leave troops in Nan for defending against Mickey. So, Herb and Tim can return to train troops, while Egbert leads 20,000 troops back to Yin to assist Camden. Leave General Jagarin with 10,000 Green Dragon troops and 10,000 farming soldiers. Others return to the capital for reallocation. As he spoke, Gil wrote the edict and handed it to Fiki for dissemination through the Ministry of Ceremonial. This arrangement relieves the national treasury and divides G South for farming areas, Fiki noted. Has the white Rami planted in Xiliang been successful? Gil asked. According to reports, white Rami grows well. By year-end, we'll have the first batch of clothing made from it. Wonderful. Allocate 1/3 of G North and Yojo's farmland for White Rami to trade with the Shinbei and Xiongnu, encouraging them to cultivate it. Yes, Your Majesty. Fiki recorded Gil's instructions for discussion at the Ministry of Ceremonial. These tasks required no direct intervention from Gil. Once done, Fiki instructed the palace attendants to dispatch all documents to the ministry. With Your Majesty in the capital, administrative efficiency has improved greatly, Fiki remarked. Indeed, I should find you more helpers. Without war now, you can select people from the military department. Do you mean it, Your Majesty? Fiki's eyes lit up with anticipation. Chapter 348. The Ministry of Ceremonies welcomes new ministers. Son Bofu arrives in the capital. Of course it's true. It seems Mario already has candidates in mind. Please share them with us. Your Majesty, as I see it, Baron's son Charlie and Carver's son Ajay are both suitable to join our Ministry of Ceremonies. With the addition of Hardy, having these three by my side, I can have peace of mind. Emperor Gil nodded in agreement. There was no need to elaborate on Ajay and Charlie. As co-authors of the new policies, promoting them to the Ministry of Ceremonies was timely. Hardy had accompanied Gil through countless campaigns, and his ingenious talents not only qualified him for the ministry, but also made him a role model for the Imperial Academy. I approve. End their leave tomorrow, and order them to report to the Ministry of Ceremonies. Gil nodded and said this. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fiki never feared anyone taking away his authority. As for the positions within the Ministry of Ceremonies, having reliable people to assist him would free up more energy to handle other matters, such as theirs. 5 days later, a military ship from Miles Zhou docked at the low riverbank. Jude, supported by Ryder, boarded a carriage bound for the palace from the side of the Imperial Academy. Bofu, this Imperial Academy truly rivals the ancient Jixia Academy. His Majesty is indeed a remarkable talent, establishing workshops and medical institutions next to it. Ryder, dressed in white and holding a feather fan, looked at the academy with admiration. Beside him, Jude appeared pale and weak, constantly drinking medicine fed to him by a servant maid. Gu Gongjin, when I parted ways with His Majesty years ago, he was merely a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Now, he must be a handsome young man in his prime. Jude pushed away the medicine jar and managed to speak. Bofu, don't talk, just listen to me. Ryder walked over and personally fed him some medicine. Gentlemen, His Majesty asked me to lead you directly into the palace via a secret passage from outside the city. Please forgive us for the inconvenience. Hayward, who had been waiting there, instructed his men to blindfold Jude and Ryder with special black cloths that prevented them from seeing anything, even during daylight. Chamberlain Zhang, no need for formalities, this is necessary, Jude managed to say while bowing. Come, make sure General Sun is properly supported. Otherwise, even immortals couldn't save him. Brendan's diagnosis instilled hope in everyone present. Your Majesty, allow me to prepare medication. General Sun's poisoning requires careful consideration. Brother Hua, please stabilize General Sun's heart pulse first and extract the arrow so I can identify the poison, Hewitt said. Gil immediately nodded. Seeing this, Brendan instructed Jude to be carried into the hall, where he applied a specially made disinfectant and used alcohol around the wound, sparking Ryder's interest in modern medicine. Once the preparations were complete, Brendan's anesthetic potion, Ma Fei San, was administered, and Jude fell asleep instantly on the soft bed. During this time, Ryder could not contain his curiosity and whispered, Ryder of Jiangdong, Lord Gongjin, pays respects to Your Majesty. Rise. Seeing Ryder's confusion, Gil immediately added, Gongjin, feel free to ask your questions. Intrigued, Ryder inquired about the medical practices demonstrated by Brendan. Gil explained each step, much to Ryder's amazement. Who would have thought His Majesty has such extensive knowledge, even in medicine? Gil waved a hand. Discussing medicine in front of two renowned physicians might seem presumptuous. I merely provided some insights. If you're interested, we can visit the Imperial Academy and the Medical Bureau together. This sparked Gil's desire to recruit Ryder. Nearby, Kenna lightly punched Gil's arm, reminding him, I believe General Sun was struck by a wolf poison arrow. This kind of poison, though slow-acting, is extremely difficult to treat, Hewitt said, bowing to Gil. I am also somewhat familiar with the poison of the wolf poison arrow, which can be derived from minerals, herbs, or animal toxins, either used singly or in combination, making it hard for the poisoned person to determine the source of the toxin and thus impossible to find a cure, Gil responded. After listening, Hewitt nodded immediately. Just as Your Majesty said, Old Minister can identify it as wolf poison through medical experience, but cannot determine the exact type of poison. In reality, the so-called wolf poison was actually a concoction of mineral toxins, plant toxins, or bacteria from animal or human feces applied to wounds to cause infections and ultimately death. As a modern person, Gil naturally knew what this toxin was. He immediately said to Hewitt, there's no need for concern, Divine Doctor. Any method must be tried to save General Sunday. Hearing this, Hewitt paused momentarily before bowing and saying, Your Majesty, this treatment will be exceptionally painful. Gil turned to look at Kenna beside him. She replied firmly, Please proceed, Divine Doctor. All right, since Your Majesty and the Cordelia agree, Old Minister will do everything possible. Odds may not be able to save him, Hewitt said, sounding weary. Despite her worry, Kenna thanked the doctor earnestly. You are allowed to stay here to watch over General Sunday. You surely won't be sleeping tonight. Gil patted Kenna's head and left the hall with Ryder. Why did General Sun get hit by such a toxic arrow? Gil asked while walking. Report to Your Majesty, Bofu was preparing troops and provisions to confront Mickey once more. Before setting out, to bolster our morale, he led his guards to hunt tigers in the forest. But unknown assassins lay in wait within the woods. Despite fighting bravely, Bofu unfortunately got hit by the arrow during the battle, Ryder explained. It seems Mickey is deeply involved in this incident, Gil remarked. But there might also be shadows of influential local clans in Miles Zhou. Lately, although Bofu's military might have been sharp, Miles Zhou has long been estranged from imperial control, leaving room for ill-intentioned people, Gil added. Ryder agreed. Your Majesty's insight is correct. According to my investigation, these bandits entered Wu County via a notorious Taoist named Jaggerji, who serves as evidence of the collusion between the local clans and Mickey. Unfortunately, this Taoist escaped from prison. Ryder sighed. Rest assured, Bo Fu is now in the capital, and I will do everything to save him. But I wonder if Garner will launch attacks on Mickey on schedule. Corner for himself. Elliot finished, and Gil waved his hand. A peaceful corner? Mickey's abilities are far inferior to Kit. I will not give him any chance at all. While Garner lacks military prowess, resisting Mickey should not be difficult. From now on, all intelligence from Jiangdong must be reported to me immediately. I accept my orders. Elliot bowed deeply and immediately responded. The next noon, after finishing lunch, Gil returned to Princess Kenna's palace. Jude's condition was relatively stable thanks to Brendan and Hewitt's superb medical skills. Though still weak, he was no longer in imminent danger. Your Majesty, although this old minister cannot completely remove the poison from General Sun, I have more confidence in preserving his life. So long as General Sun pays attention to rest and recuperation in the future, living another 20 years is possible, said Hewitt. Hearing this, Kenna stood up immediately. Your Majesty, my elder brother is only in his early 20s. Can he really only live another 20 years? These 20 years are based on General Sun receiving regular supplements and nurturing his body. The poison has been in General Sun's body for a long time, draining much of his vitality. Being able to stabilize his condition is already very fortunate, explained Hewitt. Kenna wanted to plead further but heard Jude's weak voice opening. Sister, a miss too ambitious? Gil asked, slightly frowning. Although Gil acknowledged Garner's capabilities, as someone from later times, he knew Garner was highly ambitious and hard to control. Perhaps I am rash. However, the soldiers and officers in Milesjo are all my former subordinates. If your Majesty suddenly replaces me, it might give Mickey a chance. My brother, though not exceptionally talented, can lead my former subordinates, hence this request. Ridge, are you threatening me? I dare not. Jude's face was pale, each bow aggravating his wounds. Enough, lie down well. I promise you. But if your brother Garner harbors impure intentions in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless, Gil warned. Jude was startled but quickly regained composure. Thank you, your Majesty. I will ensure my brother stays loyal. Very well, you and Riley haven't seen each other in years. Rest well in the capital and talk more. After saying this, Gil intended to leave the hall. Your Majesty, Ryder is my classmate and friend. His talent is rare in the world. This time, bringing him here was also to recommend capable people. I hope your Majesty gives Ryder a chance, Jude bowed deeply and said. Gil laughed, rest assured. I understand your heart. Thank you, your Majesty. Hearing this, Jude finally felt reassured. As someone from later times, Yanan nodded. It's a pity that heaven has not granted me more years. I, Jude, having always been a loyal and brave minister, will not let this change. Rest assured, Ryder will remember Ridge's words. They chatted for a while, then Kenna invited Edwin to escort Ryder out of the palace. Using the privilege to enter the palace anytime during daylight, Ryder toured the entire capital over 5 days, observing the new climate of the Han court under Gil's reforms. He noticed that although the city market wasn't as bustling as Jingzhou, it had immense potential due to its constant traffic. Seeing this, Ryder finally made up his mind to stay in the capital, not just for Jude, but for his lifelong aspirations. Chapter 351. Winter Excursion and Hunting by the Luo River. After being treated jointly by 2 renowned doctors, Jude no longer faced a life-threatening situation, but his body's vitality needed to be slowly restored through nourishment and medicine. Instead of returning to the unsafe Milesjo, he chose to stay in the capital for temporary rest. During his convalescence, Ryder gathered all documents and reform measures concerning Gil's new policies for him, which kept Jude busy and made him seriously study civil affairs and government matters. Although Gil did not directly appoint Ryder an official post, he allowed him free access to the Imperial Palace and the Imperial Academy. In just over half a month, Ryder had become this. Hayward glanced sympathetically and proceeded with Gil's instructions. Without delay, the generals eagerly gambled who would hunt the most game animals. The civil officials dined with their families in the temporary pavilions erected along the riverbanks, where court attendants continuously served seasonal dishes and wine for their enjoyment. Cordelia, please get out of the carriage. Everything is arranged. Chamberlain Zhang walked to Karis's carriage. Why hasn't His Majesty gotten out yet? Karis, having just disembarked, saw Gil still inside and asked. Before Hayward could respond, the consorts were led by attendants to join Cordelia William. Forgive me, Cordelia, but lately His Majesty hasn't visited the harem because of increased state affairs. I've seen His Majesty working until midnight with Chancellor Clifton Shuang and Elliot many times. He's still handling state affairs even now, too busy to leave the carriage. Upon Hayward's words, the consorts immediately surrounded him. It's winter already, and the war has subsided. Why are there still so many state affairs? The Cordelia asked. My lord also inquired. The Ministry of Works says these are petitions from various regions. They say it's the rule set by His Majesty after the new policy that counties can submit petitions directly if there are unclear issues. How diligent His Majesty is, truly a blessing for the people, Jude, supported by Kenna and Ryder, couldn't help but exclaim. True, but such hard work worries me. In such a peaceful winter, His Majesty should relax instead of handling petitions in the carriage. After muttering, Hayward helped the Cordelia and consorts walk toward the riverside tent. Why don't you suggest His Majesty to relax now? It might please him. Bologna leaned close to Mary and whispered. Don't misbehave. His Majesty always separates public and private matters. Although he allows us to study classics, it doesn't mean we can interfere casually. If His Majesty is busy with state affairs, going there now will only give others a reason to criticize. Bologna nodded as if she understood. Focus on the trade convoy. Only by helping His Majesty can he help you. Mary patted Bologna on the shoulder. Understood. The Cordelia finally knocked on Gil's carriage door. Your Majesty, enjoy this serene winter. It won't delay anything, especially since Minister Elliot and Chancellor Clifton Schwang's families are waiting. Karis finished speaking, and Gil put down the petition. The Cordelia is right. Rest is important. Let's go and drink together today. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fiki and Elliot exchanged glances and relaxed. They had been busy for days and indeed needed a break. Gil leadership and human side. Chapter 352. Jagern lose jealousy and the deer hunt in the forest. Gabrielle was also not skilled with the bow and arrow, so she decided to stir up some competition between Kinna and Ellen. That's fine. Let's see who has better archery skills today, Riley or Woody. Emperor Gil added in agreement. Their words fueled a competitive spirit between Ellen and Kinna. Your Majesty, too many people may startle the wildlife in the forest. I will go to the right side. Ellen gave a respectful salute and immediately rode off towards the right of the forest. Kinna, unwilling to be outdone, headed to the left side. Your Majesty, I also want to catch some game for the brothers to share. Go ahead. Gil patted Jeremy on the shoulder. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jeremy immediately spurred his horse forward. In no time, only Gabrielle remained beside Emperor Gil. They slowed down, riding leisurely. The last time we rode together was so long ago, Gabrielle said, looking at Gil. Wearing military attire, Gabrielle reminded Gil of that day when he had brought her back to the Han camp from the battlefield. He couldn't help but smile. These days have been busy with state affairs. The new policies have required changes in administration across the regions, needing centralized guidance from the court. I've indeed neglected the feelings of the consort Wu Zue, capable of chasing after the deer. In this sparse forest, if we let the horses loose, we might succeed. Gabrielle's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Seeing her eagerness, Gil raised his 8-treasure dragon spear. All right, follow behind me but don't fall too far behind. As they spoke, Gil subtly pressed his knees, signaling Wu Zue, who sensed his master's command and sped toward the deer. In an instant, they covered the 100 paces. The deer, hearing the commotion, looked up just as Gil was within 20 steps. Startled, it bolted away, bounding into the depths of the forest. Wu Zue, sensing its prey fleeing, took on a competitive streak and sped up on its own accord, chasing after the deer without needing Gil to spur him on. With each moment, the gap between the horse and the deer narrowed. Gil's spear seemed only inches away from striking the deer. Suddenly, the deer made a swift leap to the left, evading Wu Zue. This unexpected move widened the distance again. Gil thought, if we continue to chase, the deer will likely evade again, eventually tiring out Wu Zue. Considering this, Gil looked at his spear, aimed carefully, and hurled it at the deer. The 8-treasure dragon spear flashed through the air like silver light. Unfortunately, the deer deftly twisted, dodging the large antlers. Congratulations, Your Majesty. If this deer were part of the contest, you would definitely win. Gabrielle looked excitedly at the prey. Since we've caught the deer, there's no need to hunt anymore. We'll use our horses to carry it back to the tent. Gil handed over the reins of Gabrielle's horse, and they placed the deer across the 2 horses. They had to walk alongside the horses back to camp. Inside the main tent, the generals returned with their game, but there was no sign of Gil. Even Ellen and Kinna returned with rabbits and foxes, but Gil still hadn't shown up. Jalen, why didn't you stay with the Emperor? Jalen glared at Jeremy angrily. Jeremy, holding 2 pheasants, replied sheepishly, I thought to catch some game before finding the Emperor, but these pheasants took a while to catch. I only realized the Emperor hadn't returned after coming back to the tent. You. Jalen shook his head worriedly, already preparing to lead the Vermilion Bird soldiers to search. Chapter 353. Todd launches winter campaign. Gil plans to attack Mickey. As everyone was caught in the tense atmosphere, Emperor Gil and Gabrielle appeared with 2 horses before the guards' eyes outside the main tent. General Adebayo, General Su, His Majesty has returned? Upon hearing this, Jeremy immediately asked, where is he? Just 100 paces outside the tent. After hearing the soldiers' report, Jeremy hastily dropped. He faced problems he couldn't handle alone. Todd has unexpectedly launched a winter campaign, deploying most of the troops from Hanzhong to attack southern Izhou. Darien is isolated and struggling. Without reinforcements soon, he will have to retreat to Jingnan, Gil explained to Fiki. It seems we underestimated Ascari and company, Fiki responded. He must have realized what we're doing in Jingzhou. Rather than be constrained by us next year, he chose to deplete both sides' strength during the winter to lessen his burden. What a ruthless strategy. The most frustrating part is that Nicholas, who doesn't know better, refused to help Darien despite our support in guarding Izhou, Gil replied irritably. Calm down, Your Majesty. Nicholas has been in Izhou for so long that he lacks insight into the current situation. I believe you should let Darien withdraw from Izhou and leave the region in turmoil. Meanwhile, let Price prepare his troops at the Hanzhong border, ready to seize control once Todd wins, cutting off Izhou's exit route. Fiki nodded slightly. Under these circumstances, Your Majesty's plan is sound. Even if Ascari is crafty, the terrain of Izhou limits his effectiveness. But I'm worried Todd might ally with Mickey after gaining power in Izhou. Runan is far less defensible than Izhou. If Your Majesty plans to attack, I suggest eliminating Mickey first. Gil pondered for a moment and then replied, You're right, Mario. Let Darien withdraw to the Hanzhong border and wait for the right moment. In secret, Price will lead troops into Yenzhou. We should invite Stephen and Breyer to discuss military cooperation against Mickey. Indeed, Your Majesty is wise. Fiki bowed and started handling the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, Gil turned his attention to Jude. Jude immediately understood and had Ryder help him sit beside Gil. Ridge, there's no need for pleasantries. Trouble in Izhou. Todd launched a winter campaign against southern Izhou. I suspect Ascari and Jorge are behind this. If Todd takes Izhou, he'll likely ally with Mickey. Then, Miles Zhou will be in grave danger. The Cordelia stood up and started tending to the ministers, leaving Hayward by Gil's side to intercept any unrelated intrusions. Jude sighed. To be honest, I plan to launch a winter campaign against Mickey too. But, Ridge, don't dwell on missed opportunities. You can still command effectively from here. I've decided to invite Stephen and Briar to discuss a joint campaign against Mickey this new year. Ryder's eyes flickered with interest. Your Majesty, to truly defeat Mickey, we'll need a powerful navy to sever his connections between Jaggerjo and Milesjo. This would allow Ridge to eliminate Mickey's forces in Milesjo completely. Gil glanced at Ryder, understanding I might have been too cautious. So, Ezra will divide the navy, and you two can each lead one fleet and train separately. How does that sound? Chapter 354. The Great Han Navy gains new commanders. Emperor Gil renovates Luoyang to welcome envoys. Creed smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, Your Majesty, naval forces differ from land forces. The struggles on water are different from those on land. On land, we only need to train the soldiers to be familiar with formations. For formations on water, while soldiers must be trained, they also need a certain understanding of water currents and weather. Otherwise, even if the formation is successful, it will deform as the water flows. So throughout history, the Navy values quality over quantity. Since General Zhou has some knowledge of naval matters, why don't we split up for training? In 2 months, we can drill each other to see who is better. We should all improve our weaknesses. What do you think? After Creed finished speaking, Gil nodded slightly. What does Gong Jin think? Ryder smiled at everyone and said, Military formations are like chess games. If one plays alone, it feels lonely. Today, with formidable generals playing against each other, I am naturally delighted. I will follow General Gon's suggestion. Good. Since that's the case, Ezra should take Gong Jin to the naval training ground to get acquainted sooner. I accept your command, Your Majesty. After the two left, only Gil and Jude remained. Ridge, you should know what I mean. I also care about your health, but you and I have both been through battles. Instead of lingering sick in bed, I believe Ridge should return to the battlefield. Your Majesty knows me well. I wish to die on the battlefield. But my younger brother is still young and not yet capable of taking on major responsibilities. My sister is willful and often needs your care. There is something that worries me. But Mickey is an enemy of our entire Sun family. A man cannot stand in this world without avenging his father. I wish to quickly return to Milesjo to lead the troops. Jude looked pale, but his eyes were resolute. Ridge, there's no rush. Stay in the capital for now. After Briar and Steven send their envoys, we will make a decision. There are many tonics in the capital. With 3 months left, I am confident I can help Ridge recover. Gil patted Jude's shoulder. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am unworthy of such kindness. Jude bowed his thanks just as the venison was ready. Hayward brought 2 plates of venison and placed them before them. Ridge, please enjoy. This is hunted by me personally. Thank you, Your Majesty. A winter outing was thoroughly disrupted by affairs in Ejo. Gil focused on handling related matters, but fortunately, the Cordelia managed much of the care for the ministers. 5 days later, replies from Jingzhou and Shuzhou arrived in the capital. After reading them, Gil immediately summoned Elliot and Fiki. Jingzhou sent the eldest son, King, while Shuzhou sent Dennis. Your Majesty, Dennis belongs to the Mi family of Shuzhou, skilled in trade and trusted by Steven. But no matter how much trust he has, it probably doesn't match sending his own son. I can't understand Steven's intentions. Elliot spoke first. I think Steven sent Dennis out of respect. First, goods from Luoyang haven't directly reached Shuzhou. Second, I've heard Steven's sons are incompetent. Steven is already old and relies heavily on the Mi family of Shuzhou, added Fiki. Given this, Shuzhou's intentions might contradict those of Jingzhou. If we agree to Shuzhou's request, it may displease the elite families of Jingzhou. Gil anticipated the demands of Shuzhou and Jingzhou and said, Your words make sense. To resolve the trade standoff between these two provinces, we should offer new products for Shuzhou to sell. Have you thought of something, Your Majesty? It's white stacking, white cloth. Elliot and Fiki asked in unison. Exactly. Shuzhou is important for its ports, connecting Liaodong above and Milesjo below. Since Jingzhou doesn't want Shuzhou dominating southern trade, let Shuzhou handle northern. The southern and northern areas of Luoyang maintained old rules. Gil relocated 2 divisions of royal guards to the base of Mang Mountain, creating the South Camp and North Camp. The southern part of the city, adjacent to the Luo River and the Imperial Academy, became the base for the naval force, with the remaining 2 armies stationed on either side of the academy. Thus fortified, Luoyang's defense was stronger than any time since the Han Dynasty's Wu Emperor era. Traders from various regions preferred to base their operations in Luoyang, boosting trade within the two markets. The nearly depleted national treasury gradually recovered the construction costs. 2 months passed swiftly, and today was the day King and Dennis would arrive in the capital. Both parties entered through the eastern market. Despite having visited last year, King was stunned by Luoyang's rapid development. Dennis marveled at the prosperity, praising it profusely. After checking into the Han Lewis Inn, they were guided by Hayward to the palace. Your humble servants bow to Your Majesty. They knelt simultaneously before Gil. Rise and be seated. Standing up, King spoke first. Your Majesty, I never imagined how rapidly Luoyang has developed. Your palace remains unchanged, a testament to Your Majesty's benevolence, prioritizing the people. I deeply appreciate this and will inform my father to emulate Your Majesty. Chapter 355. King makes the first move. Dennis seeks Fiki. King's prompt words undoubtedly revealed his relationship with Gil to Dennis. On one hand, it was to establish authority, and on the other, it forced Dennis to carefully consider whether to compete with Jingzhou. Gil naturally understood King's intentions, but considered these actions mere trifles, and thus allowed them to unfold. Is Abdullahi doing well lately? I have heard that since Jingnan has separated from Jingzhou, it has become extraordinarily prosperous. With no wars outside its borders, Abdullahi must be feeling quite at ease, Gil asked. Your Majesty, as you say, indeed, my father hasn't relaxed the defense against Jaggerjo. My father always warns me that Mickey is a traitor and rebel. We of the Han royal lineage must shoulder the responsibility of punishing him, King said, recalling what Briar had told him before he left Jingzhou. Jaggerjo was close to Jingnan. If it could be incorporated into their territory, Briar's position in Jingzhou would become even more solidified. Master, your view is mistaken. Punishing the rebellious is something all loyal subjects should participate in. If only the imperial family takes action, doesn't it make us seem ineffective? Dennis smiled slightly and cupped his hands. Yes, Mr. Me makes a good point. Every man has a duty to his country. However, wasn't Stephen greatly weakened after the battles in Runjo and Jagerjo? Is he capable enough now? Your Majesty, rest assured. The elite troops from Suzhou's Danyang remain untouched. We can pledge to send out all our elite forces this time to eliminate Mickey, Dennis responded. Hearing this, Gil nodded with a smile. He understood that Stephen had intentionally exposed his true strength, revealing that his loyalty was contingent upon maintaining control over Suzhou. Stephen has a shrewd plan, Gil thought, which strengthened his resolve to quickly reduce the power of regional governors. Back then, you didn't send your elite troops? King picked up on this point immediately. Prince, you misunderstand. Guarding Suzhou is Tao's primary duty. If we send all elite troops out, wouldn't we invite chaos? Would we divide Su like Jingzhou did? Not bad, Dennis's tongue is sharp. King retorted, isn't it true that the Ace clan in Jingzhou dropped in status due to such strategies within just a year? Listening to their exchanges, Gil didn't stop them until Hayward intervened. Both are important ministers. How can you behave so rudely before the Emperor? Upon hearing Hayward, both men realized they were still in Gil's presence. It's fine. Misunderstandings happen. It's better to clear them now than let grievances deepen and turn into conflict. Since you've traveled far, why not rest first? As Gil stood to return to the palace, King stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have brought General Gregory's letter. May I present it? Very well. Wait a moment. Gil glanced at Hayward, who immediately escorted Dennis away. Once alone. In this city, any indiscretion can bring disgrace. That's why I've warned everyone. Don't be modest. Even in distant Su, people talk highly of your relationship with the Emperor, akin to Qin Gong and Shang Miles. Fiki frowned slightly. Brother me, Shang Miles met a tragic end. I cannot ignore this warning. Hehe, fair enough. Our families are close, so let's speak plainly. I want you to arrange another audience with the Emperor today. Fiki hesitated. This isn't a formal meeting, and I have no urgent matters. Bringing you might raise suspicions. Don't worry. I wouldn't endanger you. This visit aims to introduce Suzhou to the Emperor's new policies. Besides, our Danyang troops are intact. After the campaign, half of any gains will go to you. Thus, the intricate political dance continued, each move calculated to secure advantage in the unfolding drama. Chapter 356. Ingenious plans by sovereign and minister, covert strife between two provinces. Fiki hesitated as he rose to his feet, gazing through the study window at the garden within the compound. His residence in the capital could almost rival the Aaron family's estate, a lineage spanning 4 generations with 3 dukes. Such opulence was far beyond what other ministers could attain, and this lavishness did not escape the keen eyes of Dennis, who had long been involved in business. My younger brother is noble-hearted. To think that wealth might sway you shows my underestimation. I have one more thing to say, and I hope my younger brother will hear it. Only after these as well. Therefore, Suzhou merely seeks Jagerjo as a base, along with trade access to the capital. Dennis spoke sincerely. Fiki, somewhat moved, said, Brother me, you know His Majesty has already promised Briar things like Loyang brocade and wine for the south. If Governor Tao wants to compete in this area, it would be difficult. Dennis, though prepared for this, showed disappointment. No problem. If you can bring me to the palace, we'll see. Fiki nodded. Fine. Since Brother me insists, let me arrange the carriage and we'll go. No need. My carriage awaits outside. With you, there should be no obstruction. Thus, Dennis hurriedly led Fiki out. Unavoidably, they headed back to the palace together. Hayward, seeing them, simply smiled and pointed towards Emperor Gil's office, retiring to one side. Your Majesty, this humble servant Fiki brings the envoy of Suzhou. Oh, Scholar me, did we not just meet? Why bring Mario here again? Gil feigned surprise. Your Majesty, I have yet to address an important matter, so I asked Councillor Clifton to bring me. In that case, please proceed. Gil waved off the documents and turned his attention to Dennis. Dennis repeated his earlier arguments, and Gil nodded approvingly all the while. I am sure Mario has informed you of my agreement with Briar. An Emperor's word cannot be broken. But your arguments are compelling. Let Scholar me wait in the side hall of the personnel department. Given this, controlling Jagerjo would be challenging. Mario, send Dennis some gifts to appease him while I negotiate further with King. Gil decided quickly. I obey. Fiki took the wooden box containing the gifts from Hayward and headed for the side hall. Asher, guide our crown prince and leak information about Suzhou. I understand. Hardy departed immediately. By evening, Gil found himself in Cordelia Eilene's palace after a day's labor. Eilene, Gabrielle, and Kenna were practicing archery inside. Seeing the setup, they assumed privacy and acted freely. But Eilene, skilled in archery, noticed Gil almost instantly. Your servant greets your Majesty. She immediately pulled the others, abandoning weapons and bowing apologetically. At ease. All this was approved by me. Why blame you? Gil helped them up. Is this your first visit to Sister Gregory's palace? Kenna chimed in eagerly. Chapter 357. Dennis delivers a message to Suzhou. King borrows treasure to enter the palace again. You do have a point, indeed. I seldom come here. As Emperor Gil was chatting with the 3 women, Fiki had already displayed the white stack in front of Dennis. As someone who has been engaged in commerce for many years, Dennis immediately recognized the value of this item. However, he also knew that its greatest value could only be realized north of Suzhou, which made anything one almost obtained was the hardest to bear. Seeing this, Dennis quickly stood up and said, Brother, may I have a few days to send messengers to consult Lord Stephen? As a businessman, how could Dennis resist the allure of the white stack? But as a representative of Suzhou, he had to consult Stephen on this matter. It truly put him in a dilemma. Very well, but His Majesty won't wait too long. From what I know of His Majesty, you have at most 3 days. If you and Lord Stephen cannot resolve this within 1 letter, It's best for you to return to Suzhou soon, Fiki nodded, handed the box back to Hayward, and bowed goodbye. At the same time, Hardy arrived at the lodging where King was staying. King pays respects to Sir. King, recalling Hardy's assistance in the past, always treated him with respect. I don't deserve such a formal greeting. I've come here today to discuss urgent matters with you. May we dismiss everyone else for now? Hardy asked directly. King immediately clapped 3 times, dispersing the guards and attendants. Is there something about Dennis returning to Suzhou? Hardy immediately asked. What? The dentist visited Minister Fiki and requested an audience with the Emperor again. Following that, the Emperor summoned us to discuss the attack on Mickey. This Dennis is shameless. How dare he, as an envoy, privately meet with court officials? Though King himself was an envoy visiting Hardy, he felt protected by his royal status, allowing him. Hardy bowed. Sir, I must confess, in recent years, I have focused on military affairs and rarely involved myself in politics. My father has entrusted me with the decision-making power for the Jaguar discussion, but I don't know how to negotiate with the Emperor. Doesn't the Son of Heaven possess everything? King sighed in difficulty. Hardy pretended to ponder, pacing before King until he made him dizzy. Then he finally spoke. Do you know about the Emperor's new policies? How could I not? They've shaken the world. Do you know how much these new policies consume in terms of talent and national resources? It surely must be considerable. The Emperor has added offices in various counties and commanderies, and after the previous war, the national treasury must be heavily depleted. Hold on. Are you suggesting we can buy influence with the Emperor using silver? King widened his eyes, disbelievingly. Hardy looked grave. It's not entirely safe, but it's worth trying. Prince, with Dennis leveraging his private relationship with the Clifton family, freely entering the palace, we must risk it all. King nodded in agreement. Sir, Jingzhou doesn't lack silver. If you can get me another audience with the Emperor, we can achieve this. AI, my rank is low, preventing me from bringing you directly to the palace, but I have a plan to assist you. Tell me, sir. You just need to visit Cordelia Gregory on behalf of Gil was in Ellen's quarters and could hardly be unaware. Seeing this, Ellen felt a bit difficult. She looked at Gil, who interrupted before she could refuse. Since it's the eldest son requesting an audience, perhaps he just has some gifts for you. Just see him. If there's no war next year, I will allow General Gregory to come to the capital. Gil's words touched Ellen's true thoughts, and she agreed to meet King immediately. Under the guidance of the attendants, Hardy and King soon arrived at Ellen's quarters. Minister from outside, pays respect to the imperial concubine. King bowed respectfully. King, please rise quickly. Such a hurried visit. Has something happened at home? Ellen, now dressed in her concubine's attire, asked gently. My father recently found a pearl and intended to give it to General Gregory, but General Gregory said he had no use for it. Since I was coming to the capital, he entrusted me to present this pearl to your highness. In front of his majesty, I was focused on the letter and forgot about the pearl, hence I sought Lord Alexei's assistance to present it here. As he spoke, King handed over the brocade box, which was then passed to Ellen by the attendants. Opening the box, the pearl inside was luminous and rare. With such a pearl, even my palace doesn't have many like it. Abdullahi has put in much thought. Gil's voice reached their ears, startling King into bowing lower. Although Suzhou offers attractive conditions, its forces are limited. Although it hasn't utilized the elite troops of Danyang, their combat effectiveness remains uncertain. If the war in Jaguar becomes prolonged, the court's investment will be much greater. Jingzhou, however, is different. For years, the eldest son and General Gregory have excelled militarily, and with the Zhongshan Navy nearby, they can rapidly invade Jaguar both by land and sea. Considering Mickey's current division, Your Majesty only needs to join forces with General Garner of Milesjo to cut off the communication between Jaguar and Milesjo. Mickey's downfall would be just a matter of time. After Hardy finished speaking, Gil slowly stood up. Hardy's words make sense. Indeed, though I like Suzhou's conditions, I worry about its fighting power. Jingzhou has sufficient combat capability, but only financial support may not convince my ministers. Gil sighed. What? Hearing this, King was at a loss. Hardy whispered softly beside him, eldest son, the Emperor's concerns revolve around the new policies. Why not implement them in both Jing and Jaguar states? If you do this, His Majesty will certainly agree. Hardy's suggestion opened King's mind. He originally came to the capital to investigate the new policies, but he wasn't the primary figure in Jingzhou yet, so his priority was to make Briar pay more attention to him. Securing Jaguar would satisfy both the Jingzhou aristocracy and Briar, achieving a win-win outcome. Without compromising Jingzhou's interests, he could greatly boost his standing in Jingzhou. Since mere finances couldn't sway Gil, adopting new policies wasn't too harsh a condition. After all, Jingzhou wasn't directly controlled by the court, so implementing policies and achieving results ultimately depended on Briar and local clans. Jaguar couldn't be held by Jingzhou indefinitely, so naturally, it would follow Gil's orders. In this calculation, agreeing to implement new policies would primarily save face for the Emperor without personal loss. But to prevent further demands from the Emperor, King feigned difficulty. Your Majesty, I've long planned to adopt new policies in Jingzhou. While Jingnan can easily do so under father's governance, Jingbei is less capable. Gil understood his dilemma. I understand the difficulties in Jingbei. Jingnan only needs strong promotion. Whether Jingbei adopts the policy will be handled by my envoy. No need for Abdullahi to spend more resources. Since Your Majesty puts it this way, further refusal would be disrespectful. On behalf of father, I agree to Your Majesty's terms. After defeating Mickey, Jingzhou will lease Jaguar land to implement new policies until Your Majesty appoints officials there. Additionally, I will personally oversee the implementation upon returning. Respectfully kneeling, King spoke slowly. Excellent. With this settled, I won't hesitate further. The campaign in Jaguar will be handed over to Abdullahi. I will cooperate with General Garner to cut off Mickey's access. To assure Abdullahi's peace in eradicating the enemy, Gil waved his hand, and Hayward promptly presented the declaration document. Chapter 359. King returns to Jingzhou triumphantly. Dennis faces difficulties needing by Dai. King was elated when he saw the imperial edict. With this edict in hand, he firmly established his position as the rightful heir to Jingzhou. Over the years, he had built up considerable prestige within the military. As long as he did not cause trouble, his position as heir would be unshakable. Your Highness, Jingzhou is strategically located and is the richest province of our great Han. Once the eldest son returns to Jingzhou, you must support Abdullahi well. If I have leisure time, I will certainly visit Jingzhou with Cordelia Gregory. After saying this, Emperor Gil waved his hand, signaling King to step down. King took the edict and quickly left the palace under Hardy's guidance. Sir, now that we have the edict, I will bid farewell after presenting gifts to His Majesty tomorrow. Once I return to Jingzhou, I will earn a consorts. Shouldn't you contribute? Indeed, whatever you say, Your Majesty. But King might be fine, but what about Lu Abdullahi? Are you not worried about creating friction in the future? Cordelia Ellen, being from a prominent family in Jingzhou, understood Gil's intentions well, having received education both in the army and from her grandfather after entering the palace. Gil admired Ellen and said, "You have great insight and talent. But if I were to say that ultimately someone must regain control over the prefecture governors, what would you think? A small rift like this pales in comparison to the new policies. Although King has promised to implement new policies, it's hard to know his true intentions. However, Jingzhou is centrally located. If the people there understand the benefits of the new policies and see them unimplemented, what do you think will happen? The people of Jingzhou will either petition the prefecture governor or come directly to the capital." Ellen nodded. "If they come to petition in the capital, I can easily embrace Jingzhou into my arms." Gil then pulled Ellen into his arms. 3 days later, Shuzhou sent a reply. Dennis rushed to Fiki's residence upon receiving the reply. "Brother, Governor Tao has agreed to the Emperor's conditions." "Alas me brother, it's too late. When you were waiting for the reply, King already returned to Jingzhou with the edict." Hearing this, Dennis was stunned and at a loss. "How can this be? How can I face the people of Shuzhou? Brother, you told me to come to the capital only because you wrote to me about this opportunity. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll stay here and never return." Dennis sat on the ground, clearly upset. "Me brother, Gil has inherent advantages due to his royal lineage. Moreover, the Emperor considered the military strengths of Shuzhou and Jingzhou. I tried many times to persuade him, but the Jingzhou faction in the capital insisted that even your elite soldiers cannot quickly defeat Mickey. Therefore, the Emperor chose Jingzhou based on strength and conditions." Fiki spoke honestly, calming Dennis down. "But regarding Bai Dai, Governor Tao already knows about it. If I don't bring it back, how can the Mi family retain credibility? How can we do business?" Dennis slapped his thigh. Actually, from Dennis's perspective, he didn't want Shuzhou to get involved in the Jagerjo War. He was not just a big merchant, but also a civil official under Stephen. If the war dragged on, the Mi family would bear the financial burden. But this matter related to Shuzhou's future trade status, so he had to handle it personally. In essence, Dennis wanted to promote commerce rather than participate in warfare. Fiki pondered and responded. The Emperor once mentioned using Bai Dai to replace the northern pastures, settling the Huns and Xianbei around the border. This will increase Bai Dai production and integrate these tribes into our economy. As the largest buyer, we will set the price. Dennis's eyes widened. Is this the Emperor's idea? Yes, it took imperial throne. If word of this spreads, wouldn't it make the Emperor a laughingstock to all under heaven? Dennis said, somewhat perplexed. Brother me, since the Emperor assumed power, though he has not explicitly stated raising the status of merchants, every policy he has implemented elevates the standing of traders. Isn't this enough to convince Brother me of the Emperor's difference from previous rulers? If Brother me has concerns, I can guarantee your safety, Fiki assured him. Dennis's eyes widened upon hearing these words. Brother Jagger, are you serious? Certainly. Fine then Dennis will take the risk. Dennis looked resolutely at Fiki. In that case, please come with me immediately to petition the Emperor. Seeing Dennis agree, Fiki promptly pulled him into a carriage heading to the palace. Inside the Imperial Office Hall, Gil was reviewing documents when Hayward informed him of their arrival. Immediately, Fiki and Dennis entered the hall. Your Majesty, the envoy from Suzhou Dennis, has an ingenious plan that might alleviate your Majesty's worries, Fiki said with a bow. Oh, Mr. Me must be here regarding white silk. Since you've been brought by Governor Clifton, I'll get straight to the point. Please speak freely. Gil sat up straight and looked at Dennis. Dennis bowed slightly before beginning. Your Majesty, the Huns, Xianbei, and Wuhuan tribes all rely on animal furs and wool for winter supplies. Therefore, livestock numbers are crucial to them. As the Huns and Xianbei become closer to Han people, some foreigners have begun settling in Han territories, living off agriculture. But to fully replace animal furs with white silk, my suggestion is to sell more items at lower margins and start from the grassroots level. Dennis's proposal met with initial approval from Gil. Replacing animal furs with white silk wasn't simple. It involved changing not only their lifestyle and culture, but also their trade dynamics. For years, these tribes had exchanged excessive furs for Han grain. Introducing white silk would require multifaceted coordination. This was why Gil had not rushed into action, but had been examining large merchants. Mr. Me, feel free to share your strategy. Gil smiled and looked at Dennis. Your Majesty, based on what I know, most of the livestock among these three tribes belongs to the nobility, while commoners own very few animals. Instead of targeting the upper class, let's aim at the grassroots. I propose that this year, when selling grain to these tribes, I no longer exchange for furs but for other goods, and include white silk with instructions on its use. While this will result in short-term losses, within 3 to 5 years, it will change their habit of trading furs for our grain. Once this habit changes, they won't need to focus so much on breeding livestock and might even send spies to learn more about our needs. At that point, by bribing these spies and informing them that white silk is warmer and can be grown extensively without requiring fertile land, we will certainly pique their interest. At this point, Dennis paused and looked up at Gil. Gil nodded. In fact, there's no need for such trouble. I have already arranged for white silk production around these tribes, and this year, it will flood the market between us and the tribes. However, Mr. Mi's concern about fur is indeed a critical issue. These nomadic tribes will not disappear easily. Therefore, after this year, I plan to promote the use of white silk along the northern borders. Additionally, these tribes have requested Han scholars to teach them, which offers another opportunity. Gil stood up and walked over to Dennis. But your proposal gave me an idea. You can spread rumors through your trade network about reducing reliance on fur and organize major merchants to lessen their fur purchases. How does that sound? Dennis was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Brother Mi, you can't be speechless when the Emperor asks a question, Fiki reminded him. Your Majesty, forgive me. I am astonished by your Majesty's business acumen, leaving me feeling quite humbled. Dennis apologized immediately. Mr. Mi, don't undervalue yourself. Since the spring and autumn and warring states periods, merchants have brought intelligence that rivals armies. I dare not be complacent. Your trade routes cover the north, and entrusting this task to you eases my mind. Let's divide the profits from white silk trade, 3 parts to the court, 7 parts to you. Firstly, stopping fur purchases will cut into your profits, so consider this compensation. Secondly, initial investments in white silk will exceed returns, and I cannot exhaust resources. Gil waved his hand, and Hayward presented a brocade box containing white silk. Mr. Mi listened carefully. Having secured the northern trade, don't meddle in the south. Since I've promised Briar, I cannot renege. Gil placed the box in Dennis's hands while reminding him. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Lord Tao and I are not greedy and know our place. Dennis, or the Mi family, had simple thoughts. Stephen was elderly with no heirs to inherit his position. As long as the Miz didn't make significant mistakes, they would be the preferred next governor of Suzhou. Initially, the Miz had given up on serving in Suzhou until Gil's new policies gave them hope of power in Suzhou. Good. Handling the white silk trade is now in your hands. Gil patted Dennis's shoulder in satisfaction and signaled Fiki to escort him out. Outside the palace gates, Dennis sighed deeply. Commoners say the Emperor is dim-witted. Today, I understand the dignity of the Son of Heaven. I once thought the Han Empire could only achieve temporary victories through military might. Now, I see the entire world as a chessboard, with the Emperor as the player. Chapter 361. King returns to Jingzhou. Stephen awaits the new policy. Is Brother Mi exaggerating? His Majesty indeed is extraordinary, but not to the extent you mentioned. Fiki said cautiously. Brother, you don't understand. If His Majesty's plan succeeds, it can make the barbarians submit without a battle and even integrate them into our great Han, making them citizens of our dynasty. Dennis sighed. Really? I think otherwise. The barbarians have wreaked havoc in Bing, Ji, and Yu provinces for many years, especially the Xinbei tribe which has become quite formidable. Even if His Majesty exerts himself diligently, it only serves as preventive measures. Fiki waved his hand as he spoke. Yes, what my brother says aligns with my thoughts, being more prudent. After all, this concerns state affairs and should be handled meticulously. I shall take my leave now. I must quickly return to Suzhou to arrange matters with Stephen. Dennis bowed slightly and then turned to depart. Fiki watched him leave, feeling somewhat reassured. 5 days later, King returned to Jingzhou with the imperial decree against the rebels. Briar saw him return safely and immediately arranged a banquet in his honor. Son, as your father grows older, you become more capable of handling the heavy responsibilities of Jingzhou. As a father, I am truly proud of you. Briar lifted a cup of wine and handed it to King. Father overpraises me. My success this time is due to your long-term efforts in Jingzhou. King drank the wine and respectfully replied. In this campaign against the rebels, the aristocratic families of Jingzhou were very enthusiastic. Since Suzhou participated, you must have agreed to some additional conditions from His Majesty. Tell me what they are. Briar asked anxiously. To answer father, the conditions we discussed have not changed much, except that the control of Jaggerzhou will temporarily become a lease. We need to pay the court an annual fee, and there are precedents for such fees. His Majesty once leased abandoned land in the Sili region to surrounding aristocratic families. In summary, it's not a significant burden on Jingzhou. King explained slowly. Briar nodded in agreement after hearing him. As expected, the court implements new policies and engages in continuous warfare, so the national treasury might be strained. Such conditions are insignificant for Jingzhou. Anything else? Besides the lease fees for Jaggerzhou, I also agreed to implement the new policy in southern Jingzhou and Jaggerzhou. I believe the new policy has unique benefits for the people, and how and where we implement it in southern Jingzhou will still be. Plus, as a royal relative, marrying into local clans allowed us to reach today's status. King answered, and Briar nodded slightly. But when you look deeper into the new policy, it appears to elevate common people and their prospects, secretly challenging the aristocracy. I wonder how the clans in Yingxuan and Hongnong haven't resisted at all? Has the Emperor's prestige reached such heights? Briar sighed. Well, Sun received the decree and rushed back to Jingzhou without visiting the aristocratic families in the capital as instructed. But I heard the Jaggerin family in the capital hasn't been destroyed because of Kit, and has instead gained opportunities for the younger generation to re-enter the academy. Even Saul returned to the imperial court to manage the rights with Prince. King told everything he had learned from the capital to Briar. Briar sighed again. No wonder no aristocratic family dares speak against the new policy. This is the Emperor's decisive action. The Jaggerin family serves as a warning to all major clans. The Emperor needs the aristocracy, but not those who disobey. With the Emperor's 4 guards stationed in the capital, even 10 times the courage won't make these clans oppose the new policy. Indeed, it's a well-balanced strategy. Briar looked at his son. Well, Jingzhou, being surrounded on all sides, cannot defy the enemies. It's not just that. Even if Jaggerzhou has been conquered now, we can't be sure about Mileszhou and Ezhou, let alone the Xinbei in the north who are eyeing us greedily. My Su province is a crossroads for trade and should prioritize commerce over military and governance. I hope Governor Tao will consider this carefully. Dennis bowed and said, You misunderstand. If I wish to strengthen the army, there must first be an army to strengthen. The elite troops of Danyang are sufficient to defend Su province, but there's no one to succeed them. If veterans die, who will replace them? Even if I manage Su province well, I'll only be working for someone else's benefit. Stephen sighed. Does this mean, Governor Tao, you intend to fully submit to the court? Dennis had already guessed what Stephen was thinking. He was merely coaxing him to speak it aloud. What else can we do? The Emperor remains the legitimate ruler of our great Han dynasty. With the Emperor here, why seek elsewhere? Our Su province cannot compare to Izhou or Milesjo. Even if they fight to the death, they could remain isolated for decades. But Su province lacks defensible terrain. Why make this risky gamble? Moreover, my two sons have no interest in official careers. I'm old, so all I can do is protect Su province for the remainder of my days. To leave behind a Your Majesty, I'm concerned about my younger brother West. Though he is wise, he hasn't experienced much. So I worry. Jude bowed and replied. You're concerned that Garner will be swayed by Mickey and betray you, sharing control of Jing and Su provinces with him? Gil pulled out a secret letter from Joshua Mansion and handed it to Jude. Jude read the letter, then knelt, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, my young brother, ignorant and misled by Mickey, please forgive him. Once I return to Milesjo, I will surely punish him. Gil looked at Jude and sighed. Ridge, can such matters be resolved by mere discipline? Jude was speechless. Don't worry, Ridge. If I wanted to hold this against you, I wouldn't have shown you this letter. As a member of the imperial family through my consort, Princess Riley, the Sun family is kin to me. West may be young, but in matters of great importance, he falls far short of you. Speaking as kin, the Sun family can achieve glory under Ridge, but with West, it would be difficult to endure. Gil approached Jude, helped him up, and said, Ridge, I know you care for your brother, but there must be respect for seniority within the family. If the two divine doctors hadn't favored you, Milesjo would be under West's control. Would this not force me into conflict with Princess Riley? Gil's words resonated deeply. Another year passed with winter snow. This new year marked the first holiday under the new policies. Due to the empty treasury, Gil ordered simplicity. Even the palace feasts for ministers were reduced to 9 dishes. Following tradition, Gil bestowed dishes and wine, and finally had some leisure time to visit the palaces and gardens. Walking under the moonlight, he unexpectedly arrived at Mary's quarters. Chapter 363. The new policies begin to show vitality. Gil inspects the navy. At this moment, the two Chow sisters happened to be visiting Mary, and her palace became unusually lively. Gil slowly entered the palace without having his attendants announce him. Only when he walked in did he notice that the merchant woman Rhiannon was also present. Quite lively today. Gil strode into the hall and said loudly, We pay our respects to your majesty, the 3 concubines said in unison. You may rise. Today, I had some leisure time and took a stroll in the garden, accidentally arriving here. Don't feel constrained by my presence. I will only have a cup of wine and leave. Gil sat on the main seat in the hall, while Mary poured him a cup of wine. How is Jean's caravan faring? Gil held Mary's hand and asked, Your Majesty, the caravan is already prepared. My father hasn't ventured out for business for many years and isn't sure what to bring. He's still considering it. Mary sat beside Gil and softly replied, Aren't you accompanied by an experienced guide and strategist? Why not take her along as well? Gil raised an eyebrow and glanced at Rhiannon. Mary was slightly taken aback. Your Majesty kept her with me to learn the palace rules until you? Until what? Aren't I enough with all of you? The caravan is important, and I want her to stay close to the Jean family to foster intimacy. Moreover, if she were left in the city, it would waste resources monitoring her. I have no other intentions. Hearing this, Mary's eyes gleamed with joy. No woman would willingly share her beloved man with others. My point is, the caravan can depart after the new year. I don't require it to be profitable. I mainly hope it brings news from the western regions. Gil spoke softly. I understand. I'll write to my father. Don't bother. I permit you to visit your family. Speak to them personally. Faulkner is old, but someone from the Jean family should accompany the caravan. It might be a year before we see each other again. So go now and avoid future grievances. With that, Gil playfully scratched Mary's nose, finished his drink, and left. Seeing this, Gianna immediately hugged Mary's arm. His Majesty listens. From the official reports submitted by various counties, it was clear that the new policies had brought fresh vitality. Farmers received their land allocations, sparking renewed hope despite the limited land. The demand for farming tools and oxen surged, but under the coordination of Fiki and Elliott, tools were shared between counties, ensuring smooth agricultural operations. Outside agriculture, medical officers saw the fastest growth. With policy support, local doctors and those with medical lineages flocked to medical institutions. After obtaining licenses, they returned to their original counties, providing initial diagnoses locally. This prevented epidemics from spreading. However, the influx of talent also increased government expenses. With the treasury dwindling, the Han dynasty urgently needed a major victory to compensate for development costs. By the end of January, ministers returned from their breaks and resumed state affairs. But Gil's mind was on the Luo River, eager to inspect his navy. Your Majesty, the troops I've trained on the Luo River are ready for deployment. I request you inspect the navy at the riverside. Creed, appearing at court, bowed respectfully. Delighted, Gil agreed immediately. We should act today. Let's proceed. Hayward promptly announced the dismissal of court. Accompanied by loyal officials, Gil arrived at the widest section of the Luo River near the capital, arranged by Creed. Your Majesty, please observe the exercises from this slope. This exercise involves General Ryder and myself leading separate forces to attack each other. Creed sighed. In this exercise, it seems General Gon has fewer men compared to Gongjin by about 5,000. Would such a numerical disparity be difficult to overcome in naval warfare? Emperor Gil asked curiously. In response to your majesty, indeed, in naval battles, a numerical gap is hard to compensate. However, actual outcomes also depend on the width of the river and wind direction during combat. For instance, if the current wind blows from General Gon's side towards General Zhou's, this numerical difference becomes less significant. After all, this stretch of water isn't too wide, making it difficult for General Zhou's larger ships to maneuver effectively, thus reducing their firepower significantly, Jude explained in detail, which made Gil understand clearly. As they discussed naval tactics, the sound of battle drums filled the air, signaling the start of the drill. The fleets from both sides set sail into action. Ryder's side mostly consisted of large ships, with archers forming the majority of the crew, simulating the strategies used by Mickey and the Jiangxia Navy. On the other hand, Creed's side utilized smaller and medium-sized ships based on his years of experience raiding vessels on rivers. A gentle breeze blew along the riverbank, propelling the ships steadily closer to each other. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The barrage began with Ryder's side launching a torrent of headless arrows toward Creed's. As the two groups of dragon boats approached each other, neither side showed any signs of slowing down. Boom. Deafening crashes resounded across the water as the dragon boats collided head-on, momentarily locking together. Before Jude could explain further, a red flag flew atop Ryder's flagship. The dragon boats under Ryder responded instantly, opening side hatches. Dozens of soldiers leapt into the water, some carrying oil cans, others with drills and hammers. These are our most skilled swimmers. If the dragon boats fail to disable the enemy flagship, these soldiers will breach the side hatches, either igniting oil on enemy ships or drilling holes beneath their flagship, Jude continued. Once these adept swimmers find an opportunity, they can quickly capture the enemy flagship. Should the flagship be lost, the rest of the fleet would become paralyzed without coordinated command, Jude concluded. Before Gil could ask more, Creed's side responded. Seeing the enemy's dragon boats lose momentum, Creed urged his core central fleet forward, leading with his flagship. Creed's central fleet, more advanced versions of dragon boats, extended numerous paddles from the sides as soon as they set sail, rapidly closing in on Ryder's ships. To avoid straining the treasury, the drill ended here. Though Gil felt slightly unsatisfied, he noticed Fiki and Jagran Pong giving him a thumbs up, having been on edge throughout the enemy said with a smile, speaking softly. Do you find it hard to stay in the capital now? Not exactly, but your majesty, as warriors, isn't our goal to go into battle, defeat the enemy, and earn some glory? Jeremy said sheepishly. Dwayne speaks the truth. I can't allow you to campaign with Ezra, but there's one thing you must remember, Gil replied. He beckoned Jeremy closer with a wave of his hand. Jeremy immediately complied. Leaning close, Gil whispered in his ear. Mickey is skilled at hiding wealth. His long-term residents must be immensely wealthy. In this battle, although we aim to cut off Mickey's connection between Runin and Miles Zhou, we won't be limited to naval combat. Hearing this, Jeremy raised an eyebrow and asked, Your Majesty means that while Mickey is fighting against Jing Province, we should lead troops into his city and bring back anything valuable? Don't say it so bluntly. I already possess all under heaven, so these treasures naturally belong to me. Since Jing Province also contributed, we can't take everything. Just bring back half, use your discretion, Gil winked at Jeremy. Your Majesty speaks wisely. I will do exactly as you command. But surely, the troops can't come from the Navy alone? Hee, you big lummox, but you're not stupid about this. Here, take the tiger token of the Zhuke infantry. Gil smiled and took out the token from his robes. In reality, Mickey's navy isn't formidable. Even half of Jiangxia's navy could subdue them, Ryder humbly responded. I understand, Gongjin. Still, our navy is newly trained. Soldiers require actual combat experience. By engaging in Runin, I will better gauge the gap between our Han navy and Jiangxia's. As emperor, how can I rely on the navies of regional lords for long? Hearing the implication, Gil deftly redirected the focus to Jing Province. Jude immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty speaks truly. With your Majesty's talent, you will expand the Han territory someday. Miles Zhou and the regions beyond aren't just vast oceans. There are also barbarian tribes south of Jiashou. All these places will need the navy. Your Majesty's arrangements are far-sighted, preparing for future challenges. General Sun, you flatter me. Since our navy is ready, please join my navy in 3 days and head east to Miles Zhou. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. After ending the naval drills, Gil returned to the palace with his ministers and summoned Creed privately. Ezra, do you still have all the tokens for the navy? Your Majesty, the tokens are in my possession. Although General Zhou leads a portion of the navy, the overall command remains with me. That's good. Regarding this campaign, there are a few points I want to remind you of. Blocking 4 Imperial Guards. It made me feel ashamed. Meeting Your Majesty today almost made me speak out candidly. Ryder waved his hand, embarrassed. Gongjin, while the Emperor values your talent, you came from the Sun family. Did you know Asif secretly corresponded with Mickey recently, and the Emperor intercepted the letters? Jude whispered. What? Asif? How could he? How foolish. Ryder looked startled, a hint of fear in his eyes. Chapter 366. Jude returns to Miles Zhou. Garner receives a scolding. Asif is still too young. Although he learned some balancing skills from traveling around, he doesn't understand our Sun family's current situation. The Emperor handed me that letter a few days ago as a warning already. If I don't handle this matter well, we will always be suspected by the court. Jude spoke with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Ridge, even if nothing happened with Asif, the Emperor wouldn't truly trust us. Just looking at the naval affairs shows that the Emperor's new policies aim to break the old system where provincial governors controlled entire provinces, Ryder remarked. I know what you're saying, but no matter what, our Sun family is still connected by marriage to His Majesty. Regardless of whether provincial governors control entire provinces or not, our Sun family should remain above ordinary frontier officials. But this incident involving Asif readily agreed. Thus, Ryder led Jude back to his flagship, commanding a 10,000-strong naval force to head towards Milesjo without stopping day and night. With favorable spring winds, the fleet traveled at incredible speeds, 300 miles during the day and 200 at night, quickly approaching Wu Commandery in Milesjo. Arriving within 5 days, they reached Wu Commandery's water fortress, guarded by Brett, one of Richard's veteran generals. Had it not been for the sun banner on the flagship, Brett might have prepared for a desperate battle. My lord. Brett, seeing Jude moving normally, was moved to tears and rushed forward. General Chung, if it weren't for your quick decision-making with other senior generals, I wouldn't be alive today, Jude greeted respectfully. My lord speaks too much. As long as you are safe, I would do anything, Brett replied, leading Jude into the fortress. Observing the changes, Jude noticed the lackluster demeanor of the guards. What is this? I remember giving strict orders when I left that Wu Commandery's military and naval bases must be fully supplied as they concern the lifeblood of Wu. Why are the guards so listless? Brett hesitated. Since young master took charge, he significantly reduced military expenses, diverting them elsewhere. Us military leaders had no say in this matter. What? Even you were not consulted? Jude couldn't contain his anger, grabbing a soldier. Tell Garner I'm back and to come here immediately. Yes, sir. The soldier fled out of fear. Ridge, remember, the divine doctor advised against getting too agitated. Ryder reminded him calmly. Fine, I'll wait here for Garner to explain. News of Jude's return spread rapidly throughout Wu Commandery. Garner, initially stunned in the governor's office, quickly changed clothes and headed to the fortress. Jude's mother, knowing her son's temper, also hurried to the fortress. Within an hour, Garner entered the main tent. Eldest brother, you've recovered? Garner's eyes widened with joy and surprise as he approached. Kneel. Instead of gentle words, Garner faced his brother's fury and instinctively knelt down. Since Richard's death, only Jude was an adult, thus assuming a father-like role. Looking at his kneeling brother, Jude retrieved a spear from a nearby soldier and walked behind Garner. Asif, did I not explicitly order you not to neglect the soldiers stationed around Wu? How did you manage this? Suppressing his anger, Jude asked, Brother, I only cut a third of military spending for county construction. I made no mistake. Haven't you avenged father? By cutting funds, who will fight for you? Eldest brother, I dare not forget father's revenge, but the court has stabilized the north and might soon march south. If we don't strengthen our territory now, how can we negotiate better treatment with the court? Turning to face Jude, Garner continued. If we don't please brother's nature, Jude allowed Ryder to demonstrate the power of the crossbow chariots. Ryder drew a red signal flag from his belt and ordered one side of the flagship to fire toward the riverside. Instantly, a web of arrows rained down on the riverbank, stunning Garner speechless. West, can your schemes match such an ironclad army? Jude grabbed Garner by the collar, tossing him to the ground like a lamb. Without waiting for a response, he circled around Garner with his spear raised. I ask you again, where did the funds you cut from the military go? Garner watched Jude, unable to utter a word until the spear was raised before him. To curry favor with the local aristocratic families. Brother, while Wu Commandery is our ancestral land, your battles have incurred much resentment among the local Milesjo clans. Fear not that this assassination attempt might involve some shadowy influence from these local families. Jude almost laughed at what Garner had said. West, tell me, have we conquered all of Milesjo, or are there no external threats left? At this moment Mickey, our father's killer, resides in Runan, and his generals are within Milesjo. Are you ready to lay down your weapons to court these clans? I thought you harbored ambitions of ruling the world. This rushed return was meant to help you understand the current situation. But it turns out you are utterly foolish, and it disappoints me greatly. With that, Jude tossed the spear at Garner's attention, sending him into panic. He rushed forward to grab the letter, but Jude easily shoved him away. As the letter unfolded, its contents revealed to the crowd. Old Christie became speechless. Everyone's gaze shifted to Garner, piercing him like sharp daggers. Before Jude's return, Garner was respected by every local family during daily banquets. Now, that respect was shattered completely. A feeling of resentment welled up inside Garner. He thought if Jude had died on his way back to Milesjo, the situation would be different. He cursed Jude for being overly valiant, lacking the skills of diplomacy. Just as he was immersed in these thoughts, Jude approached him. If not for the Emperor's mercy, the fleet wouldn't bring me back. It would come to kill you. This statement doused Garner's anger like cold water. Garner glanced at the Han fleet, lifting his head stubbornly. Can a mere 10,000 naval force wreak havoc on the Molesta River? The Han Navy also includes a 15,000-strong fleet stationed in Jagarjo. Jude responded coldly, shattering Garner's confidence. Honoring mother. Jude turned to look at Old Christie. Sigh. Old Christie sighed, slowly approaching Garner. Dazed, he stood up to assist her aboard the ship. How can a man of the Sun family be so dispirited? Old Christie looked at Garner with displeasure. Losing once is not a permanent failure. Do you plan to spend your entire life aimlessly in the capital? Mother. Garner looked at Old Christie, unsure what to say. If I were like you, neither you nor Riley would have grown up. You know what kind of person your father was. A woman traveling alongside him managed to raise both of you. Do you think you are inferior to a woman? I have heard much about the Imperial Academy in the capital. Go there and study diligently. Old Christie released Garner and the maids, walking steadily onto the Han flagship alone. Alas, mother, my correspondence with Mickey was intercepted by the Emperor. How can I attend the academy? Garner boarded the flagship, spreading his arms. West, if the Emperor were a man without tolerance, your elder brother might never have returned. Only a fleet to attack Wu Commandery would arrive today, not to escort us. Hearing this, Garner felt somewhat relieved. Brother Bofu, I shall turn the ship around and take old lady to the capital. Ryder bowed to Jude. Very well. Please inform His Majesty that within half a month, I can reorganize the troops and march together this march. Bofu, Igor commands over 50,000 troops in Milesjo. All of Wu Commandery's forces combined barely reach 30,000. Bofu, Public tranquility, referring to Ryder, there's no need to worry. This battle concerns the Emperor's trust. Besides, Igor is an old adversary. I know how to handle it. Jude patted Ryder's shoulder and watched him leave Wu Commandery. Chapter 368. Christie requests. Gil holds a meeting with his ministers. 5 days later, Ryder's fleet docked at the shore of the Luo River. Garner and his mother were escorted into the palace by Kinna and Hayward. Sir Gongjin, this was originally family business. Thank you for your help. Gil noticed Ryder still in his armor and immediately spoke up. Sire, you flatter me. This is but my duty. General Sun has asked me to convey that he will reorganize the troops in Wu within half a month, and in March this year, he will certainly eliminate Mickey's forces in Milesjo. I understand. Gongjin still has military duties. I won't detain you long, Gil said with a slight smile and gestured toward Kinna whose face was blooming with joy. Minister understands. I will go to the front lines in Jaggerjo to assist General Creed in controlling the river, Ryder replied respectfully. Go then. Gil waved him off, turning to look at Kinna, who was lost in the joy of family reunion. Old lady pays respects to your majesty, said Christie upon seeing Gil approach. She quickly bowed. Lady, please don't be so formal. The other day, I bestowed the title of Duke of Wu on General Sunday. You are now a matron of the dukedom. Christie was surprised and grateful. Immediately, she pulled Garner down beside her to kneel and thank the Emperor for his benevolence. Seeing this, Kinna was unsure whether she should kneel as well or remain standing, which left her somewhat flustered. Lady, with this imperial token, you may visit the palace and Princess Sun's residence freely. In addition, I have dispatched people to renovate the Duke's mansion. Lady and young master can reside there. Facing these rewards from Gil, Garner felt a headache building. He clearly had reservations about Gil knowing his correspondence with Mickey. Christie squeezed Garner's hand tightly and continued. Given your majesty's great favor, there is another boon I wish to ask for. Speak freely, Gil smiled gently. Can my unruly son also study in the Imperial Academy under Daryl? This seemingly simple request actually designated Garner's teacher, showcasing Christie's astuteness. Gil pondered, initially planning to send Garner to the academy, but not specifically under Elton. Well, it is good that young master shows interest in learning. However, Daryl is very selective in choosing students. Even I cannot intervene directly. How about I accompany Lady and young master to the Imperial Academy tomorrow? Let Daryl evaluate him personally? Christie nodded. I am willing to follow your majesty's arrangement. Very well. Lady and young master are Riley's family. I shall facilitate this reunion. I have matters to attend to today. Your subject respectfully sends you off, your majesty. Kinna promptly bowed. Gil left her chamber and summoned Fiki and Elliot to meet in the council hall. I underestimated Christie. She insists on having Elton tutor Garner. What do you think? Sire, if you view Christie and Garner merely as hostages, you can disregard her request. But if you aim to fully integrate the sons, granting this request would be more beneficial, Fiki suggested. With Daryl's talent, he can certainly nurture an official capable of governing a state. Though I don't mind Garner growing into a capable person, I worry about his loyalty and whether he could truly succeed Jude, Gil remarked. Why not hedge your bets? Arrange a marriage for Jude and bring his offspring to study here when they grow older. With checks and balances, even if Garner harbors ambitions, he won't act rashly. Elliot's words resonated with Gil. In present-day Milesjo, Jude still leads. If Jude leaves without a successor, Garner would naturally take over. Cultivating a direct lineage of Jude would provide the court influence over Wu Prefecture. Burning, you speak wisely. Please choose an appropriate match for Jude. Yes, sire. I believe Jian Guifei's sister might be suitable. Gil instinctively hesitated but listened. Despite Safiang's previous marriage to Jorge, Chapter 369, Tatiana laments the changes in the capital. Scholar Abner Xian sends disciples to debate. Mother, this. Kinna was taken aback upon hearing this. Daughter, on this matter alone, you must not hesitate. I understand. Seeing Tatiana's stern expression, Kinna had no choice but to agree immediately. The next morning, Hayward arranged a carriage to escort Garner and Tatiana to the Imperial Academy. Along the way, the bustling streets and lively crowds of the capital continually amazed Tatiana. Asif, I've been to the capital before, but it wasn't as vibrant back then. At that time, the eunuchs were in power, and whether officials or civilians, everyone lived in fear. Tatiana looked at the familiar streets, lost in reminiscence. Mother, when you came here last time, did the capital have such markets? Just as they passed the Eastern Market, Garner asked. At that time, there were hardly any markets. Most merchants closed their shops and fled elsewhere. Not to mention specialized markets like these. Asif, the markets in the capital are well established. You should write to Ridge and consider setting aside a designated area for commerce in Wu County. Tatiana said with satisfaction. Yes, mother, I understand. Since the incident involving the secret letter, Garner had become extremely obedient, sparing Tatiana much worry. Son, once we reach, how can the treasury be so abundant? Asif, did you notice the fields around the Imperial Medical Bureau? I suspect the nearby fields, including the mountains, are planted with herbs required by the Bureau. This greatly reduces the strain on the treasury. Additionally, goods from the capital, such as Luoyang brocade and imperial wine, sell well even in Milesjo. Not to mention agricultural tools and weapons produced in the capital. Tatiana paused and continued. As far as I know, the water wheels developed in the capital were bought at high prices by Jingzhou for use. So that's how it is. Who would have thought you, who never leave home, know so much? Garner listened intently, nodding. Asif, making friends among noble families isn't wrong. Even I get this information from our family connections in Jingzhou. However, you must discern the right time. The aristocrats may add flowers to the brocade for us Joes, but they cannot bring coal in the snow, Tatiana stated earnestly. Having finished her speech, Hayward opened the carriage door. Madam, we've arrived at the Imperial Academy. His Majesty awaits inside. Please disembark. Thank you, Chamberlain. Tatiana thanked him and slipped several gold beans into Hayward's hand. Thank you, madam. Today's test is set by old Daryl. Even His Majesty doesn't know the exact questions. But today's opponent is formidable. He's not only Daryl's top student, but also the son of the Zhong family. He is famed for his photographic memory. Hayward accepted the gift and revealed some details. Thank you, Chamberlain. Tatiana nodded, satisfied. After all, if even the Emperor didn't know the questions, today's contest would purely depend on talent. Tatiana had confidence in Garner's talents, and even if he couldn't defeat Holden, he could likely join Elton's disciples. Guided by Hayward, Tatiana and Garner slowly entered the Imperial Academy. All students were gathered on the square in front of the hall, waiting for Elton to announce the topic. After seating beside Gil, Elton stepped to the center of the square. We are gathered here today thanks to His Majesty's virtue. However, I am old and have no intention of teaching many students anymore. Fortunately, His Majesty permits me to select disciples to teach. Elton bowed respectfully to Gil. But my judgment alone cannot fairly evaluate every aspiring disciple. Hence, this scholarly debate has a long history. Today's opponents are my disciple Holden and Garner of the Wu family. Please welcome them to the stage. These words were clearly intended for Tatiana, who immediately urged Garner to rise and step onto the platform. Meanwhile, a young man in white academic robes walked up from behind Elton. Second young master, greetings. Holden greeted first, smiling, drawing murmurs from the audience. Many students have been defeated by Holden. It seems incredibly difficult for young master Sun to join Daryl's disciples. Yes, I didn't expect Daryl to take it so seriously and send Zhong Young Master to compete. Everyone knows that even during the selection phase, Zhong Young Master always ranked top. Listening to the chatter below, Garner forced himself to remain calm, reciprocating the greeting. Second young master, please don't be nervous. It's just a debate where we exchange ideas. Holden, noticing Garner's unease, tried to reassure him. Thank you, young master Zhong. This is my first visit to the capital and my first time facing such an event. I'm ashamed. Just as Garner finished speaking, Elton raised his hand. Our academy has never indulged in useless arts. Today's topic is the governance methods of Jaggerzhou. You may assume the role of the chief officer sent by the court to Jaggerzhou and explain how you would govern and why. Both have 1 hour to think. As second young master traveled from afar, Holden shall present first. Upon finishing, the students burst into applause. Chapter 370. Holden takes the stage unprepared. Garner learns from a battle. Such an incisive topic was precisely what the students of the Learning Palace had been expecting. In the Learning Palace, Gil never prohibited students from discussing current politics in the form of projects. This allowed the students to be highly observant of major events in the world and the political conditions of various regions. Listening to the applause below, Garner felt somewhat agitated. Seeing this, Gil remarked, besides personal talent, charisma is also a criterion for evaluation. After all, Learning Palace students might become local officials in the future. If their policies are correct but cause grievances among subordinates, they cannot achieve good governance. That's why I especially allow them to use unconventional methods to attract votes from students. Sierra nodded repeatedly in agreement. Although she felt that Garner did not excel in this aspect, Gil's words were indeed correct. The land of Jaggerzhou borders the Imperial Inspectorate, Yinzhou, Jingzhou, Mileszhou, and Shuzhou. Geographically, it is central to the world, with 4-way land access and rapid waterways. Therefore, commerce in Jaggerzhou has a natural advantage. Jaggerzhou oversees Runan, Yingchuan, Liang, Pei, and Chun. Though small in area, it is fertile with many residents. From this, agriculture is a significant matter in Jaggerzhou. However, regarding agriculture, I advocate primarily military colonies, supplemented by civilian colonies. Gentlemen, please note, Jaggerzhou's southeast is now secure. By facilitating trade routes and establishing checkpoints along the way to assist merchants, while the northwest, centered on Runan, needs long-term military presence. Stationing troops here allows rapid response to disturbances in Jingzhou and Mileszhou. From Yiyang, one can access Jingzhou to the west and Mileszhou to the south, a strategic location. Therefore, military colonies in Jaggerzhou should center around Yiyang, extending towards Runan. With a year of governance, Jaggerzhou's public sentiment can stabilize, industries revive, followed by new court policies and local financial surplus, setting up village schools and medical officials across the 5 counties. Furthermore, constructing highways on main roads connecting other states facilitates army and merchant travel. With my limited insight, in 3 years, Jaggerzhou can truly become the heart of the world, a hub for commerce. And regardless of where changes occur in the Han territory, armies can travel through Jaggerzhou to reach any region. Teachers, classmates, this concludes Holden's discourse. Upon finishing, Holden received a nod from Abner Xian. Without preparation, clearly delineating Jaggerzhou's geographical and human advantages was already commendable. Holden also subtly proposed garrisoning in Yiyang to defend Jingzhou and Mileszhou, a clever suggestion. The students below were greatly impressed, with some eager to cast their wooden sticks into the pot under Holden's name. Returning to his seat, Holden found the allotted moment still unexpired. Garner closed his eyes in deep thought, only hearing the dripping sound of the water clock beside him. Moments later, Garner slowly rose, walked to the stage, and bowed to the students below, then to Abner Xian and Gil. I, Garner, admit I am inferior to Zhong Gongzi in talent. Just now, listening to Zhong Gongzi's speech, I felt enlightened instantly. But there are 2 points Zhong Gongzi may not have considered due to the lack of preparation time. First, concerning the trade route. At present, Jaggeran occupies Jaggerzhou, yet commerce between the court and Jingzhou seems unaffected. If so, after the court captures Jaggerzhou, would merchants follow the old route by tradition or detour to Jaggerzhou? This depends on which path is more time-efficient and cost-effective, right? Garner addressed Holden respectfully. Holden smiled and nodded in agreement. Continuing, Garner moved to the map. Merchants traveling from the capital to Jingzhou mostly use water routes. Though my knowledge is shallow, my travels are extensive. In my humble opinion, traveling from the capital to Jingzhou via water takes at least 5 days less than by land and significantly reduces expenses. If so, merchants might find it difficult to choose Jaggerzhou as a transit point. Even if Jaggerzhou builds facilities like docks and inns for merchants, the prices in Jingzhou would still be higher than what Jaggerzhou could offer. Garner's statement required academic insight to understand, but the students below were all talents cultivated by the Han dynasty. As he spoke, sighs of realization filled the air. Another point concerns Zhong Gongzi's suggestion to station troops in Yiyang. While Yiyang can aid Jingzhou and Mileszhou, south, and Yinzhou to the east. If the imperial capital desires more development, then some agricultural responsibilities must be shifted to neighboring provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. Although Xiliang has vast territory, it has little suitable land for agriculture, making it unsuitable for this task. Bingzhou is also similar. If we were to place this heavy responsibility on these two provinces, it would cause significant burden to their people. Garner did not specify his intended policy for Jagger province here, but the students in the audience already guessed the general direction. He avoided direct mention in hopes of persuading those who might oppose his policies through reasoning about the imperial commandery's conditions. Seeing all eyes follow him, Garner's confidence rose, and he became visibly excited. Now speaking of Jizhou, despite its fertile land, it still has non-Han tribes to its north and bears the responsibility of supporting local military zones. Thus, it isn't suitable either. As for Yizhou, the area near the imperial commandery, although it has fertile soil, is mostly mountainous and requires long-term investment for significant agricultural gains. Therefore, only Yinzhou and Jagger province can shoulder the agricultural responsibility for the imperial commandery. If I govern Jagger province, I will focus on intensive farming, first ensuring the granaries are well stocked. Then, I'll collaborate with local noble clans to build schools and other facilities for the common people. Within 3 years at most, Jagger province will become a major grain producer for our great Han dynasty. At that time, new policies and educational initiatives will enlighten and benefit the people. With that, I have concluded my remarks. Garner bowed respectfully to the audience. Gil listened carefully, finding Garner's arguments reasonable. If Gil had to choose between Holden and Garner under current circumstances, he would opt for Holden. Intensive development of commerce and infrastructure could link northern Shuzhou's business districts into the imperial commandery's network, significantly boosting national revenue, which would address the strained treasury. This point was overlooked by both debaters, but understandable, since they lacked the emperor's access to nationwide information. Nonetheless, considering the long term, Gil admitted he would select Garner as the governor. While the Han Empire currently had ample grain reserves, if it expanded into the western regions and northern territories in the future, food security would become a critical challenge. Just being aware of this, Garner demonstrated commendable foresight. As Gil hesitated, Elton stepped forward. Students, both individuals have presented their arguments, and I trust you can evaluate them fairly based on your knowledge. Let us now have. Soon, the results were in. Out of nearly 100 students, most favored Holden. Garner lost by 10 votes. Sir Sun, I won without full effort. Please bear with me. Holden apologized. No, Sir Zhong, no need for modesty. If I hadn't prepared, I wouldn't have spoken a word. Losing means losing. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. Garner added. Thank you for leaving many openings. Garner remembers this favor. Holden smiled slightly, nodding approvingly. In reality, Holden's talent and experience meant he could decisively win even unprepared. But to gain Garner's friendship, he held back. As a Zhong family descendant, he no longer needed to prove himself in debates, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Commoners and scholars' children face different challenges. For them, winning on the debate stage was crucial to be remembered by classmates, esteemed by teachers, and noticed by the emperor. They couldn't afford to consider potential conflicts with opponents. Elton, although Sir Sun lost, will he still be accepted as your disciple? We await your decision, Gil said with a smile. Chapter 372. Holden advises Garner. Elderly mother sends son to school. Your Majesty is absolutely right. Although Master Sun has suffered a defeat, his talent and insight are quite appealing to this old minister. This old minister is willing to take Master Sun as a disciple. Elton knelt before Gil after speaking. Seeing this, Christie was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she and Garner had already prepared for the possibility of not. Teacher, please instruct. Garner clasped his hands and asked earnestly. 1. Without my permission, you may not seek office. 2. You must live and dine in the school palace like the other students. 3. I will frequently examine your studies, and if you do not apply yourself, I will punish you. Hearing this, Garner did not hesitate but agreed immediately. For him, entering government service now seemed improbable, so waiting a little longer was of no consequence. But while Garner agreed, Elton did not respond. Whether to accept or not, please discuss with Christie and decide when you return home. With these words, Elton turned and left. Christie knew well that Elton had genuine intentions for taking a disciple, and that some matters could not be openly discussed. After much thought, she immediately pulled Garner aside. Asif, go invite Master Zhong over for a visit. Understood, mother. Garner complied immediately. Hearing it was the invitation from the Marquis wife, Holden did not hesitate and readily accepted. In the afternoon, Holden enjoyed lunch at the Marquis residence and sat with Garner and Christie in the hall. Without further ado, Christie revealed the true purpose of the invitation. Holden chuckled and replied, Christie is overly cautious. If you simply ask the common folk, even ordinary vendors know which faction teacher's disciples belong to. Please enlighten us, Master Zhong. No need to be formal. This is not a secret. Asif, do you know who proposed the reform for selecting officials under the new policy? Of course, it was authored by Ajay, son of the capital governor Abner Hui, and Charlie, son of Lord Chun. Both now serve as ministers of the Imperial Secretariat. You speak correctly, but Ajay and Charlie are both disciples of our teacher. Pausing for a moment, Holden continued, though I, Ajay, Charlie, and Cassius are all disciples of teacher. What really matters is that Hardy, Ewan and Ushvin are also teacher's disciples. Do you understand the distinction? Holden asked. Well, Master Zhong and the others come from noble families, while the latter group serves closely with His Majesty. I fail to see the difference. Garner replied, somewhat puzzled. Fine, let me explain plainly. The new policies aim to discard old systems and establish new ones. Many entrenched ministers find it difficult to keep up with these changes. So His Majesty needs a fresh force of talents, especially non-noble students. He values non-noble students not only to support the new policies, but also to provide a clear path for commoners to rise to prominence. Among teachers' disciples, although Hardy, Yuan, and Ushvin originally belonged to noble families, their lineages differ from those in the capital and provinces, so they represent the success of the new policies. Now, can Master Sun understand teacher's intention? Holden smiled. Yes, Master Zhong. To enter teacher's school means supporting the new policies and assisting His Majesty, even if it conflicts with our own families, correct? Garner sighed. Indeed, Master Sun grasps the essence easily. Do you place the new policies above your family too, Master Zhong? Garner asked incredulously. Holden paused briefly, then bowed to Christie, saying, Christie, having experienced 2 dynasties, you must know that no noble family remains forever. In times of great change, one must ride the waves and move forward together. I've spoken my mind. Goodbye, Christie, Master Sunday. Holden bid farewell and left. Hearing this, Christie sighed deeply and said, Asif, Master Zhong speaks the truth. If the new policies are what His Majesty wants, if you don't stand with the new policies, you will be abandoned by His Majesty. If you are abandoned, even your older brother won't fare well. If you truly wish to help the Sun family, you should emulate Riley. Put yourself in a position first, then think of the family. Only then can the Sun family be preserved. Son, do you understand? Garner understood the gravity of the situation and reluctantly agreed. This evening, I will prepare your belongings. Tomorrow, you shall reside at the school palace. Do not return without Daryl's approval. Mother, you will be alone here. How can I feel at ease? What's there to worry about? The servants granted by His Majesty were trained in the palace and are better than those from Wu Commandery. Go with peace of mind. Christie waved her hand, signaling the end of the conversation. Garner had no choice but to obey. An hour later, in Emperor Gil's audience hall, Holden stood to one side. Does he understand everything? Your Majesty, I've explained all I can. Given Master Sun's intelligence, he should grasp it well. Even if Master Sun refuses, Christie will likely agree. Hearing this, Gil looked up and said, Holden, your evaluation period is complete. Sebastian and others from your batch have been sent to the provinces of Bing, Ji, and Liang for agricultural duties. Do you understand my meaning? Chapter 373. Holden joins the Secretariat, Brit promoted to Chief Justice. Holden's face lit up with joy when he heard this. Surely His Majesty is appointing a governor for Jaggerjo. Yes, your speculation isn't far off. However, I've already promised Briar that after capturing Jaggerjo, it will be temporarily leased to Jingzhou for development. So, while you are indeed my chosen candidate for the your subject obeys, Holden replied respectfully, knelt on the ground, and paid his respects before leaving the Qingjin Hall. Sir Zhong, you look so delighted. You must have received the Emperor's favor. Congratulations. Hayward greeted Holden immediately as he saw him exit. Greetings, senior attendant. I need to fetch my father, so I cannot chat much with you now. Holden handed over all the golden beans hidden in his sleeve to Hayward, amounting to 12 pieces. Sir Zhong is indeed courteous. Since the Emperor has decreed, I shall not disturb you further. Pleased, Hayward accepted the golden beans and reciprocated with a bow. After seeing Holden off, Hayward entered the Qingjin Hall and placed all the golden beans before Gil. Your Majesty. You can keep them. It's common for young aristocrats in the capital to exchange golden beans. Go summon Elliot. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately, Hayward took away the golden beans and left. 2 hours later, Chief Justice Britt and Minister of Personnel Elliot entered the Qingjin Hall together. Your Majesty. You may rise. Bo Ning, you and Chief Justice Zhong have collaborated frequently during recent incidents in the capital. Today, I summoned you both here to discuss something important. Gil paused and stood between the two men. Bo Ning, I wish for Chief Justice Zhong. My intention is to divide the Censorate Office into 2 sections upon Zhong's joining. One section will focus on information gathering, while the other, under Zhong's supervision, will handle evaluations and inquiries. This will improve the efficiency of the Censorate Office. I am honored but also apprehensive. The power of the Censorate Office should remain hidden. If I join, would the ministers assume that the Grand Tribunal? Gil nodded. It's natural for you to have concerns. But you know, with the new policies just starting, especially in Silly Province, there will emerge new elites. The transition between new and old elites will inevitably bring various disputes. Without intervention and correction by the court, the new policies may lead to considerable chaos. I do not want to see that happen. Do you understand now? After some silence, Britt sighed. I am willing to assist the Emperor. Wonderful. Chief Justice Britt, having served loyally for many years, has made tremendous contributions to the court. Recognizing his dedication, I hereby appoint Britt as the Chief Justice, hereby ordered. Gil wrote the decree as he spoke. Britt received the decree and prostrated himself in gratitude. After sending Britt away, Gil turned to Elliot. With Britt beside you, you no longer need to worry about the capital's noble families. Anyone suspected of disrupting the new policies should be monitored. I understand. Your Majesty's efforts won't be in vain. That evening at the Zhong residence. Congratulations, Father, for being appointed as Chief Justice. Clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Father. The next morning, Holden entered the ministerial offices early with the letter while they were still opening. Minister Zhong, you've arrived so early. Fiki rose from his seat to greet him. My lord, you are even earlier. Here is the letter my father wrote. Please accept it, my lord. Since the Zhong family and the Clifton family were long-standing friends, no elaborate pleasantries were necessary, and he promptly handed over the letter. After reading, Fiki nodded immediately. Yes, the court judge's intentions are clear. From now on, come to the ministerial offices earlier so you can go home earlier in the evening. Thank you, my lord. Holden bowed gratefully. His Majesty has informed me that you are assigned to oversee matters in Jaggerjo. Therefore, start reviewing the documents left by the previous government there. In 2 days, I will test you. I have heard about your speeches at the Imperial Academy. Your ideas, although innovative, have many flaws. A good official must avoid causing hardship to the people. Since you aspire to benefit society, you should be less aggressive and delve deeper into the geography and sentiments of the people in Jaggerjo. Fiki then instructed his attendant to bring 2 piles of documents, each taller than a person, to Holden. After reviewing those from the previous administration, come ask for current ones. Thank you, my lord. I will heed your instructions and province to aid first. There was a brief silence as everyone studied the reports. Aloysius then spoke up. Jingzhou's strategy suggests steady advancement, with a maximum of 8,000 troops defending Runan. General Gregory adopts a cautious approach, gradually encroaching on Fuhai's territory. Therefore, our naval forces may find it hard to penetrate deeply into Runan. Meanwhile, General Sun and Milesjo might actually aim to enter Runan via Lujiang to cut off communication between Runan and Jillian. Given Malesu's numerous waterways, it benefits our navy greatly. I suggest dispatching Creed's fleet to the vicinity of Lujiang and Jillian to attack Fuhai's navy and support Jude or cross into Runan. Other ministers nodded in agreement. Breyer approved the plan, instructing Aloysius to issue orders to Creed. Breyer, how are the navy's financial and logistical needs? My emperor, compared to land troops, the navy consumes only 1/3 the resources. Recently, Creed's blockade has intercepted many of Fuhai's merchant fleets, providing adequate supplies. Breyer thought, true to form, the former pirate commander knows his business well. However, Breyer composed himself and responded, Fuhai has retreated his forces to Runan. Since the navy's resources are limited, we should transfer forces from Yinzhou to assist Jingzhou in the Jaggerjo campaign. Dispatch Tim and Egbert to lead the Yinzhou defensive forces directly into Runan to support Jingzhou. Breyer glanced at Fiki, who smiled in approval. Your Majesty, early victory is crucial. The longer the war lasts, the greater the strain on the treasury. At this moment, transferring Yinzhou's defense force is timely. If victorious, reduce their troops and allocate some to local garrisons, and relocate others to the capital under the supervision of the ministerial offices. Fiki concluded, bowing respectfully. Indeed, Fiki, that is sound advice. But does the ministerial office lack personnel? How have I not been informed? Fiki replied, considering the current shortfall of volunteers in Bing and Ji provinces, reducing Yinzhou's troops would fit perfectly. Also, the experienced soldiers can serve at border markets with ethnic tribes. Breyer nodded repeatedly, agreed. Follow Fiki's suggestion. After victory, reduce half of Yinzhou's forces. Chapter 375. The annihilation of Mickey begins. Ryder experiences 3 surprises in one day. The Imperial command was swiftly delivered to Creed. Creed immediately set his troops in motion toward the waterways between Runan and Zhejiang. If the previous engagement with Mickey's navy was a mere probe, then the true adversary now emerged. Zhejiang's capital, Shochuan, bordered Runan and was at the core of Mickey's influence. To take Shochuan, hearing this, Ryder broke out in cold sweat. They had already uncovered Mickey's whereabouts, moving from Pingyu and Runan to Shochuan when Breyer battled Kit, and kept it secret because of Mickey's hoarded wealth. Their strategy had been revealed by an advisor who had never even set foot in Milesjo. Such genius could not fail to frighten Ryder. This advisor is truly remarkable. Upon victory, I must meet him. Ryder sighed. Why would meeting advisor Edward be hard? When not at war, he frequents taverns and brothels in the capital. That, Ryder looked startled. Doesn't matter. The Emperor set rules. He can only look in the brothel. Creed laughed heartily. The Emperor certainly keeps him busy. Ryder concurred. All right, less idle talk. According to Clifton Lingjuan's intelligence, the commander of the Onfing Pond Navy is Baron, who shares the name with a retired official. We have little information on him. Gongjin, being from Milesjo, do you know anything? Turning, Creed asked. General Gon, Baron served as governor of Zhejiang, originally from Danyang. People know the strength of Danyang infantry, but its navy is equally formidable. And the strongest Danyang navy is under his command. Creed stroked his chin. Sounds like a tough opponent. We should control the entrance of Ing River into Onfing Pond, and plan further after General Sun captures Hefei. Ryder was momentarily stunned. The 3rd time that day. Ricky reassured him, General Zhou, we understand the strategic importance of these locations. Intelligence suggests travel between Runan and Zhejiang relies mostly on waterways. Now Creed controls them. The connection can only rely on land. Our task is to cut that link. Nonsense. There are 2,000 troops north in Ruayin and tens of thousands ready in Shochuan. They underestimate Mickey's strength. Indeed, 2,000 troops could come from Ruayin, and thousands more from Shochuan. Chapter 376. The Zhuge Iron Army holds the rear, Runan and Zhejiang's communications cut off. Howard, I think Orson's advice is very sound. If that kid Mickey suddenly comes to his senses and orders armies from Ruyin and Shochuan to encircle us, even with Ezra covering us, it might be difficult to handle. I think we should lie low here for now. Once General Sun captures Hefei, communications between Mickey's forces in Runan and Zhejiang will increase. At that point, we can strike unexpectedly and sever their land communications, Jeremy said confidently. Ricky nodded in agreement. Brother Dwayne, I hadn't expected such insight from you after our time apart. Truly, one must look at you with new eyes. All right, stop teasing me, Jeremy replied. Seeing the two men chatting happily, Ryder couldn't help but feel a bit worried. This was his first battle under Gil, and he wanted to achieve some result. I'm a simple man, not very eloquent. I'll just speak about when we first formed the Zhuge army and attacked Wancheng, Zhang Zachary said bashfully. Mentioning Wancheng stirred memories among the Zhuge soldiers. They lowered their weapons, and veterans bowed their heads, while newer recruits listened to the military historian recount the bloody battle. Ryder, intrigued by the somber atmosphere, listened intently. At the time, we followed Generals Su and Adebayo. After General Liu broke through the city gates, we planned to storm the command post. But there were ambushes on both sides of the command post. As soon as we arrived, we were surrounded. My blade became dull from cutting through enemies, and I couldn't even count how many there were. All we knew was that the two generals led us to the city wall before we could catch our breath. Zhang Zachary's eyes welled with tears. That battle, we started with 3,000 UK soldiers, but only half returned. But those who surrounded us didn't fare well either. General Jalen led us in a charge that filled the alleys with fallen enemies. Finally, His Majesty personally joined the fray with General Roman, and we broke through from inside and outside, leaving the enemy disoriented. Proudly smiling month. In contrast, Coil and King's forces from Jingzhou advanced slowly along the Yingchuan border toward Pingyu, making it difficult for Pingyu's defenders to discern the main force. Daring not to fight recklessly, Pingyu's defenses gradually contracted, aligning closer to Zhejiang. While the forces from Jingzhou and Yinzhou achieved various successes, Jude's forces in Mileszhou and Creed's control over the Ing River remained relatively relaxed. Since capturing Lewin, Jude had been sharpening his troops without sending any reinforcements to Hefei. Creed, meanwhile, maintained a tight blockade across the river, neither retreating nor advancing. This plight affected the numerous supply ships heading from Pingyu to Zhejiang, which were all intercepted by Creed, none reaching Anfeng Lake via the Ing River. Faced with the imminent cutoff of communications between Runan and Zhejiang, Mickey, residing in Shochuan, grew impatient. He summoned Baron, responsible for the Anfeng Lake naval forces. Gil's navy has been stationed on the Ing River for half a month, and each time I ordered you to attack, you made excuses. Now, all of Pingyu's ships are intercepted. What do you have to say? Baron calmly responded, My lord, you may not know that while Anfeng Lake is vast, its entry from the Ing River is extremely narrow. If our navy leaves Anfeng Lake, we would surely be ambushed by Han forces, leaving our ships unable to maneuver freely, trapped at the entrance. This risks total annihilation. Chapter 377. Mickey makes a foolish move. Ryder hatches a scheme. What about before that? Why didn't we occupy the key points of the canal earlier? Mickey asked. Previously, we were investigating the strength of the Han army, so we did not dispatch our main forces, Baron answered calmly. Fortunately, we didn't send the main force. Otherwise, all our naval forces would have been sunk by now. Upon hearing this, Mickey's face twitched and he couldn't say anything further. His troops were historically better suited for infantry rather than naval battles, which led to a lack of interest in developing his navy. Despite the richness of Jaggerzhou, Zhejiang, and Lujian, Mickey could have countered Jingzhou's navy if he had cared more about it. With no outlet for his anger, Mickey turned his gaze toward Philippe and Jackson beside him. Both were clan members of Runan Jagran family, with Philippe being Mickey's cousin and serving as the governor of Danyang. They were both important advisors to Mickey. Philippe, I won't blame you for losing Danyang, but why is there still no news from Ascari? You said Todd would attack from Hanzhong to distract the imperial commissioner. What happened? Mickey glared, asking. Big brother, Philippe lowered his head guiltily. Lord, originally, Ascari thought Kit could hold out for a few years, but he stroked his beard and nodded. Our forces are mainly concentrated in Zhejiang. Pingyu only has 30,000 defenders. Why don't we pretend to surrender to gain some time to defeat Jude? Mickey asked the two men. Philippe and Jackson first hesitated, then praised Mickey's ingenuity. Excellent strategy, my lord. The court just finished fighting Kit, and is likely strained financially. Perhaps we should send someone as an envoy, carrying money and food supplies for peace negotiations? Yes, that's reasonable. With some breathing room, once we destroy the Sun family, we will dominate Mileszhou. Then, taking advantage of the Melessa River's defense, we can establish ourselves there. Once Ascari achieves a trisected empire, we can proceed to the next step. Since you proposed it, you go. As a member of the Runan Jagran family, once in the capital, you can meet your uncles and perhaps receive their support, Mickey agreed. I'll prepare immediately and depart today, Jackson immediately responded. Now, both of you leave. Turning to Baron, who stood before him, Mickey clapped his hands to summon dancers. My lord, I've brought honey water for you. Ah, quickly, quickly. Baron shook her head at Mickey's joyful response. To his credit, Jackson was efficient. In less than a day, he prepared documents and a convoy, setting off via water. No, please spare me. I'm an envoy. Jackson screamed as guards approached. General, it's customary not to kill envoys. Isn't this inappropriate? Ryder knelt before Creed pleadingly. Giving mercy to enemies? Creed roared, glaring at him. Hashtag chapter 378. Ryder's suffering strategy, Gil provides cover. General, please reconsider. We are the Emperor's personal guards. Doing this might tarnish His Majesty's honor. Ryder politely clasped his hands and said, Really? I am the commander here, and you, just a deputy, dare to use the Emperor to pressure me? Do you know the military rules? What crime does it count as if someone offends the commander? Creed put his hand on the sword at his waist and sternly questioned. I naturally know. Ryder sighed and replied. Good, since you know, go ahead and receive your punishment. Even though I accept the punishment, I cannot stand by and watch you diminish the Emperor's majesty. If you insist on executing the envoy, I will have no choice but to accuse you in the imperial court. Ryder stood up, removed his armor, and sternly said, Humph, lock away these so-called envoys for now, and we'll decide tomorrow. Creed, annoyed, retorted. Once the soldiers escorted the envoys away, Creed immediately looked at Ryder. Gongjin, must you really beat yourself up? Just simulate it with pig and sheep blood. No way, General. If the envoy is perceptive, he might see through the deception. Lord Mickey might not fall for it. You should really carry out the beating. Ryder smiled bitterly and said, All right, Gongjin's strategy will be noted carefully and reported to the Emperor and the Ministry of War. Creed reluctantly ordered the soldiers to begin punishing Ryder. As Ryder was being beaten, he kept shouting accusations against Creed. The sound made the common soldiers believe that Creed and Ryder did not get along. The whipping only stopped when Ryder's back was covered in bloody marks. Creed watched uncomfortably and immediately offered his own medicine. Not yet, General. While the envoy hasn't left, you must appear to be in conflict with me for him to believe it. Creed sighed, withdrew the medicine, and said, all right. That night, mist enveloped the river, and Ryder, hunched over from injuries, arrived at where Jackson and others were detained. He cautiously took out the prison keys from his chest. It's an ancient principle. Don't kill envoys during war. I will release you today. I hope you can work towards peace talks in the capital without letting more soldiers bleed. With those words, the cell door unlocked. Jackson looked at the badly injured Ryder and bowed deeply. May I ask the general's name and why you're helping us? I am Ryder, originally under General Richard. I've explained why I'm helping. Your merchant ship is secured at the stern. And has such strategic thinking. Given time, he could lead a great army for your majesty overseas. Gil nodded. Since Gongjin completed the first part of the plan, I will finish the second part. Gordon, inform Abner Mr. to give Garner a break for a few days. Aloysius understood and replied, understood. Should we inform the Jagarin family in the capital? No need. They know what to do. Aloysius left. Within an hour, Garner dressed as a scholar entered the Qingjin Hall. Gil told Garner everything about Ryder's plan and Jackson's actions. Your majesty wants me to subtly interact with Jackson? Not necessary. Join me in meeting Jackson. Garner understood and bowed. Understood. Hearing Garner call himself a subject, Gil slightly paused but recalled he had granted Richard the rank of duke. So Garner, as the duke's second son, calling himself a subject was appropriate. The next afternoon, Jackson's merchant ship arrived in the capital as planned. Entering the palace, Jackson reported, reporting to your majesty, grain supplies are limited, but there are over 30,000 strings of copper coins. Hearing Hayward's report, Gil was surprised. To speak of wealth, Fu Hao Mickey is unmatched. 30,000 strings must fill a ship. At that moment, Jackson interjected, reporting to your majesty, my lord truly harbors no rebellious intentions. Please understand. There. Garner warily reached for the short sword at his waist and asked in a low voice, please rest assured, sir, I am not a thief. Moreover, we are at the palace gate. Any sound of a struggle will immediately bring out the guards. Jackson revealed himself, and after careful inspection, Garner recognized him. It's you, envoy of Mickey. What do you want with me? Second young master, do you remember the letter you wrote to my lord? The moment Jackson spoke, Garner again gripped his short sword which had been sheathed. Do you know how much trouble that letter has caused me? Not only me but also my mother is held hostage in the capital. The Emperor, hundreds of miles away, could still intercept your letters from Runan. Truly eye-opening. Garner spat out angrily. Don't be angry, young master. I've come to help you. Sweet talk. Do you think I'll believe you? Garner glanced back at the patrolling guards before finally putting away his short sword. Do you know General Ryder? Seeing that Garner was unwilling to budge, Jackson played his trump card. Zhou Gongjin? He is a classmate and sworn brother of my elder brother. How do you know him? Let me explain, Jackson said as he began recounting his capture by Creed and how Ryder had suffered punishment to save them. Bullshit. Garner seethed. But soon after, he sighed, deflating like a punctured balloon. Enough. People under the eaves must bow. I don't wish to have any more grand plan to divide the world into 3 parts. The plan is sound. The problem lies with Kit. An esteemed governor with 10,000 troops couldn't last a year. This certainly advanced all our plans. Luckily, Liaodong isn't peaceful now, and in G province, forces loyal to Kit are engaging Arvid. If my lord can gain 3 months through negotiations, Todd will surely seize Nicholas and then launch an attack from Hanzhong to disrupt the imperial region. At that time, my lord would be willing to jointly govern Milesjo with General Sunday. Jackson roughly explained his ideas. Garner nodded slightly, but visibly frowned at the mention of joint governance. Joint governance? Don't worry, nominally Milesjo would still belong to General Sunday. We wouldn't interfere in Wu Commandery affairs. But my lord has been operating in Zhejiang for years and can't just abandon it. Jackson explained. Are you saying Mickey needs only Zhejiang while the rest goes to us Sun family? Garner probed. Hearing this, Jackson feigned difficulty but felt very pleased internally. If Garner was bargaining, it meant he might be considering cooperation. We can discuss it. As long as you help us arrange the peace talks, I'll certainly convince my lord. Arrange? I'm just a hostage in the capital. How can I influence the Emperor's decision? You overestimate me and underestimate His Majesty. Garner sighed. You're misunderstanding. I don't need you to speak directly. Just tell me which high-ranking official His Majesty listens to the most. Jackson smiled. Very well. Since I'm a hostage here, I always stay close to the Emperor and have learned about several of His Majesty's close aides. Minister of Works Fiki, also known as Clement. Minister of War Aloysius, also known as Edward Gordon. These two were tutors to His Majesty since childhood and enjoy great favor. Fiki is too incorruptible, making him hard to persuade. But Aloysius has 2 weaknesses. Garner paused. Go on. Who in the capital doesn't know that Minister Edward loves fine wine and beautiful women? But with Aloysius's intellect, he might see through you instantly. Fine, let's end it here. With that, Garner turned to leave, glancing around every few steps as if fearing he was being followed. Jackson observed all this, finding that Garner's behavior increased his confidence in his plan. Back at the embassy, Jackson immediately instructed his subordinates to find the most luxurious brothels and taverns in the capital and monitor them closely. They were to report immediately if Aloysius appeared. The next morning, Jackson waited early for Gil's summons. But by noon, there was still no messenger from the palace. Just as he prepared to go to the palace himself, Hayward appeared at the embassy entrance. Greetings, Envoy Jagarin. Greetings, Chamberlain. His Majesty is busy today, and might need you to wait a few more days. Jackson anxiously continued, please speak on my behalf. My lord is still in the midst of battle. He placed another gold ingot in Hayward's hands. You're truly devoted. The prosperity of the capital hasn't made you forget your troubled lord. Truly a loyal minister. Rest assured, I will speak to His Majesty. Please be patient. This translation retains the structure and tone of the original text, maintaining coherence with the preceding content and ensuring natural English language flow. Hashtag chapter 380. Jackson takes the initiative. Aloysius waits for the rabbit. Minister Zhang, it would be best if you could give me a specific time frame. Jackson once again handed a gold cake to Hayward. Rest assured, sir. If all goes well, it will take 1 or 2 days. At most, 3 to 5 days before His Majesty will summon you. Do not be impatient. There are many matters in the court, not just those from Runan. Jackson nodded upon hearing this and had no choice but to agree. Soon after Hayward left, Jackson's subordinate came to report. Lord, Zue Chun Tower. Are you sure? Yes, everyone at the inn recognizes him. Good. Prepare the carriage quickly. Let's go to Zue Chun Tower. A light gleamed in Jackson's eyes as he thought how conveniently timed this was. Jackson's subordinates moved swiftly, delivering him to the foot of Zue Chun Tower within moments. This Zue Chun Tower was a newly built tavern in the capital, selling alcohol and food during the day and hosting singing and dancing performances for officials at night. It was indeed more luxurious than other inns. Even Jackson marveled at its extravagance as he entered Zue Chun Tower. Lord, on the second floor, East Room. He is alone. Very well, I know. Upon hearing this, Jackson immediately nodded. He did not head straight upstairs, but started conversing with the waiters, learning about the place's operations. He then boldly ordered 2 dancers and 3 musicians. Seeing his generous spending, the waiter didn't bother asking what dishes or wine he wanted, instead arranging everything according to the highest standard. Following this, Jackson climbed up with the waiters guiding him while embracing dancers. Waiter, I am booking all the rooms on the second floor tonight. Go downstairs and arrange for drinks and dishes, don't worry about me. The waiter was momentarily stunned by the sight of 2 gold cakes Jackson took out. All right. Just make sure not to disturb Lord Edward in the East Room. With that, the waiter grabbed the gold cakes and went downstairs, seizing this rare earning opportunity, albeit being a well-versed servant in the capital who knew not to miss out. Satisfied, Jackson continued upstairs with the dancers, heading straight for the East Room. At this moment, Aloysius was drinking alone in the room, accompanied only by 1 dancer. It wasn't that Aloysius was down on his luck, but rather it was the rule set by Emperor Gil. Hearing someone burst into the room, Aloysius instantly stood up, drew his sword, and demanded, You dare intrude on the War Minister's private room? Pretending to be tipsy, Jackson waved his hand unsteadily and asked, Is this Aloysius, Mr. Edward Gordon? Yes, it's me. Who might you be? Since you have come this far, surely you heard about me from the waiter. Knowing me, yet daring to enter. Either you seek something, or you wish trouble. Aloysius said without any politeness. In response, Jackson pinched the waist of the dancers beside him, startling them enough to move towards Aloysius. Seeing the beautiful women approaching, Aloysius dropped his sword and caught the dancers. Since you come bearing gifts, you must have something to ask. Please sit, he invited. Jackson smiled, and led the musicians into the room. Aloysius couldn't help but exclaim, You people from Runan sure have money. Not satisfied with dancers, you even bought musicians. Just get to the point. What do you want? If you seek an audience with the Emperor, I can't assist you there. Mr. Edward, you misunderstand. As an envoy, I will be summoned eventually. There's no need for haste. With the current Emperor's intellect and bravery, I believe the rebellion in Ejo will be quelled within the year. But if that happens, your future praise might end here. Aloysius laughed heartily. Do you think a lowborn like me, reaching the rank of War Minister, needs your praise? Maybe you don't care for empty fame, but what about the Edward family from Yingchuan? You may be lowborn, but your ancestors were once prominent. Don't you wish to restore their glory? Jackson pulled out the peace proposal and handed it to Aloysius. Truce for 3 months, with 50,000 strings of coins and 30,000 dan of grain? Isn't this delaying tactic too obvious? Are you taking the Emperor or me for a fool? Aloysius threw down the document and laughed. Mr. Edward, you misunderstood. My lord has long harbored thoughts of surrender, but fears making the same mistake as Kit. My lord hesitates to expose himself fully, worried about being discarded afterward. That makes sense. But how does this concern your future reputation or the Edward family? Do you not know that Ascari and Pedro are in Ejo? These two are great enemies of His Majesty. If we stabilize in Runan, the Emperor will focus on Ejo. The Imperial army is scattered across Jibei and Runan, leaving few reliable hands for His Majesty. Only you are the most trustworthy. If you lead the troops alongside Emperor Darien to capture Ejo, your reputation in the court will never be matched. Jackson clasped his hands. Fascinating. You are interesting. So, what should I offer? To broker peace for Mickey and allow him a breather to divert disasters westward? Aloysius chuckled. You overestimate my intentions. I speak candidly. Since you mentioned helping me, I naturally want to return the favor. Jackson, rest assured, I will not betray the Emperor, but I can adapt your plan to benefit you more. Hashtag chapter 381. Aloysius cooperates with counterintelligence. Jackson reveals his intentions. Oh, then please enlighten me, sir. Jackson immediately responded respectfully upon hearing this. We all know the nature of Mickey, you and I, as well as His Majesty. If you intend to save Mickey, this matter will never succeed, and it might even bring disaster upon yourself. But if your intention is only to save the Runan Jagarin clan, then I may assist you in some ways. Aloysius paused here, took a sip of wine from his cup, and continued. Do you know about the Jagarin family in the capital? At this moment, not only has old Jagarin Huai been reinstated, but the descendants of the Jagarin family in the capital can also enter the Imperial Academy, leaving opportunities for the future. This? Jackson sighed deeply. I indeed do not know the situation region. Someone needs to govern it. Although His Majesty has promised to lease Jingzhou for a few years, it will eventually return to the Imperial Court. As a local from the powerful Jagarin clan, Even if His Majesty has already appointed the governor of Jaggerjo, if you contribute significantly during the war, you could at least attain the position of prefect. Advancing from an advisor to a prefect is quite an impressive leap. Aloysius saw the hesitation in Jackson's eyes and immediately added, the Jaggerin family in the capital has been reappointed by His Majesty. If you become a prefect from the Runin Jaggerin clan, wouldn't that mean having old Jaggerin Huai in the court and you outside? In this way, the Jaggerin clan remains the Jaggerin clan. Is that correct? Jackson sighed 3 times. What you say is very reasonable. From the current situation, Runin is in peril. I can't let the Runin Jaggerin clan share the same fate as Mickey. Please tell me what I should do. Jackson bowed deeply. There's no need. Tomorrow, I will arrange for His Majesty to meet you, and you can propose terms for peace. As for your contact with the Sun family, continue with it. I will inform you before you return to Runin. Aloysius handed another cup of wine to Jackson. Hearing this, Jackson felt slightly alarmed, realizing that Aloysius knew about his interaction with the Sun family. I will follow your instructions, sir. On the way back in the carriage, Jackson kept thinking about Aloysius's words. Deep down, he had long considered self-preservation, which is why he accepted the envoy mission. Knowing that the Han army controlled, this is your reason for changing your strategy towards Jackson? Gil looked at the slightly tipsy Aloysius on the platform and asked, Yes, Your Majesty. I am confident that Jackson will not willingly die alongside Mickey. Although this method is risky, it simplifies many things. After tomorrow's morning court session, bring Jackson to see me. Your servant, as you command. Aloysius bowed and left the Qingjin Hall. It seems I must change my strategy too, forcing Mickey to act. It has been days since we've heard from Ascari. It looks like his plan will fail again. Gil smiled inwardly. The next morning, Jackson prepared early, waiting for the Emperor's summons. And indeed, he wasn't disappointed. Even before noon, Hayward arrived to invite him. Respected envoy, His Majesty wishes to see you immediately. Please accompany me. Thank you, Chamberlain. Jackson smiled broadly. You really have influence, getting Shangshu Ling Aloysius to speak up for you. Paying tribute to him along the way, Hayward commented. Not really. I met Shangshu Edward once, and perhaps he saw the suffering of the Jaggerjo people and felt compelled to help. Upon hearing this, Hayward gave him a meaningful glance. All right, since you are allowed into the palace today, I did not receive your gift in advance. Gil's words were clear. By conquering Shochuan, not all but at least most of Mickey's assets would belong to the imperial court. Thus, the promise of money and grain was not particularly tempting. Jackson, caught off guard by Gil's query, fumbled for words in panic. I humbly asked the Emperor to consider the suffering of the people of Jaggerjo. If we truly care about the people, we should quickly eliminate Mickey. The skills Mickey has in governing Jaggerjo are well known to me. Jaggerjo is prosperous, relatively unaffected by the Yellow Turban Rebellion. It could be a fertile land with wealthy people. But according to General Creed's reports, this is far from the truth. Looking at how generous Mickey is now, one can imagine that the wealth of the people has mostly fallen into the hands of your family, the Runin Jaggerins, right? Gil's cold snort frightened Jackson, who immediately knelt again. I dare not. At this moment, Jackson could only repeatedly claim obedience, unable to argue back. Not only because everything Gil said was true, but also because he, Jackson, had indeed engaged in oppressive actions over the years. Enough. Envoy Jaggerin, I will accept the money and grain you brought, but I cannot agree to the terms in this document. You return and tell Mickey that I give him 2 choices. First, hand over control of Jaggerjo. After a moment of silence, Jackson immediately answered, I will follow Mr. Edwards' counsel. Good. Return immediately to Shochuan and inform Mickey of the real situation. Tell him everything you know. Aloysius patted his shoulder. Is that all? That's all. Speak the truth. Although Mickey is greedy, he is not stupid. No further action is necessary. Here, take this token. To avoid being intercepted by Creed again, Aloysius handed him a token inscribed with his name. Confused, Jackson left the palace with Aloysius. Even as he boarded the boat back to Shochuan, Jackson did not understand Aloysius's intentions. 5 days later, as expected, Jackson's ship was stopped by Creed. However, upon presenting the token, Creed easily let him pass. Upon receiving the token, Creed immediately took it to Ryder, who was still recovering from injuries. Ryder, seeing Aloysius's token, immediately grasped the situation. It appears both His Majesty and Lord Aloysius approve of my strategy and are assisting in its execution. If successful, this will significantly shorten the time needed to conquer Shochuan. Ryder said excitedly. Sometimes I don't understand you. Do you count more as a general or a scholar? Creed asked, noting the bloodstains on Ryder's back. General, a warrior must understand military tactics, and Hume eagerly agreed. Good. Since you have met Ryder, handle this matter. Do whatever it takes to convince Ryder. Bring the army to our side, and you'll be richly rewarded. Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure, tone, and logical coherence. Chapter 383. Ryder withdraws his guard with effort. Jackson desperately seeks help. Upon hearing this, Jackson was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but think to himself, Creed is as ferocious as a tiger. How can I approach Ryder? But if I fail at this task, I fear that even before the court acts, I will die at the hands of Mickey. Well, it seems I have no choice but to take one step at a time. What's wrong? Can't you even handle this task? Mickey noticed Jackson's distress and immediately asked. No, my lord. I can manage it. Very well, since you can do it, hurry and leave now. Don't let me down. Mickey nodded and allowed Jackson to depart. The moment he left the headquarters, Jackson was drenched in sweat. Would Mickey kill him for failing to perform his duties? Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't. At most, he would be fined or demoted. But now, in these life or death times, given Mickey's character, anything could happen. Thinking of this, Jackson couldn't help but feel fortunate about how he handled the situation earlier. Now, despite knowing that Creed wouldn't allow him to contact Ryder, he had to try regardless. Back at home, a series of cautious maneuvers and hiding traces, they finally arrived near Ryder's flagship deep into the night. Ignoring his exhaustion, Jackson led his retainers onto the flagship and surprisingly found the way to Ryder's cabin unobstructed. Knocking on the cabin door, a familiar voice sounded like heavenly music to Jackson's ears. "General Zhou, it's me." Jackson replied cautiously. "You?" There was a hint of suspicion in Ryder's voice, but moments later, despite his injuries, he opened the door for Jackson. Seeing this, Jackson glanced around before entering. "I dare not forget your kindness in saving my life. I've come today to repay it." Without hesitation, Jackson bowed deeply. Ryder, seeing this, stopped him at the doorway and said, "You brought people into my flagship. If General Gon discovers this, we'll both face execution. You call this repaying kindness?" "Rest assured, General. We've been very careful on our journey here, and no one has followed us. Our movements haven't been detected. Leave quickly. Half of the men on this ship are not loyal to me." Ryder's demeanor softened slightly. "Well, I didn't realize you were in such dire straits. I've come today to share some information with you." "What information?" Ryder asked skeptically. "Do you know how the second son of the Sun family is faring in the capital?" Ryder waved his hand. "Since he holds a position in the capital, that's already a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. General, the second son still harbors great ambitions. What do you think?" Hearing this, Ryder, court's attitude towards the Sun family will change. At least regarding the hostages in the capital, even if they aren't released, they will be given due importance. In this situation, you and General Sun can act opportunistically to strengthen your power. "General, encountering such a rare opportunity, why hesitate?" Jackson tried every means to convince Ryder. To save his life, Jackson was unusually lucid, reaching unprecedented levels in his words and expressions. Seeing Ryder remain silent, Jackson revealed his last card. "General, did you receive Aloysius's token? I discussed this with Lord Aloysius when I was in the capital. Even if you don't believe me, surely you trust the token." From the moment he entered, Jackson had noticed the same token he used to pass checkpoints beside Ryder's bed. Seeing his inability to persuade Ryder, Jackson spotted the token, and ideas flowed rapidly. Regardless of whether Ryder and Aloysius had secret connections, he had to use it. With this, Ryder's expression changed. "This token was brought by you?" Looking into Ryder's eyes, Jackson inwardly rejoiced, thinking success was imminent. Chapter 384. Jackson spared no effort, and Baron became aware of it. "It is I. While in the capital, I had the good fortune to meet Minister Aloysius. Minister Edward's words to me were like a revelation, which I dare not forget. If this matter can be aided by General Ryder, it would indeed be perfect. Please consider it deeply, General." Jackson spoke rapidly, leaving nothing unsaid. All he could do now was quietly wait for Ryder to make his decision. Moonlight reflected off the Ing River, silent and still. Under the same clear moonlight, the Imperial Diligence Hall in the palace was also illuminated. Inside, Fiki listened to Ryder's plan, along with the additions made by Aloysius and Emperor Gil, then said, "This plan is not bad, but isn't there a risk that Emperor, you fear Ryder and Jude will carry out their act truly?" Fiki's question plunged the room into icy silence. Gil remained quiet for a long time. If Ryder and Jude were truly capable of such betrayal, even if their mothers and brothers were held as hostages in the capital, they might still take this huge gamble. Even if his entire family were in the capital, would they hesitate given such an opportunity? But after careful consideration, Gil felt that neither his attitude towards Jude nor the imperial grace bestowed upon the Sun family suggested any cause for doubt. This made it hard for Gil to believe that Jude would play a double game. After pondering for a moment, Gil set aside his documents and stood up, gazing at the moon outside the hall. The moonlight tonight plan. Seeing Ryder's agreement, Jackson was overjoyed. "General, here are the detailed plans for your review." Jackson immediately presented the prepared document. Ryder read through it carefully and commented, "Though somewhat brief, it seems feasible. Creed is indeed as rash as you described. But despite his rashness, he is not foolish. If you leave no room for suspicion during the battle, he likely won't fall for it. I think we should modify the plan." Saying this, Ryder began sketching lines on paper, representing ships. "When you return, instruct Baron to deliberately leave a gap in the formation. Entice Creed's flagship into the trap, then quickly block the gap with smaller boats. With the two flagship commanders facing each other and Creed surrounded, we can surely eliminate him." Jackson immediately nodded. "Indeed, General Zhou's strategy is much more meticulous than mine. Now that you agree to cooperate, may I ask for a definite date? I will ensure everything follows your instructions." Jackson clasped his hands respectfully. 3 days hence. By then, it will be my turn to command, allowing Baron to attack. When he comes, I will pursue with my forces. At the border of Ingchuan, Baron's fleet will have limited maneuverability and will have to retreat. As I chase to the border, I will await Creed's appearance. When Baron and his deployment show openings, Creed is likely to follow them out. Before Ryder finished, Jackson added, "Trapped at the border, Creed will deploy?" Mickey was taken aback. He had been so focused on breaking the deadlock that he hadn't considered the reliability of this convoluted plan. He instinctively looked at Jackson. Naturally, Jackson defended Ryder. After all, his life depended on the success of this plan. Even if he suspected it was Ryder's ploy, he would continue supporting it. But Jackson didn't feel it was a ruse. He wanted to reason it out logically. He recounted how Creed had publicly reprimanded Ryder before his soldiers, and how Ryder was visibly displeased. Baron sighed, but remained unconvinced. However, Mickey found Jackson's explanation comforting. "General Baron, if you had a commander like Creed, how would you handle it?" Seeing Baron remain tight-lipped, Jackson posed a rhetorical question to persuade him. Chapter 385. Baron isolated. Ryder takes the initiative. Jackson, in his agitation, asked this question, realizing it might have been a bit too much. However, the question had already been asked. Now all attention and difficulty were focused on Baron. Baron remained silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly as he looked at Jackson. His expression clearly conveyed that he and Jackson had no past grievances or recent conflicts. Jackson had simply dragged Baron into this matter to protect his own life. Seeing neither of them speak, Mickey interjected, General Chun, from what Jackson said, this plan does not seem problematic. You've led the naval forces in Anfeng Pond for many days now. It's time to make a move. Baron immediately clasped his hands and replied, My lord, do you know why Jude hasn't dared to launch a full-scale attack on Hefei? Considering the current military situation, although Pingyu is difficult to defend, Jingzhou has consistently adopted a cautious strategy. Their purpose is merely to wait for Jude to attack Hefei. But after establishing himself in Lujiang, Jude has focused solely on building up supply lines and shown no interest in advancing on Hefei. Don't you truly understand why? Upon hearing this, Mickey stroked his beard, appearing somewhat embarrassed, as he was not particularly knowledgeable about military matters. Baron quickly explained, My lord, while the waters of Zhujiang are interconnected, only the city of Shochuan can harbor our navy year-round. If Jude were to disregard the terrain and attack recklessly, I could quickly deploy several thousand troops to assist General Igor on the rivers. The reason Jude does not dare attack Hefei is precisely this concern. Mickey nodded. So General Chun means that as long as your naval forces in Anfeng Pond remain stationary, Creed's fleet won't be able to enter, and Jude won't dare attack Hefei? Exactly, Baron responded with a bow. Humph, by your account, using an entire province to resist the imperial court in Jingzhou, how can we sustain such a strategy? My lord, Shochuan has been wealthy for you, defensive advantage and giving them an opportunity. No more discussion. We'll proceed as Jackson suggests. With that, Mickey waved everyone out of the command tent. Baron headed straight to Anfeng Pond, while Jackson stayed behind with Philippe. You've been acting quite unusually these past 2 days. Do you have anything left unsaid? Philippe asked. Jackson hesitated, pulling Philippe aside. Despite their close relationship, the stakes were too high for honesty. Seeing his hesitation, Philippe, as the strategist of Jaggerjo, guessed part of the truth. If you can't say, then let it be. But remember, you are one of the Jaggeran clan. Don't forget your roots. Philippe sighed, knowing the dire situation. He had advised surrendering earlier to save face, but Mickey refused to risk his life and status. Don't worry. Regardless of the outcome, the Jaggeran family of Runin will survive, Jackson assured him before leaving. On the River Ing, Ryder briefed Creed on the entire plan conceived with Jackson. This strategy, if successful, will allow me to lead the flagship deep into the enemy's heart, Creed nodded, adding, though risky, our equipment and ships surpass those of Anfeng Pond. It's worth trying, he concluded. Ryder smiled, relieved. Since General Gon agrees, I'm reassured. But there's one request I hope you will agree to. Please speak. I want to exchange flagships with you, Quest. Alright, I know you're a good man. You can take the lead during this period, but here's the condition. The flagship's guards are veteran soldiers I brought from Jiangxia to the capital. At the right moment, they will ensure your safety. Do not refuse them. Creed spoke earnestly. Rest assured, General, even if you don't give me these elite troops, I would ask for them. Ryder immediately laughed upon hearing this. Creed also chuckled. Fine, 2 days from now, once I see Baron's navy, I'll chase after them with your flagship. Keep the commander's banner well? Creed called over his flag officer and exchanged banners with Ryder's flag officer. After all preparations were complete, he boarded a small boat and went aboard Ryder's flagship. 2 days passed quickly. Upon receiving an accurate order from Mickey, Baron had no choice but to act accordingly. Jackson, as Mickey's military supervisor, sailed alone on a warship following behind Baron's flagship to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The Anfeng Pond naval forces comprised 10,000 Dan-miles naval troops under Baron's command, and another 10,000 subsequently trained naval troops. These 20,000 naval troops ensured Jingzhou didn't dare make arbitrary moves against Jaggerjo over the years and established numerous merits for Mickey and his plots on the Lesus Luzhou and Zhejiang areas. On board his flagship, Baron waved and issued orders. The 20,000 naval troops formed up for battle and began sailing towards the confluence of the Ing River and Anfeng Pond. This narrow section where the Anfeng Pond and the Ing River meet only allowed Baron's flagship to pass through. This was why Baron did not rashly venture out of Anfeng Pond to attack Creed. Past this confluence, the Han Navy's formation on the Ing River was conspicuous. Various types of warships arranged meticulously sealed off the river tightly. Seeing this, Baron felt increasingly uneasy but could only tough it out to raid the enemy. Send the dragon boats to harass them for a while, then swiftly retreat to Anfeng Pond. Following Baron's orders, the dragon boats from both sides of his flagship rapidly approached the Han Navy's positions. At that moment, Creed was commanding from Ryder's flagship. Upon seeing the enemy dragon boats approaching, he immediately ordered a counterattack. Once the Han fleet saw the order flag, they swiftly reformed. With Creed leading, he took charge of the Han dragon boats and rushed forward. In just a few moments, the dragon boats sent by Baron were mostly sunk by Creed's troops. However, this was exactly what Baron wanted. Seeing the enemy drawn out, he quickly ordered the fleet to withdraw into the intersection between the Ing River and Anfeng Pond. Upon reaching the junction, it was now Ryder's turn. He commandeered Creed's flagship and charged heedlessly into the narrow passage. Once Ryder's fleet passed through, Baron's formation indeed showed some weakness in protecting his flagship. Ryder looked back at Creed's troops trying to rush through to assist him and immediately ordered the entire army to exploit Baron's weaknesses. Both armies reacted swiftly. Seeing Creed's flagship charging directly toward them, Baron almost believed his plan might work. Compared to the Anfeng Pond naval forces, the Han ships were faster and more robust. Within moments, Ryder led the flagship fleet deep into Baron's defenses. Seeing Creed fall for the trap, Baron promptly ordered a surrounding encirclement and dispatched warships to block the entrance to Anfeng Pond. Wearing battle armor and drawing his sword, Ryder loudly declared, "Brothers, defeating Mickey's navy begins today. Deploy the dragon boats." On Ryder's command, what should have been chaotic under Baron and Jackson's plan turned orderly. Creed's flagship had 5 specially made dragon boats, twice the size of regular ones, whose primary role was intercepting enemy dragon boats. Now Ryder planned to abandon self-protection entirely and focus on sinking the enemy flagship first. The 5 large dragon boats sped from behind Ryder's flagship straight towards Baron's flagship. By the time Baron realized, it was too late. 3 dragon boats rammed Baron's flagship head-on, while the other 2 disembarked elite troops to begin cutting holes into the sides of the ship. Due to their prearranged strategy, Baron's flagship lacked defense around it and was isolated from other ships. By the time he ordered nearby ships to rescue, it was already too late. Navigating on water, whether downstream or upstream, moving forward or backward was quick, but turning to assist allies was exceedingly difficult. Ships naturally find it hard to turn in water, and even more so with many other ships around, risking collisions. Without unified coordination, Baron's men would likely be doomed before reinforcements arrived. Fire arrows. Their flagship must not remain afloat. Keep shooting until it sinks. Ryder roared. Soldiers from Jiangxia aboard the flagship continuously launched crossbow bolts towards Baron's flagship. Any soldier on Baron's ship who attempted repairs and emerged from the hull met swift demise from the barrage of arrows. Recalling the supervisor Jackson who followed behind his flagship, Baron turned but saw no sign of Jackson's ship. In fact, Jackson had long ordered his ship to leave the main battlefield before Ryder's assault began. Adding insult to injury, not only was Baron's flagship facing imminent sinking, but the warships tasked to seal off the Ing River and Anfeng Pond's intersection were also being systematically dismantled by Creed's dragon boats. Clashes filled the upper to help him remove his armor while observing the water seeping through the hull. At this point, the Anfeng Pond Navy lost command entirely. Unlike land battles where infantry can follow pre-established strategies or orders from lieutenants if their general is incapacitated, naval battles require centralized command from the flagship. Once the flagship was compromised, most ships were left drifting aimlessly, fending for themselves. Creed saw the surrounding enemy ships become stagnant and immediately ordered all fleets to surge into Anfeng Pond, targeting each ship individually. That day, the sounds of combat filled Anfeng Pond, with arrows flying everywhere, almost completely annihilating the Anfeng Pond Navy. After battling until dusk, Creed and Ryder met on the main flagship. Zhougongjin, your planning was superb. We only lost a dozen dragon boats and 5 medium warships, yet nearly wiped out the entire enemy fleet. Creed laughed heartily. This was his first time leading a naval force. Such a triumphant debut would surely warrant rewards upon returning to the capital. General, you flatter me. Naval battles are different from land battles. Although we won significantly, total annihilation is still challenging. Many enemy soldiers abandoned their armor and escaped by swimming once they saw the situation turn unfavorable. It would be a pity if they managed to return to Shochuan, Ryder said, waving his hand dismissively. Gongjin, don't worry. Even if the soldiers returned to Shochuan, how could they rebuild such a vast number of warships in a short period? In this battle, you deserve top credit. I will report it truthfully. Jackson, who had spent half a day at the dock, looked disheveled. Sighing deeply, he shifted all blame onto Baron for his own survival. Lord, if General Baron hadn't been greedy, wanting to annihilate the Han forces completely, we wouldn't have lost this battle, Jackson said tearfully. What? Mickey gasped. Seeing Mickey's reaction, Jackson elaborated vividly. Everything went according to plan until General Baron ordered the gorge mouth opened when he saw an opportunity, allowing the Han army to enter our trap. Unexpectedly, their ships were solid and charged fearlessly with their flagship. After a fierce struggle, it was General Baron's flagship that sank first. The Anfeng Pond Navy, without a commander, became like headless flies, while the Han forces emerged from the gorge en masse, picking us off one by one. Mickey wasn't stupid. He had already inquired about the battle from surviving soldiers. Jackson, also shrewd, interwove some falsehoods with the truth to clear himself. Hearing this, Mickey sighed. So it came to this? What should we do now? Mickey turned to Philippe and Jackson, asking what course of action to take. Philippe glanced at the disheveled Jackson before speaking. Lord, our navy has been destroyed. Without naval support, Jude will likely attack Hefei soon. If Hefei falls, we'll be helpless. Philippe continued, currently, Hefei has 30,000 troops under Igor's command. They should hold up against Jude. But our city, lacking naval cover and having only 30,000 defenders, might be vulnerable. So, must I reinforce Hefei? Now that the navy has perished, it is evident you have connections in the capital. I need to ask you, is the pledge for the Runan Jagarin clan true or false? Faced with Philippe's questions, Jackson sighed and decided to be open-hearted with this longtime fellow tribesman and good friend. After listening to him, Philippe nodded slightly. Actually, you and I both know that if Kid is destroyed and Todd does not succeed, then the next target will be our Jagarjo territory. These past few years, the court has been victorious in multiple battles and also gained the support of the people. I've advised our lord more than once, but he wouldn't listen. Now it seems that you made the right choice. Philippe nodded approvingly of Jackson's plan. Who would say otherwise? You've never been to the capital. Indeed, you don't know what it's like. Once I arrived, I met various officials. I even privately contacted some clerks and managed to get a glimpse of the Imperial Guards. If we really waited for the Emperor to personally lead an attack, our Runan Jagarin clan would surely be completely wiped out. Jackson shook his head. Now that I know your plan, I'll naturally assist you. I proposed retreating from Jagarjo, not to prolong resistance against the court. Philippe looked around before indicating to Jackson to part ways. Jackson watched Philippe leave, realizing that trusting Philippe seemed to be his only choice now. Withdraw our forces in Yenzhou and distribute our army first. This will alleviate the pressure on our treasury, Aloysius suggested with a bow. But if Mickey's forces in Pingyu retreat to Shochuan, it means tens of thousands of troops will be defending Shochuan and Hefei. I don't want all of Mickey's resources to be spent on defense, Gil said seriously. The funds and supplies of Mickey were highly coveted. This could relieve the financial strain on the court for half a year. Fiki spoke up, Your Majesty, Don't forget General Jeremy and General Ricky are hidden in Xiaobei. They will be the first to know when the Pingyu forces reach Shochuan. If we synchronize our information with Creed and Jude, we can capture Hefei before Mickey moves any troops. When you surround Shochuan without attacking, it will certainly provoke Mickey to propose peace terms again. When it comes to negotiating peace, Your Majesty can demand anything. Start with a heavy price. At this point, Aloysius chimed in, then Mickey, to avoid exhausting his resources, will certainly attack Jude. As soon as he mobilizes from Shochuan, Your Majesty should order Briar, who has taken control of Jaggerjo, to launch a land assault, while General Gon attacks Mickey from Onfing Pond. In this way, most of Mickey's resources will end up in Your Majesty's hands. Gil pondered this strategy. Though Fiki was gentle like Jade, capture. Jude sought help from his classmate Ryder, requesting a naval surprise attack via water to assist in capturing Hefei. Travel from Onfing Pond to Hefei wasn't far, but due to narrow waterways, previous naval support primarily involved troop transportation rather than assisting land assaults. After discussion, Creed and Ryder agreed to deploy 10,000 naval troops under Ryder's command to assist Jude. Chapter 389. Briar seizes Pingyu. Jude battles Hefei. At this moment, intelligence about Mickey's forces had become completely transparent. Coupled with the defeat of the Navy at Onfing Reservoir, Jude's forces were left without much encouragement. On that morning, Ryder led 10,000 naval troops down the Ing River towards Hefei. Jude also led 25,000 men from Liuan directly towards Hefei. Even though Igor had 30,000 troops stationed in Hefei, he was still caught somewhat off guard by this sudden encirclement. He hastily dispatched messengers via land routes to request reinforcements from Shochuan. He immediately ordered the clearing of the fields and the retreat of all forces into the fortified city of Hefei to await the enemy attack. Speaking of Jude's army, while they had already gained a reputation in Miles Zhou, their equipment and military supplies still lagged behind those of the Han troops. Jude felt less confident about attacking Hefei with similar troop numbers. Moreover, Jude now knew that Mickey was about to redeploy his troops. If he could not conclude the battle at Hefei soon, Igor's reinforcements would turn it into an almost impregnable fortress. And what Jude worried about was well understood by Emperor Gil, even though he was far away in the capital. For the capital, the more resources Jude consumed in this battle, the better it was for the court. So, despite knowing that this was the best time to capture Hefei, Emperor Gil still harbored doubts. Your Majesty, I believe taking Hefei is very important, suggested Aloysius in the Qingjian Hall. Why don't we send Generals Jeremy and Ricky to provide support? Gil pondered over this suggestion carefully. Originally, Jeremy and Ricky were positioned near Shochuan, ready to sweep up Mickey's remnants. But since Mickey had decided to withdraw from Pingyu and abandon Jagger Province entirely, Jing Province might not launch further attacks after securing Jagger Province. Thus, the troops hidden in Shochuan now seemed superfluous. Considering this, Gil said, given the current situation, it seems unlikely that we can capture Shochuan soon. Follow your advice, Gordon, and order them to board the ships and join Ryder for Hefei. Fearfully, even with Jeremy and Ricky's 5,000 troops, capturing such a heavily fortified city like Hefei will still be difficult, Gil sighed. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Mickey's withdrawal from Pingyu indeed had a temporary effect of cutting off his own arm to survive. Jude handles it. How is the demobilization of Yinzhou going? Your Majesty, half of Yinzhou's troops have already been transported by waterway back to the capital, and the military department is verifying their numbers, reported Aloysius as he handed over the military roster. Upon opening the register, Gil saw that approximately 20,000 troops from Yinzhou were now in the capital. According to Fiki's plan, these 20,000 troops were to be divided equally between Bingzhou for market development and Jibei for construction. Neither Bingzhou nor Jibei were favorable destinations. Seeing this, Gil remarked, since we've downsized the military and saved funds, spend more money on these veterans who are heading to the borders. Don't let them suffer. Don't set too strict a timeline for their deployment. Treat them kindly. I understand, Your Majesty. I will arrange everything properly. Fiki bowed respectfully. All right, you may leave now. I have some documents to process. Gil waved the two ministers away. As they left the hall, Aloysius immediately turned to Fiki. It seems His Majesty doesn't want any unexpected issues from Mickey. Pity that the new policies cost too much, and the Imperial Guards in the capital cannot be moved. We can't keep reducing troops while also expecting them to fight for Miles Zhou. Fiki replied, people say starting out is tough, but I believe maintaining success is even harder. The new policies affect everything. If we don't consider the overall picture during hard times, it will be too late when problems arise. Chapter 390. Briar crushes the tyrants. Jude digs tunnels. We have come to assist General Sun in capturing Hefei, and naturally, we will follow General Sun's orders. Ricky, seeing that everyone had chatted enough, immediately shifted the conversation back to military affairs. Upon hearing this, Jude waved his hand immediately. I dare not, I dare not. All of you are renowned generals of your time. As for me, I dare not command. I only have some ideas and would like to discuss them with all of you. After Jude finished speaking, everyone straightened their posture and listened attentively to his plan. I think this way, Hefei is too fortified, and there is also a Barbican inside the outer city, making it extremely difficult to capture. Furthermore, Mickey's reinforcements will arrive in no time. In such a hard-to-take place, it seems that we can only use strategy. Jude paused here. I believe we should send part of our troops to challenge Igor Day and Night to divert his attention. Then dispatch a large contingent to dig deep trenches west of Hefei, bypassing the walls, potentially allowing direct access into the city. Jude's strategy was brief. After he finished speaking, Ricky and Jeremy, as Han generals, didn't have much to say. It was Ryder who spoke up, eldest brother. Isn't this method too easy to be noticed by Igor? Moreover, this city is deeply entrenched, with a moat beside it, possibly requiring months to dig through. Faced with Ryder's question, Jude immediately replied, at present, it's not the flood season and Huff penetrate the city. Meanwhile, as the battle for Hefei intensified, Pingyu's defenders had gradually arrived in Shochuan. and Coil and King led the Jingzhou army to swiftly retake all of Jaggerzhou without significant loss. This news quickly reached Breyer. Breyer wasn't overly delighted upon learning this news, but was somewhat disappointed. After all, he had agreed to lease Jaggerzhou to the court. Though Pingyu's defenders hadn't razed the city, they hadn't left behind any grain or money. This meant that rebuilding Jaggerzhou would cost Jingzhou resources, and once Jaggerzhou stabilized, it would be reclaimed by the court, a purely selfless endeavor for the court. But there are always more solutions than problems. Breyer immediately wrote to Coil and King after Mickey withdrew from Jaggerzhou. In the letter, he instructed them to investigate noble families who had supported Mickey. Apart from the Yingshuan region, he advised targeting other noble clans and extracting whatever wealth they could. Since his tenure in Jingzhou was short, collecting resources would fund necessary projects and benefit Jingzhou. This way, Jingzhou's aristocracy wouldn't lose the leasing funds. Although the court knew of Breyer's tactics, they chose to turn a blind eye. After all, the court gained financially while Jingzhou bore the criticism. An excellent deal overall. 5 days later, from Jaggerzhou, the court reduced half of the troops in Yenzhou. Is that so? To make Emperor himself reduce troops, the court must be filled with capable individuals. Jude nodded. No, eldest brother. From what I know, the Emperor wanted to reduce troops to facilitate new policies. Oh, I see. Public servant, if this can't be done, I will retreat. Please manage relations with the court. Jude's eyes flickered as he patted Ryder's shoulder. Eldest brother, rest assured. As brothers, if I can advocate for you before the Emperor, I will do so without hesitation. Ryder immediately bowed. Chapter 391. The tunnel plan succeeds, and the city gates open at night. These past few days, Jude's soldiers had been tirelessly digging underground. With Mickey's reinforcements approaching, Jude was anxiously sleepless every night. That night, as it grew late, Brett, covered in dirt, rushed into Jude's tent excitedly. Upon seeing Jude, he immediately grasped his arm and exclaimed, Lord, it's through. It's through. What? Jude hadn't yet processed the news. The tunnel, Lord, it's completed, Brett said eagerly. Truly? Have you sent soldiers to check? Jude, understanding Brett's words, immediately asked. Yes, I dispatched soldiers for a thorough inspection. Thank you. Jude immediately bowed. After the meeting, Jude, Ricky, and Jeremy donned their armor, prepared weapons, and led a vanguard of 3,000 men into the tunnel. This tunnel wasn't wide. Only two could pass side by side at most. To prevent air circulation issues, Jude chose to move forward in complete darkness. For ordinary soldiers, this tested psychological fortitude. No loud shouts allowed, and navigating in darkness itself demanded great personal skills. Fortunately, these 3,000 were loyal to Jude, moving swiftly without hindrance. Within a short time, the three leaders brought their men to the inner city walls. In 1.5 hours, dawn will break. This is the enemy's weakest point, and our task is straightforward. Divide into 2 groups and silently kill the gate guards. Open the inner gate first, then leave 2,000 to hold it, while the rest come with me to open the outer gate. Jude instructed 10 lieutenants again in a hushed tone. They all nodded in agreement. Jude took half the men up the left side of the gate tower, while Ricky and Jeremy led the rest on the right. Silently advancing, they saw that the guards were heavily asleep, much to their delight. Ricky, leading the charge, passed his spear to a lieutenant, drew his sword slowly, and swiftly killed the guard, muffling his cries. After confirming the guard was dead, Ricky gently placed him down. Witnessing Ricky's method, the others followed suit. For unreachable guards, skilled archers shot arrows when nearby allies were unoccupied. All arrows were coated with potent poison, causing death before a cry could be uttered. Using this tactic, Jude's and Ricky's teams converged atop the gate tower. Meeting each other's gaze, they instantly stormed into the area controlling the city gates. In the quiet night, the city gates slowly opened. Jude looked up at the sky. Perfect. There's still an hour. Brothers, guard here while I open the outer gate, then we'll regroup. Jude gratefully looked at Ricky and Jeremy, now considering them comrades. Without further ado, they stationed their troops along the battlements, ready to intercept patrolling enemies. Outside the wall, Brett and Fraser paced nervously, awaiting news. Seeing this, Ryder waved. Uncles, stop pacing. It makes me dizzy. Hemph, Gongjin. Aren't you worried? Such a dangerous operation. What if Lord Sun gets hurt? Fraser shot a glance at Ryder. Get hurt? If Lord Bu went alone, I'd worry. But with General Su and Roman, I'm confident. They're famous warriors, each capable of holding off 100 men. Uncles, please calm down. The gates will open soon, Ryder reassured them. Brett and Fraser, hearing this, remained skeptical, especially since they hadn't personally witnessed Jeremy and Ricky's prowess. Just as impatience struck, the outer gate creaked open. Jude stood between the opening gates, raising a torch to signal ready fervor, momentarily offsetting the disparity in numbers and driving Igor's troops back. However, this kind of strategy could not last forever. Under the command signals from the signal officer, reinforcements for Igor quickly approached from all sides, aiming to encircle and swallow Ricky and Jeremy whole. Unfortunately for Igor, by this time, the outer city gates had already been opened. The 5,000 Juke army soldiers rushed forward without waiting for orders from their commander, rapidly filling the gaps left by the dead among Jude's entourage. These 5,000 men, shield in one hand and blade in the other, formed a defensive formation at the city gate under the command of Ricky and Jeremy, creating a strong counterattack momentum. Good heavens, are these the Emperor's personal guards? Brett exclaimed from behind the troops. Not only are they clad in full iron armor, but their rapid formation discipline clearly shows that they are veterans of many battles. Fraser nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Excellency. Hee, uncles, this Juke army is the elite within the Emperor's personal guard. They have always protected the Son of Heaven during his campaigns. How could they not be elite? Ryder commented, causing Brett and Fraser to gasp in awe. No, we must not let the Emperor's personal guards steal our thunder in this battle. General Gregory, let's lead our troops forward, Brett urged, galloping into the inner city with Fraser and their own contingents. As if anticipating their arrival, the Zhuge army swiftly parted their shields just as Brett and Fraser entered the battlefield, allowing them to easily lead their troops into the enemy ranks. Once the Allied forces were inside, the Zhuge army's shield formation closed again, firmly holding the inner city gate. Brothers, thank you for your efforts. Jude saluted with his spear. General Sun, please don't be so formal. We should resolve this battle swiftly. If Igor receives reinforcements, we risk losing everything, Ricky replied courteously. Don't worry. Watch my Jiangdong sons show their prowess next. With that, Jude charged into the enemy lines, wielding his tiger-headed spear with fierce vigor. 5 days later, in the Diligence Hall, the report on the Battle of Hefei lay before Emperor Briar. Lu Su's plan wasn't too bad. He captured the city and drove Igor out, but Fancho's reinforcements arrived, Briar remarked with some regret. Ultimately, Hefei wasn't held securely, and Lu Su suffered significant losses. Aloysius, standing beside Briar, reviewed the report and said, Your Majesty, it isn't so bad. Although Igor escaped capture, Mickey lost over 30,000 men. Despite Lu Su retreating to Lyoan, he managed to evacuate most of the civilians from Hefei. This shifts the balance of power. Mickey may struggle if another battle ensues next year. Briar nodded. Indeed. Now Lu Su, apart from Junjiang, can consider himself secure in Miles Zhou. Let's see how he develops. The court needn't worry too much. But what about Mickey's surrender document? Has it arrived? Fiki bowed. Your Majesty, we may need to wait for Mickey's submission. He likely won't submit willingly until Todd and Nicholas's matters are resolved. He then presented the war report from Ezhou. Todd has shown some talent, turning Ezhou into a tug-of-war between North and South in just a few months. Unfortunately, Nicholas lacks sense. If he loosened his stance, our troops could conquer Hanzhong and cut off Todd's lifeline. Where are Brock and Darien stationed now? They are currently camped in Zacharian, Jingnan, near the battle zone, Fiki replied. According to Uncle Gregory, he has focused on gathering scattered soldiers from both armies and has nearly 30,000 troops ready to march into Ezhou upon your order. Darien truly embodies benevolence. Now is not the time to aid Nicholas, but I wish to send envoys to meet him and Chris to understand their intentions. Do you have candidates in mind? Your Majesty, we need both a skilled diplomat and a distinguished general. For the diplomat, I suggest the attendant to the Chancellor, Hardy. For the general, please appoint a capable leader, Fiki replied with a smile. There are several worthy generals in the Chapter 393. Hardy enters Ezhou. Mickey sends envoys for peace talks. I'm afraid it's not something that can be explained in a few words. Since all of you have come from afar, why don't we first enjoy a meal and some rest? We can discuss further tomorrow, Briar said with a smile, as if hiding some unspeakable secret. Hey, elder brother. What's there to not explain? Secretary, sit beside me. I'll tell you all about it. Brock's loud voice immediately lifted the spirits of everyone present. He pulled Hardy to sit at Briar's left side. Secretary, let me tell you. Nicholas is just an old stubborn, and Chris is nothing but a weakling. Note, the phrase lalbusurda is a rather vulgar expression meaning old stubborn, or old geezer. I have chosen to translate it as old stubborn, to maintain the tone while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Originally, my elder brother had already negotiated with Chris, but Nicholas, as his father, gave one order, and Chris changed his mind. He didn't even show any courtesy. If not for my elder brother's timely arrangements, our troops might have starved in these mountain ranges of Bashu. Brock spoke without restraint, despite several attempts by Darien to stop him. Hardy responded with a question, General Zhang, does Lord Nicholas not care about the imperial uncle's bloodline connection? Darn it, just talking about this makes me angry. Elder brother, say less. Let Secretary eat first before discussing. Brock finally stopped talking upon seeing Darien's stern face and began eating obediently. After a hearty meal, Brock still had duties to patrol and thus left the headquarters alone. Without concealing anything from Secretary, actually, with Nicholas's resources, we might not need to help much. Briar immediately continued once Brock left. When we entered Ezhou, we thought Nicholas had no strong army under his command. So, we agreed with Chris to temporarily assist each other. We were to provide troops to resist Todd, and he was responsible for supplying food and arms. But within a month, Chris settled accounts for provisions and supplies, then tore up the agreement. At the same time, he gathered 10,000 troops outside Chengdu, including southern barbarians. Purely in terms of troop numbers, such an army doesn't need to worry about Todd attacking. Darien paused and continued. But after we withdrew from the defensive line, we heard that Todd had achieved continuous victories, advancing from Hanzhong through Bashi and Luisgan. This took me by great surprise. Hardy, hearing Darien, asked in confusion. You're saying Nicholas used the imperial forces to buy time until his own army was ready, then replaced them? But originally, your 2,000 men could hold the line, yet lost control to Nicholas with 10. Darien mobilized another 10,000 crossbowmen under Ray's command. Including civilian porters, the group numbered around 15,000. On the road, Hardy chatted daily with the local guide, gathering detailed information about the geography and customs of southern barbarian-controlled areas. In the capital, Briar had not received letters from Hardy lately and asked multiple times without response. He finally convened Fiki and Aloysius for advice. Sire, the envoy initially reported back from Zacharian. They chose to detour through southern barbarian territory to reach Chengdu. The journey may take over a month. There's no need for urgency, Aloysius stated. With 3,000 troops under Darien, even a direct route through Bashi and Luisjiang to Chengdu wouldn't provoke Todd to attack. As things stand, if Todd acts against the court, we could directly assault Hanzhong. Briar asked in puzzlement. I believe Asher has gathered sufficient information and chose the detour strategy accordingly. This may involve Nicholas. If Sire has questions, send an urgent decree to inquire. Fiki suggested. Well, with Asher leading the envoy, there shouldn't be any trouble. Let's set this aside for now. Has Mickey's surrender document arrived? Reportedly, Mickey's envoy has entered the commandery and should arrive in the capital tomorrow. The envoy The leaders Jeremy and Ricky have always been friendly with Jude. This time they helped him attack Huffei, so I punished them by seizing their annual salary as punishment. Does such a punishment satisfy you? Gil narrowed his eyes and smiled. Since your majesty has already dealt with it, your subject cannot comment further. Here is the letter of surrender from my lord. Please review it, your majesty. Philippe handed the document to Hayward with a salute. Chamberlain, please wait a moment. Philippe added another letter to Hayward. Hayward presented both documents to Gil as instructed. Seeing that there was an additional letter along with the document of surrender, Gil opened the letter first. The wording in the letter was brief, just a few characters. Nan Jagarin can be retained. Looking at these 4 characters, Gil then looked at Philippe and added a character, no, after them. After adding the character, Gil glanced at the document of surrender casually and said, I approve Mickey's request for surrender. For now, let's appoint him as the governor of Shochuan. Gil returned the letter via Hayward to Philippe. Philippe did not hurry to read it, but bowed before leaving the Qingjin palace. Back in Hongguan, Philippe opened the letter and saw, Nan Jagarin can be retained, no? Gil's addition of a single character changed the meaning. The first meaning is quite direct. No means not retaining the Runin Jagarin family. The second meaning turned the 4 characters into a question. It seemed like asking Philippe if the Runin Jagarin family could be retained. Philippe stared at the letter for a long time, but could not figure out its profundity. Before leaving Runin, Jackson had written a recommendation letter for him, advising him to seek Aloysius's advice if he had any issues. Holding the letter, Philippe sighed and finally took out the letter and asked one of his subordinates to send it to Aloysius's residence. The next morning, outside Hongguan, an elderly man with white hair sought an audience with Philippe. Elder sir, may I ask why you are seeking me? Why must you ask when you already know? You sent someone to deliver a letter to my master last night, didn't you? The old man laughed. You must be Mr. Aloysius's steward. I apologize for not welcoming you earlier. Mr. Jagarin, there's no need for formalities. Master is waiting at a wine shop. Please follow me. Aloysius's steward pointed to a carriage nearby. Very well, let's go immediately. Without hesitation, Philippe got into the carriage driven by Aloysius's steward. After a moment, the carriage stopped, and Philippe was taken to the same wine shop where Jackson had once visited. Please go straight to the second floor. I shall not accompany you. Thank you, steward. Daring not to delay, Philippe quickly ascended to the second floor with the letter. Upon seeing Philippe arrive, the waiters in the wine shop immediately opened. Surely Briar wouldn't secretly harm you, would he? Aloysius teased. Don't joke, sir. If the conflicts between our clan and Jingzhou could be resolved with silver, why would I come to you in the capital for help? Philippe responded anxiously. If you can't get Briar's support, why not consider seeking help from His Majesty? If His Majesty intervenes, Briar probably won't dare to act recklessly, right? Aloysius suggested. Hearing this, Philippe's expression tightened, and he asked urgently, Please enlighten me, sir. How can I seek help from His Majesty? The new policies of the court are no longer news. Why did His Majesty entrust the rich province of Jaggerzhou to Jingzhou? Do you understand the deeper meaning? Hearing this, Philippe immediately responded. The new policy requires substantial funds, absorbing many new officials. Just the monthly salaries alone are considerable expenses. If, as you say, His Majesty only needs silver, my clan would be willing to provide financial support to the court. Though you understood immediately, do you know how to provide this support? Aloysius poured a cup of wine and handed it to Philippe. Please instruct me. Since your clan is native to Jaggerzhou, naturally, your contributions should be used locally in Jaggerzhou. But currently, Jaggerzhou is still under Jingzhou's jurisdiction. Won't this benefit Briar instead? Philippe asked, puzzled. Mr. Jagarin, you misunderstood. Jaggerzhou is merely leased to Briar in Jingzhou. Eventually, Jaggerzhou will return to the court. At that time, your clan's contributions to Jaggerzhou will certainly be recognized by His Majesty. Do you understand what I mean? Aloysius questioned. I admit I was short-sighted. Since you put it this way, my clan will fully support the court's new policy development in Jaggerzhou. Philippe sat up straighter and replied seriously. Chapter 395. The rapid expansion of the Xinbei and the envoy's journey into the Mist Forest. If that's the case, there's no need for Mr. Jagarin to enter the palace. I will convey your message to His Majesty. Aloysius drank a cup of wine alone and smiled. In that case, I'll leave it in your hands, Lord Edward. I shall depart for Jaggerzhou immediately to arrange matters at home. Farewell. Philippe was naturally eager to return home. He returned to Hongguan, formally resigned from the court, received the documents restoring Mickey's position, and immediately boarded a ship back to Jaggerzhou. The next day, in the Qingjin Hall, Aloysius reported everything he had discussed with Philippe to Emperor Gil. Hearing this, Gil nodded slightly and said, Gordon, since you have met both Jackson and Philippe, which one do you think is more suitable to serve as an official in Jaggerzhou? Aloysius replied almost without hesitation. I cannot help but plan ahead. I've been having Jagernchang investigate the strength of the Xinbei forces recently. He reported back today. You should take a look. Gil pointed to a stack of documents and had Hayward hand them to Aloysius. After carefully reading the report sent by Arvid, Aloysius was astonished. The Xinbei have such a large force? Yes, and beyond the Xinbei, there are other tribes further north fighting against them. The forces Jagernchang could investigate were only those close to our side of Han territory. With the Xinbei tribes uniting and tasting sweet success, they are now getting closer to the Wuhuan and southern Xiongnu, possibly planning to unite. Gil sighed. The Xinbei are showing signs of founding a new nation. If allowed to develop peacefully for several decades, they may eventually covet our Han territories. Aloysius immediately bowed. Hearing this, Gil was momentarily taken aback. According to the historical course he knew, Kermit Way as a buffer zone significantly slowed down the expansion of the Xinbei. But now, this task of restraining the Xinbei fell on Han's shoulders. While watching others act is easy, doing it oneself is much harder. This also helped Gil understand why Kermit Way despite holding the majority of the territories and having significant military and talent advantages, still needed so much time to conquer Wu and Shu. Now faced with the same challenge, Gil pondered whether to intervene early in the Xin base expansion or first capture E province to consolidate internally. Days of contemplation led him nowhere, so he decided to ask Aloysius, Gordon, where should the court's focus be at this moment? Hearing this question, even Aloysius, a wise strategist, fell silent. Indeed, one cannot fully grasp high-level perspectives unless in a high position, an unavoidable limitation. Your Majesty, I believe the court should prioritize the new policy reforms. If you worry about the rapid expansion of the Xin Bay, perhaps we can support the Mi family in Su province, accelerating their plans. Aloysius's suggestion was reasonable. Once the new policy stabilized, recruitment, manufacturing, logistics, and finances within Han would greatly improve. Preparing adequately before attacking the unprepared would give them a huge advantage. Clearly, the White Stack plan is Han's first covert move against neighboring ethnic groups indeed needs to progress alongside the new policies to achieve optimal results. Gil nodded after hearing Aloysius's words. Lately, I have been focused on the Xin Bay expansion and military affairs in E province, neglecting concerns about Western trade and the White Stack plan in Su province. For the White Stack plan in Su province, I want to send someone specifically to inquire about its progress. In Chapter 396, Ambush in the Dense Forest, Hardy obtains the Vine Armor. Just as Darian spurred his horse forward, Ray quickly halted him. Uncle, don't be anxious. This place has tall trees and narrow paths, making it an ideal location for an ambush. I was just about to reorganize the marching formation at the rear of our column. Why don't you come along? Hearing this, Darian immediately responded. General Ray is indeed skilled. Though I may not be as talented, I have led troops for many years. I only noticed the problematic terrain here after your reminder. As they spoke, they rode towards the rear of the formation. After Ray's reorganization, the civilian porters responsible for transporting provisions and gifts were placed within the formation of 10,000 Jagranrong crossbowmen. The porters were most vulnerable to attack by marauders, but now, seeing soldiers protecting them on all sides, they willingly accepted their new positions. The forest already had little sunlight filtering through. It was now past midday, and the woods grew dark. As time passed, daylight alone became insufficient to illuminate the area. Just then, Ray was patrolling the ranks when he heard rustling sounds from the surrounding forest. Initially, he thought it might be animals. However, his extensive combat experience told him something was amiss. Without hesitation, he gave General Ray, could we capture a few of these southern barbarians? I want to examine their armor. Asher, wait and see. This is no difficult task. Ray immediately ordered, all troops, draw your swords and encircle them. The crossbowmen complied, putting away their crossbows and drawing their sabers and shields, transforming into sword and shield units. In ancient times, although ranged troops seemed frail, they were also trained in melee combat. Typically, the weapons a bowman held determined their battlefield effectiveness. Despite the southern barbarians' overconfidence from their strange armor, their numbers were a clear disadvantage. Seeing the Han forces closing in, they grew panic-stricken. Just as the Han forces were about to completely encircle them, a peculiar drumbeat sounded from the forest behind the barbarians. Hearing this, the barbarians didn't hesitate. They abandoned their wounded comrades and retreated into the dense forest. This ambush came and went swiftly. Thankfully, the Han forces were prepared due to Ray's caution and rearrangement, or many more civilian porters would have perished. After the retreat of the barbarians, several injured barbarians remained scattered on the battlefield. Ray had them bound and brought to Hardy. Are you from nearby tribes? Hardy, noting the unique facial markings on their faces, also called for an interpreter to ensure communication. When the interpreter arrived, seeing the kneeling barbarian prisoners, he was visibly startled. Oh, Sir of the Han, these are soldiers of Great King Ed. I dare not provoke them. Sir, please let them go after questioning, or they will seek me out later. Hardy smiled kindly at the interpreter. Don't worry, I do not intend to harm them. I just need some information. You said they are soldiers of Great King Ed? Is Ed the leader of the southern barbarians? Yes, sir. Great King Ed was chosen as our chief by all the tribes. He is currently aiding Governor Liu, while Ares stays at home. Sir, ask your questions quickly. Delaying will result in punishment. Hardy, considering the urgency, promptly asked, what is their armor made of? Could you leave us one piece? Hardy had other crucial matters to discuss, but decided this strange armor was the most important intel to obtain immediately. Future military campaigns against the southern barbarians and negotiations with Nicholas would benefit greatly from this information. The interpreter translated Hardy's request. The prisoners, after looking at the interpreter and Hardy, reluctantly removed their strange armor and slowly stepped back. This item is called Vine Armor. Everything they know, I know. Let them go, please. Hardy waved his fan, signaling the soldiers to allow them to leave. Once the prisoners were gone, the interpreter handed the vine armor to Hardy, explaining, this vine armor is hard to make. First, find vine strips, then have women weave them into shape, repeatedly soaking them in tung oil and dry. Weren't so outdated and couldn't penetrate our soldiers' armor, we would likely have suffered significant losses. Yes, General Ray is right. From what I see, these southern barbarians don't look like they're part of their main army. If a large force wearing rattan armor intercepts us, it will greatly affect our mission to Chengdu. Darian agreed. Asher, you were responsible for the development of military equipment in the capital. Can you tell us if there's any way to counter this strange rattan armor? Ray patted Hardy on the shoulder and asked. Dealing with the rattan armor isn't difficult, but you must be prepared, General Zhang. Once I reveal my strategy, we will surely become mortal enemies of King Ed. If that happens, it might not be beneficial for the court's future administration of Ezhou. As Hardy spoke, night was falling. The surrounding soldiers lit torches to illuminate the path. Hardy walked over to one of the torchbearers and held the rattan armor near the flame. The moment it touched the fire, the entire armor burst into flames. A gust of wind fanned the flames even higher. Before Ray and Darian could react, the rattan armor was already burning fiercely on the ground. Even the seasoned Ray gasped in shock at this sight. Dying by sword or spear in battle is the fate of soldiers and doesn't cause much pain. However, burning rattan armor is a torturous way to fight. The burning armor clings tightly to the body. That's correct. And from this, we can infer that Nicholas must have granted Ed some official position in exchange for his military support. He has effectively ceded regions he cannot control to Ed for management. Hardy paused, and Ray nodded in agreement. Asher makes sense. If as you predict, then Nicholas should not have chosen to engage Todd in a prolonged conflict, but should have resolved things quickly. Unless Nicholas did not willingly abandon the southerny region. Instead, he wants to use the war to tie down Ed, both to weaken Todd and Ed, reaping the benefits afterward. Hardy paused, and Darian slapped his thigh. Lieutenant, your words remind me of something. When I was in Chengdu, Ed had already sent troops, but he never arrived. And once Ed reached Chengdu, Nicholas no longer met with us, simply dismissing everyone. Hardy smiled. With Uncle's confirmation, my predictions seem accurate. In such a situation, Nicholas won't allow anyone in Chengdu to communicate with us until he achieves his goals. So, perhaps we shouldn't rush. Under these circumstances, Nicholas won't permit anyone in Chengdu to interact with us. Ray immediately asked, what should we do? Hardy began to arrange the camping schedule for the next few days. Calling it arrangement might be a bit of an exaggeration because aside from patrolling soldiers and those protecting the civilians, the remaining soldiers could rest as much as possible. Besides, Ray also deployed his personal guards to hide several miles away from the camp to observe any signs of approaching barbarians. Thus, they rested for 3 whole days. This not only greatly alleviated the fatigue of the civilian workers and soldiers, but also allowed those with mild discomfort to recover somewhat. During these 3 days, Hardy took the opportunity to write letters back to the capital detailing the current situation and thoroughly study the vine armor. On this day, inside Hardy's tent, Ray seemed restless. Asher, it's been 3 days, and they still haven't come. They must have been scared witless from the last time. We can't delay any longer. If things continue like this, morale will drop, and the soldiers will grumble on the march. Hardy nodded in agreement. If they don't come tonight, we'll follow the original plan and head to Chengdu. Asher, you seem very confident. Well, partly because over these 2 days, I talked a lot with the guide. Since Ed set out to help Nicholas, most of the able-bodied men in East South are women, children, and elderly. They lack combat power and rely on old stockpiles of food. Considering this, the southern tribes' situation can't be too good either, or else they wouldn't be tempted by Nicholas's grain. You mean the southern tribes are short of food? I think so. Just as Hardy finished speaking, the war drums inside the camp started to sound. They're here. Great. Asher, sit tight. I'll go capture these barbarians now. Ray slapped his thigh and immediately rushed out of the camp. These 3 days, although the Han army was resting and seemed scattered, the camp's layout still followed Ray's experience in battle. From their first encounter, it was evident that the southern tribes lacked tactics and strategies. They would blindly charge into enemy lines under the leadership of their chieftains, fighting to win or retreating if they couldn't. Therefore, if the Han army lined up before engaging them, the southern tribes would likely retreat within moments. However, this time, they had attacked inside the Han camp. The camp layout, designed by Ray, was intended to confuse and impede the enemies. Moments later, Ray arrived at the battlefield on horseback. The southern tribes had successfully broken through the front encampment, which wasn't heavily guarded. They were pillaging each hut as they moved forward. Ray quickly ordered the signal officer to change the rhythm of the gongs and drums. The sound became steady and forceful. Following the changed rhythm, the Han soldiers in various camps began to mobilize. Continue, deploy troops from the central camp to both flanks, and let the southern tribes push forward a bit more. Ray commanded. The signal officer adjusted the drum beats accordingly. To the Han soldiers, the drum sounds conveyed commands, while to the southern tribes, it was just noise. The number of southern tribesmen who raided this time was more than double compared to last time. After looting the front encampment, they gathered and headed toward the main camp of the Han army. Unbeknownst to them, the Han troops on both flanks had already surrounded them. A moment later, the sound of battle reached the main camp where Ray stood. He immediately ordered the encirclement. The gongs and drums sounded urgently once more. Just as the southern tribes were about to break into the main camp, they were suddenly ambushed by Han soldiers on both sides. Surrender! The Han soldiers encircled them while banging their swords against their shields, shouting loudly. The raiding tribesmen, not being the elite of their tribe, panicked at this sudden turn of events. Ray rode forward, accompanied by his personal guards, shouting from the front line of the southern soldiers. Those who surrender won't be killed. Though the tribesmen didn't understand him, they instinctively lowered their weapons, impressed by the commanding presence of the Han general. Ray called out several times urging them to surrender, but while they remained motionless, they didn't fully submit either. Ray was puzzled. Quickly fetched the guide. Hideo looked at the messenger beside him. General, advise in the camp. Without hesitation, Ray agreed. Within an hour, the smell of cooking filled the camp. The sight and aroma of food made the surrendered tribesmen swallow repeatedly. Guide, please tell them. Have them line up and take their food one by one. Once they've eaten, they can return. The guide asked curiously, official of the Han. What do you mean? Hardy explained immediately. Our Han army has no enmity with the southern tribes. We didn't come here to make enemies. Since they live within the territories governed by our Han court, laying down their arms makes them citizens of Han. When citizens of Han suffer hunger, we cannot ignore it. Now that we've seen them, we should give them a proper meal. Don't worry, guide. Our soldiers have already eaten, and everyone can freely enjoy the meal. This translation maintains the tone, style, and paragraph structure of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 399. The Han army delivers grain. The southern barbarians invite guests. The guide, after several days of interaction with Hardy, had basically accepted his promises. He hurriedly told the captives in the language of the southern tribes to line up and have their meal. Some of the southern barbarians looked puzzled upon hearing this, while others immediately stood up, rushing for the front positions. By the time those who secured the first spots started eating the food provided by the Han army, the rest could no longer hold back and surged forward en masse. Had it not been for the guide's reminders, this group of southern barbarians might have destroyed the cooking pots and stoves. After half an hour, these southern barbarians were fully fed and sat on the ground obediently, not moving around recklessly. Hardy immediately approached the guide and said, "Tell them that if they lay down their weapons and armor, they can return home. If they have difficulties at home, they can also take a bag of grain back." This, sir, from the Han, I may be bold to ask, why are you so kind to them? Even Nicholas, who governs Ejo, has never been this considerate towards our tribes. Hardy nodded and replied seriously, "You have lived deep in the mountains for a long time, only knowing that the Han dynasty is corrupt, but you don't know that now we have a wise ruler. All of this is by the Emperor's decree. Whether Han people or tribal people, everyone will be treated equally. Our delegation has come here this time for 2 reasons, to visit Nicholas and to establish contact with your King Ed." Hardy continued, pointing at the captives, "We will bring you better farming tools, methods for cultivating mountainous land, and tools for transporting water uphill. We can also provide oxen, education, medical services, and many other benefits." Upon hearing this, the guide was taken aback and exclaimed, "Oh dear, great official, why didn't you say this earlier? If you had said this sooner, they wouldn't have suffered like this. Guide, even if I had spoken earlier, you wouldn't have believed me. We had to build trust before having a meaningful conversation." Hardy smiled. "All right, I'll tell them right away and let them inform Leilani upon their return." With that, the guide rushed to the captives. After shouting a few sentences in the southern language, the braver ones immediately took off their armor and slowly walked out of the Han camp. Seeing that no one blocked them, the remaining barbarians followed suit. Soon enough, all of them fled out of the camp as if running away. Seeing this, Hardy smiled slightly and informed Ray that it was time to withdraw the troops. The next morning, just as the Han army was about to break camp, a group of southern barbarians without armor appeared outside the camp. The guide in the camp stepped forward to inquire and immediately invited Hardy out. "Sir, from the Han, Leilani requests your presence." "Good, I will prepare and go with them." Hearing this, Hardy returned to the camp and briefed Darien and Ray. "Since she has invited me, I think it's inappropriate to bring troops along. One of us should remain here to lead the troops in camp." Ray nodded in agreement. Hardy's suggestion makes sense. "Let's leave the troops under the Lord's command, and I'll go with Hardy. We'll take 20 men to gather the weapons and armor left behind by the southern barbarians and return them." Ray's proposal was agreed upon. Entering the village, which was built around the cave, they found it well equipped with wells, residential buildings, and daily facilities. The houses were unique compared to those of the Han people, elevated above the ground without direct contact with the soil. "There are many snakes and insects in the forest, so the houses are built high," Hardy explained, following the voice to find a woman dressed in distinctive southern attire. This woman had bronze skin, her handsome face adorned with gold and silver jewelry, making her look very regal. Recognizing her identity, Hardy immediately stopped Ray and greeted her. "Greetings, lady. Your command of Han is excellent. Surely you must have studied it," he added. Leilani smiled faintly and raised an eyebrow. "My tribe has always interacted with the Han, so I learned Han since childhood. But why do you, the Han envoys, want to meet my king so badly? This matter has already been discussed with your tribe's people. Our Han emperor intends to assist the king's people, hence sending us as envoys." Upon hearing this, Leilani snorted and waved her hand, dismissing the guides. She then indicated that Hardy and Ray should leave their entourage in the village. Following her lead, they entered the cave. As Hardy had predicted, it served as both very well. "Since you believe it's related, let me speak directly. I oppose the decision for my king to send troops right from the beginning when Nicholas approached him. Since Nicholas took charge of Ejo, although he wasn't terrible, there has been no substantial relationship between us." Pausing, she continued, "We had no prior dealings, yet when trouble arose, he sought out our king for help at great lengths. Could that gain anyone's trust?" Hardy smiled. "Certainly not. I have heard of this matter, which is why I stopped here specifically to meet with you. All the benefits mentioned were promised by His Majesty, not necessarily needing to be executed through Nicholas. Do you understand this point?" "Ah, so envoys mean to say Nicholas is one entity, while the Han Emperor is another." Leilani leaned forward, showing her interest. "Certainly, the Emperor is displeased with how Nicholas handled the request for reinforcements. Nicholas is getting old and lacks the energy to manage Ejo effectively. Meanwhile, our imperial uncle had already negotiated defensive arrangements with Chris. Nicholas's interference has complicated matters, leading His Majesty in the capital to suspect his motives." After Hardy spoke, Leilani immediately showed approval. The Han Emperor does indeed have insight. No wonder he could save the declining Han with his own strength. Originally, you lived far in Ejo but still knew about court affairs. This makes future discussions much easier. Hardy continued, "I have brought some gifts and supplies. Please accept them graciously." "Wait, before we clarify matters, I cannot accept anything from you. I have seen the might of your Han army. Although I'm confident in blocking enemies in these forests, I can't risk bringing disaster to my tribe. Lady is indeed cautious, and so am I. If you say you can't trust the Han court, how can the Han court trust that you can convince the king?" Hardy finished, and Leilani sneered. "You're an intelligent person. Surely you know how short of supplies our tribe is after coming all this way. Ever since Todd and Nicholas went to war, Nicholas cut off trade with our people. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have mobilized troops just for grain and Nicholas's promise of control over 2 counties. If you can provide our tribe with an alternative solution, I believe His Majesty would agree." Leilani stepped down from her stone seat and ordered food to be brought out. "Please join us. It's just some forest game. Please don't disdain it." While she spoke, various game dishes were brought by Nanjiao women. "Lady, you're too kind. You mentioned an alternative solution earlier. Are you asking for power or profit? Leilani laughed loudly. My husband is already the king of our tribe, and all major tribes in southern Ijo follow his orders. Moreover, many elders oppose learning from Han methods, leaving even the king powerless. Leilani sighed. As I traveled here, I indeed didn't see much farmland, but there are places suitable for cultivation. Your main challenge is persuading tribal elders and organizing willing youth for farming. To convince others, results speak louder than words. For tools, oxen, and agricultural experts, our court can provide all of these. Hearing this, Leilani's eyes sparkled slightly. Yes, what you propose is impressive, but even if we start farming today, it will take until next year to harvest grain. By then, countless tribespeople may starve. I need a faster solution. Does the Han envoy have one? Hardy hesitated for a moment and replied, there is a way, but lady must agree to a condition. What condition? Leilani put down her meat and asked, I need a delegation from your tribe to accompany me to Chengdu to meet Nicholas, reporting back to His Majesty on how to address the situation in Ijo. ####Chapter 401. Imperial Relief Grain and Hardy's Agricultural Initiative. Do you intend to see Nicholas by borrowing the name of our tribe? Is such a risky move not too dangerous? Are you not afraid that you won't be able to leave Chengdu? If Nicholas, fearing the Imperial Army, releases you but later blames us, what will happen to us after you safely return to the capital? Ares asked. Please rest assured, lady. Regardless of how the trip to Chengdu turns out, we will return here and inform you of the true situation, Hardy replied. If you are still concerned, I can first implement the copper trade market with your people. When we go to Chengdu, we will leave the Han troops under your command and have you send us to Chengdu. How does that sound? After Hardy finished speaking, even Ray, standing nearby, looked at him in disbelief. Leaving their soldiers behind and letting others escort them was akin to willingly putting their necks under someone else's blade. However, Ares sensed Hardy's sincerity in these words. After some hesitation, she agreed. Very well then. Please stay for now. I will dispatch the fastest riders from my tribe to deliver your message. The banquet was cleared away, and Ares immediately arranged accommodations for the two within the village. Hardy promptly wrote a letter, informing the court of the entire situation. When Emperor Gil received the urgent letter 10 days later, he remarked, Asher certainly has courage. Mario, look at what he proposed in his letter. Can Jingnan handle this arrangement? Fiki took the letter and scanned it. Establishing a mutual market isn't difficult, and the National Treasury has supplies for aiding the Nanjiao tribes. If we transport supplies via waterways to Jingnan and then use civilian laborers from Jingnan to deliver them, it wouldn't be too hard. However, if we do this, our relationship with Nicholas will inevitably deteriorate further. Have your majesty considered this? Gil nodded. Asher mentioned this in his letter. His actions have already indicated that he has other intentions. We just haven't figured out what exactly he is plotting. Speaking of military strength, Nicholas has amassed the Nanjiao forces and, combined with his own resources over the years, should have crushed Todd long ago. Yet, he has tolerated the stalemate on the front lines until now. What could be his reasoning? Therefore, I can only suspect that he harbors ulterior motives and cannot take the chance that he might have legitimate difficulties. Fiki understood the emperor's concerns. I understand, your majesty. Since that's the case, I will immediately arrange for the mutual market and the allocation of grain from the treasury. Yes, very good. The rest depends on how Asher handles things. The Han court swiftly responded to Hardy's proposal. Due to the long distance from the national treasury to Ijo, Fiki ordered that Jingnan allocate part of its stored grain to supply Hardy first. The compensation for Jingnan would be deducted from the grain transported to Jingnan and subsequently transferred to Ijo. As a result, the court's reply, along with Jingnan's grain, reached Ares' village. The first batch contained 3,500 dan of grain, enough to sustain the entire village for 2 months. Seeing the grain, Ares immediately changed her opinion of Hardy. Honorable envoy, I didn't expect the distant Han court to send food so quickly. I underestimated the Han emperor. Since you've fulfilled your promise, I will keep mine. Hardy waved his hand. Lady, the Han court oversees regions far beyond 1,000 li. If this grain truly came from the capital, it would take another 2 months to arrive here. Lady, you couldn't wait 2 months, nor could I delay official business for that long. The grain comes from Jingnan's granaries. Once the court supplies arrive, Jingnan's governor will deduct the pre-supplied amount. Ares nodded repeatedly. To think they have such methods. The efficiency of the court you speak of has indeed improved greatly. This is thanks to the new policies initiated by His Majesty. After implementation, all matters from both local and central governments are centralized for better coordination, Hardy explained. He was interrupted by Ares. Your new policy sounds very ingenious. Could you please explain it in detail and teach me? Hardy smiled. Of course, lady. Please be patient. General Zhang and I will remain in your village for some time before heading to Chengdu. Since we've completed the first promise, let me introduce the second plan. Oh, what is it? Ares asked curiously. Teaching one a fish is better than giving them a fish. Therefore, instead of our Han troops eating your stored grain, why don't we organize them to teach your people farming techniques? If we can cultivate the land outside your village and the hillside. Chapter 402. The Han envoy braved mountains and rivers, finally arriving in Chengdu. Lady, the land reclamation work has made progress these past few days. The remaining tasks will be completed by the army's officers leading their soldiers in collaboration with our tribal people, explained Hardy. Given that, I believe it's time you escort us to Chengdu, Hardy continued with a smile. This is easy to arrange. However, I wouldn't mind keeping all your soldiers, Leilani chuckled. Rest assured, lady, since they've already helped with the reclamation work, they will finish helping you till all the mountains and forests are cultivated, Hardy replied. Leilani smiled even more widely. Very well, then I shall arrange for someone to escort you to Chengdu today. Don't worry, though King Chris took all our warriors, my guards are old hunters and brave veterans from the forest. Their combat skills are not much different from those of your Han army. This time, I'll have them responsible for your safety. After speaking, Leilani beckoned a burly man who came forward. Lady, the man knelt respectfully before her. Esteemed envoy, this is the captain of my guard, Elvin. He also speaks Han language fluently. Elvin, the esteemed envoy is our benefactor. You must ensure his safety, understood? Leilani instructed. Rest assured, lady. Elvin will do his utmost to protect the envoy's safety, Elvin pledged. Thank you, lady. I plan to set out immediately to investigate Nicholas's true intentions, Hardy said. Leilani nodded and immediately ordered Elvin to lead Hardy, Ray, and Darien with a detachment of 500 guards and 1,000 laborers toward Chengdu. Esteemed envoy, once we pass through Jagareshi Commandery, Chengdu will be much closer, Elvin remarked as he led the way. Elvin, are there many Han people living in Jagareshi Commandery? To be honest, most of the residents in Jagareshi Commandery are from our tribes. Han people are quite rare. Generally, in Yongchang, Jagareshi, and E-Commanderies, Han people are fewer, Elvin replied. Hardy showed interest. Why is that? What else? Most Han people are immigrants or refugees. A few years ago, a large group of Han people fled from Jingzhou, but before reaching Jagareshi Commandery, they diverted to other regions. We can withstand the poisonous insects and miasma in these woods, but the Han people cannot. Hardy nodded. Adjusting to the environment was indeed challenging but could be overcome. He asked, is there any other reason? Elvin blushed slightly. Well, before you arrived, whenever we met Han people, none of us had good interactions. They were afraid of us, so naturally, they dared not come here often. But don't worry, from now on, if anyone from our tribe dares to bully Han people, Elvin, will be the first to stop it and break their legs, Elvin vowed, pounding his chest. Very well. If what you say is true, I can recommend that the court dispatch agricultural officials here. Esteemed sir, what do these agricultural officials do? Elvin asked, puzzled. These agricultural officials specialize in resolving farming issues. If anyone in your tribe doesn't know how to farm or has questions about it, they can seek help from the agricultural officials. These officials manage agricultural tools and oxen for plowing. During spring planting, if any household lacks oxen or tools, they can seek assistance from the agricultural officials. Additionally, these officials oversee the construction of granaries. Any surplus grain after consumption is stored in the granaries. In case of drought or floods, the granaries can provide temporary aid to the people. Hardy explained meticulously. Elvin nodded as he listened. I don't fully understand what you're saying, but I know this is a good thing. If what you say is true, our tribe will be able to eat like Han people every day, won't we? You're right, Elvin. Relying solely on hunting in the mountains can't feed everyone. Farming is not about changing your customs completely, but adding another layer of security for your livelihood, Hardy said, patting Elvin on the shoulder. I'll remember your words and share them with everyone back home to make them happy, Elvin committed, taking Hardy's advice seriously. The group spent 3 days traversing Jagareshi Commandery, finally arriving at Shu Commandery where Chengdu is located. Chris wondered aloud. Son, you are correct. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed them into the city. Their guards are all southern barbarians, and I doubt they could traverse such harsh terrain without assistance. If not for some agreement between the court and the southern barbarians, they wouldn't have sent escorts. I've dispatched people to investigate. For now, let's consider why the court has sent this envoy. Nicholas, his white beard fluttering, declared. It can only be due to our previous decision to dismiss Darien's troops. The court wants to interfere in E-Province by sending an envoy. What a strange turn of events, Chris exclaimed. Chapter 403. The mission enters Ezhou. Nicholas seeks to gauge their intentions. Nicholas waved his hand upon hearing this. Well then, since Fern is leading the troops outside, take Granville and test the depth of these envoys. If we can't even do this much, there's no need to care about the young emperor's intentions. Father, the emperor has personally led expeditions in recent years, with many fierce generals under him. It might not be easy to deal with them. If this move causes alarm and panic, it may not be a good outcome, Chris reminded. Haha, your father just wants to know if the emperor will send any of his elite generals on this mission. If he does, we should welcome them properly and send tribes engage in both farming and hunting. Once war breaks out, you only need to cut off trade with them. After a few months, they will come to you due to lack of food reserves. In this way, the southern tribes become weapons in your hands. Wherever you point, they will strike. Chris paused, turned around, looked at Nicholas and continued. No wonder father only asks Fern to defend. It seems you want to see if these weapons will obey. Nicholas smiled approvingly. You got one right. The second will become clear later. Hurry, and take Granville to see what kind of material these Han envoys are made of. Son obeys. Chris didn't delay and immediately called out Zonglangjiang Granville from the headquarters to accompany him to Hankow. Granville was a long-time vassal of the Liu family. Since Nicholas took office in Ezhou, Granville had followed him faithfully. He did many dirty deeds for Nicholas when they first entered Ezhou, making him a loyal retainer. Granville was also quite skilled in martial arts, able to wield a spear on foot and shoot arrows on horseback. Under Nicholas, besides the brave General Fern, Granville was another notable figure. Upon hearing Chris's words, Granville understood what needed to be done today. He tightened his armor, hung a ring-headed saber at his waist, held a white wax spear, and led a group of guards towards Hankow, guiding Chris's horse along. Esteemed envoy, Chris has arrived. Elvin had already arranged southern tribe guards to secure the surroundings of Hankow. Although this was the first time Hardy and company entered Chengdu, Elvin and his men were already familiar with the place. Chris approached Ray and Hardy, then sat beside Darien and started conversing warmly. I didn't expect to meet Uncle Emperor again, after only a month in Chengdu. It seems we have a special bond indeed. Darien maintained his customary humility. Lord jests. I am here by imperial decree, accompanying attendant Hardy to meet Lord State Pastoral. With this, Darien skillfully shifted Chris's focus onto Hardy. For Darien, though he had some connection with Chris, it wasn't deep. Furthermore, the people of Ezhou previously denied his royal uncle status. Among the 3 envoys, Darien's position was the most awkward. He claimed the title but lacked actual authority. Rather than be insulted over his lineage, Darien chose to step back and let Hardy handle matters. Of course, this smart move rested on Darien's understanding that Hardy truly held the power. Such actions like sending grain in batches and dispatching troops to cultivate land were possible because Hardy had the authority. If Hardy lacked power, the court wouldn't provide grain, nor would he dare command the Han army to till fields for the southern tribes. Chris smiled slightly, seemingly prepared for this scenario. He clapped his hands, and the 10 guards each carried wooden trays to present to the visitors. Chapter 404, Crew Supplies, Ray teases Granville. Esteemed envoy, forgive my impoliteness. The Imperial Court hasn't sent any envoys to our Ejo for many years. These are local specialties of our Ejo. I believe you have already taken control of Ejo, but as I represent His Majesty, let's get straight to the point. I ask you to guide us so we can fulfill the Emperor's wishes and return to the capital as soon as possible. Hardy's words carried a sharp undertone, causing Chris's expression to fluctuate. Being nearly 30, though nominally the governor of Ejo, everyone knew who the true master was. Despite their usual friendly relationship, Chris harbored deep grievances privately. Now, being reminded publicly by Hardy of this fact was like when Nicholas once mocked Darien as a pretender claiming royal lineage, a mere straw seller. The envoy has eloquent words. Currently, Sir is here to verify your identity on behalf of our lord. If you do not cooperate, as the commander of Chengdu, I will have to detain you. Granville saw Chris losing his advantage and decided to intervene to save face. Hardy smiled faintly, stood up, and glared coldly. A bold commander indeed. How dare you intimidate the imperial envoy within our residence? Do you realize what crime this is? Hardy pointed his finger directly at Granville's forehead, questioning. Granville, accustomed to relying on Nicholas's power, had never faced such an open confrontation in Chengdu. Anger immediately boiled within him. Haha, please show mercy. It happens to be a turbulent time in Ejo. General Wu feared infiltrators in Chengdu. Chris quickly interjected. If not for your public spiritedness, you would have met your end long ago. Considering Lord's plea, I shall spare you. With that, Ray lifted his hand, allowing Granville to straighten up. Immediately, Granville gripped his spear, pointing it at Ray. Proudly striding through Chengdu for years, how could he tolerate this humiliation? This face-saving issue threatened Granville's future military career. He couldn't just let it go. Ray exploited this weakness to provoke him into action. Long have I heard of the numerous mighty generals under the Emperor. Which rank does General hold? If fortunate, may I request your teachings? Granville held back his anger, starting the dialogue first. I am Commander-in-Chief of the White Tiger Imperial Guard, General Ray, Zhang Qinan. From Bashu northwest to Liang and Longxi, that was my initial contribution to the court. Ray wasn't one to boast about his achievements, but now he needed to provoke Granville. Pausing, Ray glanced at Granville. What accomplishments does this dog have? Indeed, the Emperor's personal guards had earned a renowned name across the realm, and their commanders were frequently discussed among regional governors and scholars. They analyzed and scrutinized their battles, making them famous generals. In contrast, Granville had nothing substantial to offer to Elvin's concern, only nodding to indicate he was fine. With the crescent halberd in hand, Ray's demeanor changed instantly. His arms tensed, making the halberd tremble continuously. Coupled with his battle armor, he exuded an aura of a seasoned general who had always triumphed in battles. Meanwhile, Granville was immersed in his anger, oblivious to the impending danger. Seeing both were ready, Chris stepped back with Hardy and others, clearing the courtyard for them. With all spectators in place and weapons in hand, both men took their stances, preparing to engage. Seeing that Granville wielded a white wax spear, Ray felt a slight contempt. When it came to spearmanship, apart from Donnie, Ricky, and Hart, who else dared claim mastery? These three were either Ray's comrades or high-ranking military officers in the capital who frequently exchanged skills whenever they had free time. Seeing Ray's disdainful expression, Granville, overwhelmed with rage, lunged forward with the white wax spear. 3 steps away, Granville suddenly stopped, his spear thrusting out like a snake directly toward Ray's face. Ray snorted coldly, easily deflecting the spear tipped to the side with his halberd. If on the battlefield, losing his positioning would leave Granville vulnerable to a fatal strike. However, Ray did not act so hastily, knowing it might seem personal revenge for his anger. On the battlefield, beyond innate talent, human endurance has its limits. All experienced warriors are almost equally matched in physical capability. The decisive factor lies in the unique application of their weapons. When such techniques are seen through, any confrontation turns deadly. Granville faced this exact situation. Although Granville's spear techniques differed from those of Donnie and Ricky, the principles remained the same, giving Ray, who had trained with Donnie, a natural advantage. Additionally, Ray's extensive combat experience contrasted sharply with Granville's limited exposure. Realizing this, Chris's anxiety mounted. In the courtyard, seeing Granville's slowed movements, Ray swiftly retracted his halberd, leaving Granville's attack ineffective. Taking advantage, Ray closed in, thrusting his halberd into Granville's chest. Withdrawing the weapon, Ray grabbed Granville's spear, delivering a swift kick to his knee, forcing Granville to kneel, exposing his neck. Without hesitation, Ray pulled the halberd across Granville's neck, sending a spray of blood. Startled, Chris yelled, "Quick, find a physician." The guards rushed out in a panic. Realizing his surroundings, Chris now understood the presence of not only Ray but also numerous formidable opponents. Grasping Hardy's hand, Chris said, "Respected envoy, General Zhang is truly formidable. Granville must have neglected his training, unable to withstand the general." Hardy replied, "The blame lies partly on young master's insistence. Asher, do you not fear that Nicholas might dispatch troops to encircle us?" "Liege, have no worries. Nicholas dares not and cannot do so," Hardy replied. "Not only do we have 10,000 troops under Lady Mi's command, but even if we didn't, should Nicholas harm us, the Emperor would undoubtedly react with fury. The armies would march into Yi province, and Jing province would likely seek a share as well." Hardy smiled. Hearing this, Darien nodded slightly. I still feel uneasy. I will immediately write to my third brother, instructing him to mobilize all the troops, including the 10,000 troops under Lady Mi's command, to station outside Shu Commandery. This way, we can both intimidate Nicholas and secure a retreat route. Hardy nodded in agreement. Liege's foresight is sound. This plan is prudent. Since we've made a name for ourselves in Chengdu, without our troops nearby, the martial generals of E province eager to challenge General Ray will flood the gates. Darien immediately set about preparing the letter. Meanwhile, Ray commented, no wonder Todd's troops are able to hold off such large numbers despite being outnumbered. The landscape and land here are indeed beautiful, but these generals, it's hard to say. Elvin quickly intervened, but King Zhang also mentioned in his letters how Todd's soldiers seemed endless, always replenishing their ranks. Why are they described as bandits by the general? Hardy explained, Todd guided by Chris, Hardy and the others toured Chengdu's bustling trade district before entering the city's largest tavern for a feast. The food and wine were already prepared, and Chris personally poured drinks, asking, Envoy, are there any other units you need to tend to besides yourselves? Chris glanced at Elvin standing guard beside Hardy, clearly questioning if they had ties with the southern barbarians beyond the Imperial mission. Before Hardy could respond, Darien said, my third brother is currently marching through Ares' territory and will soon reach the outskirts of Shu Commandery. To prevent any misunderstandings, I've instructed him to encamp nearby. Chris's hand trembled slightly as he poured wine. You underestimate us, Liege. My father will ensure provisions for General Zhang's troops. Please don't trouble yourself, sir. My third brother brought ample supplies. Should any issues arise, Lady Mi will provide local support. Chris glanced at Elvin, who nodded in confirmation. The Emperor's elite troops are indeed formidable, Chris remarked. And to think you maintain such good relations with the southern barbarians. Regarding our relationship with Ares, it's not something easily explained, Darien responded. We provided substantial aid, sending grain from Jing and the capital, and left 10,000 troops to help her develop farmland. Without this effort, we wouldn't have earned her support. As Hardy spoke, he carefully observed Chris's reaction. As expected, Chris's expression soured upon learning about the imperial grain sent to the southern barbarians, nearly dropping his not inform the imperial court in advance through letters, so the court can make necessary preparations. Hardy took a sip of wine and asked with a smile, this? At the beginning of the new policies, if our region of Izhou relies entirely on the imperial court, it would set a precedent for other regions to follow suit. In that case, wouldn't it add a burden to the court? Chris spoke vaguely, clearly knowing that this talk of implementing new policies was just an excuse. The more Chris did this, the more certain Hardy became that Nicholas had ulterior motives. Seeing Hardy smile without speaking, Chris stopped talking, and instead introduced the special dishes of Izhou. After the banquet, Hardy asked proactively, when can we expect to meet the state governor? We need to return and report back to the court as soon as possible. Rest assured, envoy. My father will surely summon you within 2 days. Chris, realizing he might slip up in front of Hardy, hastily left for the government office. Upon returning, he reported the day's events to his father Nicholas. Nicholas looked at Chris disappointedly, shaking his head. You're still too inexperienced. These new policies are merely a tool for the imperial court to centralize power across the regions. How can we state governors truly implement them with sincerity? If such inconsistencies are caught by Hardy, he will surely report back to the emperor. I ask you, after spending 2 days with Hardy, what do you think of him? Can he be swayed by wealth or beauty? Chris looked at Nicholas, hesitated, and shook his head. He is unfathomable. I dare not speak rashly about him. Territory. No one could have anticipated this. Ray added, General Brock's point is valid. Because they didn't expect it, we are both in a dangerous situation and presented with a great opportunity. What do you mean? Ray looked at Hardy seriously. Danger lies in us being inside the city with 5,000 guards. However, the opportunity is that there are only 5,000 troops in the city. Adding Brock's 10,000 and the 10,000 remaining with Ares, we have 30,000 troops. Even without advanced weaponry, causing chaos here would make Nicholas quite anxious. Ray was startled. Asher, you're not suggesting seizing Chengdu while Nicholas's army is away? Elvin and Darien gaped at Hardy in shock. Hardy waved his hand, smiling. Don't worry. Any decision to use force rests with the Emperor. I have already detailed everything in a letter. Elvin, please send it to Jingnan immediately. Elvin took the letter and left promptly. Asher, it takes half a month for letters to travel back and forth. If we act based on this letter, won't it be too slow? Darien asked. No worries. We proceed as planned tomorrow. If the court decides to capture Chengdu, the letter will coordinate with Jingnan's forces. During this time, Uncle should also focus on mapping the city layout. Since General Ray just killed a high-ranking officer, it's too conspicuous for him to undertake this task. Did the blame entirely onto Granville, absolving himself and Chris. Hardy couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Granville was a loyal dog, and discarding him so easily demonstrated remarkable adaptability. ###Chapter 408. Chris avoids the issue. Hardy loses the initiative. The elder governor speaks too humbly. Who in the court does not know that you and Lord Briar are not only royal kin but also exemplary governors of our great Han? Such matters were surely not what the elder governor wished to occur. Certainly, it must be those despicable individuals who, taking advantage of the governor's advancing age, assumed no one could control them anymore, and thus began acting outrageously. Hardy hurriedly helped Nicholas stand up and said, Oh, honored envoy can think like this, truly saving my old life. Nicholas patted Hardy's hand. The two, a young man and an elderly man, supported each other, making them appear more like father and son than Nicholas did with Chris standing awkwardly beside him. Seeing this, Darien couldn't help but rub his nose, then naturally entered the hall along with Chris. The old one here has heard from my son that the esteemed envoy not only alleviated the grain shortage among the southern tribes on your way to Chengdu, but also dispatched people to clear mountains and cultivate farmland for them. Is this true? Nicholas asked as they walked. Indeed, without such favors, the journey would have been extremely difficult, Hardy replied with a smile. Your words ring true. I am ashamed of my advanced age, which prevents me from managing the southern tribes properly. In this rebellion by Todd, I can only send the southern tribes to the front lines. If we win, I will let them self-govern. Nicholas reached the main seat, his hand holding the cane trembling slightly, speaking breathlessly, appearing very weak. Elder Governor, you must take care of your health. E-Prefecture still relies on you. Hardy supported him to the seat and said, old age makes one less useful. You think E-Prefecture depends on me. Yet the people here believe this old man refuses to cede power. Nicholas waved his hand. He paused and continued, this rebellion by Todd is all due to Pedro and Ascari. Originally, Todd was loyal and capable. But ever since Ascari and Pedro entered Hanzhong, Todd has severed ties with Chengdu. Hardy listened and responded, I know that Todd became the governor of Hanzhong through his mother's influence. How can you consider such a person loyal and reliable? Upon hearing this, Chris immediately put on a stern face. It was evident that Nicholas's diplomatic skills far surpassed those of Chris. Even the wise Hardy found it challenging to find fault or challenge him. Seeing Hardy silent, Nicholas continued, actually, I've long had the intention of returning power to the court and retiring to enjoy my remaining days. My son, as you've seen, is ill-equipped to handle important responsibilities. He is incompetent, but is the most capable among my sons to manage affairs. Alas, if Todd's rebellion is quelled, please kindly speak well of me so that His Majesty allows me to retire in the capital to honor the late emperors and ancestors. Hardy's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke, Elder Governor, you speak too humbly. I see potential in your son. With some guidance, he can lead a province. Do not withhold your wisdom. Teaching your own son is quite natural. Then your son could govern E-Prefecture while you retire in the capital. Isn't this perfect? As Hardy spoke, he raised a teacup and met Chris's gaze. Regardless of their positions, Hardy's words resonated deeply with Chris. Seeing his son connect with Hardy, Nicholas promptly responded, the honored envoy jests. What great wisdom do I possess? Just some stubborn views. Even if I shared, he probably wouldn't listen. Hearing this, Chris shuddered and read Chapter 409. Hardy's pretended illness turns real. Gil awaits the right moment. As the carriage was about to stop at the entrance of the inn, Hardy had a sudden idea. Just as he stepped out of the carriage, his vision blurred and he stumbled and fell. Elvin, who was standing beside him, immediately caught him and checked his breath. The minister is fine, just unconscious, Elvin quickly told the crowd that gathered around them. Chris looked puzzled and asked, how did this happen? Quickly, fetch a physician. Elvin responded, there's no need. The minister caught some miasma in the forest. It's just water soil disharmony. He will recover after a few days of rest. Chris turned to Elvin, asking with confusion, if it's miasma, how are General Zhang and Uncle Gregory unharmed? Elvin gave him a look as if addressing a fool. General Zhang is well prepared, and Uncle Gregory has also been on battlefields before. But Minister Alexei is only a civil official. It's natural for his body to be weaker. Should we let him lie here until the physician arrives? Chris waved his hand and left reluctantly. Elvin helped Hardy into the room, where Hardy promptly regained his composure and said, Elvin, your reaction time is impressive. You've picked up quite a bit from being with me, Elvin smiled. Alas, I fear Chris will still send a physician. We should think of a way to handle him. I have an idea, but it might be a bit tough for you, Elvin replied sheepishly. Tell me. We have an herb here that can be used externally. Aloysius laughed. Fiki nodded slightly. Gordon is right. The court is currently reducing military forces. If we start a war now, it could end well if we capture Chengdu quickly. But if we get bogged down in a protracted war, it could lead to financial crisis. Moreover, the public already knows the court is reducing forces and ending conflicts. They are delighted and hope for peace and prosperity. Another war could affect the court's credibility. Fiki laid out his reasons for opposing a direct attack on Chengdu. But Gil knew from the letter that Nicholas was suspicious. This opportunity was too good to pass up, making Gil indecisive. After some thought, Gil suggested, could we try letting Asher test the waters? If he succeeds, I can use Todd under the pretext of reviving the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Together with Asher, we can ally with the southern barbarians and encircle Todd. If Asher fails to find an opening, we follow Mario's advice. What do you think? This was clearly directed at Fiki. Even emperors have limitations. Fiki bowed. Your method is balanced. I will inform Minister Jagarin to reserve funds and wait for the result. Yes, please draft a letter to inform Asher of my decision. Understood. After discussing Ijo, Fiki and Aloysius exited the Qingjin Hall. Outside, Fiki pulled Aloysius aside. Gordon, it was me who proposed reducing troops. Now you suggest attacking Chengdu. Aloysius immediately bowed. Isn't this a rare opportunity? Nicholas's forces are stalled against Todd. Even if we can't take Chengdu, we can gauge his true strength. Hardy had to hold out until Brock's troops arrived. Once they were positioned, Nicholas would hesitate to forcibly evict them. Chapter 410. Nicholas hides the army. Everyone exits the city at night. Inside Chengdu's government office. Upon hearing the physician's report, Nicholas squinted his eyes into a slit. He immediately looked at Chris and asked, have the scouts we sent around Shu Commandery returned? Father, they haven't. Hardy did not specify an exact location. The scouts can only investigate a few likely spots individually, so it will take more time. Strange. Nicholas tapped the ground with his cane and continued. If they've learned what they want to know, why are they still staying in Chengdu? If my words were misunderstood by him and detected, and their army is near Shu Commandery, why delay by feigning illness? Are they testing my limits? Thinking of this, Nicholas took out the military insignia from his robe and said, Son, go to Wawishan today and tell Walt and Bram to stop training and hide within the mountain. Do not come out. Both Bram and Walt are natives of Shu, recruited and trained by Nicholas after he entered Ijo. Initially, because they are natives of Shu, they were not heavily utilized. However, Chris, following Nicholas's instructions, extensively interacted with the locals of Shu. Among them, Bram and Walt stand out as notable talents, one civil and one military, both capable individuals, the army, preventing passage. But Chris passed through unhindered. They climbed onto unguarded cliffs relying on their forest skills, wary of the situation. After half a day of observation, there were at least 30 to 50,000 soldiers hidden in Wawashan. Since Chris entered Wawashan, those troops have begun withdrawing deeper into the mountains. They rushed back overnight to get here before Chris. Elvin's translation caused him to furrow his brows. Hardy remarked, 30 to 50,000 soldiers. This is likely Nicholas's hidden reserve force. Since this concealed force wasn't sent to the front lines, it indicates a secret of understanding between him and Todd. If Nicholas doesn't intend a swift victory over Todd and reclaiming Hanzhong, then what is the purpose of keeping this army nearby Chengdu? Ray asked, doesn't this mean Nicholas knows our plans and is on guard against us? Darian pulled out a map and pointed to Wawashan, saying, it's impossible. Nicholas has surely had plans since hiding his troops in Wawashan. He couldn't predict that we would lead 30,000 soldiers from the southern barbarians directly into Chengdu. Uncle Lu makes sense. If his goal isn't Hanzhong, then? Hardy was interrupted by Elvin. Is Nicholas so deceitful? With such a large army, why does he make my king fight for him? To manipulate my king, he even cut off trade with us. Elvin's words sparked Hardy's thinking. Hardy murmured, ever since taking office, Nicholas has severed ties with central China, and the internal unrest in Ezhou coincided almost exactly with the start of the new imperial policies. If viewed from this angle, Nicholas must have known these new policies aimed to reclaim power from local rulers. Nicholas didn't wish to lose his supreme position in Ezhou, so he colluded with Todd, Ascari, and Pedro in this play. Hardy grabbed the map, comparing various points, convinced of his deductions. He continued, following this line of thought, he can counter the new policies with internal unrest and mobilize the troops of Ed, leaving Southern E vulnerable. If this hidden force now attacks Southern E under the guise of rebellion, it prepares him for future resistance against the new policies. Elvin's eyes widened as he realized, the Wawashan army aims to attack our camps? It's highly possible. Only locals can carry out such operations. Nicholas has told no truth. How else could he maintain a standoff with Todd while secretly harboring an army of 30 to 50,000? Hardy concluded, prompting Ray to raise his eyebrows. Asher, since Nicholas hides an army, capturing Chengdu might be impossible. We should retreat immediately and return to Leilani to plan anew. Even if we cannot capture Chengdu, was out of the city gate. Elvin quickly removed the beam and quietly closed the gate completely from the inside. Sir, 5 li outside the city, our men have prepared horses for us. Hardy immediately replied, good. Let's hasten our pace and ensure we are well away from Chengdu before dawn. Ray and Darian, seasoned warriors, naturally didn't fear the 5 li distance. Hardy, although described as a frail scholar by Ray, was in fact a man of imposing stature, standing 8 feet tall. They kept walking without stopping, reached the designated spot Elvin mentioned, mounted their horses, and continued on their way. What normally would take most of the day to reach Wuyang, they managed to arrive at just before dawn. After meeting Brock, they couldn't afford any pleasantries. Darian explained the situation, and then the entire group retreated with 30,000 troops from Shu Commandery towards the encampment of Leilani. Along the way, hearing that Nicholas had hidden forces, Brock couldn't help but curse loudly. That damn Nicholas. He made my elder brother risk his life for him and now abandons him after using him. This old fox still has some tricks up his sleeve. I'm infuriated. Hardy quickly comforted him. General Brock, please do not be anxious. You will certainly have your chance to give Nicholas a hard time. Brock's eyes bulged as he asked. He hurried to Nicholas's headquarters. Nicholas, seeing him, immediately said, they must have discovered something to flee overnight. These envoys had already established contact with the Nanjiao before arriving. If they uncover our true intentions, they might assist the Nanjiao. Have the scouts who were sent to investigate the surrounding areas of Shu Commandery returned? Chris pulled out a letter from his robes. Yes, it confirms what Hardy said. 30,000 Han troops, mostly crossbowmen, with no cavalry. How about their military equipment? What are the chances against Bram and Walt's troops? They lack siege weapons. Their equipment is better than an average prefectural army. Bram and Walt have trained elite fully armored troops, so while the outcome is uncertain, I believe we still have a fighting chance. Quickly mobilize them from Wawashan and send them south to take out a few nearby camps first. If all goes smoothly, we won't need to fear the Han troops. If we encounter them, let them pass if they want to retreat. If not, surround the camps, cut off water and supplies, and force them out. I've already investigated. The Nanjiao themselves are running low on supplies, and the Han army's provisions depend on the route from Zacharian into southern E province. Just secure the key passages, and within half a month, we can compel their withdrawal. Chris carefully noted down Nicholas's instructions. Father, can the front line hold back Ed? If he realizes what's happening, a joint attack from the Nanjiao and Han armies would be disastrous, even for our elite troops. Don't rush Qianwei Commandery on their way to the main encampment of Leilani and Ezhou Commandery. The troops from Wawashan launched attacks on the Nanjiao camps in Qianwei Commandery. Hashtag Chapter 412. Nicholas forced to act. Hardy's great talent shown. The Nanman warriors in the Enan stronghold had already answered Ed's call, and were now fighting on the front lines for Nicholas. Meanwhile, the 3,000 regular troops led by Bram and Walt had switched their banners to Todd's army, devastating the Nanman villages along their path. The displaced Nanman people thought this band of raiders had secretly bypassed the front lines. Having no choice, the surviving Nanman fled towards the main stronghold of Ares in Ezhou County. Although Bram and Walt's soldiers were trained troops, it was easy for them to chase these refugees. They were glad to let the refugees flee as it helped them find the exact locations of various villages within the forest. As a result, the Nanman villages within Jianwei County were like pieces of meat, being slowly devoured one by one. News of the Nanman encountering Todd's raiding army spread quickly, reaching even Chengdu. The city issued an announcement to the Nanman people urging them to escape into Chengdu, where there were still guards protecting against the invaders. Many refugees closer to Shu Commandery chose to flee to Chengdu upon seeing the announcement. The same news also reached the Han army's ears promptly. Elvin gnashed his teeth in anger at the news. It seems our suspicions were correct. After being discovered, Nicholas has no choice but to speed up his operations. According to reports, almost all the villages in Jianwei County have been wiped out by this ambush force. Their next target must be the main stronghold in Izhou County where Ares resides. General Zhang, we can no longer march normally. We need to accelerate our pace and set up defenses before Nicholas's forces arrive, Hardy said urgently. Darren, rest assured. My men are strong and capable. We are not far from Izhou County. With a bit more effort, we will reach tomorrow, replied Darien. Hardy nodded, while Darien pointed at the map and said, Third brother, Jianwei County borders Thonka County, which supplies us with provisions from Zacharian. If they cut off Thonka first, then block our supply line and encircle Izhou County from both directions, even a strong army would struggle without food. Ray immediately took the map from Darien and studied it carefully. He suppressed his thoughts and handed it back to Brock. Knowing protocol, even though he was eager to act, Ray waited for the commanders to speak first. Brock understood Ray's intentions and, despite his usual rough demeanor, nodded awkwardly. Brother, you sent me urgent orders, so I didn't set up watch posts along the way. I didn't expect Nicholas to. Afterward, it depends on whether General Rolf can defeat the main invading force. Ray outlined his tactical plan while pointing at the map. Elvin, hearing that he too could lead troops, immediately raised his hands in agreement. Hardy added, I agree that General Keenan's strategy is feasible. Nicholas has trained his troops, but never tested them in battle. Capturing defenseless villages in Jianwei County may make them overconfident. Such overconfidence could lead to a severe blow to their morale if they encounter resistance. After General Ray repels the supply line raiders, General Brock can exploit the opportunity and potentially win the battle decisively. Agreed. Since Darren concurs, we should act immediately. This responsibility rests with General Ray. Rest assured, if the supply line falls, I will present my head. Ray accepted the seals, gathered the cavalry, and headed towards Zonka County. Elvin received the seals for the 3,000 troops and led them along a shortcut known only to the Nan Man, also heading towards Zacharian. After seeing them off, Hardy immediately instructed Brock, please summon the soldiers who can make scarecrows. We need 5,000 ready by tonight. Why do you want scarecrows? Brock asked. To prevent Nicholas's generals from discovering our movements. If they know we've dispatched troops to protect the supply line, they might send more reinforcements. The dense forests of Izhou County will make it hard for them to distinguish scarecrows from real soldiers for a couple of days. Hardy explained further, and Darien nodded vigorously. Third brother, follow Darren's instructions. Understood. 5,000 scarecrows, no problem. They'll be ready by dawn. As Brock left, Hardy bowed to Darien. I have heard that Uncle once defeated the Yellow Turbans with local militia. Now, I need to rush back to the stronghold and report to Ares. I hope Uncle will send the scarecrows along the route and construct fortifications at strategic points to repel the incoming enemy. Darien understood and acknowledged Hardy's plan. Watching Hardy leave, he marveled. A talent like him is merely a Darren. Imagine the prowess of the Emperor's other ministers. With that, Darien also sprang into action, ordering his lieutenants to proceed along the planned route towards the stronghold and designing defensive positions on the map. The translation preserves the structure and style of the original Chinese text while ensuring natural and fluent English. Character names have been transliterated accurately using pinyin. Chapter 413. Walt advances to Deng County. Hardy takes control of Adabayoki. Unlike the tension felt by Darien and others, Chris, Bram, and Walt led their armies through the southern barbarian villages in Qianwei County almost without any hindrance. This made all three feel that the time spent training in the deep mountains and forests had not been wasted. The southern barbarians within Qianwei County have been subdued. Now we're going to strike at the heart. Considering the distance, the quickest route from Zacharian via waterways into Deng County takes less than a day and a half with 5,000 troops deployed from Fujia, using both land and water. Walt explained while pointing to the map. General Gregory's talents are well trusted by me, but who should lead this force? Chris asked. After a moment of reflection, Walt said, Young master, brotherly, since we have decided on the strategy of cutting supply lines, the main army need not rush too quickly. Additionally, my scouts reported that the Han army has set up defenses within Izhou County. I propose that Brotherly leads the main army to Judi County, then southwards to Guchang County, which is less than 50 miles from the large Nanjiao camp in Adabayoki. As for me, I'll lead 5,000 troops directly from Fujia to Deng County. Bram nodded at the map. This plan serves two purposes. Young master can follow the main army and avoid unnecessary hardship. We will strike together directly at Guchang and defeat the Nanjiao. Agreeing, Chris said, Very well, General Gregory. I leave this task to you. With that, Walt bowed and began preparing for the campaign. The Han army's movements indeed matched Walt's expectations. Ray led his cavalry towards Deng County. Walt utilized local materials, commanding his soldiers to build bamboo rafts. The river between Fujia was fast-flowing but narrow, making bamboo. Lady, there's no reason to worry. The Nanjiao army isn't easily defeated. Moreover, staying with the main forces ensures safety. Your wisdom prevails. Indeed, the critical point is in General Ray's advance to Deng County. But we must still prepare everything within Izhou County to prevent unexpected situations, Hardy said, bowing. Is your plan to mobilize more defenses beyond the two lines before Guchang? To be prepared, I suggest gathering all able-bodied warriors from the village and having you lead them to retreat to Jagaryuan County. Why? The enemy aims to eliminate Adabayoki. If you position your forces 20 miles south of Adabayoki in Jagaryuan County, even if they reach our camp, we can coordinate an ambush from both sides, Hardy pointed out on the map. Compared to the Han, the Nanjiao knew little about Central Plains tactics, though not completely ignorant, their skills lacked. Understanding Hardy's plan, Ares looked admiringly at him. Mr. Alexei, you truly possess great talent. This plan is perfect. Since you wish to aid us, our people are grateful. From today until this war ends, matters concerning AnimeLand are under your command. This translation maintains the paragraph structure, original tone, and style while ensuring fluency and accuracy. It also retains character names in their pinyin forms, octaves from Chinwei County. According to Nicholas's order, these prisoners were to be sent to mines as laborers. Report. General Lee, General Gregory has entered Zonka Commandery, a scout station near Qianwei, and Zonka rushed back to report. So soon? It had only been 1 day since departure, and this speed amazed Bram. Walt, having boarded the water route, personally commanded his soldiers, navigating rafts without stopping. Finally, they disembarked from the bamboo rafts within a day and advanced towards Nung County on land. Soldiers, we're not far from Nung County. We'll arrive by dawn. At that time, we will raid the Han Army's supplies and feast together. Walt led his troops while loudly encouraging them. Hearing about a hearty meal, the soldiers became invigorated, heads held high, following Walt toward Nung County. As daylight grew brighter, the path through the forest gradually became visible. Walt ordered the fire torches to be extinguished and pushed aside thick leaves. The smoke rising from Nung County could be seen not far away. Brothers, where the smoke rises is Nung County. Follow me and attack. At Walt's command, 5,000 infantrymen charged towards Nung County with loud shouts. Walt observed the surroundings as he ran, becoming increasingly excited. The situation suggested he arrived first. Seeing the city gates of Nung County before him, just as Walt was about to shout, a red Han military flag rose over the low sides to file into the city without further conflict. Ray looked down and shouted, since the ambush failed, leave quickly. Humph. Don't get too cocky, Han General. If I guard your supply routes, won't I cut off your supplies just the same? You have less than 1,000 cavalry. How can you fight my 5,000 men? Walt retorted. Ray, hearing this, didn't argue but withdrew from the city wall. Having experienced this encounter, Walt dared not attack recklessly again, fearing hidden forces within the city. He decided to firmly hold the supply routes and immediately ordered the establishment of a camp to prevent any Han supply wagons from passing. Meanwhile, Ray inside the city remained calm, estimating the arrival time of Elvin based on the position of the sun. Thus, a standoff lasted half a day. Initially, Walt expected the city commander to continue skirmishing, but unexpectedly, in the afternoon, Ray personally led fewer than 1,000 cavalry out of the city and lined up in formation. This stunned Walt. Has he received orders to deliver supplies or face punishment? Why else would he rush to his death? While Walt was puzzled, shouting erupted from the forest behind him. General Ray, Elvin has arrived. Elvin led his forces out of the forest and immediately ordered an attack on Walt's camp. 3,000 men were enough to fill the numerical gap needed to face Walt head-on. Although well-trained, Walt's soldiers were still inexperienced new recruits. Faced with a two-pronged attack, especially the mounted force in front, their inexperience was exposed. Panicked soldiers aimlessly ran around in Walt's camp, thinking they could evade arrows by doing so, only to increase casualties. Walt, watching helplessly, continuously shouted orders to form ranks, raise shields. But the new recruits were thoroughly panicked and could no longer follow proper instructions. Seeing this, Ray ordered, the enemy is in chaos. Follow me to charge into the camp and capture their commander. Immediately, hoofs kicked up dust, and Ray led his elite cavalry, who wasted no time cutting through the disordered enemy forces. Chapter 4:15. Walt's failed persuasion and Bram leads the army. Walt watched as the enemy's iron cavalry was about to trample their camp. The officer beside him immediately helped him mount a horse, urging, General, flee quickly. Where to? As the officer spoke, Ray struck him down with a spear through his throat. He fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay still. Seeing this, Walt grabbed his nearby cudgel and spurred his horse towards the rear of the camp. Ray, seeing him flee, naturally could not let him go and swiftly pursued on horseback. The two, one chasing and one fleeing, gradually moved far away from the camp. This left Elvin facing a group of leaderless scattered soldiers, with iron hooves trampling in front and continuous crossbow fire from behind. Under Elvin's lead, it took less than half an hour before all resistance within the camp ceased. Walt, although chased by Ray for a long distance, managed to escape by leveraging his familiarity with the terrain. By the time Ray returned, Elvin had already mostly cleaned up the battlefield. General Zhang, today I witnessed your remarkable bravery, truly opening my eyes, Elvin praised, looking at Ray. Elvin, I will lead these less than 1,000 cavalry troops back to inform Lord Darien about this battle. To prevent another attack by the enemy, you should hold our flag and lead these 3,000 troops to temporarily garrison in Yo County for defense. Ray waved his hands seriously. Since it is General Zhang's command, Elvin will accept without hesitation. Good, if so, we part here, but when we win, we will drink heartily together by Atabayoki Lake. Leaving these words, Ray led the cavalry away. This departure was unlike the hurried journey to reach here. Now Ray could slow down and head towards Guchang. The battle at Yo County was a great victory for the Han army. Not only did they protect the supply line, but they also demonstrated their combat strength to Walt. Walt, filled with dread, fled along the river, heading towards Judy County. By the time he arrived at the camp, 2 days had passed. Bram and Chris saw his disheveled return and understood the result of the battle without asking. Master, the Han army is fierce. We should retreat, Walt advised after briefly recounting the defeat. What? Retreat? A small defeat? How can it crush your spirit? Chris asked in confusion. Alas, Master, Ray is a renowned general who willingly serves under that weak scholar, showing his unmatched talent. If this continues, our reckless entry into Ijo Commandery will certainly lead to a heavy loss. A minor defeat is trivial, but if our forces suffer a major blow and provoke the Han army to aim directly for Chengdu, would we not betray the Lord's trust? Walt said earnestly. Chris's face darkened as he listened. General Gregory, you have been working hard recently. Rest now, and leave the decision of whether to fight to me and General Lee. I will seriously consider your advice, General Gregory. Chris comforted him while urging him to rest. Hearing this, Walt knew further persuasion was futile and sighed, returning to the city for rest. After Walt left, Chris immediately looked at Bram and asked, "General Lee, what do you think?" Bram paused, looking at Chris. Compared to Walt, Bram excelled in administration, and he knew what the young master wanted. Yet, he couldn't ignore the cavalry, reporting the successful repulsion of the attack on Yo County to Brock. Brock immediately wanted to open a wine jar to celebrate. "Damien, the enemy may strike again soon. Let's celebrate after defeating them," Ray urged. Although disappointed, Brock nodded. "Gerhard is right. No drinking then. I'll inform elder brother and advisor Alexei. Instead of aiding Uncle Lou in ambush, I should retreat to Atabayoki. If the enemy bypasses Guchong and heads for Atabayoki, my cavalry can surprise them. Wing teeth, I must go now." Ray set off again towards Atabayoki. The next afternoon, Bram led his troops south along the river. By dusk, they reached the prefecture. The riverbanks here were higher, and the river narrower. Upon arrival, Bram felt uneasy. If the Han army sets an ambush here, won't we be like fish in a pot, unable to retaliate? He immediately ordered increased speed across the river. But as his order spread, Han soldiers appeared on both banks with Jagranrong crossbows. Darien shouted from the shore, "Fire arrows!" Following his command, sparks lit the banks. Han forces built fortified positions for crossbows and dug trenches filled with oil to form a fiery barrier. Hundreds of burning arrows flew towards Bram's troops in the river, creating a rain of fire, leaving them panicked and helpless. Tried hard to paddle the boats. Soldiers without poles lay on either side of the rafts, using their hands to propel them faster. Seeing the enemy accelerating, Darien immediately rode back, shouting, "Incendiary rockets in front, crossbows for the middle and rear units. Keep firing until the enemy crosses." Darien galloped back and forth 3 times, his voice hoarse from shouting, before he dared stop. Looking at the distant rafts, he turned to a nearby commander and said, "Quickly report to Secretary Lang that the enemy has breached our first line of defense. They seem to have committed all their forces." The commander nodded and galloped away. After issuing these orders, Darien rushed to the riverbank, using torchlight to estimate the damage caused by the ambush. "Roughly speaking, we've eliminated several thousand of their troops. My second brother should be safe. We must quickly gather our scattered forces, regroup, and reinforce my second brother." "Understood." With these words, the flag bearer beat the drums, signaling the gathering of troops. An hour later, Bram's army finally reached the end of the river, less than 10 miles from Gilachang. Remembering the ambush, Bram knew that the morale of his men was low. He ordered a rest before advancing again. Chris approached Bram, guarded by shield bearers. "Generally, it seems the Han army is well prepared, as Walt predicted. Perhaps we should retreat?" Bram felt frustrated. It was Chris who initially urged him to advance, and now Chris wanted to retreat. "Young master, if we retreat now, the Han army will surely pursue us relentlessly. To be safe, he sent scouts to investigate." A short while later, the scouts returned, reporting, "General, there are few patrols in the camp, but the tents suggest a large force, probably asleep." Bram felt uneasy. According to Walt, the Han army should not be so careless. Did I stumble upon an incompetent Han general? Suspicious, Bram decided to send 3,000 men to probe the enemy camp. Leading the charge, the forward commander cautiously approached Brock's camp, finding no ambush. Emboldened, he led his men inside. Suddenly, Brock and his troops emerged from behind, attacking the surprised forward commander. Witnessing this from behind, Bram sighed with relief. "Retreat. Head back to the rafts." Without hesitation, he abandoned the 3,000 men, prioritizing the preservation of his main force. Brock, having caught up, surveyed the situation and realized this was just a small detachment sent by Bram. The forward commander, seeing no reinforcements, immediately surrendered. "Where is your general?" This sudden turn of events left Brock ready for the next move. Chapter 417. Bram withdraws. Asher discusses strategy. The lead lieutenant was so frightened that he could hardly speak coherently. Facing Brock's furious glare, he trembled and weakly pointed towards the rear of the Han army. Although the starting point is simple, the resolution embodies the way perfectly. Darien, noticing Brock's pride, interjected, "My third brother has many virtues but dislikes scholarly pursuits and has a temper. But he often acts unexpectedly. If he studied diligently, controlled his temper, and abstained from alcohol, he would be fit to command a major army." Hardy nodded and said, "If General Damien can control his temper and abstain from alcohol, I will certainly recommend you to Emperor Xuandu for a commanding role, expanding our empire north and south." Hearing this, Brock's smile faded, and he earnestly grasped Hardy's wrist, asking, "Is what you say true?" "Certainly true." "Fine. I, Brock, swear to you, and ask Brother Darien to supervise me. If within 2 years I do not touch a drop of wine, please vouch for me to the Emperor." Hardy looked at Brock seriously and nodded. "Agreed. If after 2 years, Uncle Gregory verifies that Damien has kept his oath, I will definitely seek a position for you equal to General Jagern Chong." "Equal to second brother?" Brock gaped in disbelief and swallowed hard. "Absolutely equal. Thank you, sir." Brock released Hardy's hand and bowed respectfully. Darien, hearing this, felt joy for Brock, but then Brock turned and seemed to recall something, saying, "Not good. Not how capturing Chengdu with our current forces and the Nanman reinforcements can secure province. The Emperor wouldn't refuse such a beneficial deal." Hardy concluded with a gentle smile. "Sir, your plan is sound, but one concern remains. We have only 30,000 troops, while the Nanman reinforcements likely number 40,000 to 50,000. If we take Chengdu, the Nanman might overpower us and drive us out. What then?" Darien frowned, voicing a valid concern given past relations were established during Ed's absence. Hardy nodded. "Uncle Gregory's concerns are justified. Therefore, we must convince the Nanman we are trustworthy partners in managing E Province. In recent days, I've studied the southern regions of E Province. Honestly, although Yongchong, Qianwei, and E Province counties belong to Han territory, the majority of the population are Nanman. Rather than constant military campaigns forcing them to adopt our advanced ways, we should showcase our superior culture and values, making them desire to learn voluntarily. That's the long-term solution. By now, Ray and Brock were silent, but Darien still had questions. Won't the Nan Man, growing strong and close to the Han, eventually turn against us? Hardy, prepared for this, replied, in 100 years, if the Han weakens and the Nan Man thrive, they may lead. Throughout history, national strengths ebb and flow. I am confident that even another Yellow Turban rebellion won't let the Nan Man swallow the Han whole. Hardy's words resonated deeply with Darien, enlightening him. Chief, E Province is remote, unlike Jagger Province where any issue can be handled with reference to or direct intervention from the Imperial Court. If something happens in E Province, by the time the court learns of it, makes decisions, and sends them back, months will have passed. In such a long time, situations change. If you follow the court's guidelines, they may be ineffective. Conversely, acting independently might lead to accusations of ignoring the court. After Hardy's detailed explanation, Brock immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Brother, this job is hard to do well, and failure means punishment. General Brock summarized it well. Fortunately, Uncle has a unique status that gives him advantages over ordinary ministers. But your reputation is not a carte blanche, and there will come a day when its utility runs out. Therefore, let me ask you this. If you dare to take on this responsibility, I will write to the court now. If you do not dare, General Ray and I will return to the capital, and everything will be decided by the court. Hardy finished, sipping his tea. Darien stood up slowly. I grew up wandering, seeking knowledge, studying under distinguished teachers. I hope to leverage my skills to accomplish great deeds for our Han dynasty. But time flies, and my youth fades. I possess only the title of uncle, having achieved nothing significant for over 20 years. Your Majesty, when Uncle was in the capital, we discussed governance. Uncle is not just a warrior. For a prefecture, I would have no reservations. But for a province, many uncertainties remain. Fiki was candid. Darien governing E Province would struggle to implement reforms fundamentally without immense capability. Gil understood Hardy's underlying message. What if I grant him the title of Marquis of Shu? Your Majesty, a hereditary Marquis of Shu means little. And if it's non-hereditary? It might breed discontent. Even if Uncle doesn't, his descendants might. Clifton Rue, you speak wisely. Uncle is 40, while I am barely 20. Do you think I cannot reclaim the power of the Marquis of Shu during my reign? Will your Majesty not fear public criticism? One lifetime's achievements do not need future generations' judgment. Gil smiled. Very well, I fully support Asher. I propose deploying the White Tiger and Black Tortoise troops to the border between the Imperial region and Hanzhong to prevent Todd's attack when the Nan Man retreat. Fiki answered without hesitation, as if the prior conversation was mere formality. Fiki's statement left Gil somewhat taken aback. Clifton Rue, isn't the treasury tight? I predict Todd will not dare to attack. No war means funds are sufficient. When the Nan Man retreat, most of E Province will fall. I do not overly concern myself with whether Asher can capture Chengdu. The Emperor's initial purpose in sending Asher as an envoy to Ezhou has already been achieved. The court already knows Nicholas's stance. There are only 3 routes into Ezhou from central China, which the court inherently holds an advantageous position on. Once the new policy is fully implemented in Sili, Ji, Liang, Su, Jagger, and Yin states. All this means the court has ample resources and funds to properly handle this matter. At this point, Aloysius was about to speak, but was interrupted by Fiki. Gordon, I know you were about to say that the route into Ezhou is treacherous, making this a perfect opportunity. The point you raise is valid, but the court is stretched thin at the moment. How much trouble Ezhou may cause depends entirely on Asher and his team. If we wait until the new policy is fully implemented, then we can mobilize national forces to surround Ezhou, even if it takes some time and resources. But wouldn't this method be more stable? Fiki paused and looked at the Emperor. Your Majesty, since you don't overly concern yourself with future evaluations, sending reinforcements now is already pushing our limits. Gil looked at Fiki. Fortunately, their long-term relationship didn't lead him to hold any grudges against Fiki. But at this moment, Gil really wanted to take control of Ezhou. If Ezhou fell under his command, aside from Jingzhou, he could almost claim direct administration. This method is indeed more stable. Very well, let the Secretariat handle this matter, Gil sighed. We obey your Majesty's command. The two immediately bowed and withdrew. Exiting the government hall, Fiki smiled brightly, looking exceptionally pleased. Mario, even if the Emperor adopted your suggestion, you don't need to be this happy, do you? You're somewhat disregarding me, aren't you? Aloysius retorted irritably. Gordon, I'm not laughing about this issue but about the Emperor. The Emperor? Yes, with all the world's turmoil, only Miles Zhou and Ezhou remain unyielded, and though Jingzhou is still under Briar, they follow the court's orders. In less than 10 years, the Emperor has rejuvenated the nation, unmatched by our abilities. Yet today, I discovered another strength of His Majesty. Fiki smiled. Another? Indeed. With such a prime opportunity to seize Ezhou, if I weren't aware of the state treasury's true condition, I would have rejoiced greatly too. This joy isn't easily suppressed. That's a monumental feat of re-establishing Chinese rule. That the Emperor could be persuaded shows his resilient character. Fiki laughed heartily. Well said indeed. Anyone else would wish to capture Ezhou swiftly. It's not as if we can't find ways. Just pick a few dissenting families. Immediately waved his hands. That's wonderful. If you can construct military equipment, Lady Asher will offer full assistance. Not necessarily, but seeing suitable timber in these forests, I've already drawn blueprints. If her clan can provide craftsmen to assist, it would be ideal. Elvin slapped his chest. It's no problem. That village has plenty of skilled builders. I'll inform Lady Asher immediately. Within 2 days, craftsmen from nearby villages will gather here. That's excellent. I also need some laborers from the military, preferably around 500, as I've already mapped the locations of usable wood. Please assign personnel accordingly. Hardy looked at Ray. Chapter 420. Asher encounters trouble with machinery. Damien's words startle everyone. I didn't expect Asher to have this kind of skill. He mentioned dispatching personnel. I will personally select the troops and lead them there, Ray said, and immediately pulled Brock out of the camp to start following the locations on the map drawn by Hardy, dividing tasks and sending people to cut wood. At that moment, Darien recovered and asked immediately, I wonder if Asher needs any help? Hardy, taken aback for a moment, replied, Uncle Emperor indeed has something you can assist with. The route for delivering supplies in Zachariran involves mountainous forests. The road is rugged and difficult to travel. Relying solely on manpower would require thousands of laborers to make continuous trips. I have a method to construct some machinery favorable for transportation, but these machines are different from catapults and battering rams, cutting down wood and sending it back to the camp. Meanwhile, Bram and others who had suffered defeat in Ijo County returned to Chengdu. Immediately after their defeat, Nicholas ordered the entire county to be placed under martial law, with numerous checkpoints set up around Shu County, along with patrolling soldiers. When the prisoners released by Brock returned to the camp, the originally apprehensive troops became even more fearful of the Han army. Bram and Walt had each lost one battle. As leading generals they still harbored hope, but Nicholas was somewhat disappointed in them. Since their return to Chengdu, Nicholas had not summoned them once. As for Chris, since returning to Chengdu, he assumed control over the remaining troops and did not mention anything about fulfilling previous promises to Bram. Gregory, brother, who would have thought that we would be cast aside like old shoes right after coming out of the mountains? Bram lamented dispiritedly. Well, what can we do? The Han army is indeed formidable. It's our incompetence. Walt waved his hand. All right, let's not talk about this. Gregory, brother, what do you think? Will the Han army directly attack Chengdu? It's hard to say. At this point, the Han army has the numerical advantage and likely will come, but having fought 2 battles against them, they don't seem to have siege machinery. If they force an attack, Chengdu's defenses can hold out for several months. Walt responded seriously. Elder brother, if the Han army attacks, we should. Walt, realizing what he was going to say, interrupted immediately, also concerned. Asher, how about this? Let's take the catapults to below Chengdu first, and then begin attacking the city. You bring the craftsmen to check if there's any usable timber around. This way, we can attack with the catapults while you continue making them, replacing broken ones immediately. Ray proposed. Considering this, Hardy nodded slightly. I've thought of this, but catapults aren't ordinary equipment. Manufacturing them takes time. Perhaps I can lead the craftsmen to the front lines first to select a site. Manufacture as we wait for reinforcements? But this is risky. If Nicholas discovers, he might immediately call back his frontline troops. Brock replied, if this doesn't work, neither does that. Let's just use the catapults. Aren't we also making rams? If catapults are problematic, let's enhance the ram's power. Hardy's eyes lit up upon hearing Brock. General Damien's words remind me of General Creed's old strategy. I'll research this further. We'll discuss tomorrow after checking feasibility. Hardy immediately fetched a horse and rode towards Adabayoki. Ray and Brock exchanged puzzled glances as Hardy left. Chapter 421. The oil from Adabayoki, and Hardy presents the wooden ox. As soon as Hardy arrived at the large camp by Lake Adabayoki, he asked Elvin if there was any quick-burning oil stored in the camp. Upon hearing this, to rest. This tung oil is also flammable, but it cannot burn as persistently as the oil in the capital, Hardy sighed. To burn the city gate brittle enough to break, it might require a significant amount of tung oil. City gate? Can it really be burned brittle? Elvin asked, puzzled. Yes. When I accompanied His Majesty on a campaign, one general used this method. Under the cover of battering rams, his soldiers carried fire oil to the front of the city gate, splashing it both outside and inside the gate, then set it on fire. The gate turned black under the intense flames and crumbled after a couple of hours when hit by the ram, Hardy explained. Elvin listened intently, amazed. Who would have thought there were such remarkable strategists who could devise such methods? This isn't exactly a new method, it's just rarely documented. But now, with our poor military equipment, we must explore other ways, Hardy remarked. I see. That's why you've been searching for flammable oil, Elvin responded. Don't worry, sir. Our tung oil here is top-notch. Not comparable to what's available elsewhere, he boasted. Hardy smiled faintly. I hope so. I won't stay longer. I'll return to camp and inform the 2 generals. Please send the tung oil to the camp promptly. Elvin agreed right away. Hardy hurried back to Guchang camp and discussed diagonal pegs ensured stability, especially useful when porters grew tired on inclines. After testing the wooden ox's performance, Ray returned to Hardy and gave him a thumbs up. I'm impressed. Initially, I thought scholars only cared about civil affairs and were blind to military matters. Now, I see you are truly versatile. Ray's excitement stemmed not only from the wooden ox, but also from the opportunity to accompany Hardy on this mission to province. The court was desperately short of talent, a fact everyone acknowledged. Although local aristocratic families harbored many talents, few agreed with the new policies and supported their implementation. This shortage had caused officials to reduce their ranks. Being able to build a camaraderie with a rising star like Hardy, who the court was grooming, while still relatively unknown, felt like a windfall. Such a connection could secure Ray's future military career. Considering this, Ray reflected on Gil's decision to send him alone to province. Protecting Hardy wasn't something only he could do. Any capable general in the capital could fulfill that role. Moreover, Ricky was closer to Hardy. Gil's choice clearly considered Ray's future political development. Sending Garrett might seem too obvious, risking potential enmity. After all, Hardy was still emerging as a key figure in implementing new policies and benefit the people. Seeing him speak thus, Hardy understood clearly. He immediately pulled Ray aside, saying, General Gerhard, you flatter me. I had already planned this idea in the capital. The Emperor also gave some advice, but it was hard to put into practice. Now everything is perfect, and I can make it happen. Besides, without your protection, General, I wouldn't dare implement such a risky strategy. From now on, I'll rely on your help. Confused by their sudden politeness, Brock interjected. Ray immediately said, if Asher doesn't mind, I wish to learn from you along with Garrett when we return to the capital. Hearing this, Hardy nodded and turned to Brock. General Damien, please send the first batch of cattle and horses to Zacharian. Despite his confusion, Brock agreed immediately. In fact, I should thank Uncle Gregory for his assistance. When Generals Ray and Ricky were sourcing timber for the catapults, Uncle Gregory was procuring these cattle and horses. I will report this matter truthfully to the court and request recognition for your brother. Puzzled about why Hardy specifically mentioned his elder brother, Brock was nonetheless pleased to hear that his brother would gain credit. The next morning, Darian, Brock, Hardy, Ray, and Ares gathered at Montague's camp. Since Darian held the highest rank among them, he spoke first. Gentlemen, our troops are now well equipped with weapons. It is time to march on Chengdu. Ares asked, will my king need to lead reinforcements? Darian waved his hand and replied, delaying this could cause unforeseen changes. Instead of waiting for reinforcements, we should take the initiative. Currently, our forces are in high spirits after recent victories, ready to crush those who fear us. But regarding supplies and support, you, madam, have played an indispensable role. Therefore, besides our Han commanders, I believe you should also participate in command. After hearing this, Ares looked meaningfully at Hardy and Darian. Actually, the Han army did not want to share the credit with Ares. Rather, they intended to hold her hostage. Once she appeared before Chengdu, it would signify a public severance between the southern barbarians and Nicholas. This severance meant that the frontline commander Fern might target Ed. Moreover, if Ed believed the letter's claims and preemptively led troops to reinforce Chengdu, he would also become involved and miss out on reaping benefits passively. Seeing Ares' silence, Hardy quickly said, Madam, as you can see, with the power of Han, notifying the southern regions isn't difficult. However, Han respects the many tribes that have long guarded the southwestern frontiers and wishes to aid them without interfering in internal affairs. This favorable condition is not just because of your tribe's contributions, but also because the main reason southwestern tribes don't interact with Han lies in Nicholas's oppression. Now that Madam has reached a consensus with our court, we are glad for you, and King Ed to ally with Han permanently. Pointing to Yongchang Commandery, Hardy continued. Upon hearing this, Ares' eyes lit up. Is this true, sir? Absolutely true, he replied. But how do you ensure that after Nicholas, there won't be another oppressor? Hardy explained, Nicholas sought to annex the south of E to resist the new policies. These new policies aim to reclaim excessive powers from regional governors and state administrators and bring them back under central control. As a result, minor local matters will be handled locally, while major ones will be managed by the central government. For provinces far from the capital, like E province, officials proficient in the new policies benefiting the people will be dispatched. Ares interrupted. Benefiting the people? Since you're interested, let me briefly explain 2 points. First, opening mountain terrains for farming is part of the new policy. Additionally, the court will establish village schools and county schools in E province, open to tribal members and Han civilians alike, regardless of status, if they wish to attend. Furthermore, mutual market trading will be introduced. Your tribe will no longer trade exclusively with local Han merchants, nor be restricted by local officials. With mutual markets, you can conduct business with merchants from various Han regions. Local officials will merely collect rent and management fees. Nate the rebels. General Ray will lead the vanguard, and General Brock will command the center army. Our troops will march out at noon today. Everyone immediately responded in unison, as ordered. Within the city of Chengdu, Nicholas had already learned that the Han army was about to launch an attack. He sat restlessly in his mansion. Seeing this, Chris asked immediately, Father, what troubles you? The scouts reported that the Han army intends to lead an assault on Chengdu. They have already mobilized their troops. What? They've already launched their attack? Father, you are the governor of a province. How dare Hardy directly lead troops against us? Chris asked, puzzled. Nicholas waved his hand. They have informed the court about our hidden forces. According to regulations, launching an attack is not unreasonable. Just this time, Bram and Walt were defeated too quickly and suffered heavy casualties. This has allowed Hardy to rush with 30,000 troops to besiege Chengdu. At present, gathering the city's defenders along with the troops trained by Bram and Walt amounts to no more than 15,000 men. If the Han army launches a strong offensive, even without adequate military equipment, Chengdu cannot hold out for long. Nicholas sighed, even though General Yi outside the city, my vanguard will immediately advance towards Chengdu. Hardy nodded, very well, we should act promptly. The Thunderbolt carriages have already been delivered to the frontline soldiers. In that case, I will lead my troops to encircle the city. Ray saluted and rode off immediately. Chengdu was already under strict curfew. Nicholas, frail from age, ascended to the city wall and turned to Bram and Walt beside him. Generals, I entrust the fate of Chengdu to you both today. Bram and Walt glanced at the approaching Han army outside the walls. Lord, the Han army brought 30 Thunderbolt carriages this time. If the Han army fires all these Thunderbolt carriages at once, Chengdu's walls might not hold. Nicholas waved his hand. I understand. Just do your best. I rely on you too greatly. Lord, rest assured. We will fight to the death. Walt bowed and escorted Nicholas down the tower. Hemph. Now that the Han army has surrounded the city, they remember us. If the Han army hadn't attacked, we might have been left idle indefinitely. Bram turned, visibly upset. Calm down, brotherly. At this moment, the safety of the entire city depends on us. Let's not lose heart before the battle. How do you propose we fight, Brother Gregory? If the Han army didn't have the Thunderbolt carriages, defending the city wouldn't be so difficult. But now, their equipment is complete. Look at our men. The original 5,000 Chengdu defenders aren't even proper soldiers, right? Bram pointed to the veterans below who were not even properly armored. Seeing Walt silent, Bram added, our 10,000 returning troops are already demoralized after being beaten by the Han army. Now, facing a Han siege, Sai, why don't you advise Nicholas to fortify another city? When Walt mentioned Nicholas, he stepped forward and warned, brotherly, speak carefully. Although abandoning Chengdu and regrouping with frontline troops seems wise, Chengdu is the core of Yi province. If the Han army takes it, the southern barbarians and the local gentry would likely side with the court. What's wrong with siding with the court? Nicholas has never utilized our local talents. Perhaps the court's new policies truly aim to widely employ local scholars as advertised? Bram grabbed Walt's wrist. Brotherly, don't go further. Such treasonous words could endanger your family if overheard. Walt immediately pulled him aside. Brother Gregory, this isn't a time for blind loyalty. Honestly, Nicholas should have obeyed the imperial order. Mobilizing troops and eyeing the southern lands of Yi have already defied orders. He's only preparing to crown himself king. Why drag all the citizens and soldiers into his demise? Brother Gregory, listen to me. Perhaps we should. Hearing this, Walt interrupted. Lord has sent Prince Zhang to General Yin. If Yin acts swiftly, deals with Ed, and returns to support Chengdu, he might repel the Han army. We might still have a chance to regain favor then. Bram sighed but remained silent. To them, their respective choices seemed correct. Walt believed Nicholas might not necessarily fail. Turning to the Han army now would label them traitors. Better to defend until reinforcements arrive. Bram, however, felt that even if Nicholas became king, he wouldn't heavily utilize Shu talent. Supporting the court to install a new Yi governor seemed easier. Seeing he couldn't sway Bram, Walt said, Brotherly, even if we surrender now, the Han army won't value us much. Why not hold out for a while and see what happens? Bram nodded in agreement. If Prince Zhang fails to secure reinforcements, I hope Brother Gregory won't sacrifice the citizens for Nicholas. Brother Gregory, rest assured, I will hold the gates firmly before that happens. Bram bowed seriously. This translation aims to capture the essence and tone of the original Chinese text, ensuring it reads naturally and coherently in English. Chapter 424. Bram's ambush fails. Darien commands the siege. Very well. I have already stationed 5,000 elite troops at the main gate where the Han army will primarily attack. These existing Chengdu defenders can assist in the range limited. Bram nodded. Excellent. This is the perfect moment for an ambush. Bram then ordered an immediate attack on the Han camp. His troops marched forward unimpeded, which boosted his confidence greatly. If they could destroy all the ballistae in the Han camp, it would be a significant achievement. Why hesitate, General? The Han camp is right ahead, a lieutenant inquired. From here on, no patrols have been encountered, nor any signs of disturbance in the Han camp. There must be something amiss, Bram responded cautiously. Considering the Han tactics in Guchang with their ambushes and lures, he found it hard to believe they would be so careless now. The lieutenant, seeing Bram's hesitation, quickly urged, General, if we neither advance nor retreat, we might face the Lord's displeasure upon returning to the city. Furrowing his brows, Bram sighed. All right, let's take this risk today. Follow me, soldiers. You lead a group to target the Han supplies and provisions first, he instructed the lieutenant. The lieutenant saluted and led a small detachment toward the side gate of the large camp. Meanwhile, Bram approached the main entrance of the camp. Only when his forces neared did the guards notice and sounded the alarm. Suddenly, the entire camp was in turmoil, with soldiers shouting about an enemy attack. This calmed Bram's worries somewhat. If there were hidden traps in the camp, the soldiers wouldn't be reacting this way. In reality, Bram had stumbled into a decoy camp set up by Ray before the main camp. Ray, caught off guard by the surprise attack, had only arranged patrols of surrender. Back in the city, Bram reported the encounter to Walt. Walt waved his hand. General Zhang indeed excels in warfare. It was wise for you to retreat. No need to dwell on it. This incident remains between us. I haven't informed Lord Liu. Rest assured, Brotherly. Sighing, Bram agreed. Walt stood alone on the city wall, uncertain about Nicholas's plan. As a native of Shu, Walt did not wish to slaughter the Nanman people. However, under orders, he trained Nicholas's troops in the mountains for 6 months, despite his reservations. Watching half his men die in the battle against the Han pained him deeply. The next morning, Brock gathered Darien, Leilani, and the Nanman troops in the camp. Ready for Darien's command, they prepared for a fierce assault. Darien wasted no time, joining Brock at the ballistae positions to order the attack. Despite their low accuracy, the 30 ballistae firing simultaneously overwhelmed the defending forces within Chengdu, creating chaos and confusion. Chapter 425. Ray suggests a night raid. Elvin plans to set fire to the city gate. However, through the intervals of Han army's attack using Thunderbolt chariots, Walt noticed their weakness. Brotherly, the Han army's Thunderbolt chariots seem formidable, but most of their attacks fail to hit the city walls. Walt said excitedly, pulling Bram. Bram glanced at him and retorted, We may know these stones are unlikely to fall on us, but how can we make the soldiers guarding the city believe it? He pointed at the soldiers cowering against the wall, trembling in fear and utterly terrified. These troops, though trained by us, lack combat experience. Facing a superior Han army after 2 victories, their morale is rock bottom. Even if the Han army's Thunderbolt chariots lack accuracy, our only reliance is the fortitude of the city. Bram sighed. Walt wanted to respond but remained speechless. On the Han side, although dissatisfied with the Thunderbolt chariots' accuracy, they continued attacking the southern gate of Chengdu. As night fell, most of the Thunderbolt chariots were as ineffective as Hardy had predicted. Seeing this, Ray promptly pulled Elvin and Hardy aside. I observed all day. The defending forces inside the city are exhausted from today's assault. If we lead a surprise force under the cover of darkness, using battering rams to attack stealthily, we might win. Elvin immediately nodded. General Ray makes sense. I once heard Lord Alexi's advice and wish to follow that general strategy to burn the city gate. When Jagran, based on your observation, Bram and Walt are knowledgeable in warfare. A night only flickering torches. Inside Chengdu, the defenders were exhausted from the relentless daytime assault. Even fallen stones hadn't been cleared. Patrols were now personally led by Walt and Bram. Gregory brother, not to complain, but if the Han army raids now, the gates will fall before the soldiers can prepare. Bram felt resentful since his ambush on Ray's decoy camp foretold defeat. Don't worry, Lee brother. We need to hold just one more day to see if aid arrives. Emph. Even if the young lord reaches Fern's forces, they will likely watch the outcome. Selvatic leader Ed, even inferior in strength, could challenge Fern. Without a quick victory, resisting the hardened armor of the Nanjiao remains uncertain. Sighing, Walt noted that Nicholas barely appeared all day, shifting his perspective slightly. We do our best and leave the rest to fate. Suddenly, a burnt smell reached them. Following the scent, they found a raging fire around the city gate. Oh no, the Han army truly launched a night raid. Bram pointed. Lee brother, order the soldiers to prepare. I'll extinguish the fire. Walt adjusted his helmet and rushed toward the burning gate. However, the oil fire proved resilient. Even water failed, spreading the flames further. Walt yelled, quickly to the battlements, shoot a city now would be futile. Brotherly, please have your men guard the Barbican. I'll report this to Lord Liu. The term Wung City seems to be a direct translation of Wengcheng, which refers to a barbican or walled defenses just inside the outer gate of a city. The more natural English term here would be barbican. Disappointment was etched on Walt's face as Bram watched him, feeling deeply distressed. Through the night's battle, the Han forces seized the outer city gates of Chengdu without much resistance from the enemy. Upon hearing this news, the citizens of the inner city feared for themselves, and even the prominent families were prepared to surrender to the Han at any moment. Nicholas, ever since hearing Walt's report, had remained armed and vigilant, waiting for reinforcements led by Fern. It had been 2 days since Chris left the city. Early that morning, he went to Fern's camp to explain the situation fully. However, Fern did not show the same urgency as Chris. Prince, you have traveled far and should rest. Chris, hearing this, quickly urged, General, send reinforcements immediately. The defenders can't hold out for long. Prince, Ed's army is to our right. Any movement will alert him. Do you really think that I, Fern, could defeat Ed with an equally sized army and then return with the remaining troops to aid Chengdu? Chris, narrowing his eyes, asked, are you planning to rebel, General? Fern Vice. Within moments, the invitation reached Ed's tent in the Nanhua army. Ed read Fern's letter and snorted. Finally, they couldn't resist. If not for my wife's warning, we would have fallen for Fern's trap. What shall we reply, Your Majesty? We cannot withdraw now, or Fern will attack. Let's claim I'm unwell to stall. The guard nodded, taking the letter and leaving. Once the guard left, a robust man beside Ed spoke, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Our encampment is close to a mountain pass unknown to the Han. We can use this to withdraw gradually while leaving decoy camps. Ed turned to him, Jinhuan Sanjia, that's a good idea. Since Fern invited me, let's proceed. Starting tonight, slowly withdraw towards Chengdu under cover of darkness. Jinhuan Sanjia laughed, rest assured, Your Majesty, I'll handle it. Back at Fern's camp, learning Ed claimed illness, Fern understood. Ascari said, join Todd. I'll write the letter. General Pedro awaits on the battlefield. Fern nodded. Thank you. But my army's movement will alert Ed. I suggest you inform General Pedro to attack. Our army will join his assault, striking Ed's camp from the side. That's surprising. So quickly, Bram's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, they set fire to the gate. The wooden door couldn't withstand the flames, and it crumbled under the ram. At this point, going out to defend would be futile. Brotherly, you should order the men to hold the Barbican. I'll report to Lord Liu. Disappointment was evident on Walt's face, and Bram felt uneasy seeing it. After a night of fierce battle, the Han forces seized the outer city gates without much resistance from the enemy. Upon hearing this news, the citizens of Chengdu were filled with anxiety, and even the noble families within the city were prepared to surrender to the Han. Nicholas, having listened to Walt's report, kept his sword close. He was waiting, hoping that Fern would return leading reinforcements. It had been 2 days since Chris left the city. That morning, he had visited Fern's camp to explain everything. However, unlike Chris, Fern did not appear particularly anxious. Prince, after such a long journey, why don't you rest? Upon hearing this, Chris hastily replied, General, please mobilize troops immediately. The city's defenses can't hold much longer. Prince, Ed's army is right next to us. Any movement on our part will be noticed by him. Do you really think I, Fern, could defeat Ed, who leads an equally strong force of 50,000? And then lead the remaining troops back to rest? He is considering how to retreat his 50,000 strong force without arousing suspicion. Ascari concluded, and Fern nodded. If Ed doesn't come, what should we do? You should take the prince and join Todd's forces to pursue Ed. If we act swiftly, we might catch Ed off guard during his retreat. Ascari smiled gently. Agreed. Let's follow your advice. Within a short while, the invitation reached the southern barbarian camp. Ed coldly snorted upon reading Fern's letter. Finally, he couldn't wait. If my wife hadn't warned me earlier, we'd surely have fallen for Fern's trap. My lord, how shall we reply? A retreat now would expose us to Fern's surveillance. If he attacks, it wouldn't be pretty. We'll use my poor health as an excuse. The guard nodded and withdrew with the letter. As the guard exited, a robust man beside Ed spoke up. My lord, I have a suggestion. Our encampment is near a mountain pass unfamiliar to the Han. We could use this to our advantage by setting up decoy camps and slowly withdraw through the pass. Ed turned to the speaker. Jinhuan Sanjia, this idea is sound. Let's act immediately. Since Fern invited me, we needn't delay further. Starting tonight, withdraw toward Chengdu under cover of darkness. Jinhuan Sanjia laughed. Don't worry, my lord. Leave it to me. In Fern's camp, learning that Ed was feigning, Chapter 427. Fern has other intentions. Ray seeks to persuade them to surrender. As night gradually fell, the armies of Todd, who had ceased combat earlier in the day, began lighting torches at the opposite end of the battlefield. Fern glanced at the flickering lights and sneered coldly. Beside him, a colonel asked, General, are we truly going to launch a surprise attack on the Nanhua camp with Todd's forces? Merely using the enemy against each other. Although the Han army is attacking Chengdu now, even if they succeed, it will be a Pyrrhic victory for both sides, and it would be best if Todd's forces clash head-on with the Nanua troops. This way, I can sit back and reap the benefits, negotiating terms with the court. If things really go that far, regardless of whether Nicholas or Todd prevails, they will ultimately submit to the court. So, what do these factions competing in Ejo want? Isn't it all for their future treatment? Fern explained this to the colonel. I understand, General. If we gain this advantage, then you will be the most powerful person in Ejo territory. The court's treatment of you would certainly change accordingly, wouldn't it? Fern looked at him. You catch on quickly. In such a situation, Nicholas is surely doomed, leaving the position of Inspector of Ejo vacant. This Ejo is unlike other prefectures. If the court wishes direct management, it requires too much manpower and resources. Therefore, the new inspector and officials under him must be reappointed. Does the general wish for the position of inspector? Fern shot him a glance and stood. AI, let's see how long Nicholas can hold out. I hope he lasts longer, Fern chuckled. In the province of Ejo, which involved 5 factions including the Han forces, the issue became a heated topic of discussion in the imperial court. Gil faced multiple suggestions in court urging him to send troops. While some ministers were flattering the emperor known for his martial interest, others genuinely cared about the turmoil in Ejo. However, Gil, along with Aloysius and Fiki, had already made decisions. Apart from stationing royal troops on the borders of Hanzhong, they did not interfere further in Ejo affairs. In Chengdu, after Ray and Elvin captured the outer city, they strangely refrained from immediate attacks, instead setting up camps outside the fortified walls. Brock, impatient by nature, waited 2 days before finally visiting Ray's camp under the pretense of inspection. Ray, understanding Brock's intention, welcomed him into his quarters. Damien, are you here for matters concerning the subsequent attack? Gerhard, since Brother and Master Asher mentioned my hasty nature, I've improved a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until today. Ray patted him on the shoulder. General Damien's integrity is evident. Since you're here, I'll be straightforward. The delay isn't due to hesitation, but because the inner walls are even stronger. After inspecting multiple times with Asher, we decided to halt temporarily. Asher is devising alternative plans while I wait. Puzzled, Brock asked, wait for what? Them to open the gates? Exactly, Ray replied. We have the city's defense map. I've instructed Elvin to meet Walt and Bram, trying to persuade them to surrender. Brock slapped his thigh. Gerhard, how can 2 people negotiate together? If one refuses, the other can't declare surrender. Ray smiled. I want this exact scenario. If they have conflicts, it gives us leverage. Our objective isn't just capturing the city, but ensuring a solid force can hold Chengdu afterward. Blind assaults may lead to heavy losses. I see, Brock rose. I'll return to camp and await good news. After dismissing Brock, Ray welcomed Elvin. He returned the defense map and admitted, General, failing to convince them shows my incompetence. Ray invited him to sit. How did the negotiations go? Elvin responded, following your instructions about offers and warnings. Walt remained silent throughout. But Bram asked questions, hinting some interest yet hindered by uncertainties. Nodding, Ray agreed. That's understandable. Betrayal always invites scrutiny. Ray replied. If that's the case, then General Zhang, you should return. There's no need to discuss this further, Walt said with a bow. Hold on, generals. There is more I wish to say from the heart, Ray said, and Walt and Bram paused their movements. Do you know that I, too, was once a surrendered general? Ray's statement piqued Bram's interest. He turned his horse towards Bram and continued. I served under Ding Jagarin, followed Pedro, and then joined Unkit. Finally, I was captured during the Emperor's campaign against me after a defeat. At that time, I was prepared to take my own life to atone and ensure my troops could live. But the Emperor dismounted, came to me personally, and lifted me up. He explained what righteousness and virtue truly meant. He allowed me to serve him without reservation or dishonor. Since my surrender, no one has ever criticized me for being a surrendered general. With the Emperor's magnanimity, such things will never happen. Ray finished, but Bram immediately retorted, General, you have the Emperor's trust. But even if we surrender, we might only hold positions within Ejo. The Emperor is generous, but who will succeed him in Ejo? We cannot be sure and thus cannot trust. Ray realized Bram was wavering and quickly responded, there's no need for speculation. The successor is already decided. If you 2 generals surrender to Han, you will serve under Uncle Emperor Darien. You've surely heard of Uncle Emperor's reputation as a righteous and noble man. Besides, the court won't assign officials suitable for Ejo's situation anytime soon. At that time, you 2 will certainly become Uncle Emperor's key assistants. I can assure you this. If you agree to surrender, I will personally introduce you to Uncle Emperor. Ray's sincerity moved Bram, whose eyes widened, but he paused, glancing at Walt. Seeing Bram's gaze, Walt nodded and said, we've heard of Uncle Emperor's reputation and have met him in the city before. If he becomes the governor of Ejo, it would indeed be a blessing for its people. But, General Zhang, how can you guarantee this? Can you speak on behalf of the court? Ray smiled. I dare not claim to speak for the court, but the Emperor does favor Uncle Emperor for the role of Ejo's governor. When the time comes, I and the attending minister will jointly submit a petition to appoint Uncle Emperor as Ejo's governor. If you still doubt this, I will personally take both of you to the capital to meet the Emperor before any appointments are made. Hearing Ray's earnestness, even Walt was swayed. Your consideration moves me, but why are you doing this? To be frank, after taking the outer city, we planned to continue, but seeing the strength of the inner city, we hesitated to risk unnecessary casualties. Next, he would protect Bram and Walt. With the agreement sealed, the 3 returned to their camps. Meanwhile, Nicholas remained unaware, eagerly awaiting reinforcements from Fern. Unbeknownst to him, at high noon, the defending soldiers dropped their weapons, opened the inner city gates, and welcomed the Han army into the city. Upon entering, Ray immediately ordered his troops to secure Nicholas's headquarters, prohibiting any unauthorized action against him. He also commanded his men to treat the city's inhabitants with utmost respect. The original defenders were escorted to Brock's camp, where they would be gradually integrated into the Han forces under Brock's command. Chapter 429. Fern leads troops back to Chengdu. Darien rebukes the governor of Ezhou. The citizens of Chengdu did not react much upon seeing the Han army, but Hardy immediately arranged for notices to be distributed, informing the entire city about Nicholas's concealment of troops and his intention to gain personal power and defy the imperial court. With the assistance of Walt and Bram, Ray quickly took charge of the city's affairs. Within a day, life in Chengdu resumed as if there had been no martial law in place. However, before the joy of capturing Chengdu could fade, Darien received reports from scouts that Ed was leading the Nanman forces around towards the Ezhou commandery. Fern was also directing his army toward, accompanied by Ray, entered the Han military headquarters guarded by Han troops within Chengdu. At this moment, the headquarters had lost its former grandeur, leaving only desolate silence. Pushing open the main hall, Darien stepped forward and saw an elderly man standing with sword in hand, white-haired and bearded. Darien cupped his hands and said, "Old governor, rest assured, we will not harm your family, as long as you are willing to accompany me back to the capital for trial after the war ends." Hearing this, Nicholas laughed loudly. "Oh, who would have thought that someone like you, a mere mat weaver and clog seller, could come into my headquarters and talk big? Trial? By whom?" Nicholas held his sword, shaking and pointing at Darien. "Of course, it will be His Majesty." "His Majesty? But I am the uncle of the current emperor. What right does he have to try me? At least I am royalty. If you want to humiliate me in the capital, you might as well kill me here." Darien snorted and replied, "You still consider yourself royalty? As royalty, you neglected our ancestors' legacy. As governor of Ezhou, you did nothing during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, which I can understand. You did nothing when His Majesty went on a personal campaign, which I can also understand. But just as the realm was about to be stabilized, you secretly maintained private armies, intending to expel another Yellow Turban Rebellion next year. How can you ensure that the new policies won't incite rebellion among the clans?" Darien looked at the once powerful old governor and said, "Old governor, have you met the emperor yet? If you had met him, your questions would naturally be answered." "Darien, do you really think one person, Gil, can eliminate the problems accumulated over generations?" Truly ignorant words. Darien slowly stood up, paused, and turned to say, "Old governor, everything in the headquarters will remain as it is. We still need to resolve the rebellion by Fern. As for whether the emperor can solve the accumulated problems, you will know after meeting him and seeing the capital." As Darien turned to leave, Nicholas called him back at the entrance of the hall. "Fern? Rebellion? My son. How? How is he?" Nicholas asked sincerely. "Your son is being held by Fern in the army. He should be safe. As for other matters unrelated to your son, Fern probably won't harm Chris's son. Old governor, please rest assured." Just as Darien was about to leave, Nicholas called out again, "Shwanda, wait. I still have some influence in the army. I know the captains and officers. If you don't want a bloody battle, perhaps I can persuade them." Darien turned and cupped his hands. Old governor still cares for the lower-ranking soldiers. Regardless of the reason, Darien will report this to the court. Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary. If he really conspired with Todd, he would have surrendered Chris to Todd to show his loyalty, Ray added immediately. Exactly, which means Fern, like Jorge, is an untrustworthy person who might be playing both sides to see who offers more leverage, Brock said impatiently. Darien sighed. "Third brother, I've already discussed Fern's situation with Walt and Bram. Fern wouldn't act this way. Let's listen to me. General Ray will be the vanguard to make initial contact with Fern." Upon learning that Darien did not wish for a direct battle with Fern, Brock protested, "Eldest brother, we must attack now." Ray pulled Brock aside and explained, "General Damien, remember that Fern commands 50,000 men. If he really conspired with Todd, reinforcements are unknown. With this ratio, an offensive move would only weaken us." Brock nodded after hearing this. "Keenan, your words make sense. Fine, I will stay in the city with our troops while you check out Fern's true intentions outside." Convincing Brock, Darien continued, "General Keenan, I indeed do not wish for further battles. No matter whose soldiers suffer casualties, they are all soldiers of our great Han and Ezhou. So, when facing Fern on the battlefield, please focus on persuading them to surrender. Cousin Prince, rest assured, I know what to do." Ray bowed respectfully. "Very well. General Ray will lead 10,000 men to camp outside the East Gate to prepare for the enemy. If Todd supports Fern's return to Chengdu, Chengdu truly needs King Ed's aid. But this is also for King Ed's best interest. In the future, Ezhou will be governed by Cousin Prince. He is different from me. I have befriended you, but your husband has never interacted with our Han army. Won't King Ed need you as a mediator when interacting with Cousin Prince in the future? This repeated mediation might cause rumors. If King Ed aids us now, Cousin Prince will surely value him highly. As a result, the southern tribes in Ezhou will gain tangible benefits." Hardy concluded, and Ares nodded appreciatively. "Sir, considering so deeply for my family is truly precious for our clan. I understand Sir's intention. Rest assured, I'll make sure King Ed understands the significance. However, my husband can be stubborn. If he is disrespectful initially, please do not blame him. Of course, madam, please be assured. Since I am willing to go, I am well prepared." Hardy smiled mildly. The three, along with their retinue, traveled both by land and water, taking one day and night to reach Ezhou County. However, upon entering Ezhou County, Hardy was intercepted by southern barbarian troops guarding the pass. Ares became furious at this. "Don't you recognize me? Greetings to madam. But per the king's order, if you come, we will escort you back to the encampment. But if Han officials come, they are to be seized and imprisoned in water dungeons." Before Ares could react angrily, Elvin drew his saber. "What audacity you have. Do you know who this is? If it weren't for this gentleman, your families would starve in the encampment. Didn't you see the farmlands? This gentleman brought people to cultivate them. The king misunderstands because Nicholas didn't keep his word. How does this involve this gentleman? If you continue to obstruct us, do not blame my saber. Elvin's words intimidated the surrounding barbarian soldiers, causing them to retreat. Ares nodded approvingly. Elvin's words reflect my intention. If you continue to block us, you'll die uselessly once the king understands the situation. Chapter 431. Fern stationed his troops outside the city and agreed to a 3-day truce. The group of southern barbarian soldiers immediately froze upon hearing this, not daring to make any unnecessary moves. Elvin, seeing this, promptly raised his riding crop and ordered the southern barbarian soldiers blocking the pass to retreat. Leading everyone forward, he said, "My lady, it seems that the great king has already misunderstood. Why don't you proceed first, and I will protect the lord while we wait for your news outside Atabayoki." Xandra lady nodded in response. "All right, let me return and explain to the great king first, then it will be better for you to come." Rebels. Fern's words immediately dispelled the rebel label Ray had imposed on them. Soldiers, after all, feared nothing more than having their families used as leverage by the enemy. But coercion has levels. As Ray previously mentioned, using the court's name to hold the soldiers' families would ensure these soldiers would be branded as bandits regardless of the outcome of the current battle. Not only would they face future military suppression by the court, but their registered family members would also be treated as criminals. Moreover, Fern's statement planted a seed of doubt among the soldiers that the opposing force might not be directly sanctioned by the court. Once this possibility was considered, it reduced the likelihood of mutiny and surrender within the ranks. Ray, watching Fern from afar, nodded approvingly. "General Yin, the court's documents still need time to reach Ijo. Why don't you station your troops outside the city and wait? When the documents arrive, if we do not have the court's orders, you can punish us as rebels. If we indeed have the court's authorization, waiting a few days wouldn't mean engaging in combat with us and could prevent escalating the situation." Agreed. Since General Zhang proposed such a reasonable suggestion, I, Fern, will station my troops 20 miles outside the city, but General must give me a deadline. But caution never hurts. Perhaps he still harbors ulterior motives. However, it doesn't hurt to use him. This move back to Ijo isn't beyond protocol. This person can be used. Darien grew happier the more he looked at the map. I feel the same way. So I agreed to the 3-day truce. During these 3 days, Asher may persuade the southern barbarians. Also, within 3 days, the court's documents should reach Chengdu. Whichever of these two scenarios comes to pass, it will resolve the current crisis. Darien patted Ray on the shoulder. Indeed, though my talents do not match Asher's, I understand the urgency. General Keenan, keep this between you and me. Don't let my impulsive third brother know. I've already arranged for him to repair the military camp south of the city. He won't be back within 3 days. For these 3 days, let's wait quietly for news from the Emperor and Asher. Rest assured, Uncle, I will guard the eastern part of the city diligently. Ray bowed and left immediately. At the same time, the court became aware of the unusual movements of Todd's army. As Fern's army withdrew, Todd intended to follow but dared not mobilize large forces due to the presence of the Emperor's personal troops. He sent reconnaissance riders instead to investigate the internal situation in Ijo. Regarding Nicholas's guilt and the court's appointment of new officials in Ijo, the documents were dispatched from the office of the Secretariat several days ago. The issue now was one of timing. In Hanzhong, Todd stared worriedly at the map of Ijo. Ascari slowly entered the mansion and greeted with a bow. "What troubles you, Governor?" Seeing Ascari, Todd grabbed his wrist. "Ah, Mr. Jia, finally you're here. Now is the perfect time to march our army into Chengdu, but unfortunately, the Emperor's personal troops are holding the rear, making it difficult to mobilize the army. Isn't this like watching a piece of fatty meat, smelling its aroma but unable to taste it?" Ascari chuckled. "Governor, don't worry. To achieve your goal, the key is not in the size of the army but in Fern." Chapter 432. Ed awakens. Ascari gives further advice. Within the Atabayoki region, as soon as Leilani entered the encampment, she caught the scent of alcohol in the air. Without much thought, it was clear that Ed had returned to the main camp and started drinking and reveling with his men. Leilani did not hesitate. She led her guards and maidservants straight to where Ed was, kicking over a wine jar upon arrival. Ed, recognizing his wife, immediately suppressed his anger. "Madam, since you're here, why don't you join us?" Ed asked, forcing a smile and offering her a bowl of wine. Leilani lifted the bowl and splashed the cold wine right into Ed's face. "Everyone out." Leilani sternly ordered after glancing at Jean Huan Sanjia and the others. Without waiting for Ed's permission, they hurriedly left. "What do you mean by this, madam?" Ed asked, puzzled. "Why ask me, my lord? Why didn't you defeat these 30,000 Han soldiers is uncertain. If the Emperor truly sends elite forces, how can we resist?" Ed opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Leilani. "If we fight against the Han army, not only will our chances of victory be slim, but we will also lose the support of the Han Emperor. That envoy has already made it clear. As long as we cooperate with the trusted officials of Ijo, the trade between our people and the Han can be supervised without interference. Then my lord could become an official in the Han court. If those officials act unjustly, my lord can impeach them. A Han official title is just a name," Ed responded hesitantly. "Yes, initially it's a title, but if we learn their methods and secure this position firmly, not only can you gain fame, but we can genuinely seek benefits for our people. Our customs haven't helped us surpass the Han in any way. Instead of letting the gap widen, why don't we start making efforts from our generation to strengthen ourselves? Learn everything the Han know. Perhaps one day our people can dominate the Central Plains too." Leilani's passionate speech stirred up fervor in Ed. "Is what madam says true?" "Certainly. The Han Emperor possesses advanced military equipment, agricultural techniques, and land reclamation methods unheard of before. If our young people learn these things, our population can grow, becoming a significant force within the Han territory. Then, my lord will have the power to negotiate rewards from the Han Emperor." After speaking, she massaged Ed's shoulders. He has stationed his troops 20 miles outside Chengdu, awaiting the Han army. He gave a 3-day deadline. This shows he doesn't trust the final imperial orders and is pressuring the prefecture governor to relinquish Hanzhong and ally with him. As a general, having such strategic thinking is quite rare. Since both Fern and Darien in Chengdu await imperial documents, and the fastest route is through Hanzhong, why not intercept these documents and provide Fern an opportunity to attack? Ascari suggested. Todd waved his hand. Sigh. He only has 50,000 men. With 30,000 defending Chengdu, can he really capture it? Governor, if we aim for Chengdu, why hold on to Hanzhong? While we attacked the southern barbarians' encampment, remember they were invited by Nicholas. After seizing Chengdu and allying with the southern barbarians, Governor can rely on Izhou for negotiations with the court. I've already contacted Mickey. If Governor captures Chengdu and Mickey attacks Milesjo, given the weakening of regional troops by the court, we can achieve success. Ascari respectfully bowed. Chapter 433. Before the imperial decree arrives, the southern barbarian army has already come. Todd, hearing this, stroked his goatee and pondered for a moment before saying, I fear the Emperor's own guards might march, but it didn't align with what his wife had expected. How should he respond? Seeing Ed silent, Hardy quickly continued, with General Yan's army outside Chengdu and Todd eyeing us from the rear, our Han army swiftly captured Chengdu. But maintaining the 3,000 garrison troops requires assistance from the king. Hearing this and confirming it in his heart, Ed wanted to put on airs and state his difficulties. Sir, you know, King, there's no need to elaborate. We understand the strain of marching your troops through the mountain paths back to the camp. The warriors are already exhausted. Asking you for further aid would be unreasonable. So, considering Lord Darien's understanding, he will seek support from the court, ensuring that dealing with Yen and Todd is not an issue, and he will govern Izhou as planned. Lord Darien also understands your current predicament, and will not hold any grudges for not sending reinforcements now. But, we Han often say it's easy to meet Yama, the king of hell, but hard to deal with minor devils. As the future governor of Izhou, Lord Darien will choose officials from the locals. He may understand your predicament, but the local elites might not. If issues arise between you and Lord Darien's officials, do you think Lord Darien will be able to resolve them? Hardy paused, letting Ed absorb the implications, while Leilani understood his deeper meaning immediately. Sir, if we provide military support now, will these scholars still alienate our people? She asked. These Han people have always had differences with us. Such goodwill alone might not change their views. 50,000 troops, and after falling into a trap earlier, he dared not mobilize the entire force. Hence, they negotiated terms. Hardy knew the reality of the southern barbarians. Requesting 30,000 troops was just enough to both impress Yen and leave enough defenders. The next morning, following the agreement, Ed and Hardy set off with 30,000 infantry toward Chengdu. However, Ed's army moved rather slowly, and Hardy did not hurry them. A day-long journey became 2. When the southern barbarian army approached Chengdu, they encountered Ray confronting Fern. General Zhang, the 3 days have passed. No imperial decree has arrived. What do you have to say? Fern asked loudly. General Yin, the court is far away. Documents take 7 or 8 days each way. Plus, Hanzhong, the fastest route to Izhou, is still controlled by rebels. Delays are common. If you worry about supplies, I can offer 2 days rations and request you wait 2 more days. Fern was contemplating asking for more provisions when a scout reported that a large southern barbarian force was approaching. General Zhang, let's leave other matters aside. If you wish me to believe you, how about we defeat the incoming southern have attacked your army. As Ray spoke, Hardy led Elvin and Ed to the middle where the 3 armies faced each other. General Fern, King Ed is here. If you trust me, please come over and talk, said Hardy. Seeing Hardy speak, Ray immediately spurred his horse forward, adding, please, General, come over for a discussion. Fern pondered the sequence of events carefully. Indeed, as Ray suggested, if the Nanjiao forces were aiming for Chengdu and him, they would already be in combat and not stationary. However, Fern could not understand how Hardy persuaded the Nanjiao, who had long-standing grievances with the Han, to assist them. With a doubtful mind, Fern led about 10 attendants and rode over. Stopping 30 paces apart, Fern asked, Attendant Secretary, how did you persuade the Nanjiao forces? Seeing his question, Hardy felt reassured and recounted his journey from Zacharian into Izhou in detail. After Hardy finished speaking, Ed looked at Fern angrily. You scoundrel, why did you collude with Todd to sneak attack my camp? If I hadn't retreated earlier, I might have been killed by both you and Todd. Fern replied to Ed, your Nanjiao have always had disputes with us Han, yet I did not launch an all-out attack on your camp. I merely feigned cooperation with Todd. If I truly wanted to attack you, wouldn't I know which mountain path you took? Zhao. Also, Uncle Gregory plans to resolve the issues between the 2 tribes during his tenure as the chief official of Izhou, fostering mutual benefits and support. From our Han perspective, though the Nanjiao tribe does have conflicts with us, they have guarded the borders for centuries. Even if they don't deserve praise, they certainly deserve recognition for their efforts. They are not like the nomadic tribes in the north. Look, Your Majesty, they are willing to accept Han culture, technology, and trade. In the end, haven't we been too narrow-minded, always treating them as outsiders, thus preventing them from truly feeling like one of us? Hardy's explanations made Fern nod slightly. I understand what you mean, Attendant Secretary. I am not unreasonable. I also know that beyond Nanjiao territory lies foreign lands. But now that the Nanjiao king has aided Uncle Gregory, if he asks for rewards later, won't the people of Shu keep giving in? Hearing this, Hardy glanced at Ed, who responded with confusion. What do you mean, sir? Your Majesty, now is the time to bridge the gap between our 2 tribes. When should we wait for a better opportunity? Ed nodded dumbly and declared loudly, General Yin, let's be honest. If the Han Prince only relied on Shu's elite talents, wouldn't the Nanjiao suffer bullying? So let's compromise. I, Ed, swear that I will not ask for rewards based on this. And you, His Majesty, would be criticized for sitting idly by watching the tigers fight. That truly would be an insult to the Emperor's grace. Ray also sighed. That's not right. The Imperial Edict should not take this long to arrive. Could it be that the forces in Hanzhong exerted all their efforts to intercept the edict? Hardy immediately asked Ray in a low voice. It's possible, but Ascari couldn't have predicted that you, Asher, would first solve the Nanyue problem before entering Ijo, could he? If Fern wants to wait outside the city for the edict, let him wait. Right now, we should let Ed enter the city and meet Lord Shu first. Hardy nodded upon hearing this. That noon, the Nanyue army encamped outside the city, while Ed followed Ray and Hardy into Chengdu's government office. When Darien saw Ed approaching, he immediately hurried forward to greet him. Uncle, this is the great king of Nanyue, Ed. Oh, passing by your camp earlier, I only got a glimpse of your wife, which gave me a peek into the great king's demeanor. Now that I see you, you are truly a mighty man. Darien held Ed's hand, showering him with compliments until Ed felt quite elated. Uncle, you are a royal relative, while I am merely a local chieftain. Here's my salute to you. With that said, Ed paid homage to Darien in the Nanyue style. Very good. It's a blessing for both our tribes to have someone like you leading the Nanyue. But there is one thing, great king. From now on, Darien's actions raised the status of the Nanyue by a notch, granting them a degree of autonomy even though major matters would still be managed by Ijo. However, Ed was thrilled to receive this nominal title. If future cooperation between the two tribes deepened, who knew? He might eventually solidify his throne. Seeing Ed's joy, Darien quickly served wine and dishes to celebrate with him. This feast further bound the Nanyue and Ijo closer together. Outside the city walls, Fern had been pondering ever since forming an alliance with Ed. The serving officer managed to peacefully subdue the Nanyue alongside a general and led 3,000 troops without spilling blood. What kind of talent did this require? Nicholas, despite being privately armed and risking great offenses, had governed Ijo for many years without fully subjugating the Nanyue. This made Fern reconsider the imperial reforms. While Fern was contemplating, a lieutenant reported, General, the imperial messenger, has arrived. So, what's the panic about? He died after entering the camp. Upon hearing this, even Fern could not contain his shock. What? How many arrived? Are they all dead? There was only one person, and his injuries were severe. It was remarkable that he managed to reach here. The lieutenant then ordered soldiers to bring up the messenger's body. The messenger was covered in dirt and blood. Back to the capital is proof enough to avoid Chris falling into the hands of villains and starting chaos in Ijo under his name. If you truly allied with Todd, how could you have no decisive outcome in months of standoff? If you had decided spontaneously to advance your career, why would you encamp outside the city waiting for the imperial edict? Darien's explanation struck right at Fern's core. Alas, I advised the old governor against Todd, Ascari, and Jorge. They are disruptive individuals who cannot remain in Ijo for long. But advice often falls on deaf ears, resulting in such turmoil in Ijo. Now that Todd has grown powerful, if it weren't for the timely actions of the court and uncle, Chengdu might already belong to Todd. Yes, if these two really fought, what use would my 10,000 troops be? Fear that in the end, it would bring the king the accusation of watching tigers fight from the mountainside. That would truly tarnish His Majesty's grace. Ray also sighed. That's not right. The imperial edict should not be so delayed. Could it be that Hanzhong intercepted it with all their might? Hardy immediately asked Ray in a low voice. It's possible, but Ascari could never have predicted that you, Asher, would first solve the southern barbarian problem before entering Ijo, right? Let Fern wait outside the city for the document. Let him wait. At this point can be kings. Isn't this too much of a burden for Uncle? No problem, Ed. Since we are of similar age, let me call you brother. Originally, your southern barbarians were governed autonomously by you. Once the document arrives, let's formalize this autonomy. Transform the Yongchang, Ijo, Qianwei, and Zanka prefectures into the vassal kingdom of the southern barbarians. Thus, you, as king, will be acknowledged by the Han dynasty as a fraternal monarch. Of course, apart from being a vassal state, everything the previous secretary mentioned about assistance will continue. If any other country harasses your border, I, as the head official of Ijo, will not sit idly by. I believe that if we start with such an agreement, the relationship between our two peoples will elevate even further. Darien's words excited not only Ed but also Elvin. In truth, the southern barbarians had always harbored mistrust towards the Han people because they felt belittled. Darien's actions raised the status of the southern barbarians, granting them some autonomy despite needing Ijo's administration for significant matters. Though this was only a nominal title, Ed was thrilled. If cooperation between the two tribes deepened in the future, he might solidify his position as king. Seeing Ed's joy, Darien immediately took advantage of the situation, offering wine and dishes, engaging in a joyful feast with it. Convoy included guards to prevent an ambush by Todd. However, they were ambushed in Hanzhong. Except for this lone messenger who delivered the document in his final moments, the rest perished on the road. After reading the letter, Fern lamented, "Give this loyal and dedicated messenger a proper burial. Commander, quickly bind me with branches of thorns. Take Prince Chris and the imperial document to Chengdu immediately." For better fluency and accuracy in English, Jing branches is better translated as branches of thorns. The term Jing, specifically refers to a type of thorny bush, and translating it this way provides clearer imagery and meaning in English. General? The lieutenant was stunned. Do it as ordered, word for word. Fern was slightly angry. Shortly after, Ray received notification and led Fern and Chris, both carrying Jing to ask for punishment, into Chengdu. Note, Jing means thorny branches, which is a symbolic gesture of apology or punishment in ancient China. To make the translation more fluent and understandable, it could be interpreted as carrying thorny branches to ask for punishment. So the better translation would be, shortly after, Ray received notification and led Fern and Chris, both carrying thorny branches to ask for punishment, into Chengdu. Upon seeing Fern, Darien quickly ran over, personally unbinding him. Without waiting for Fern to speak, Darien said, I know General Yan's heart. Rest assured, I will report this matter to the Imperial Court myself. Not only is the general innocent, but he also contributed to Izhou. Hearing this, Fern was taken aback. How does Uncle know of me? Well, no more talk. You didn't kill the prince. You simply intended to send him and the old governor back to the capital, to avoid the prince falling into the hands of bandits and raising an army in Izhou. If you had truly allied with Todd, why would there have been no results after months of confrontation? If you had suddenly decided to seek advancement, why would you wait outside the city for the imperial document? Darien's explanations hit Fern right in the heart. Alas, I once advised the old governor that Todd is unreliable, and Ascari and Pedro are troublemakers. Why keep them in Izhou? Unfortunately, my words fell on deaf ears, leading to such chaos in Izhou. At this moment, Todd has grown powerful. If not for the timely intervention of the Imperial Court and Uncle, Chengdu might already belong to Todd. Chapter 436. Fern reveals the truth, and Darien receives a title. Our people from Shu have never been given important roles, whether they are scholars or warriors. None of us have been accepted by the Central Plains. If we end up in a situation where rebels hold power, it's likely that the people of Shu will never be able to hold their heads high again, Fern said, shaking his head quietly. Darien immediately responded, General Yan, I've heard what you're saying from Bram and Walt. Originally, General Zhang intended to bring them back to the capital for duty, but I still wish to keep both generals here in Chengdu to help govern Izhou with us. Having said this, Darien helped Fern up. At this moment, Fern felt the strongest invitation and pull from Darien. Not being overly reserved, he immediately addressed everyone. I have come here because I have already received official documents from the court. The messenger was intercepted and ambushed by Todd on the way, barely managing to reach our camp after enduring much hardship. When he finally arrived at our camp, he was on his last breath. Fortunately, he left a blood-written letter and safeguarded the imperial document. With that, Fern held up both letters and respectfully presented them to Darien. Without hesitation, Darien took the blood letter and read it carefully. Todd's act of sending troops to intercept the imperial messenger is a capital offense. Furthermore, to create obstacles during our internal turmoil in Izhou, it is truly despicable. This action, as observed by the three Shu generals, could not help but inspire great respect for him. With just this simple gesture, any lingering unpleasantness between them was dispelled. After reading the blood letter, Darien respectfully greeted Hardy, Minister Sherlang, persuading the southern barbarians and providing our Han army with military equipment. Your efforts along the way have been immense. Now it is appropriate to read the court's edict. Please announce the imperial decree on our behalf. Hardy did not refuse, knowing he was the only civil officer present. He picked up the document, broke the wax seal, cleared his throat, and declared loudly, by the Emperor's decree, Uncle Darien, since entering Izhou, has worked tirelessly to promote mutual benefits between the two tribes. However, the former governor Nicholas committed many injustices, leading to the decline of Izhou. If it were not for Uncle, Izhou would have fallen into chaos. Therefore, the Emperor appoints Uncle Darien as the Marquis of Shu, to oversee all matters within Izhou, abolishing the post of governor from now on. May Uncle extend benevolent governance to the people of Izhou. This is the Emperor's decree. Upon hearing the edict, Darien immediately thanked the Emperor. However, both Darien and Hardy had some unresolved questions about the decree. The title of Marquis was simple, but the abolition of the governor position without specifying if the Marquis title was hereditary puzzled Darien. Additionally, being only the Marquis of Shu, how could he command all of Izhou? Interrupting Darien's thoughts, Fern immediately spoke up, My lord, the most pressing issue in Izhou now is quelling Todd's rebellion. Todd relies on his mother's influence and lacks administrative skills, but he excels in inciting the populace. Currently, most of Hanzhong is controlled by his misled civilians. If my lord can eliminate the ringleaders, these wandering people might become beneficial to Izhou. Fern's words enlightened Darien. The unspoken message in the Emperor's edict must concern Todd and Hanzhong. If Darien could crush Todd's faction as the Marquis of Shu, who in Izhou wouldn't submit to him? Reflecting on this, Darien reminded himself to think from the perspective of the Marquis of Shu going forward. He asked Fern, how many troops does Todd command? Reporting to my lord, Todd has rallied 10,000 bandits in Hanzhong. These bandits are not formal soldiers and may still be persuaded. However, the Nani camps in Jianwei have been severely damaged. We should prioritize dispatching craftsmen and soldiers from the city, along with the minister, to rebuild homes for the people of Jianwei. This task shall be entrusted to General Fern and Minister Sherlang, Darien said. Fern paused briefly before accepting the order. Darien continued, please ask General Ray to send reinforcements from the court to block Todd's escape route from Izhou, and report the details of our agreements with the southern barbarians and Ed's contributions. Your order will be followed. Within Ed. However, this scene evoked different feelings in Fern. He realized that the current village layout seemed outdated. Given the reconstruction opportunity, why not redesign it according to the county town model, dividing it into surrounding farms? Considering this, Fern unfolded a map of the county and proposed, Minister Sherlang, we all know of your construction expertise. I suggest we focus on rebuilding around the county town, supplemented by farms, forests, and other facilities. Although this requires more effort than restoring the original villages, it ensures a long-term solution. Chapter 437. Asher proposes a plan. The court sends assistance. Fern's words were clear, but they stirred up Ed's anger. What? The people here are mainly from my southern barbarian tribes. If we follow your Han system, how can my people get used to living in it? Besides, this place originally had villages only in governance centers, with settlements scattered in encampments. Rather than putting in effort to build proper villages, we should restore the original appearance. Upon hearing Ed's remarks, Fern did not lose his temper as Ed did. Instead, he spoke calmly, King Ed, please hear me out. Your intention in building these encampments is to find a place free from miasma and pests where you can settle and thrive. At present, the miasma and pests in Janwei County are not too severe. Instead of rigidly following old customs to build encampments, why not transform Janwei County into a half-village, half-encampment setup? Please observe, the northern part of Janwei County has sparse forests and low mountains, while the southern part has dense forests and high mountains. Dividing by north and south would create a perfect balance of villages and encampments. Seeing Fern's calm demeanor and reasonable arguments, Ed suppressed his anger and responded seriously. I'm not opposed to building villages. I'm just concerned that the southern barbarians who return might not adapt to such changes in the short term. My people don't know agriculture, and the farming season has passed. Putting in such effort now might deplete the treasury without much benefit. Ed made his stance clear. If it could be restored, the southern barbarians would remember the kindness of the Han people. But if it involved changing the existing structure, it might prove counterproductive. Fern understood the underlying meaning of Ed's words and nodded slightly. Asher, seeing their discussion reach an impasse, immediately spoke up. Do either of you have other ideas about the development of this region? I mean, since we are here to assist the local people in rebuilding their homes, let's do it thoroughly. Let's handle all the difficulties faced by the locals. After Asher finished speaking, Ed promptly replied, Frankly, Secretary General, the majority of the people here are from my southern barbarian tribes. Our biggest issue is trade with the outside world. Compared to Yongchang and Zonka counties, the trade in Janwei County is relatively better, but due to interference from previous governors and the challenging roads, trade here hasn't improved much. Upon hearing this, Asher nodded and asked, What does His Majesty believe is the main reason for the poor trade conditions? Ed thought carefully and answered, First, the roads are difficult to travel. Second, there are few in my tribe who understand Han language. Doing business requires interacting with the Han, and not being proficient in Han language leads to distrust and even suspicion of the goods themselves. Lastly, our goods are mostly unique to this area, lacking fame and not necessarily useful to the Han who have different customs. After Ed expressed his concerns, Asher waved his hand and said, All issues except for the road problem can be addressed. Imagine, as our two peoples increase interaction, more members of your tribe will become proficient in the Han language, or even Han people may choose to stay, marry, and live within your community. These customs are merely habitual differences. As interactions deepen, many Han and southern barbarians will migrate between each other, opening up new markets for southern barbarian goods. In essence, the rugged terrain and dense forests leading to frequent detours are the root causes of poor trade. Asher continued, based on Secretary General's suggestion, if we adopt General Yan's restoration methods, it might accelerate the learning of the Han language among my people and improve communication with the Han. Indeed, according to General Yan's plan, a half-village, half-encampment layout would preserve the unique ecology of the southern barbarians while accelerating Han migration. Moreover, it's not farming season right now. Once the tools and oxen arrive from Jingnan, skilled Han farmers can come to teach agriculture to the southern barbarian people. Asher nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Ed bowed respectfully to Fern. Forgive my earlier rashness. Please accept my apologies. No problem. We're both here for the people. Gentlemen, deciding how to restore villages and encampments comes second. What's crucial is connecting the villages and encampments within the county with roads suitable for carts to transport goods. If the roads in this county are properly built, this method can be extended to all southern barbarian regions. Goods that previously took 10 days to reach Chengdu would only need 3 to 5 days. Hearing this, Ed's eyes lit up. In usual trade, damaged goods during transportation accounted for a significant portion of the volume. His Majesty, don't get too excited yet. Building these roads is no small task. Cutting through mountains, continuously sending scouts to gather intelligence and share it with the province. With such strong support from the court, Jingnan opened its coffers to strengthen the alliance between the two peoples and repay the favor for dividing Jing province and letting each manage their own affairs. Apart from providing money and food, civilian labor was organized to assist in Janwei County's construction projects. With this massive assistance, 4 villages planned by Asher et al. In Janwei County were completed in 2 months. Meanwhile, Ed mobilized the southern barbarians to repair 2 encampments in the southern part of Janwei County within those 2 months. Hashtag Chapter 438. E-Province stabilized, the capital rejoices. Inside the capital, in the diligence hall, Emperor Briar could not hide his joy as he read dispatches reporting victories from E-Province. Congratulations, Your Majesty. E-Province is now largely stabilized. The Imperial Uncle, Lord of Shu, has decided to focus on restoring the lives of the common people and cooperating with minority ethnic groups. It seems there won't be any war for some time. To come up with such a plan, it's clear that Lord of Shu must have thoroughly investigated Todd's faction, Elliot said, bowing respectfully. Yes, since the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Lord of Shu has dealt with various rebel forces. He naturally has ways to handle them. I'm also pleased. I originally thought he would certainly engage Todd after receiving his title. His approach was indeed unexpected. Briar smiled slightly. This comment brought laughter to the assembly. After laughing, Fiki responded, Your Majesty's concerns are well-founded. However, there is merit to advancing our next steps. With the country now stable, the Han dynasty is rejuvenated. Your Majesty should lead the ministers in ancestral rites to inform the spirits and console the souls of our ancestors. This will also let the people know that the turbulent times are ending and a period of rest and recuperation is beginning. If the people unite, remnants desiring chaos would hardly be able to stir any trouble. While this is reasonable, performing the rites now without a specific holiday would incur unnecessary expenses. How about we wait until after the new year? Briar's suggestion was met with agreement from the ministers. If Your Majesty agrees, the Secretariat will work with the Ministry of Rites to arrange the ceremony after the new year, Fiki said, bowing again. By midday, most officials had departed, leaving only Briar's closest confidants. Mario, Gordon, E-Province is now settled. My royal guards only need to assist the Lord of Shu in keeping watch on Todd's rear. Therefore, I am quite concerned about Miles Zhou. Given Jude's abilities, he shouldn't be having difficulty securing the entire province, right? Briar asked, walking up to the two men. Your Majesty, initially, there wasn't much resistance in Miles Zhou, but Mickey and Shochuan kept making moves, trying to take a share of Miles Zhou. This required Jude to fortify defenses around Shochuan to watch over Mickey. Meanwhile, local warlords in Jianshu advanced north through Zhejiangji, almost encircling Jude together with Mickey. However, Jude skillfully cut off their supply lines, foiling the encirclement, Aloysius explained. Briar nodded, understanding Jude's difficulties. Malesu's vast territory poses a challenge for his limited troops. Indeed, why not let Ryder lead our navy to assist? Aloysius suggested, looking at Fiki. Fiki replied, Your Majesty, General Zhou did submit a request previously. However, given uncertainties in province, we deferred it. I believe the Lord of Shu will not wage war soon. Why don't we make preparations against Josh's Ebenezer early on? Your thoughts, Mario? Briar asked, crouching by the map on the floor. Pointing to Jianshu, Fiki continued, Jianshu, though distant from the Central Plains, remains part of the Han Empire. Since the late Emperor, it has been beyond the reach of central authority. With Hardy establishing ties with southern tribes and improving relations with Jingnan's local elites, rebuilding Jianwei demonstrates their influence. Jianshu neighbors Jingnan and Yinan. Helping Jude secure Miles Zhou would form a three-sided encirclement against Jianshu. Then, we can decide on actions accordingly. Aloysius added, once Miles Zhou is secured, we can establish workshops in Miles Zhou to research. See requires substantial funds, grain, and time. I will come of age this year, and if we can settle matters concerning the western regions now, perhaps by my 50th year, I might witness their unification. Does Gordon have any recommendations for candidates? Emperor Gil closed the document in his hands and asked, candidates do exist. There's someone who has been coming to see me every day about the western regions. Oh, someone dares to trouble you, the Minister of Military Affairs, Daly? Tell me more. Price, Kermit Manuel. Since the battle with Kit, Your Majesty only allowed Price to recuperate in the capital. In reality, his health has long recovered. He just hasn't found suitable military duties. Since Your Majesty wishes to take action in the western regions, Price is indeed the most appropriate choice, Aloysius said, bowing. The staff members of Price's office are intact, and I trust him for his capabilities. I still wish to add one more person to handle affairs in the western regions. After all, the western regions are thousands of miles away. If every matter requires decisions made in the capital, it would be too cumbersome. Hearing this, Aloysius's eyes gleamed as he immediately responded. Is the person Your Majesty mentioned the King of Bohai? Exactly. My younger brother has studied at the Ministry of Rites under Jagran Lao. Also, a few months spent playing with my grandchildren at home have been peaceful but somewhat lonely. Indeed, I've heard that your sons rank top in their studies at the academy, promising pillars of support for our court in the future. At present, peace prevails within our great Han, and conflicts have ceased. It's a pity that such talent like General Kermit has no place to apply his skills. But there is an advantage. General Kermit excels both in civil and military matters, which allows you to nurture the next generation of the Kermit family, serving the Empire well. Do not hesitate. This tea and snacks are specially prepared for you, Gil said, picking up his teacup and sipping. They did not refuse, drinking tea and eating a snack. Just as they finished, someone served fruits imported from the western regions. Upon seeing the fruit, Price immediately understood Gil's intention. Your Majesty, although these grapes are excellent, relying solely on tributes from the western regions is not ideal. If Your Majesty approves, I am willing to lead an army to reclaim authority over the western regions for our great Han. Gil was pleased that Price had taken the initiative to mention this matter. General Kermit truly has a heart for the country. As you say, the western regions are indeed a valuable territory for our great Han. But managing it like before with just a protectorate would not solve the issues of the local states and would stretch the court's resources thin. You know that many ministers in the court have always doubted the feasibility of dealing with the western regions, especially during the new reforms. There's a shortage of capable officials, and I cannot spare talent for governing the western regions. But meeting you today, I have an idea. If we divide the territories near our great Han into vassal states, it wouldn't require much interference from the court, stabilize peace in the western regions, and benefit the people of our great Han. Hearing this, Price glanced at the King of Bohai beside him, understanding Gil's intent. Your Majesty, historically, our great Han does not bestow kingship upon non-relatives. But I believe the King of Bohai is astute and capable, having learned the new policies from Jagran Lao. If I lead another strong army to conquer territories in the western regions for the King of Bohai, it could exemplify the majesty of our great Han. Price immediately bowed. This suggestion caught Ian off guard. He originally thought that being assigned to the capital was already immense favor from Gil. Thus, whether in dealing with people or handling tasks for the Ministry of Rites, he was meticulous, never daring to show any negligence. Never did he expect such a great opportunity today. King of Bohai, what is your opinion? Are you willing to become a border king for me? Gil slowly approached Ian's side and asked. Ian bowed deeply. Your Majesty, your humble servant is willing to go, but I fear my lack of ability might delay your grand residence. Familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible. Regarding the remaining matters, I will discuss them with General Kermit. There is still some time before the Western expedition. You should continue serving in the Ministry of Rites under Jagran Lao. Upon hearing these words, Ian immediately bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. This minister takes his leave. After Ian left the changing hall, Gil gazed at his retreating figure and asked, General Kermit, what do you think of my brother? Price stood up and saluted. King of Bohai is indeed wise and capable. However, compared to His Majesty, he falls short in martial prowess and strategy. But he is still a remarkable talent among men. Haha, I'll take that as a compliment. My younger brother has been intelligent since childhood, but his nature is not yet fully established. After the incident with Kit, he has grown significantly but is still not ready to be a border king of our Han dynasty. General Kermit should still guide him more. The western regions are filled with merchants who are eloquent and persuasive. With King of Bohai's benevolent nature, don't let him be deceived. After Gil finished speaking, he turned to Hayward and said, "Go to Cordelia Jean's palace and bring Karen here." "Your subject complies," Hayward replied immediately and left. Price was pondering over Gil's words about preventing King of Bohai from being deceived. "Your Majesty," this out and began recounting her story to Price. Once she finished, Price turned to Gil, "Your Majesty, Wusun is indeed quite far from our Han dynasty. If we launch a direct offensive against Wusun, I have confidence in winning, but it will cost much money and grain. In my view, we need to proceed cautiously. The nearest country outside Liangzhou is Shanxiang. Expanding step by step westward is better than conquering a far-off piece of land." Gil nodded after listening to Price. "I will carefully consider General Kermit's suggestion. For now, I thank you, my loyal servant. You know that since the new policies were implemented, I have reduced our military forces. In the future, our army should prioritize quality over quantity. The Western expedition is a major affair. Although it still needs time, I want you to start training the troops now. So please speak frankly, how many troops do you need? I will discuss with the Secretariat." Price thought for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, if we directly attack Wusun, I need 20,000 elite cavalry. The countries in the western regions are built on oases, but the paths lie through deserts. To establish dominance there, we need highly mobile cavalry and many experienced guides. But if your Majesty allows gradual expansion, I only need 5,000 elite cavalry." Gil nodded after. "Moreover, the western regions are plagued by conflicts. It's better for us to settle disputes decisively." Karen nodded in understanding. This humble girl represents Wusun and wishes to submit first. "Haha, no need. I focus on practical benefits, not empty words. You heard my general strategy of gradual expansion. Wusun will likely be placed last. Hope you assist my general without complaints or private motives. My general once defended a besieged city for 3 months without supplies. Don't entertain false hopes." The word jiaoxing is best translated as false hopes or jiaoxing xinli as jiaoxing attitude in this context to maintain fluency and naturalness in English. "I do admire the horses of Wusun, but desire aside, I'm not as impatient as my ancestors." Gil's words were very explicit, and Karen understood the underlying message. "Please rest assured, Emperor. This humble girl knows her place." Gil looked deeply into her eyes. "Prepare yourself. The Jean family's caravan will return to the capital in 2 months. When it departs again, you will accompany them." Chapter 441. Price appointed as Grand Commandant, Secretarial request for marriage alliance. "I understand. Wait a moment." Gil saw her perform the ritual of bowing and retreating and immediately said, "You are an intelligent woman. My brother is young but is at his prime. I want him to become the king of Han's tributary states in the western regions. Since he will be a king, and you are the princess of Wusun, then you should know that if anything, this Gil often slept in the diligence hall at night and rarely went to the harem." Lady Jean, seeing how despondent Tilda was, guessed what had happened. Does His Majesty refuse to launch a western expedition, or does he refuse you? Originally, Lady Jean cared deeply that the man she loved had many women. However, after frequent visits from her sister who told her stories about high-ranking officials' wives and ordinary families' daughters, she changed her mind. No matter how much Gil favored them, teaching them knowledge and involving them in military and political matters, they still couldn't escape the limitations of their era. His Majesty has already tasked General Price with handling affairs in the western regions, and he will have Bohai Harvey establish Han's tributary state there. But His Majesty also reminded me not to have any thoughts about the royal Liu family. Hearing this, Lady Jean chuckled. How wonderful. His Majesty is protecting you. If you were to involve yourself with His Majesty or Bohai Harvey, let's not talk about those scholars for now. If you bear children, once Han faces issues with the succession, you'll be dragged into the turmoil. That could lead to the destruction of your country. From a woman's perspective, Lady Jean used direct words to console Tilda. Jean Gidge, I understand your meaning, but I truly feel that His Majesty is the mightiest man under heaven. Which woman wouldn't want to marry the hero she admires? Leaving the conversation between the two ladies aside, after returning home, Price immediately gathered his generals and briefly explained the upcoming western expedition. The generals immediately became excited. Excellent, elder brother. We thought His Majesty had forgotten us. The recent war reports are all good news about Lord Darien. It makes us envious. Henrik immediately exclaimed joyfully. Unlike Henrik, Isaiah asked, Brother, His Majesty has been reducing troops in various regions. Even if the western campaign is for the future, it requires a considerable amount of resources. How many men did His Majesty approve? And where are these troops from? Price replied somewhat embarrassedly. I promised His Majesty only 5,000 men, all selected from Liangzhou, half Chang people, half Han people. What? 5,000 men? Ahmed's mouth opened wide in disbelief. Brother, the countries in the western regions aren't tofu. Even the smallest nation has more than 5,000 soldiers, right? Price immediately reassured him. Miao Tsai, don't say that. The strategy one proposed is to gradually devour them one by one, sustaining the campaign with local resources. At first, we'll only have 5,000 troops, but we can rely on Governor Ma's forces in Liangzhou to capture places like Shanshan, which isn't difficult. Isaiah calmed the brothers and asked, Brother, did His Majesty grant you the authority of Grand Commandant, or promise to bestow a marquis title? Price replied, This expedition to the western regions is not just a military campaign. We will be accompanied by Bohai Harvey. His Majesty plans to establish a tributary state of Han in the western regions. At that time, Bohai Harvey's title will change. According to Han ancestral rules, foreign territories cannot have kings other than Han, so the western regions do not count as Han's direct jurisdiction. So, Bohai Harvey can be granted a title of nobility. For our Kermit family, receiving titles through military exploits shouldn't be difficult. Isaiah immediately understood. So to speak, agreeing isn't a bad deal. His Majesty did not give Bohai Harvey military power, making him dependent on brother. Under this favor, Bohai Harvey will certainly remember the Kermit family's kindness. Although the western regions are far from the central plains, being a marquis or king there is better than idling in the capital, isn't it? Zixiao's words are wise. This is exactly what I think. Only my sons cannot all go. Dimitri goes without saying. Pai has also followed us since childhood. As for Landon and Ianto, they are still young. Or sons. The first two have already joined his headquarters and will follow him into battle. The remaining two, Landon has considerable literary talent, while Ianto exudes a natural intelligence from a young age. They are both excellent students for learning literature. It might not be ideal to place such promising students in the Imperial Academy without the guidance of their elders. Fiki immediately responded, bowing. Your Majesty, if there's concern about the lack of elder mentorship, why not entrust these two boys to the care of Grand Tutor Randall and Grand Tutor Oren? These two Grand Tutors have always been close friends with General Kermit, and they are also excellent mentors for nurturing talents. As Grand Tutors, they won't diminish your Majesty's favor toward General Kermit either, he added. Emperor Gil nodded in agreement. As loyal supporters of imperial authority, Oren and Randall were important ministers from the previous dynasty but could still serve effectively in this one. However, compared to the power behind other consorts, these two were slightly weaker. By having these three families support each other since he had decided to have Price lead the Western campaign, it would help balance the power dynamics. Mario's advice always resolves my difficulties. Let's proceed with this plan. Draft a letter to inform Price, and have him bring the two boys to the palace tomorrow to meet the two Grand Tutors. I obey your Majesty's command, Fiki and Brotherhood. Hearing this, Price was moved to tears, realizing that Gil's arrangement was far more generous than just providing teachers at the academy. It elevated his sons to become part of the elite future officials. Well, since I have invited the tutors, let the two Grand Tutors select their disciples. Gil waved his hand, and Randall and Oren looked at each other before standing before the two children. One boy appeared shy, the other composed. Randall approached the composed child and asked, "What is your name?" "I'm Ianto. Father often praises me for my intelligence," the boy replied. "Ianto, don't be impolite." Price immediately reprimanded him. "Do not scare the child. To be calm and composed at such a young age is indeed commendable," Randall replied, clearly pleased. "This reflects the rigorous upbringing in your household." Randall stroked his beard, evidently satisfied with Ianto. Price promptly told Ianto, "Hurry, pay respects to your teacher." Without hesitation, Ianto bowed deeply, saying, "Ianto greets his teacher." "Teacher," the sage said, "one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Will you treat me well, teacher?" This question surprised everyone present. Randall smiled warmly, leaning on his cane. "What you say is true. Since I am your teacher, I will certainly ensure your well-being." "Which great scholar did His Majesty appoint for our brothers?" asked Dimitri as the eldest. "He didn't appoint just one. Based on the differences between the two boys, he appointed two Grand Tutors," replied Price. Both Dimitri and Bowie were taken aback. Two Grand Tutors? Julian emerged from inside upon hearing this. Price recounted the events at the Hall of Diligent Government to his wife and sons. "His Majesty has bestowed such immense grace upon our family. We owe him everything," Dimitri bowed. "Brother, I see it differently," said Bowie, looking at his father. End of chapter 442. Chapter 443. Matters settled for the Kermit family. Todd contemplates surrender. "Oh, what do you think, Pi?" Price turned his gaze towards Bowie upon hearing this. "Your Majesty's deeper intentions should be to bind our Kermit family with the William and Ace families. Observing the ladies in your Majesty's palace, ever since he elevated the Jean clan, the influence of the William and Ace families has seemed somewhat insufficient. Our Kermit family is a martial family capable of leading troops. If we can connect with these two imperial consorts' fathers, then Cordelia William and consort Ace's positions in the palace will be much more secure." Price listened to Bowie without interrupting him, though his brows gradually furrowed. Furthermore, if our Kermit family truly expands territory in the western regions, the two younger brothers would be the best choices to counterbalance father. One day, when the two younger brothers hold high positions in court, while father receives titles on the frontier, His Majesty could use the brothers to control father. "Blasphemy!" Price slapped the table forcefully, frightening Bowie into silence. "Who taught you such malicious thoughts? Ong, as the elder brother, you seldom discipline your younger sibling properly, allowing him to speak such rebellious words? This is the capital city, under the Emperor's watchful eye." Seeing this, Dimitri immediately pulled Bowie down to kneel and said, "Father, please calm down. Father, I feel what I said was correct. Why are you so angry?" Price glanced at Bowie and replied, "Correct? I ask you, does the Emperor appoint these tutors to your brothers out of grace? If the Emperor casually assigned teachers to your brothers, could I dare act recklessly in the western regions?" Price's simple questions left Bowie speechless. In reality, Price knew that Bowie's thoughts were not entirely wrong, but only the Emperor should ponder such matters. As a minister, one must never entertain such thoughts. Moreover, Price saw that his son dared to discuss the Emperor's intention. Dimitri patted Bowie's shoulder and added. Meanwhile, in Price's study, Julianne served him a cup of tea and said, "You're about to embark on your journey to the western regions. Ong and Pai grew up practicing martial arts beside you. I don't want to face Pai's resentment every day after you leave. You must take Pai with you." Price looked at her deeply and replied, "Isn't this because of your indulgence? With some skill, he dares to criticize the Emperor. How can this continue?" Julianne immediately answered, "Then you must take him along. Once you leave, without anyone restraining him, he could endanger both himself and his two younger brothers." Price sighed and said, "Among my four sons, Pai concerns me the most. He's not lacking in ability or thoughtfulness, but he always shows too much emotion. For our Kermit family to receive titles, how can I trust him with important tasks?" Julian rolled her eyes and replied, "They're all your sons. Our Han dynasty has always had the eldest son succeed. With Ong here, I'm not worried about Pai acting rashly. Rather, you should contemplate the Emperor's deeper intentions behind this unprecedented move to hire tutors for officials' children." Pai's words, while biased, aren't entirely off. Price sighed softly. The Emperor naturally has his reasons, which I understand. The western regions have long been planned by the Emperor and but just as swift to dissipate. With the court's new policies penetrating various regions, peasants no longer needed to worry about farming. The immigration policy also caused Todd's troops to steadily diminish. Under these circumstances, Todd, along with Ascari and others, decided to abandon Hanzhong and fully focus on capturing Chengdu. Despite days of discussion, they couldn't devise an effective plan, making Todd consider surrendering to Han for the first time. Chapter 444. Todd hastily dispatches troops. Imperial Guard attacks Hanzhong. 1 month later, the capital received military reports from the 2 Imperial Guard units stationed at the Hanzhong border. It seems that Todd couldn't hold back after all. Good, Shu Marquis is well prepared. This time we will take them down and settle this matter once and for all. Gil smiled gently and said, "Your Majesty's concern, could it still be over Ascari?" Aloysius immediately chimed in. "Ascari has been through many twists and turns, opposing your Majesty multiple times. If we can capture him this time, how would you handle him?" Gil closed the document in his hand and asked in puzzlement, "Handle? Why should there be handling? Although Ascari appears to maneuver between different forces to dismantle our Han army, but in fact, he often leads those he assists to expose their weaknesses at crucial moments. While his tactics are ruthless, they have Trice's troops westward. The Ministry of War has already sent a letter to Liangzhou. State Governor Kobe suggests that the expenses for these 5,000 troops be borne by Liangzhou temporarily. He also asked the Chancellery whether Liangzhou needs to assist, and to what extent." Fiki finished speaking, and Gil laughed heartily. "Oh, my brother-in-law can never stay idle. Is he asking how to proceed? Clearly, he's asking whether he can get a share of the future Western region's pie." Clifton Wanru, forward Kobe's petition to Price's residence and reply on behalf of the Chancellery that Liangzhou has both the duty to assist and supervise. As for specifics, let Kermit Manuel decide when he arrives. I understand. Moreover, the generals in Bingzhou have submitted retirement petitions twice within 3 months. How should we respond? Gil was taken aback. Twice within 3 months? Are Evander and Aiden submitting together? Yes, your Majesty. Haha, reject it. Wait until Todd is dealt with, then I'll properly rectify the situation in Bingzhou. Hearing this, Aloysius and Fiki bowed and exited the palace hall. Walking to the palace gate, Aloysius asked, "Why do you think these old generals keep asking for retirement?" "What else? When His Majesty cut the troops earlier, he kept up appearances but retained all the actual military power in the capital. They realized the discrepancy and want explanations. We only need to defend the city. What do you think, generals?" Upon hearing this, Brock stood up immediately. "Brother, mere bandits, nothing to fear. Give me 30,000 troops, and I'll ensure none return." Darien gave Brock a stern look. "In council, we use titles, not kinship terms. That disrupts proper decorum. General Yin is more knowledgeable about military affairs here than us. You should not speak before him." These words silenced Brock, but being unresentful, he resumed his seat without complaint. Fern immediately stood up. "Actually, what General Zhang said isn't wrong. Deploying our forces outside Chengdu to strike early can demoralize Todd's troops. Our greatest issue in the city isn't manpower, but grain supply. Before the council, I calculated with Secretary General, it can only sustain the troops for 2 months. Clearing the fields may exacerbate food shortages." Pleased that Fern didn't refute his suggestion, Brock cast a grateful look at him. Chapter 445. Brock attacks at the slopes of Hanzhong City. Upon hearing this, Darien immediately nodded and said, "I have already written to Carter informing him about our supply issues. Jingnan will fully support us. But sending supplies from Jingnan to Chengdu is a very winding journey that takes too long and results in significant loss. It seems that indeed, as General Yin mentioned, merely garrisoning the city may not be sufficient." Fern added, "I humbly request his lordship's permission to assign 10,000 troops to General Zhang. I am willing to serve as his deputy general and lead an ambush on the inevitable path Todd's army will take when attacking Chengdu. We can catch them off guard." Hearing this, Brock felt that Fern was sincere and easy to get along with. He started to rise in agreement, but was silenced by Darien's stern look. "Very well, we shall act as you suggest," Darien agreed. He then pulled out the military token from his waist. Though nominally Brock was the commander, Darien handed the token to Fern. "General Yin, my third brother, Brock, tends to be impulsive and fond of drinking. Please discipline him while he leads the troops outside the city." Fern immediately knelt, replying, "I will not let his lordship down. Besides launching counterattacks, we should also strengthen our defenses outside the city, dig more traps, so that the Emperor's Imperial Guard can capture Hanzhong faster once Todd's forces move closer to the city. As soon as Hanzhong falls, Todd will be caught like a rat in a bottle, unable to advance or retreat." "Good. This task will be entrusted to the Censor General." Darien arranged everything as best as he could, posting notices throughout the city under his title as Shu Lord, informing all the citizens about Todd's rebel invasion. Given his previous benevolent actions and good reputation among the people, the citizens were roused into action. They voluntarily formed militias and labor groups was inferior to regular troops, and their march was slow and unsteady. As Todd moved deeper into Shu, he felt increasingly uneasy. Looking at Ascari, he asked, "Mister, how long do you think the defenders in Hanzhong can hold?" Ascari stroked his beard and replied, "They might last 3 to 5 days before collapsing. 4 days have passed since we left Hanzhong. Has it already fallen?" Ascari looked at Todd as if addressing a fool. "Indeed, you must now head directly towards Chengdu and capture it to have any chance of revival." Darien effortlessly took over Fern's 50,000 troops. "Although our numbers and equipment are superior, If we fail to capture Chengdu within 10 days, we risk being attacked from both fronts, Todd worriedly explained. Lord Zhang need not worry. The pursuing forces can be left to General Jorge's troops, Ascari assured him. You need only focus on capturing Chengdu. Ascari smiled slightly, showing little concern for Todd's predicament. Consulting a map, he examined the marching route and occasionally glanced up at the mountain cliffs, nodding in approval. Seeing Ascari fall silent, Todd sighed and continued to issue orders for the advance. By the next morning, Todd's forces were less than half a day's march from Chengdu. In fact, Todd's willingness to use 10,000 rebels against Darian's 80,000 troops had some basis for success. Firstly, Todd couldn't delay any longer. With the new policy spreading, it was increasingly difficult to accumulate followers through the 5 pecks of rice cult. Secondly, though Darian had absorbed Fern's 50,000 troops, there was little cooperation between the 30,000 Han troops and Fern's forces, creating exploitable opportunities. If the two armies weren't familiar with each other, their combat effectiveness would decrease, affecting overall coordination. Lastly, the Imperial Guard hadn't retreated from the Hanzhong border, signaling the court's clear stance. Even if Todd surrendered, the court would treat him as a rebel leader and give him no mercy. Surrendering meant not just losing his position, but risking the extermination of his entire clan. These considerations led Todd to his bold decision. As for Ascari, his intentions mirrored those of Gil. He foresaw the reunification of the Han dynasty and aimed to swiftly eliminate ambitious yet incompetent warlords. With Todd heading towards Chengdu, Ascari saw this as his final stratagem. Regarding Jorge, originally a fickle servant of 3 lords, following Ascari's moves aimed to secure a favorable standing with the court. But Jorge failed to realize one crucial point. Ascari had the capability to do so due to his talents, while Jorge was merely a valiant general leading several 10,000s of troops. If Gil genuinely sought warriors from across the empire, there would be many who could match or even surpass Jorge. As Todd led the vanguard forward, Ascari suddenly reined in his horse and galloped back to the center of the army. Before Todd could ask what was happening, he heard a thunderous roar. "Hey, bandit general, taste my spear." Looking in the direction of the voice, Todd saw a dark-faced, bearded man wielding a long spear emerge from the woods, less than 100 paces away, leading 1,000 soldiers charging toward them. Not being a military general, Todd panicked, turning his horse to flee backward. Seeing their leader retreat, the vanguard soldiers followed suit, scattering and retreating chaotically. The vanguard squeezed the center, causing chaos. Before they could form a line, Brock charged into the midst of the army, wreaking havoc. Chapter 446, Jamal dies in battle, Brock claims the first merit. Todd unreservedly galloped away, only to hear Ascari's loud shouts when he reached the center of his army. "Han troops are ambushing us. Leonardo and Jamal, hurry and rescue our lord." This cry relieved Todd's suspicions about Ascari escaping before him, even making him feel a bit grateful. Leonardo and Jamal immediately led 100 personal followers towards Todd upon hearing the order. Seeing Todd had already fled to the central army, they did not comment. They exchanged a glance, then led their troops forward to face Brock. Ascari, seeing Todd was safe, quickly comforted him. "The terrain here is narrow, making it very easy to set an ambush. It was my oversight. Fortunately, the enemy force isn't large. With Leonardo and Jamal, we can repel them. However, the front army has already scattered, dampening our morale, so it's not suitable to continue marching." Before Ascari could finish, Todd quickly said, "After repelling the Han troops, let's regroup here. Where is General Jorge?" Upon finishing, Todd began looking around. General Jorge is leading the rear guard to prevent the Han troops from immediately pursuing after taking Hanzhong. Hearing this, Todd's anxiety eased somewhat. However, unexpected shouts from the steep sides announced more Han forces. General Fern stood on a hilltop, waving his flag. Instantly, countless arrows rained down on Todd's central army. Fortunately, Jamal's personal guards protected Ascari and Todd, ensuring their safety. Otherwise, the rain of arrows would have turned Todd and Ascari into corpses riddled with holes. Caught in the arrow storm and unable to advance or retreat, Todd's central army fell into complete chaos. Some soldiers, desperate to escape, even slashed at their own comrades blocking their way. Witnessing these scenes, Todd shuddered repeatedly, immediately considering withdrawing. How can we fight? Perhaps, we should retreat? Ascari glanced at him. "Lord, if we fight now, none of us will have a good end. Rather than wait to die, let's risk everything. Before the march, I arranged for the front and central armies to be mainly composed of irregulars, not our elite forces. There's no need for you to be discouraged." Comforted by Ascari, Todd gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Brock had engaged Leonardo and Jamal. Though Brock was rough, his martial arts were exceptional. Fighting 2 generals alone, he not only held his ground but grew fiercer as the battle continued. "Ho, you 2 traitorous generals, taste your Uncle Zhang's spear." Roaring, Brock swung his spear, parried Leonardo's spear thrust, then swiftly jabbed back at Jamal. Jamal never expected such swift and skillful moves from Brock. At the moment their horses passed each other, the 9-foot snake spear pierced through Jamal's shoulder blade. "Ah!" With a scream, Brock yanked out his spear, held it horizontally, and with great force, whipped it like a steel whip, knocking Jamal off his horse. Amidst the chaos on the battlefield, with his shoulder bone shattered and unable to hold weapons, Jamal's fall virtually marked his death. Subsequent cavalry surges trampled Jamal into mush without any further intervention. Seeing his brother so easily defeated by Brock, Leonardo immediately turned his horse, abandoning the fight, and led his guards away. As Brock was about to chase them, the sound of retreat drums echoed. He glanced at Fern on the hill, sighed, darkened his face, and reined in his troops. Back at camp, Brock found Fern. "Brother Yen, I've already felled 1 general. Seeing that cowardly commander, why did you suddenly order a retreat?" Fern replied, "General Zhang, during this ambush, I noticed something peculiar about Todd's army. If General Zhang were marching, where would the main force be placed?" Considering Fern's question, Brock responded, "For a long march, elites would likely be in the middle or rear. If expecting immediate combat, naturally they'd be in the front. Fern nodded. Exactly. During this ambush, Todd's front line showed no signs of forming an array, indicating they're not elites. The central army under my watch was also in disarray, unlikely to be elites. Therefore, Todd must have placed the elites in the rear. But this place is only half a day from Chengdu. Why would anyone put their elites in the rear? Fern asked again. Well, perhaps Todd is just incompetent. Brock's answer didn't satisfy Fern. Even if Todd is foolish, Ascari and Jorge are not. They wouldn't allow such recklessness. Evidently, placing elites in the rear must serve another purpose. Hence the order to withdraw. Fern explained, prompting Brock to nod hesitantly. I thought that General was weak, falling from his horse in just a few rounds. So there was another agenda. Fern smiled. General Zhang is astonishingly brave, defeating an enemy general in the first battle. You will surely claim the first merit. But since Todd knows we're here, lingering might not yield much advantage. I suggest we march 20 miles toward Chengdu, holding the key pass and observing what secrets lie in his rear. Brock waved his hand. I only handle battles. Big Brother said all other matters should follow Brother Yan's advice. Fern bowed. Since General agrees, let's move camp immediately. As dusk fell and news of the Han army's departure reached Todd, his anxious heart finally relaxed. I thought Jamal, such a valiant warrior, was hard to come by. Who knew a Han soldier could defeat him in just a dozen rounds? And facing two generals. Todd waved dismissively as soldiers carried Jamal's mutilated corpse. Jorge sneered. If they were better prepared, that black-faced man wouldn't stand a chance. At most, he took advantage of the situation. Seeing Jorge speak, Todd dared not contradict, only nodding helplessly. Now that the Han army has retreated, we won't worry about them attacking our camp tonight. It seems their intent is merely to delay our city attack. Ascari finished by pouring Todd a bowl of wine. Chapter 447. Todd's army attacks the city. Fern's army hides troops. So you're saying that even the Han army is afraid of us? Todd asked after finishing his drink. It seems so. Chengdu has just been through a battle and has also sent supplies to rebuild the civilian houses in Chenwei Commandery. Likely, the city is short on supplies, hence this assault. At this moment, we should conserve our strength and launch an attack at dawn tomorrow. Even if we can't take Chengdu, we only need to wait until they run out of food, Ascari concluded, prompting Todd to immediately ask, what about the Han army from behind? Lord, rest assured, leave the rear attack of the Han army to me, General Jorge, said Jorge reluctantly. Lord, with General Jorge at the rear, there will be no issues, another general added. The rear is safe, but what about the vanguard? Now that Jamal is dead, General Leonardo might struggle alone. Upon hearing this, Jorge's expression turned grim. He saluted and said, Carlton, Yarden, Hassan, Quinton. All four are under your command, Lord. The rear is for me alone. Todd was finally satisfied. He nodded in agreement. Ascari saw this and immediately left the tent with Jorge, citing military affairs. Sir, are you truly supporting such a fool? Jorge asked angrily. Mickey is now like a fish in a barrel, while Todd still stands a chance. As long as we can take Chengdu, why must the general be impatient? Ascari replied. Are you implying that after entering the city? Jorge's brows eased slightly, forming a knife-like gesture with his hand. This 5 bushels of rice sect cannot rally the people anymore. It's useless. Whether the general wants to eliminate them or not is up to you, Ascari replied firmly, holding down Jorge's hand. I see, sir, rest assured, the 20,000 troops given to me by Todd are already well trained. With the weapons built in Hanzhong, if Todd cannot capture Chengdu within 3 days, I'll replace him. I guarantee I will breach this city within 5 days. With that, Jorge bowed and mounted his horse, heading towards the rear. Ascari watched him depart, worry etched on his face. The next morning, under the leadership of Carlton, Yarden, Hassan, Quinton, and Leonardo, Todd's army formed their battle formation outside the city walls. The 5 generals took turns riding to the city gates, engaging in battle, but the defenders inside paid them no heed. Seeing no response from the city, the generals ordered the siege to begin. Despite the soldiers being mostly bandits, Todd had spared no expense on weaponry, secretly crafting them in Hanzhong. While these tools weren't as fine as those made by artisans in the capital, they were far superior to the hastily assembled equipment of Hardy. Inside the Shu prefecture office, Darien sighed upon hearing the clamor from the eastern side of the city. I didn't expect we would be the ones attacking a few days ago, and now we're attacked again. Hearing the sound, Todd's catapults seemed quite impressive. How are Generals Ray, Bram, and Walt faring? A captain promptly answered, My lord, Generals Ray, Bram, and Walt are directing the defense on the city walls. They have repelled the first wave of attacks. Good. Report back every half hour during the defense. Waving away the messenger, Darien turned to Hardy and asked, Counselor, since Fern and Brock are still outside the city, should we have General Ray assist them in a sudden strike and then return to the city? Hardy shook his head. My lord, don't be hasty. Based on Fern's letter, he believes there's a problem with Todd's rear. Rather than recall General Fern now, it would be better for them to stay hidden and wait for Todd to show a weakness. Darien nodded, though his anxiety grew. If Todd captured Chengdu, it could lead to disaster, both for his title as Lord of Shu and for the lives within Shu Prefecture. These pressures weighed heavily on Darien, who was nearly 50. Ascending to this position without having time to prove himself, he felt the burden profoundly. Thoughts of his younger brother filled his mind. Why do you sigh, my lord? Hardy asked. Nothing. I was just thinking that if my second brother were here, he could easily vanquish these enemies with a smile. Hardy responded, My lord, don't undervalue yourself. Though General Lewis isn't here, General Jean. These men under Jorge seemed less formidable yesterday, never mind. Todd waved a hand, drank again. Ascari laughed gently. If the Han army lacked a few brave generals, how could they defeat Kit in the north and Mickey in Runan? My lord, fear not. With General Jorge guarding the rear, everything will be fine. Chapter 448. Todd's machinations. Jorge intensifies the siege. Since we're talking about General Liu, the scouts from the rear forces haven't detected any approaching Han reinforcements recently. Could we consider swapping General Liu with those 5 generals to expedite the capture of the city? Todd inquired cautiously. Hearing this, Ascari immediately relaxed his furrowed brows and responded, if General Liu moves to the front lines, if the Han forces attack us from both sides, it might be perilous. Before Ascari could finish, Todd quickly interjected, we don't fear their encirclement. Once we fully secure Chengdu, even if elite Han troops arrive, we won't have to endure the hardships of camp life outside the city walls. Mr. Ascari, please convey my thoughts to General Jorge. After Todd spoke, he offered Ascari a cup of wine. Seeing this, Ascari didn't say more. After drinking, he left the tent. In the night wind of Shu Commandery, he carefully calculated whether Jorge's involvement in the siege would enable Darien to hold out until Han reinforcements arrived. If I suppress this matter forcefully now, it might inevitably. I told Todd this, but he's impatient, compounded by Jamal's death, which has made him distrustful of the 5 generals. That's why he asked me to request your personal involvement. Jorge flung a wine cup across the table. What? He dares to command you like this, ignoring my formidable generals? My concerns aside, the 5 generals might already know of this. If they slack off tomorrow, Todd will surely seize the opportunity. How dare he? Jorge slammed the table and roared, fine. We'll switch positions tomorrow morning. Please bear with this temporarily. Once we enter Chengdu, Jorge will take that scoundrel's head. Ascari bowed deeply and prepared to leave. Jorge stopped him. It's late. Where are you heading, sir? Todd asked me to report back on the scouts' findings after informing you. I must return to the main camp now. Jorge said, he insults you so much. Bear with it for a few days. I'll breach this city within 3 days. Ascari, delighted, thanked him and exited. Back at Todd's camp, he reported the scouts' findings immediately. Do you mean the scouts were uncertain? Yes, based on the evidence, the Han ambush force likely returned to the city, or might be hiding elsewhere. Hearing this, Todd laughed. Scouts making such absurd statements? Bring them in. 30 lashes for each according to military regulations, then send them back to scout thoroughly without any ambiguous reports. Ascari didn't plead for mercy but silently followed the execution officer, slipping 2 gold beans into his hand. The officer understood, and the scouts would later know who helped them. With everything arranged, Ascari returned to his quarters peacefully. The next morning, Jorge came as commanded, exchanging duties with Yarden Wu with a dark face. Carlton, Yarden, Hassan, Quentin, and Leonardo realized what was happening when Jorge arrived, though they kept their resentment bottled up. This rotation intensified pressure on Chengdu's defenders. Jorge's personally trained troops were far superior to Todd's forces. Starting today, Ray, Bram, and Walt felt unprecedented pressure. Jorge increased the frequency of stone-throwing machines while interspersing battering rams between attacks. Seeing the enemy battering rams nearing Chengdu's eastern gate almost unimpeded, Ray tossed his helmet, risking being hit by stones, leading his guards to throw logs and rocks down. Bram grabbed a longbow from an archer seeking cover and shot through gaps in the enemy's shields. Bravery brings life. Cowardice brings death. Walt, hearing this, shouted, striking his shield with his sword. Warriors woke to bravery, forgetting the bombardment. Walt, atop the wall, turned to the soldiers below. We are all Shu people. Our homes are behind us. Can we let Todd's troops occupy our houses, sleep with our wives, and abuse our children? Walt continued. Our people finally found a benevolent Shu marquis. If the bandits break through, the marquis will fight alongside us. But if that happens, where will your children study? How much grain will you yield to Todd? Will there be someone like our current marquis to bring new policies to province? Wake up, warriors. Dying here is glorious. Dying after the city falls is shameful. All true men, gather at the city gates with me. Chapter 449. Walt leads a sudden attack. Ricky challenges Hassan. Walt was originally a native of Shu Commandery. He had always been highly regarded among the local troops. Now, with his impassioned call to arms, he was met with overwhelming support. As he stood beneath the eastern city gate, around 1,000 soldiers had already gathered. A commandant led his horse up to him and said, General, mount your horse. No need. If we cannot repel the enemy's battering rams, I, Walt, have no face to return to the city. Today, whoever accompanies me out of the city gate, if they can drive back the enemy's battering rams and return alive, will be promoted 2 ranks and rewarded with 1,000 coins. After Walt spoke, more soldiers began gathering at the city gate. He steadied himself, ready to lead this group out when he heard an urgent galloping sound approaching. The words of General Walt are the orders of Lord Shu. Today, the bandits fiercely attack our land in Chengdu. As Shu's ruler, I swear to stand with Chengdu until its end. General Gregory, proceed. If you cannot take down the enemy's battering rams, I shall lead the next charge. Darien's sudden appearance not only boosted the morale of the defending troops, but also firmly backed Walt's promise. Walt respectfully bowed to Darien before loudly ordering the gate commander, open the city gate. The heavy city gates creaked as they slowly opened. Within 10 breaths, a narrow gap appeared. After 15 more breaths, it widened enough for 2 men to walk side by side. Seeing this, Walt immediately signaled to stop opening the gate. Straightening his armor, he drew his longsword and declared, Brothers, a man does not often get opportunities like this in his lifetime. But today is such a moment. Lord Shu thirsts for talent. Anyone who distinguishes themselves on the battlefield today will surely be seated beside him in the future. Follow me, brothers. Let us teach these bandits what true offense looks like. With those words, the 1,000 soldiers behind him let out low roars. They followed him out of the city gate in rapid succession. The enemy outside, wary of the rolling logs and stone projectiles from the battlements, were shielded tightly, giving Walt's assault team an advantage due to their limited visibility. As the 2 armies clashed, Bram, commanding the archers atop the walls, immediately ordered them to cease fire. Swords clashed with shields, emitting a fierce din. Walt kicked one of the enemy, pushing the battering ram, sending the soldier stumbling back several steps. This encounter revealed the difference between these soldiers and the previous attackers, yet the situation left Walt with no choice but to fight fiercely. With little other option, he led his men into close combat against the enemies transporting the rams. Although the soldiers trained by Pedro were formidable, the battle was grueling. Walt soon sustained 2 cuts. Meanwhile, following Todd's rear forces, Ricky and Garrett received updates about the situation in Chengdu from scouts. Ricky then said to Garrett, "Since Todd faced an ambush from our allies, we do not know if they returned to the city. If our allies did not return and we joined forces, defeating Todd's rear might not be difficult." Garrett nodded. "Given that our position is known, instead of hiding our intentions, let's attack Todd's rear first." "Good. If our allies haven't returned, they will surely learn of it." "All right, let's follow Gao Xiong's plan. Since Pedro was once your lord, let me lead the Xuanwu cavalry in the first assault." Garrett accepted Ricky's offer. "Go ahead, Howard. I'll manage the camp." Reassured, had been well known since the war against Kit. Hassan swallowed, looking back at his men. No matter what, he could not lose face in the first battle. Gathering his courage, he held the blade firmly and announced, "Hassan under General Pedro challenges you. Ricky, dare you face me?" Ricky laughed. "Just a nameless soldier. What fear?" They spurred their horses, charging at each other. Ricky's spear, with its wider reach, gave him the upper hand. As they closed within 10 steps, Ricky lunged. Clang. Ricky's spear tip was deflected by Hassan's blade. Their first clash ended instantly as their horses passed each other. Ricky adjusted his grip on the spear. "With such poor swordsmanship, you dare wield a blade against a spear? Today, I'll show you how a spearmaster handles scum like you." The duel intensified. Ricky's steed, the Jade Lion, danced gracefully on the battlefield, coordinating perfectly with Ricky's spear attacks. The horse's agility was undeniable, continuously circling Hassan, launching relentless assaults. Chapter 450. 5 generals guard the rear army. Ricky slays Leonardo. Hassan was caught off guard by Ricky's swift and sudden attack. In a panic, he barely managed to fend off the rapid strikes with his great saber. "Tim, Song, we are both skilled with spears. Together, we should have no fear against this Han general. If we can slay him, it will not only earn us great merit, but also slow down the advancing Han army." Leonardo was indeed in a difficult position. He needed a heroic act to establish his reputation, but having watched Hassan's battle against Ricky, he knew he wasn't Ricky's match. "Song, don't hesitate. If we succeed, the glory will be yours while I will only assist," Hassan reassured him. Motivated by potential reward, Leonardo slapped his thigh and declared, "Fine. A wolf travels far and wide for its prey. Let's fight." Leonardo and Hassan charged towards Ricky, flanking each side. As they neared, Leonardo took the lead, lunging forward with his spear. Ricky smirked again, turned his steed slowly, while keeping one hand on his spear to parry Leonardo's attack. Noticing Hassan accelerating to attack from behind, Ricky anticipated the move. As Leonardo's spear met Ricky's defense, Hassan swung his large saber toward Ricky's horse. Just as the saber descended, Ricky's steed leaped to the left. The maneuver positioned Leonardo under Ricky's horse, directly in harm's way. With a piercing strike, Ricky's silver spear impaled Leonardo through the neck. A spray of blood accompanied the thud of horse. "You say the general wore white robes and silver armor, riding a white horse and wielding a silver spear?" "Yes, General Zhang, the white horse and robes were striking. I wouldn't mistake them." Pleased, Brock laughed. "Wonderful. It's Howard. Our Howard is here." Fern asked, "Do you know this valiant general?" "How could I not? He is Ouyang Howard, one of the personal guards of the Emperor. Despite his youth, his martial skills were personally trained by the old General Donnie. He earned fame across the land during the Battle of Kit." Excited, Fern questioned the scout further. "General Roman brought how many soldiers?" The scout responded, "General Roman challenged them with 5,000 men, but I observed at least 10,000 more in reserve, all cavalry." The specific equipment was unclear. Fern was overjoyed, praising the scout for his effort and rewarding him accordingly. Turning to Brock, Fern proposed, "Given that General Roman brought an army yet only sent 5,000 forward, it seems he knows we have not returned to the city. If we unite with him, with combined strength, we can easily destroy Todd's rear guard." Chapter 451. Ricky challenges again. Brock deploys unconventional tactics. Brock, upon hearing this, slapped his forehead and said, "Indeed, if what General Yin says is true, it won't just be about breaking Todd's rear guard. It wouldn't be hard to push all the way to the front lines either. But now that we are hiding in the mountains, going to find Howard hastily might make Yarden and others suspicious. If they place their troops at our convergence point, things could get much harder." Fern nodded in agreement after hearing this. "I was thinking the same. While it would be bad for the enemy to figure us out, it's not unsolvable. Tomorrow, if General Roman continues to challenge, we will remain hidden on the hillside. If Yarden cannot control his temper and sends troops out to fight, you can immediately lead your men down the hill." Pleased with this idea, Brock raised a thumb. "Great plan." As Fern and Brock discussed their plans, Ricky's camp was still deliberating over whether to continue challenging the next day. "Howard, the civilians have transported all the Thunderbolt carts. Rather than challenging again, why not use the carts to directly break through the enemy's rear encampment?" Ricky waved his hand and replied, "Hi brother, I've been thinking. If our allies haven't returned to the city, my actions today must have been seen by their scouts. They will need to keep a low profile if they don't want the enemy to find them. So, I need to challenge and lure Yarden et al. Out before attacking. If we directly attack the encampment with the Thunderbolt carts, even though we may win, it will alert Yarden, making it difficult for the allied army to come out of the mountains." Garrett understood Ricky's point, so he got up and said, "All right, but whether these allies will retreat back to Chengdu remains a guess. Since Howard insists, let's try one more day." Deep into the night, with the moon full, the front line received news from the rear guard. Upon reading the battle report, Jorge frowned deeply and bellowed, "Bring me my horse." His aide obeyed without delay, leading the horse forward. Jorge tightened the reins without any explanation and rode off towards the rear encampment. After 2/4 of an hour, Jorge whipped his riding crop, tearing apart the tent where Yarden and others resided. The 4 men immediately knelt down upon seeing him. That black-faced warrior aside, Leonardo should have trained better. Why did Leonardo die today? With a furious gaze, Jorge questioned Yarden. He recounted the details of the encounter between Hassan and Ricky. Just as Jorge was about to punish Hassan, he heard that the enemy general bore the flag of Roman, reminding him of how Darien had almost captured him. Had he not seized the opportunity to steal a young general's horse, he might have died imprisoned. Well, since he is the leader of the emperor's personal guards, having skills is not unusual. But how can you, fellow warriors, be so easily defeated? Yarden immediately responded, "We'll stay inside and ignore him." Rolling his eyes, Jorge looked at Yarden and asked sarcastically, "Can't 4 of you handle a Han general? I have military affairs in the front to manage, while you're supposed to take care of the rear guard. Don't give Todd any reason to bother me during the siege." Mounting his horse, Jorge left, returning the way he came. Yarden, Carlton, Hassan, and Quentin exchanged glances. While they understood Jorge's words, Ricky's performance left a deep impression on them. Forget it, General has a good reputation. With 2 significant generals lost today, Todd must be laughing at us. Looks like tomorrow, we'll have to face him together. Sighing, Yarden added, "Actually, with all 4 of us working together, we do stand a chance. Carlton and I can hold him while Hassan ambushes from the side. You can then shoot arrows from the back." Quentin nodded. Seems plausible. Agreeing unanimously, they drank some wine and went to sleep early. The next morning, they were ready and waiting for Ricky, who didn't show until noon. Surprised by this, they spent the entire morning waiting. Finally coming out to meet him, the scorching sun made them somewhat drowsy. Ricky pointed at them, repeating the same words. "Yesterday, I took 1 life. Today, 2 more will join him in death." Quentin led the charge with his saber, followed by Carlton wielding 2 axes. They engaged Ricky while Hassan moved into position behind him, preparing to attack. Ricky smiled, deflecting Quentin and Carlton with ease. Seeing no chance to strike, Hassan aimed at Ricky from afar, but just as he drew Brock's spear with all his might. But how could Brock be an ordinary soldier like them? Brock turned his horse around, single-handedly raised his long spear, aimed it at Yarden, and without hesitation hurled it. The snake-tipped spear left a streak of silver light in the air and struck precisely into Yarden's back. Poor Yarden did not even have time to look back before he met his gruesome death on horseback. Hassan, who was sneaking up from behind, saw everything clearly. He never imagined that the ever-steady Yarden would die this way under the spear of this black-faced man. Brock rode to Yarden's corpse, pulled out the spear, and loudly commanded, "Brothers, form up in front of the enemy camp. Block this camp entrance and prevent their generals from retreating." Upon hearing this, the disciplined Han soldiers immediately formed a shield wall outside Hassan's camp, blocking the flood of bandits trying to come to the aid of their generals. Seeing this, Ricky smiled sardonically, then fainted, extricating himself from Quentin and Carlton's flanking attack. He quickly charged towards his cavalry and shouted, "Company commanders, quickly report to General Gao and order an all-out attack now. The rest of you Wuxian army soldiers, charge into the enemy camp." These heavy cavalry units had been cooped up for several days without engaging the bandits. Now, hearing Ricky's orders, they were exhilarated. They immediately spurred their horses. With a quick glance, the 2 simultaneously attacked the most evasive Hassan. Faced with a silver spear in front and an iron spear behind, Hassan's large blade couldn't move either way. Before he could signal for help from his comrades, he was instantly pierced through by the spears. Speaking of spear techniques, both Brock's and Ricky's belonged to the same category of spear mastery, but while Ricky's style emphasized agility and flexibility, Brock's focused on sheer power and wide-ranging strikes. Although the 2 had fought each other in the past in the capital, Ricky could always win within 50 bouts by skillful maneuvers. After 50 bouts, however, Brock grew stronger, using his powerful body to keep fighting for 100 bouts without slowing down. Despite their varying victories, Ricky well knew that in battle, defeating Brock would be nearly impossible. With Hassan dead, Quentin and Carlton determined to escape even more resolutely. Creating openings, they engaged briefly and then fled in opposite directions. Seeing this, Brock didn't need to chase. He simply threw his snake spear as before. Ricky, relying on the speed of his moonlit jade lion, caught up with the fleeing enemy general within 10 breaths. It took less than the time for a cup of tea for them to reunite. Hee. I was wondering who would be leading the Emperor's personal guard. Didn't expect it to be you, Howard. After parting ways in the capital, you've made me miss you dearly. Brock slapped Ricky's shoulder armor with his large hand. Big brother Zhang. This time, Howard and General Gao received the Emperor's order to eliminate Pedro but must ensure Ascari is captured alive. Please inform Lord Shu not to harm him. All right. Brock wiped the blood off his spear. Big brother Liu is defending the city. I left with General Fern to intercept the enemy's rear guard. But Todd is quite cunning, keeping his main forces behind him, so Fern and I couldn't return to the city. We didn't expect to wait and encounter you, brother Howard. Ricky, upon hearing this, immediately suggested, Big brother Zhang, let's postpone our reunion. Why don't we take advantage of this situation to wipe out Todd's rear guard and relieve Lord Shu's pressure? That makes sense. Let's quickly command the troops to burn Todd's camp. Brock agreed, and together with Ricky, they galloped towards Todd's rear camp. By the time Fern from the mountains and Garrett from the rear arrived, Todd's rear camp was only ashes. Fern, though unfamiliar with Garrett, deduced from his attire and greeted respectfully, "Are you the commander of His Majesty's personal guards? I am a general under Lord Shu, stationed here with General Brock to intercept the enemy's rear guard." Incompetent. According to scouts who escaped, they could not withstand 2 Han generals and were all killed before 100 moves. Do you think the Han generals are gods? Seeing Jorge about to erupt in anger, Ascari quickly intervened. The commander leading the Han forces is Ricky, who earned a formidable reputation when attacking Kit. And then there's the black-faced general. As reported, the 5 generals indeed fell victim to the Han army's strategy. Jorge looked at Ascari and suppressed his anger. What should we do now? The outer city is nearly breached. Should I shift to protect the center instead? Ascari glanced at Todd and continued. Continue the assault on the city. Let me handle the rest. Proceed swiftly. Even if Lord Zhang orders otherwise, ignore it. Satisfied with Ascari's answer, Jorge left the tent with a cold snort. This disrespectful brute. If not for his prowess in combat, I'd have had him seized right now. Slamming his fist on the table, Todd fumed. Lord, do not act rashly. We are out of options now. Ascari calmed him down and explained the situation thoroughly, quelling Todd's anger. Ah, he goes to attack the city, but who will defend the center? Sighing, Todd lamented, Lord, fear not. Once Chengdu is captured, we can hold it without fearing the Emperor's troops. If you trust me, I'll lead the defense of the central camp. Meanwhile, Todd immediately gathered loyal captains and placed the remaining 30,000 soldiers around his tent, just in case. Though he didn't gain full control, Ascari now commanded the defense of the central camp. All he needed to do was inform the Han generals of the arrangements and await the outcome. Ascari exhaled, finally seeing the end result of years of plotting and efforts. He penned a letter and instructed a rescued scout to deliver it intact to the Han camp. Under the moonless sky, Ricky and others discussed strategies to break through Todd's central camp when a captain delivered a letter. Opening the letter, Ricky read its contents aloud. Could Ascari be tricking us? Brock instinctively asked. According to His Majesty, Ascari's efforts have been to unite the realm sooner. Garrett immediately responded. If His Majesty is correct, then this letter shouldn't be fake. Fern nodded. Though we don't know much about Ascari, if he is favored by His Majesty, we should consider trying. But what if Ascari is firmly aiding the enemy? Sending troops now would mean falling into their trap. Sending a large force risks defeat, while sending fewer troops risks failing to capture the central camp, Brock bluntly pointed out. General Zhang speaks truthfully. Both you generals command infantry and have been ambushing in the mountains for days, growing weary. It seemed like he was maintaining strict readiness, but in reality, he was exhausting the physical and mental strength of the camp soldiers. However, Todd, who wasn't skilled in military matters, didn't find anything unusual. After all, the Han army had just attacked the rear camp. Even if they moved quickly, they wouldn't launch another assault so soon. Time passed swiftly, and darkness fell. The soldiers, having patrolled most of the day, were already exhausted. Although Ascari repeatedly ordered them not to rest, even the officers were finding spots to catch some sleep, let alone the ordinary soldiers. When Ascari personally mounted his horse to patrol, most of the 20,000 soldiers were nowhere to be seen, while the remaining few were hiding wherever they could. Seeing this, Ascari smiled, then immediately followed the agreement in his letter by lighting 3 torches at the gate of the central camp as a signal. At that moment, Ricky and Garrett each led 10,000 troops, hiding outside the central camp. Upon seeing the torches, they were overjoyed. Howard, the Xuanwu army excels in formation battles. Why don't I lead my White Tiger army to raid first? Naturally. Be cautious, Brother Gao. To avoid any deception, I will enter the camp shortly after your attack. Garrett nodded and immediately mobilized 10,000 White Tiger soldiers. This fire may only burn half the camp. No need to regret it. Burning half is divine assistance enough. We'll hold the escape routes, maximizing the destruction. Fern patted Garrett's shoulder. Once the flames subside, you 2 generals can lead the cavalry through, ensuring a decisive strike. Ricky nodded. Agreed. It's unfortunate Ascari isn't here, but let's hope he doesn't return. Time waits for no one. Set the fire immediately, urged Ricky. Garrett promptly set the petroleum ablaze, while Brock and Fern formed defensive formations at potential entry points. No bird could escape this inferno. Initially, the fire was small, but as it spread to the surrounding tents, the scene changed dramatically. After a short while, Todd's encampment erupted into flames, and shouts of alarm filled the air. The winds carried the flames deeper into the central camp, and Todd's forces rushed to extinguish them using water from the camp. Unfortunately, petroleum fires are not easily quenched by water. Instead, the efforts inadvertently fueled the blaze further. News of the fires reached Todd, who threw down his wine cup and demanded, "Where is Ascari?" He seems still at the front encampment, likely in danger," a soldier reported. "What?" Todd staggered. "Hurry and put out the fire. Move flammable items away to prevent its spread." Stark nods from the others. Ascari nodded in satisfaction. "If that's the case, follow my orders, and, if things go well, you may be incorporated into the Han army. If it doesn't, you'll still be allowed to stay in E province or be sent to Bing and G provinces with land to till." Upon hearing this, the bandits opened their eyes wide. "We'll do whatever master commands." "Good. March quickly towards Hanzhong. In Hanzhong, you mustn't plunder civilians or the Han army's supplies. If you lack provisions, ask the military supply officer in Hanzhong City. While the rations won't be plentiful, they should last you more than 10 days. The Neil interrupted. "Why would the supply officer trust us? Just tell them you've surrendered and are securing Hanzhong to prevent Todd's men from escaping." Ascari looked around before continuing. "If Todd's soldiers, or even Todd or Pedro himself escape here, do you know what to do?" There was silence. Ascari sighed. "Kill them. Not a single one must live. Any survivor means you're doomed too." The Neil understood the severity and his eyes flashed with determination. "Rest assured, master, we will distance ourselves from these bandits forever." "What, master, won't you come with us?" Ascari smiled faintly. "If I went with you, how could you enter Hanzhong City? I have my own path. Go now." The Neil exchanged glances with his men. As former bandits, they wondered if capturing Ascari would gain them credit. Ascari saw their hesitation. "Let me tell you a story. The Emperor does not dislike surrendering generals, but those who bring their former lords' heads can only meet a tragic end." "No, why?" "Why?" the Neil asked guiltily. "There can be many reasons for surrendering, but killing one's lord shows you'd kill another to seek favor elsewhere. Such actions cannot be accepted by any lord. Don't guess anymore." I let 5,000 Han soldiers into the camp and don't fear being found by them. Now leave quickly, don't disrupt my plans. Ascari, the poisonous strategist, a genius among warlords, wasn't about to be intimidated by these bandits. Hearing this, the Nihil abandoned all thoughts, thanked Ascari, and led his men towards Hanzhong. Alone on the hill, Ascari watched the blazing sky. His lifelong ambition was nearly fulfilled. He wanted nothing more than to witness the final act. He knew that returning to Han meant he could only act behind the scenes. The Emperor would protect his life, but never his political career. A step onto the imperial court would mean drowning in accusations and criticism. All my life, I schemed, even against myself. Who knows if it was success or failure? Chapter 456. Darien dispatches troops. Fern provides guidance. At this moment, Darien was conveniently assisting the troops and civilians within the city, saving the trouble of sending for him. As soon as Darien heard about the abnormality outside the city, he immediately ascended the city walls. Looking at the distant raging flames, he remarked, "It seems Chengdu is safe." This statement carried much hardship. Since Darien's uprising, though supported by two highly skilled brothers in arms, he had not achieved any substantial titles or honors. Only now, having firmly secured the title of Lord of Shu, could he truly be said to have established a career. General Wenjagaran, since Jorge did not lead his troops to put out the fire but instead moved north, is he trying to escape back to Hanzhong? Darien pointed towards the flickering torchlights, moving northward under the glow of the firelight, and asked, "This is why I asked Lord of Shu to come here. I have also consulted Bram and Walt. There indeed is a small path leading to Hanzhong from the north through Mianzhu. However, with the sky ablaze, it's unlikely that the reinforcements will catch up in time to pursue Jorge. So please decide, Lord of Shu." Darien nodded upon hearing this. The troops in the city shall follow General Bram and Walt's command. But on one condition, do not let Jorge reach Hanzhong again to cause more trouble. At this moment, Darien did not specifically mention Ray, not because he feared the credit would go elsewhere. In fact, Ray was an ally of Emperor Gil, and even if he were the Lord of Shu, he could only mobilize his skin like charcoal, revealed white teeth while speaking. What? Startled, Todd immediately understood. Quickly, gather nearby soldiers. We must head north. Abandon this camp and anything unnecessary. Mobilize as many troops as possible. With this order, many officers around Todd sprang into action, quickly gathering over 10,000 soldiers who hurried northward. The Han cavalry, who had breached the enemy camp first, were now advancing without resistance, leaving scorched earth in their wake. Ricky and Garrett were puzzled. Neither had ever experienced such an easy battle. Even if the enemy had been attacked by fire, they should have put up some scattered resistance. The next morning, light rain fell, finally extinguishing the remaining flames in the enemy camp. The four generals regrouped, ordering soldiers to tidy up the battlefield and discuss further plans. "General, a man named Ascari seeks an audience with you." Upon hearing this, Ricky promptly responded, "Bring him here immediately." Ascari soon entered their sight, walking slowly. Without greeting anyone, he observed the cleared-out piles of corpses and shook his head with a sigh. Not pressing him, Ricky asked, "Sir, why do you sigh? This young general, clad in silver armor, must be General Roman, correct?" "Yes, it's me. General Roman, didn't you find something odd? He will choose this path." Berkeley added, Todd likely knew Jorge's movements, taking advantage of the night's chaos to lead his elite troops north along the same small route. If Todd gets ahead of Jorge, he might hold on to this tiger to negotiate with the court. If he lags behind, Jorge will likely join us in capturing him. Ascari nodded at Berkeley, seemingly understanding what he was thinking. Chapter 457. Todd receives punishment, Pedro is ambushed. After all this talk, it's just about chasing them north. Why are you all standing around? Let's move out quickly. Brock had long desired to face Pedro, and could hardly contain his eagerness. Ricky patted his shoulder armor, and turned to Fern. "General Yin, I imagine Lord Shu will also send troops to pursue. If so, Chengdu might be left with only Lord Shu himself. Please lead your forces back to stabilize the city and reassure its people. The pursuit is better left to our cavalry under our command." Fern bowed in acknowledgement. General Roman's foresight is commendable. Yin will return to the city immediately. This Zhang general should accompany you too. Pedro has always been known as a fierce warrior. Having him would provide assistance on the battlefield. Ricky nodded, bidding farewell to Fern. Then promptly, ordinarily, Ricky would have accepted these surrendered troops. But knowing Todd's men were ruthless bandits and considering the ongoing pursuit of Pedro, dealing with such prisoners would be resource-intensive, whether dispersing them on-site or sending them to Chengdu. Deciding to eliminate them swiftly, after half an hour of fighting, the original 10,000 bandits were reduced to less than 100 surrounding Todd. Ricky ordered the attack halted. Todd, seeing Ricky and Garrett, shook his head in resignation but also noticed Ascari nearby. "Why is he unharmed?" he asked, pointing at Ascari. "That gentleman is chosen by His Majesty," Ricky replied. "He is naturally spared." Todd's mouth dropped open in shock. "Chosen by His Majesty? How?" Ascari rode up calmly. "His Majesty understands my plans, especially what fools like you do not comprehend. These generals received no orders to capture you alive. If you wish to live, perhaps offer something compelling." Deflated, Todd slumped to the ground. He had nothing to offer Ricky that would spare his life. In despair, he straightened his clothes, stood up, drew his sword, pressed it to his neck, and sighed loudly. Seeing Todd's intent to commit suicide, Ricky and Garrett let him be. However, after they dealt with the remaining bandits, Todd still held his sword at his throat, gritting his teeth. Ricky approached him. "Governor, is there something wrong here?" I fear." Before Todd could finish, a spear pierced through his chest and was quickly retracted by Ricky. "Truly tiresome," Brock muttered, pulling his serpent spear from the body. "Thought he was some brave hero daring to rebel, turns out to be a cowardly rat. Howard, hurry to catch Pedro. I still want to spar with him. Don't let Darien's subordinates take the glory." Saying this, Brock mounted his horse and rode toward Mianzhu. Ricky dismounted, decapitated Todd, placed the head in a wooden box, and prepared to continue the chase. Riding alongside, Ascari stroked his beard. If no one incites them, such rebels wouldn't rise. They're like leeches in the veins of our Han Empire, draining resources while waiting for the right moment. Ricky nodded in agreement. His Majesty has said as much. As Emperor, he cannot act preemptively without cause. Hence, we must deal with such unrest. This drama is ending. With renowned generals like you, it wouldn't demean Pedro's reputation too much. Ascari lashed his whip eagerly, anxious to see Pedro's capture. In reality, unfamiliar with the route, Pedro had already been cornered by Ray, Bram, and Walt at the base of Mianzhu. The three did not engage him directly but shadowed his movements, through the Han army ranks. Who else could it be but Brock? Without hesitation, Brock thrust his spear at Pedro to test his strength. To his surprise, Pedro did not block the attack but instead used his halberd to deflect Brock's serpent spear. They passed each other in combat, and Brock, gripping his long spear, thought to himself, this man is strong. Having engaged with Pedro for one round, Brock also sensed the formidable strength of this opponent, who no longer seemed as relaxed as before. Pedro wielded the halberd effortlessly, moving it left and right, up and down without any hint of strain. All this was observed by the other commanders outside the battlefield, especially Ricky, who couldn't help but worry about Brock. By the 50th exchange, Brock began to struggle. Without a word, Ricky spurred his horse into action. Big brother Zhang, let me assist you. Upon hearing this, Pedro's brow furrowed. While he could have the upper hand fighting Brock alone, adding Ricky with his agile spear skills made the outcome unpredictable. Fine, brother Howard. Today we two shall capture this treacherous renegade together. These words struck a nerve with Pedro. With a roar, he shattered the 2-on-1 confrontation, turning around and charging retorted, blocking Pedro's path, insisting on continuing the fight. As Pedro fumed, Ricky seized the opportunity and lunged with his silver spear. Pedro, taken aback, dropped his thoughts of retreating and used both hands to block Ricky's deadly thrust with full force. Inside the battle, things were intense, and outside, it was no different. Ray arrived at Garrett's camp and shouted, "Garrett, I'm here." Hearing Ray's voice, Garrett dismounted and welcomed him. "Keenan, you've missed us greatly. Months spent in Shu brought many changes. They're hard to summarize. Thankfully, His Majesty sent you and Howard to help, or Chengdu would have been in danger." "Keenan, what are you talking about?" "His Majesty prepared many weapons. The city of Hanzhong was destroyed by our ballistae after 2 days of bombardment," Garrett said excitedly. Ray widened his eyes. "So that's how it happened. But since Pedro was once our lord, it's difficult for us to participate." Sighing, Garrett replied, "Keenan, we've served His Majesty for years. Old loyalties should mean nothing. My martial arts aren't top-notch, so joining might even hinder us. But if you join them, capturing Pedro would be a great feat." Ray waved a hand. "Let's observe first. Perhaps Generals Brock and Howard can take him down." As they watched, Pedro began to falter due to his horse's fatigue, but his halberd strikes remained fierce, leaving Brock and Ricky unable to. Warrior is well deserved. Chapter 459. Jorge's defeat. Emperor Gil sends his kin. As they spoke, Jorge engaged the three generals in another 2 rounds of combat. At this point, his horse was too exhausted to move, and could only stand still as the 3 generals attacked him. Despite being at a disadvantage, Jorge's halberd technique remained flawless, making it difficult for the 3 generals to find an opening. Ray, seeing this, did not wish to prolong the fight. Feigning a weakness, he lured Jorge into attacking him with a halberd thrust. Sitting on his horse, Ray turned his head and let his crescent halberd sink down before sweeping it upward. Thud. The crescent blade of Ray's halberd sliced through one of Jorge's horse's legs. With one leg injured, the horse could no longer bear Jorge's weight and toppled to the side, collapsing to the ground. Jorge, an extraordinary warrior, quickly rolled over to avoid being crushed under the fallen horse. However, he was now forced into a dismounted battle against mounted foes. The 3 generals immediately took advantage, widening their distance. For cavalry to engage a lone dismounted soldier felt more like mockery than combat. They simultaneously charged at Jorge from 3 directions, Ricky's silver spear leading the charge, followed closely by Brock's long spear, and finally Ray's scattered in fear while others simply discarded their weapons, awaiting their fate. Soon after, Bram and Walt arrived with reinforcements and politely requested, "Generals, may we take charge of these prisoners? Chengdu has endured several wars, leaving its people displaced and the city in ruins. This is precisely the time to employ labor." Ricky readily agreed. "There's another matter that requires Lord Shu's assistance. Since we have captured Jorge and Mr. Ascari is already in our camp, it would be a grand feat if we could bring Nicholas and his son back to the capital." Just then, a contingent led by General Fern approached from behind. Dismounting, Fern bowed and said, "Generals, Lord Shu ordered me to bring reinforcements, and also to escort Nicholas and his son here. Lord Shu's foresight saved us another trip. General Roman, since all is settled, I should accompany you back to report to the Emperor." Ricky turned to see Hardy riding toward them, nodding and greeting near the prison wagon, holding Nicholas and his son. Everything was now in place, and there was nothing left to discuss. After some pleasantries with Fern and his men, Ricky and his group set off towards Hanzhong and then the capital. When they reached Hanzhong, they found rebel forces guarding the city. After discussions with Ascari, they decided to temporarily leave the rebels in place, pending orders from Lord Shu. 10 days later, north of Luoyang City, Ricky, Garrett, Ray, and Hardy led 20,000 troops triumphantly back to the capital. In the Palace of Diligent Administration, Emperor Gil received them immediately. Hardy briefly prostrated themselves in thanks. The Harvey family, though less prominent than other clans, shared hometown ties with Ray, and the Chun family, though quiet, had influential members in the Imperial Academy, fitting Garrett's reserved nature perfectly. Clearly, Gil had thoughtfully chosen these matches. Now only Ricky remained. Gil looked at him and said, I know your character. Here's a list of suitable brides. Choose carefully. Blushing, Ricky took the list. Translation continues, maintaining the original structure and tone. Chapter 460. The Palace Secret Passage, Emperor Gil's secret visit. Well, let's return to the residence for now. I still need to meet a few people, Gil said, patting Ricky on the shoulder before stepping out of the diligence hall. At this moment, apart from Hayward accompanying him, there was no one else with Gil. Hayward led the way, and the two of them walked straight into the palace's rear garden. Entering the garden, they saw rock formations about 2 people tall, with streams flowing down from them, clearly the work of skilled craftsmen. Hayward walked to the side of a rock formation and began pushing several odd-shaped rocks. Within moments, a hidden door slowly Rise. Today, I came both to see old acquaintances and to test this secret passage. Except for Diego, everyone should resume their duties. With that, Diego walked beside Gil. Your Majesty, all the detainees are being held in the inspection office's dungeon. The transfer was done secretly, without arousing suspicion among the officials. Indeed, today I realized your office is somewhat cramped. I have thought about it. With the new policies almost a year old, local officials across various provinces have increased in number, as well as those in the court. Therefore, I plan to expand your inspection office. Publicly, it will be called the Supervision Bureau, with you as the director, holding a rank equivalent to a minister. After hearing this, Diego hesitated. Your Majesty, finding capable subordinates isn't hard, but selecting suitable officials for this role is quite challenging. To head such a large bureau alone, I'd be like a commander without troops. Gil looked at him and assured, don't worry. Openly, you will be the director, but secretly, I have arranged a deputy director known only to me. I have chosen the person. What do you think about selecting officials for the bureau? Diego didn't hesitate and replied, Your Majesty knows we need to handle a lot of documents. We need not only martial talent, but also scholars. If I can select talents from students who failed in the academy exams, it would alleviate much of my staffing pressure. Gil nodded. You're right. Be it students studying statecraft, medicine, or agriculture, they can contribute here. So, after the selections by the Chancellery, the remaining students are yours to choose from, and then you can assign them to counties. Diego bowed gratefully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Indeed, I prefer not having noble families' children working here. Gil gave a knowing look and said, All right, today I want to see Nicholas first. He is family royalty. Meeting him in prison wouldn't be proper. Prepare a private room for us. Diego nodded. Your Majesty, use the room where I stay at the inspection office. It's clean and secluded. Diego led Gil into the room, and within moments, Nicholas was escorted in. Since the inspection office had no specific charges against him, Nicholas was neither tortured nor shackled. Seeing Gil, Nicholas recognized the imperial attire and immediately bowed. Your servant, Nicholas, greets Your Majesty. Gil turned around, resting his hand on his sword, carefully observing this elderly royal relative. Rise, sit down. I want to have a talk with you. Following Gil's instructions, Nicholas sat down without hesitation. I wonder why, during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, despite Sichuan suffering less, you chose to close the borders and did nothing to help. Nicholas hesitated, then replied, Your Majesty, perhaps it's better to ask why I proposed the division of provincial governors under the late emperor. Gil nodded, encouraging him to continue. Since I am guilty anyway, I'll speak frankly. With the late emperor's capabilities, stabilizing the collapsing Han dynasty was nearly impossible. If I hadn't suggested the division, the Yellow Turban Rebellion would still come, and whether the empire remained loose territory would be uncertain. Rather than hoping the late emperor suddenly became resolute, it was better to take fate into our own hands. Unfortunately, heaven favored the Han, reviving the glory of Louisguo. Gil smiled, nodding. Your words aren't without merit, but you chose the wrong place. In ancient times, relying on Shu might have expanded your power, but now, Shu can only remain isolated and cannot advance into central China. Moreover, if you had submitted to the court, I wouldn't have pursued your past actions. Considering the distance, dealing with you would come after dealing with Miles Zhou, Mickey, and Jingzhou. You had ample time to stabilize Sichuan and prevent my interference. Chapter 461. Gil explains to Nicholas, reunites with Germano. Nicholas immediately interrupted Gil's words with a wave of his hand. Your Majesty speaks truthfully, but only from your own, neither humble nor arrogant. He could even think of first allying with the southern barbarians, and then striking Chengdu from behind. He truly is a pillar of the nation. I dare to ask Your Majesty one question. What position will Hardy hold upon returning to the capital? Gil poured a cup of tea and said, Neither too high nor too low. He will be the Minister of Works. Minister of Works? Oh, I forgot. This is part of the mid-phase of the new policy, reorganizing the 6 departments into the Ministries of Personnel, Household Affairs, Rights, Military Affairs, Justice, and Works. And above these 6 ministries, I retain the office of Chancellor, overseeing civil affairs, while the Grand Commandant and other military officials oversee military matters. As for me, besides facing the heads of the 6 ministries daily, I only need to face censors and the officials of the office of Chancellor. The role of Minister of Works oversees all Han projects, craftsmen, land reclamation, water conservancy, roads, and so on. Gil answered all of Nicholas's questions frankly. Hearing this, Nicholas couldn't help but tremble all over. With his years of political acumen, he saw 2 conclusions from this single issue. Firstly, although Hardy appears to be a great talent, he does not enter the office of Chancellor or departments like Personnel, Military Affairs, or Household Affairs, which deal more directly with issues, indicating the breadth of Tibble Royal Elder to stand in the court and share some burdens with me. Though you concealed private troops, the culprit is ultimately Todd. While it tarnishes your legacy, it doesn't warrant death. Do you agree to stay and assist me? Hearing this, Nicholas's mind raced. He considered where in the Han territory required the authority of a noble to aid the emperor. This question was not difficult, and he quickly found the answer. Hubei. Your Majesty is keeping old minister to regain control of Hubei, isn't it? Gil looked at him but remained silent. The request to appoint prefects was originally mine. When your Majesty needs it, I should pay the price for my past proposal, correct? I admire smart people. Since you see through it, I will not elaborate further. But rest assured, I am not the kind to kill a horse after using it. You are still of the Liu family. An emperor should not shed blood of his clan. But you must control your son. Chris may not be as clever as you, but he has ambitions. Don't make me regret this decision. Nicholas immediately knelt. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will educate my descendants well. All right, you may leave now. Within days, your family will move into the Viscount residence. Gil waved, and Elliot personally escorted Nicholas out. After Nicholas left, Gil immediately ordered Hayward to bring wine and food and summon Ascari. Moments later, Ascari calmly walked into the room, seating himself without waiting for Gil's command and started eating. Seeing this, Hayward was about to rebuke him, but Gil stopped him. Ascari said, Eunuch, please don't blame me. I've been traveling for several days without tasting such fine cuisine. Since your Majesty neither kills me nor punishes me, you must have planned a path for me. Since I am needed by your Majesty, I assume this rudeness won't incur your Majesty's displeasure. Gil smiled. Indeed, the chaotic warrior Ascari is extraordinary. From our first encounter, I knew this day would come. During our first battle, I understood that there is no equal to your Majesty. It's a pity. Heaven has indeed decreed that the world belongs to the Liu family. Though Ascari's words seemed disrespectful, they revealed the truth. Last time, when the Han Empire was on the verge of collapse, Liu Shou appeared. Now, another Liu, Gil, stands up to stabilize the empire. Thus, the idea that the world should belong to the Liu family will deeply embed itself in the hearts of the people. Chapter 462. Gil eases his heart. Ascari takes office. Heavenly matters are merely assistance to me. What I aspire for is the might of our great Han standing atop all nations. Sir, it will explain to you. Besides your primary role, I have other tasks for you. First, we have already taken action against the western regions. Gathering relevant intelligence and correspondence from officials there will be your responsibility. Second, I have almost eliminated the warlords, leaving only Uriel, Briar, Ebenezer, and others. Nicholas remains loyal to us, and he will eventually confront Briar. So, gathering information on Jingzhou will also fall to you. Third, although Jude is currently struggling in Milesjo, he will ultimately control it. Therefore, establishing intelligence networks on Mickey and Jude will be another task for you. In addition, when Milesjo is secured and new policies successfully implemented, we will establish trade routes with overseas countries. That responsibility will eventually fall on you too. Gil elaborated on numerous tasks, indicating that Ascari's future work would not be easy. Even Elliot felt that the responsibilities seemed overwhelming. Before Elliot could speak, Ascari stopped him. Director Man, His Majesty's arrangement utilizes everyone's strengths and fulfills their roles perfectly. If His Majesty had given me insignificant tasks, I might have suspected there were unresolved issues between us. Gil nodded. Establishing an intelligence network is not an easy feat. If you encounter any difficulties, discuss them with Elliot first. If it requires my intervention, you can enter the palace directly through the secret passage of the censorate. The route and mechanism of the secret passage will be explained by Elliot later. Having finished speaking, Gil was about to stand up when Ascari immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty, while performing my duties, I must express one concern. If we pursue matters in the western regions and overseas simultaneously, it may strain our current national treasury. Gil appreciated Ascari's concern, indicating his thorough understanding of the situation and positioning himself correctly. Rest assured, sir, General Kermit only asked for 5,000 troops for the western regions, all of whom are from Liangzhou, requiring no additional reinforcements from the capital. As for overseas matters, although Milesjo is prosperous, building long-distance ships isn't easy. I'll coordinate with the Ministry of Works and various craftsmen. Financing will be split equally between the court and Milesjo, since they will benefit first from opening new trade routes. Ascari nodded. So, Your Majesty has already made preparations? In that case, I will ensure efficiency in my duties. How soon can we see results? In 3 months, Your Majesty will be able to clearly understand the events unfolding in the western regions, Milesjo, and Jingzhou. Very well. Gil nodded, and returned through the secret passage with Hayward. Your Majesty, retaining Nicholas and Ascari may cause unrest among the officials. Nicholas committed treason. Even if not executed, he shouldn't be reinstated. Looking through the candlelight, Gil replied to Hayward, How much gold did Briar offer you? Startled, Hayward immediately knelt down and said, Your Majesty, Briar indeed offered me a chest of gold, but I refused. I'm speaking for Your Majesty and the court's best interests. Enough, rise. I know you didn't accept it, otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Hayward touched his neck, feeling a chill run down his spine. Now, state governors are eager for me to execute Nicholas to satisfy public opinion. If so, I lose a valid excuse to weaken them. They can continue to dominate their regions, but I want them to doubt my intentions. By keeping Nicholas, I make myself a target to further tighten control over them. It's time to truly unify the 9 provinces under the court's rule. Hayward immediately agreed and continued leading the way. After Gil left, Elliot informed Ascari of all the censorate's past affairs. Almost finishing, Elliot asked curiously, Why didn't His Majesty entrust the matters of Bingzhou and Ji Province to us? This seems unusual. Ascari, reviewing the cases of Bingzhou and Ji Province, responded, Director Man worries unnecessarily. Since His Majesty hasn't entrusted us with this, it means he already has a decision for Bingzhou. In this context, Darun specifically refers to an official, in this case, Minister Man, Elliot. It's best to use the name or title in English for clarity. Mount Tai Feng Chan? Yes, now that the world is settled, No one can cause any trouble anymore. Whenever your majesty wants them dead, they will die then. With your majesty's current civil and military achievements, it would be strange if no one mentioned the Fengchan ceremony in court, Ascari said while looking at Elliot. Elliot patted his head and said, indeed, but considering your majesty's character, he would rather spend the money on military affairs and people's livelihood than on the Fengchan ceremony. As your close attendants, it's best not to mention this matter. Ascari smiled slightly upon hearing this, picked up other documents, and didn't say anything more. The next morning, Gil held a grand court session where all officials in the capital had to enter the palace to pay homage. After proclaiming, "Long live the Emperor," Gil ordered Nicholas and his son to be brought forward and began discussing their crimes in court. Upon seeing Nicholas, the courtiers unanimously demanded the extermination of his clan. But Gil unexpectedly spoke up. Now that the world is stable and the court is in dire need of talent, although Nicholas has made mistakes, he is ultimately a member of the royal family. I am unwilling to shed the blood of my kin. Since Nicholas has been stripped of power, let him remain in the capital as an honorary marquis. After Gil finished speaking, there was complete silence in the court. Letting off a rebel who intended to owe Majesty's benevolence is truly a blessing for all subjects. If the old governor can redeem himself, it will surely become a fine story passed down through generations. Fiki was already the de facto leader of opinion in the court. Many proposals and advice were tacitly followed by the ministers. They too praised Gil despite still pondering over this decision. As Gil was about to adjourn, several senior officials stepped forward together. Your Majesty, now that the world is settled, with your civil and military achievements, it is time to perform the Mount Tai Fengchan ceremony to honor our ancestors. This is a state affair. Please make a decision soon. Gil frowned but neither agreed nor rejected, merely dismissed the court. The Mount Tai Fengchan was just a way for emperors to celebrate their accomplishments to heaven and ancestors. However, such celebrations often led to rewards for loyal subjects. So historically, emperors weren't eager while ministers pushed hard. Gil didn't want to promote his officials prematurely. Once done, entrenched families would find people to bribe or suppress. The court would become a battleground for these clans, hindering Gil's plans for expansion and development. Back at the diligence hall, Cordelia Dowager came with the Cordelia. Mother, what brings you here today? Gil asked awkwardly. Janie glanced at him. Isn't it because the emperor hasn't given me a grandson, leaving me idle? She then continued, what do you think of the minister's suggestion for the Fengchan ceremony? Gil was taken aback by the swift spread of news. These ministers likely told her beforehand. He waved and said, I haven't achieved enough yet. There's no need for the Fengchan ceremony. Thinking of his ancestor Luisgu, who rebuilt the Han without ever going to Mount Tai. Rather than spending resources, practical steps like reforming taxes and establishing new census records are more urgent. Hearing this, Cordelia Dowager sighed. While focusing on the people is good, your ministers need honors too. If we're too stingy, talented individuals might hesitate to join the government. Gil realized this struck a weak point. Clearly, a powerful family taught her this rhetoric. Seems the aristocratic families are eager to gain power even before I implement my plans. I must be too merciful. To reassure you, mother, I'll reconsider after calculating the land and tax reforms across regions. Cordelia Dowager was startled, sensing Gil's intentions. Don't rush, Emperor. I merely wish for you to have a successor. Government matters are best left to you. With that, she pulled the Cordelia away. Gil watched her leave, eyes narrowing. This power struggle between the